Introduction. With my eyes firmly shut, I endeavored to construct the perfect technique of the 8 extremes collapse within the confines of my mind. Behind me, a dazzling array of colors illuminated the space, a phenomenon perceptible only to the intuitively adept martial artists such as my master, Wu Qiankun, who indeed sensed it. Yet, I had never trained in martial arts and could hardly consider myself a true martial artist. Furthermore, I lacked the sharpness of perception, feeling rather dull instead, rendering it impossible for me to notice the peculiar occurrences transpiring within me. However, my master, Wu Qiankun, was exceedingly familiar with the sensation of such enlightening radiance. Yet, he too was taken aback, startled to the point that his mouth gaped wide enough to swallow a whole. Chapter 1. Galidor Tars. On the Isle of Tars, amidst the newly renovated Twilight Hall castle, the pristine white tiles shimmered under the sun's embrace. The morning sunlight gently infiltrated the grand room atop the eastern castle, illuminating it far more than the spacious living area below. Galidor Tars, come. Answer the call of destiny and venture beyond the wall. I can guide you to become the Green Prophet. The long night stretches endlessly for Westeros, for the Tars family. Come, seek me out. On a dark lacquered bed, a handsome youth with golden hair lay with his eyes tightly shut, his brow slightly furrowed as waves of sinister murmurs, akin to those of malevolent deities, permeated his ears and resonated within his mind. Strange, eerie, yet utterly persuasive. Child, come forth. Embrace your destiny to become the Green Prophet, to serve the three-eyed crow and the Mother Goddess. Galidor Tars, come, seek me beyond the wall. The morning light, akin to a snail, slowly crept to the youth's brow, while the whispers of the dark deity seemed to emanate from an unknown source, growing ever more ethereal and urgent. It increasingly resembled the coaxing calls of a seasoned courtesan, impatiently beckoning. Boom! In an instant, as if a dream had shattered, the youth was jolted awake from a nightmarish vision, his tightly shut eyes flying open, revealing sapphire irises ablaze, as he clutched the velvet blanket, gasping for breath. 6 years have passed since leaving the Academy City, and yet such a potent echo lingers, cursed three-eyed crow. After a moment, Galidor Tars fully roused from his slumber, unable to suppress an expletive damn you. Crow Brynden, you deserve the downfall of the Targaryens. Host, based on the information currently received, it appears that the Targaryen bloodline has not been extinguished. A crisp mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Galidor's mind, dispelling the resentment that had festered from years of disturbed slumber. I know, I am merely venting. Alas, you, this artificial intelligence, cannot comprehend. He resolved to disregard the unfeeling intellect, for during the great storm of his past life, this entity had somehow merged with his very soul. The mutated intellect not only possesses the fundamental abilities to store information and conduct analytical reasoning, but can also take control of its host body for nightly training. Moreover, the intellect is a fusion of souls, which amplifies the original owner's already extraordinary shapeshifter talent, causing it to evolve further and even attracting the covetous gaze of the three-eyed raven. However, it is also possible that Galidor Tars, who was supposed to perish by drowning at the tender age of 8, continues to frolic and stir trouble in the old town's academic city, thereby drawing the attention of the three-eyed raven, capable of monitoring the timelines of Westeros. A shapeshifter is defined as a human who can invade the consciousness of animals and control their actions, a talent typically found among the northern folk of Westeros and the wildlings. As for why Galidor, being a southerner, could awaken the shape-shifting abilities reserved for the northern folk and wildlings, he owes a great debt to the ancestors of House Tars. The Tars family takes great pride in boasting about their unions with the Durandons, Baratheons, and Targaryens. The founder of the original royal family of Storm's End, Duran, was a true werewolf, famously known as Godzilla. In the legendary era 8,000 years ago, Duran, the Storm King, fell in love and married the daughter of the Sea God and the Wind Goddess, who were among the old gods. The union of mortals and divine beings was deemed sacrilegious, prompting the sea and wind gods to unleash storms that devastated the numerous castles built by Duran. Ultimately, with the assistance of Brandon Stark, the ancestor known as the Builder, Duran constructed Wind's Rest, a fortress impervious to divine tempests, and ruled over Storm's End for a millennium. It was not until 8,000 years later that Orys Baratheon, the illegitimate brother of the conqueror Aegon, killed the last Storm King, Eldjura Durandon, claiming Wind's Rest as his fief. Galidor Tars' shape-shifting gift likely traces back to the Durandon lineage, a legacy of divine blood from the old gods. Yet, deservedly, the old gods have been cast aside. The current Calderon holds no fear of the old gods 7 years ago. When he traversed into the body of 80-year-old Galidor Tars, he was indeed in awe of the deities of this world. However, as he became more acquainted with the local peculiarities, he gradually grew indifferent. Blind old gods, how could they choose that wretched Brynden Rivers to become the three-eyed raven? Rivers is the surname of a bastard born between the rivers of Westeros, and Brynden is a bastard, a Targaryen bastard. That wretched bastard turned into a tree spirit and still seeks to entice me, especially as he often reflects on the original host, a child raised on an island, educated among the elite of nobility, surrounded by loyal knights and servants for protection, yet he met his demise through drowning. Such a humiliating end is nothing short of a farce. Recalling his own predetermined fate of losing his 2 sisters in their infancy, he cannot help but exclaim, "Damn, it's all a conspiracy, all behind Thessine's maneuvering. Intellect, has that force not been banished to the shattered corners of the soul? Why does the lingering echo persist so fiercely? Taz Island is nominally an outlying isle of Westeros, yet in reality, it lies within the narrow sea, separated from Westeros by a strait. The power of the three-eyed crow is significantly diminished here after commanding the grinding of every fishlang wu on the island. He seldom faced disturbances from the dead crows. The invading virus is unknown, and the source code cannot be parsed. Currently, the intelligence core can only funnel data streams to the garbage disk, unable to effectuate a complete eradication. For thorough removal, a format and restart are recommended. Format? Restart? Galidor rolled his eyes dramatically, exclaiming, "Are you attempting to devour your master? You artificial intelligence fool." Nevertheless, he recognized that the intelligence core, having once thrived in this harsh world, could not decipher extraordinary powers without an adequate repository of foundational data. Yet, the incessant harassment from those dead crows had become unbearable. Intelligence core, monitor the garbage disk closely. The red comet has yet to appear, and this power is so deeply rooted in the soul. It is either akin to the talent of a shapeshifter like myself, or a remnant of the old gods borrowed by the dead crows. Galidor Tars rose from his bed, donning a robe adorned with golden water patterns, while conversing with the intelligence core through thought. Wait, such a high essence of power. The talent level of that dead crow must exceed that of a shapeshifter by at least 2 tiers. Acknowledged. Thud, thud, thud. Just as he finished dressing, he noticed the floor of the castle, paved with blue stone bricks, trembling beneath him. Within the room, 3 colossal creatures raced towards Galidor with remarkable speed. He gazed at the newly laid blue bricks, now cracked, filled with resignation as he pondered. Am I to sleep in the courtyard from now on? These 3 creatures, nearly 8 meters long and reminiscent of a legendary version of Godzilla from his past life, were his chosen partners, shapeshifters he had discovered on a solitary island near the Smoke Sea. These were a mutated breed of lizard, transformed by high-level magical energy radiation, resembling the marine iguanas from his previous life prior to their mutation. After the transformation, the 3 Godzillas bore an uncanny likeness to the American version of Godzilla from his former existence. With a triangular body structure, dense and resilient gray-black scales, sharp dorsal fins, and an aura of dominance, they were indeed the living embodiment of adorable Godzilla. Yet, Galidor understood well that his 3 little companions were but a fraud. Despite their striking resemblance to the legendary creature, they merely possessed resilient biological organs within, lacking the core components like a nuclear reactor, high-calorie sacks, or uranium bags that would grant them atomic breath and other formidable abilities. Cien, Cien, Cien. While Galidor Tars was lost in thought, the 3 little ones had already approached him, their feet crushing the fractured floor as they looked up, roaring in unison as if urging him for something. He lowered his head and gently patted the 3 small, dark, shiny heads affixed to his waist. With a swift motion, he drew forth a silver dagger from his belt and made a decisive slash across his left palm. Crimson blood immediately gushed forth from the wound, as thick as a chopstick. Gallatin's expression remained composed as he tightened his fist, allowing a copious flow of blood to cascade down into the gaping maws of his 3 shape-shifting companions, who were gazing upward. Only when the rosy hue of his complexion began to fade into a pallid whiteness did he release his grip. He stared blankly at the tender, fleshy granulations writhing and knitting together at the site of the wound, marveling at the evident enhancement of his self-healing abilities. Chapter 2. the Master of Tars. This was the extraordinary power born from the fusion of the intellect and the innate gifts of the shapeshifters. He could acquire the regenerative abilities of the three small creatures through the mutual absorption of blood and other methods. Simultaneously, the three small beings could be perfectly controlled by the intellect. This signified that the intellect could manipulate the DNA sequences of the three small creatures, reconstituting genes and facilitating the regeneration of new cells, thus steering their evolutionary trajectory. The three small beings bore a resemblance to the legendary Godzilla, a fascination Gallatin had nurtured since his past life, further intensified by the discovery of the mutated creatures in the Sea of Smoke, radiated by magical energy. Naturally, he aspired to guide the three small creatures toward an evolution reminiscent of Godzilla. Why, then, did Gallatin, fully aware of the potential of the three-eyed crow, venture into the Old Town's academy to stir up trouble? This was solely to enable the intellect to amass a vast reservoir of local data for rapid growth, allowing him to utilize its formidable computational prowess to unravel various conundrums. Indeed, he sought to acquire knowledge and books borrowed from the esteemed scholars of the various city-states. Gallatin harbored a deep admiration for the scholarly predecessors, which inspired him to borrow from the academy. This included the tomes hidden away in the academy's most clandestine chambers. The sooner, the better. No sane individual would meticulously guard against a noble heir, barely 10 years old, possessing the innocence of a child, except for a certain deceased crow, which was anything but normal. The three strong brothers should have perished on that isolated island by the Sea of Smoke. When Gallatin discovered the three small beings, the shoreline of the island was already strewn with a thick layer of grotesque, crawling carcasses. The three small creatures managed to survive and, through adversity, continued to evolve, all thanks to the intellect's acquisition of extensive data within the academy, allowing for the formulation of a life-saving active agena rare medicine capable of reviving the three small beings. Moreover, Gallatin's unique talent enabled him not only to infiltrate his companion's consciousness like an ordinary shapeshifter, but also to facilitate their mutual infection, prompting further mutation. The three small beings would transform from ordinary creatures into magical beings, while Gallatin would ascend to become superhuman. He too had undergone mutation. A normal person would not possess such formidable regenerative capabilities, nor would they exhibit nearly 1,000 pounds of strength. In addition to the mutual absorption of blood, they deepened their bond of lineage, including prolonged companionship, brief soul exchanges, and an increasing frequency of transformations, all serve to deepen the intimate bond among the four. This will enhance his talents, allowing them to better serve the quartet. At this moment, the three small creatures sprawled on the ground exhibit varying expressions. The most robust among them, the eldest, smacks its lips, its azure eyes shimmering with a personified satisfaction. The smallest, however, flicks out a blood-red tongue, its crimson eyes glinting with a savage ferocity. The middle one, who seeks favor by nuzzling against Gallathon's chest, has silver moon-like eyes that seem to radiate a cold glimmer, its long tail joyfully sweeping across the shattered floor. The trio appears to be somewhat insatiable. Intellect, activate the data interface for the Great Titan. Galidor Tars' gaze slightly lowers as he observes the three small creatures on the floor, mentally communicating with the intellect. A luminescent screen gradually unfolds in his consciousness. Great Titan Neonate Evolution Stage 80. Length, weight, strength, 2 tons grip strength, grasping power. Speed, 70 kilometers, 20 knots. Defense, 2 compared to 1 centimeter steel. Intellect, magical energy, 10 with adult dragons rated at 100. Abilities, self-healing regeneration, superior digestion, extreme long-range vision, infrared radar up to 1 kilometer, magical energy radiation absorption, biting, clawing, sprinting pounce, tail whipping, tail slapping. Great Titan, the name of the strongest among the trio, resembles a juvenile Godzilla, measuring over 8 meters in length, adorned with a thick, gray-black carapace that allows it to charge forth like a heavy armored vehicle rampaging across the battlefield. Projected completion of the neonate evolution stage indicates that Great Titan's hind leg muscles will grow 100-fold, granting it the ability to stand upright. It is recommended that the host commence training Great Titan's upright capabilities, guiding its hunting skills in an upright position, which will effectively promote the completion of its neonate evolution. Galidor nodded in agreement, contemplating how much shame the sprawled Godzilla brings upon its lineage. The intellect has divided the evolution of the three small creatures into three stages. 1. The intangible neonate. 2. The growth stage, having evolved three sets of radioactive heat organs and high-temperature combustion sacs, as well as highly corrosive acid sacs. 3. The complete form, which can self-generate high-level magical energy through a magical energy reactor. Beyond the complete form lies the transcendent being, capable of consuming nuclear waste and equipped with a nuclear fusion reactor and uranium sacs, embodying all the internal systems of Godzilla. Currently, the intellect can only compute the evolutionary model for the growth stage, and even the complete form remains a mere hypothesis. This concept is inspired by the magical cores from the fantastical novels of the past, which possess their own inner worlds. Naturally, before the arrival of the symbolic red comet heralding the return of magic and dragons, research on magical energy factors has remained within the realm of theoretical speculation. The transcendent form, indeed, can only be realized beyond this world. What is the progress of the defense enhancement plan? Since the beastly Godzilla cannot be realized for now, the focus will shift to fortifying the defenses of the three small creatures. Point 30. The intelligent brain lacks the technology to forge Valyrian steel, causing progress to stagnate. Application to bypass the host concept of Valyrian steel scales and continue to develop enhanced biological defense strategies. It appears that the academic city has limited access to extraordinary knowledge. He proposed the concept of Valyrian steel scales for their magical resistance, as this is undeniably a realm of dragons and sorcery. By consuming vast amounts of raw iron and gemstones daily, breaking down their elements, and allowing the intelligent brain to control the three little ones' bodies for digestion and absorption, he could continuously fortify their physical defenses by accumulating these elements in their bones and scales. Simultaneously, the reinforcement and transformation of muscle tissue and internal organs were facilitated by his innate abilities, channeling an unknown energy through years of tempering. However, magical defenses against curses and corrosive forces could only rely on the minuscule amount of magical energy coursing through the flesh and blood of the three little ones, to see how much magical energy could be countered. Dragons are magical beings, and the three little ones are, in essence, magical creatures as well. Let us await the acquisition of dragon blood before contemplating magical resistance thereafter. Any encounter lacking fundamental data from model calculations shall be entirely circumvented. Galidor traversed the free city-states, unable to overlook the greatest flaw in this world, Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons. Today, he offered a trifling aid to the fallen queen who had become a mere plaything when she returns as the mother of dragons. It shall be his moment of immense reward. Indeed, exchanging several thousand golden dragons and 2 nights for future dragon blood is a most prudent investment. Intelligent brain, initiate a new project to calculate a scheme for enhancing digestive capacity by 10-fold or more. Acknowledged. Selecting allocation disk. Data is being streamed. Computational power is being allocated. Calculation model has been established. Data allocated to the Godzilla project collection disk. Galidor did not bother to observe the new interface projected into his consciousness. Instead, he casually shook the bell rope entwined at the bedside and instructed the gleaming scale de Zhuang. De Zhuang, you're free to hunt and train in the morning, but keep a close watch on the third one. Bring them to the courtyard to find me in the afternoon. Lazily sprawled on the ground, de Zhuang rose on all fours and licked Galidor's bloodstained palm. Crack! As he turned, his nearly 4-meter-long tail whipped like a long whip, slicing through the air before playfully greeting his 2 dim-witted brothers, leading the way out. Due to frequent transformations between Galidor and de Zhuang, and the mutual enhancement of their innate abilities, de Zhuang had begun to comprehend Galidor's simple instructions. Noticing this, Galidor felt a twinge of concern and admonished, "Second brother, take this seriously." The smaller second brother halted his tail swing, his half-closed eyes suddenly widening, revealing a deep-seated dissatisfaction. "You know me, this task is too burdensome. I cannot bear it." Galidor could distinctly perceive this sentiment in the second brother's silver eyes and was about to retort when, at that moment, the door to the room swung open from the outside. The 3 male attendants, Xiao Chong, Li Yin, and Rue Tai, approached with reverence, their hands delicately cradling the toiletries as they entered the room, collectively greeting, "Good morning, Master Galidor. May the 7 gods be with you, and may the glory of the evening star bless you." "Good morning." Upon receiving his response, the 3 attendants lifted their gazes, their eyes filled with fervor and awe, akin to devout followers beholding the divine. Galidor was not oblivious to the fervent admiration reflected in their eyes. He had grown accustomed to such zealous veneration. Indeed, two narratives have long circulated regarding Galidor Tars. He was strikingly handsome and tall, having departed for the scholarly city at a young age. When presented with invitations from esteemed scholars, he declined to pledge his allegiance and hastily left the academic haven. He once squandered vast sums, offering rewards for the collection of rare treasures amassed by merchants worldwide, spending fortunes to procure seeds of plants deemed worthless by other nobles. He assembled a retinue of over 50 discerning and graceful young boys from both nobility and commoners, and he commanded the fleet of Tars Island, traversing the narrow sea and exploring the free trade city-states. In Westeros, among the numerous nobles of Stormlands, he was perceived as the archetypal noble genius. Yet typicality does not imply distinction. Just as no one pays heed to the 10th individual of the younger generation, all eyes are drawn to the first. Disregarding that he was merely 17, many noble prodigies had achieved greater feats than he. For instance, Oberyn Martell, who was destined to perish at the hands of the Lannister hound Gregor Clegane in his quest for vengeance, had accomplished feats tenfold superior. Oberyn was also the Prince of Dorne, an alchemist of copper, and a figure so formidable that even the Prince of Dorne, Daeron, held him in trepidation as the Viper. In contrast, Galidor was merely the scion of a minor noble family. Yet within the confines of Tars Island in the narrow sea, he was revered as the resurrected Dawn, Galidor. He simultaneously held the esteemed title of bishop in the Church of the Seven, the patriarch of the Tars family, the Star of the Evening, and the seven-star general of the Tars military. He was the true master of Tars City Hall, the Tars Merchants Guild, and the Tars Bank, wielding control over the political and economic lifeblood of the entire island. He was, in every sense, the true Lord of Tars. Chapter 3: The undulating terrain of Tarth Island features mountains, lakes, and waterfalls, with highland pastures and shadowy valleys. The island faces the western side of the continent of Westeros, where the towers and watchtowers of the Twilight Hall Castle are adorned with the sigil of House Tarth, a quartered banner displaying a golden sun on a rose background and a white moon on a sky-blue field. Fluttering in the sea breeze, House Tarth stands as the sole noble lord of the island, having pledged allegiance for generations to House Baratheon of Storm's End. Galidor strolled to the battlements of the eastern castle, gazing down towards the first dock of Twilight Hall. Merchant ships traversed the sea in long lines, their colorful sails sprawling across the azure expanse, while the horns commanding the vessels at the dock never ceased their calls. The bustling scene filled him with exhilaration, prompting a broad smile to spread across his face, and he lingered in this moment of delight before making his way to the family banquet hall. The three young attendants, Bug, Lean, and Rate, who had been trailing behind him, offered a courteous bow to his retreating figure as they hurried off to the small dock, their exuberance evident in their playful dash. They were tasked with overseeing the hunting activities of the three little ones, while also ensuring the small dock remained free of crowds. Unlike the nobles of this world, Galidor had never grown accustomed to the close attendance of his three male servants. As the three attendants departed, he was accompanied by 4 armored knights clad in Valyrian steel, crossbows at the ready, their keen eyes visible through the slits of their helmets, stationed at the castle entrance. In the year 295 of conquest, 12 years had elapsed since the War of the Usurper. Galidor quickened his pace, communicating with the system in his mind. During his time in the academy, he had employed a day of harmlessness, dedicating 2 years to assimilating the stored knowledge until he turned 10. Subsequently, he spent over 3 years leading a fleet across the globe in search of compatible shape-shifting partners. 4 years ago, he returned to Tarth Island to settle down, persuading his father, Count Selwyn, the former Star of Twilight, to relinquish power and allow him to govern Tarth Island. With the assistance of the system and his retinue, Galidor undertook sweeping reforms on Tarth Island. The earlier prosperity witnessed at the docks was merely a microcosm of the island's burgeoning economy. Today, the number of ships docked at Tarth's various ports and the daily trade volume had surpassed that of any free trade city-state, including Braavos. Indeed, theoretically, in 297, 2 years hence, the world's narrative will officially unfold. Due to the host's intervention, there is a 95% probability that the plots of the Seven Kingdoms will commence ahead of schedule, echoed a crisp mechanical voice in his mind, igniting a surge of anticipation within Galidor. Even better, with less than 3 years remaining until the arrival of the White Walkers, the southward march of the wildlings, and the birth of dragons, we must secure ample time and population for our development. He had always been pleased to find himself in House Tarth. Controlling the sea routes would effectively isolate Tarth Island from the outside world. Meanwhile, their liege, House Baratheon, was the first to be ousted from this power struggle. Truly splendid. It is indeed a delightful spectacle, and Tasper rejoices. After all, no one wishes to bear the infamous title of a traitor, to be scorned by society, and to live in constant vigilance against their own subordinates, lest they be met with the retort, "If you can do it, why may I not?" Consider the noble knight who saved King's Landing. Instead of garnering honor, he is derisively dubbed the Kingslayer, enduring incessant reproach. How tragic. It is recommended that the host dismantle the shipyard to expedite the construction of vessels. Indeed, within Gildan's mind, a scheme has taken shape. Utilizing the technological advancements afforded by the intellect of this era, he establishes an 8-factory, 3-field system on Taz Island. Among these, the most lucrative remain the salt fields, wineries, paper and printing mills, and sugar factories. Salt, wine, sugar, books, and paper collectively forge the prosperous economic foundation of Taz Island. However, industries such as shipbuilding and steel production demand substantial resources, and immediate results and returns are not guaranteed. For years is still too brief a span. As he was about to step into the banquet hall of the castle, he noticed one of his intelligence officers, Iron Palm Glaive, waiting for him at the entrance. "Greetings, Commander. Iron Palm Glaive is always at your service." Upon seeing Galidor, he approached with a precise knightly salute. "There is no need for formalities between us. Speak freely. What news do you bring?" Compared to the 3 male servants, Galidor felt a deeper camaraderie with Iron Palm, offering a gentle smile as he assisted him to his feet. 5 years ago, upon returning from the academy, he had selected 54 children with particularly active brainwaves and astute personalities to form a retinue. These members of his retinue have traveled the world with him, encountering countless perils along the way. Galidor has saved each of their lives to the members of the retinue. He is both mentor and friend. Furthermore, 10 unfortunate children have sacrificed their lives to protect him, their loyalty unquestionable. Iron Palm Glaive is one such member. Now serving as the affairs officer of the Second Knight Order, acting as Galidor's eyes and ears within the order. After scanning the area to ensure that the servants were sufficiently distant, he leaned in closer to Galidor, lowering his voice to relay the intelligence he had gathered. Galidor furrowed his brow. The matters reported by Iron Palm were not particularly difficult to manage. In every reform, there exist decade-old vested interests who fail to perceive the overarching trend, foolishly attempting to stand in the way of progress. He remained unfazed. "The tide of change is in my favor. Beneath the relentless current, these petty nuisances will be reduced to dust. Yet, the true utility of the intellect reveals itself. Much like the Hydra in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which utilized the Zola algorithm to monitor the globe and preemptively eliminate threats, the intellect, while lacking such computational power, has amassed a wealth of foundational data through its administrative processes. It can predict those most likely to rebel and identify suspicious individuals who may have infiltrated the island as spies. After all, the island is home to merely a few tens of thousands, with infrastructure lagging behind, yet the system has progressively refined itself through numerous adjustments. The next steps are straightforward. Deploy personnel to establish a tight control, awaiting the moment to reap the rewards. However, the involvement of the individual reporting to the Iron Palm, who is connected to his father, the Earl Selwyn, causes the knights of the military court's enforcement team to hesitate. Galidor proclaimed with authority, "I have but one decree. No soldiers or civilians of Tars shall contravene the military provisional orders. Those who do shall face punishment. Comply." Understanding the gravity of the command, Glade straightened his posture, thumping his chest with determination. He exchanged fist bumps with the 4 fellow knights from the same retinue before departing swiftly. Galidor entered the banquet hall, where the principal members of the Tars family were already seated at a long table laden with a sumptuous breakfast. "Father, Mother, good morning. May the morning light be with you." Following the customs, he first nodded in greeting to his father, the silver-haired Earl Selwyn, seated at the head of the table, and then acknowledged his mother beside him. Before the Earl could respond, 2 little girls with porcelain-like rosy cheeks, who had been quietly sitting beside Galidor's mother, could no longer contain themselves. "Brother, brother." They jumped from their chairs, scampering towards him with their short legs, and in an instant, Galidor found himself adorned with 2 adorable little attachments on his legs. A broad smile spread across Galidor's face as he scooped up each of the charming girls. "The morning light of Tars, my glory. Quickly, sit down. We are about to dine." The Earl folded the Tars daily in his hands and handed it to Lion, the castle steward, while casting a glance at Galidor, who was playfully entertaining his younger sisters. "You have risen late again today. The family possesses loyal and reliable knights. You ought to delegate some of the tedious affairs of state to them." Galidor shook his head with a smile. In truth, it was his intellect that had been managing the matters overnight. During such times, he would enter the consciousness of the trio, honing his shape-shifting abilities. Galidor carefully brought his two younger sisters, whom he had fought hard to reclaim from the old gods, to their mother, Lady Mary. She flicked her red hair and admonished, "Ollie and Ollie Sean, you are young ladies. Remember your manners." Galidor couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. What could these 7-year-old girls possibly comprehend? His mother was indirectly reprimanding him. "Good morning, brother." Indeed, the voice of Brienne, seated across from them, was considerably timid as she mustered the courage to greet him. "Good morning, Brienne." Galidor responded with a warm smile, taking a seat opposite the Earl and raising his cup to indulge in the sweet milk. "Mother, I believe our customs are overly intricate." Although Galidor had begun eating before the formalities were observed, which could be considered disrespectful, the Earl's smile grew ever brighter. Unlike the fate that could have been his, Galidor did not perish, and the Earl had no worries regarding the family legacy, thus harboring no resentment towards Brienne. Rather, he felt a sense of compassion for his daughter's misfortunes. Lady Mary cast a disapproving glance at her son, who was awkwardly seated, while Galidor helplessly shrugged. Setting down his empty cup, his gaze turned to his half-sister, Brienne, the tallest among those present. At merely 13, she bore no resemblance to the fair-skinned beauties typical of her age. Instead, she possessed a robust physique and rough, dry skin, her features reminiscent of the tall knight Brienne from the realm of Westeros. However, unlike her fictional counterpart, her crooked, uneven teeth and wild, unkempt yellow hair rendered her even less appealing. Consequently, she had been mockingly dubbed the beautiful Brienne and the Virgin of Tarth, a title steeped in irony. A reflection of their father's failings in managing his harem, a situation that Galidor found quite awkward. The Countess of Tarth had as many as 27 wives. Without the privilege of maternal lineage, Lady Mary would never have graced the dining table. Count Selwyn married a new wife each year and astonishingly thrived into his 50s. His vitality and health remaining remarkably robust, Galidor could only admire him. A surge of expectation welled within him. Surely, such virility must run in the family. Yet, despite the Countess's diminished worth, she belonged to the aristocracy, a class bolstered by formidable power. Lady Mary hailed from a prominent merchant family, and Galidor had risen to prominence by deftly consolidating various businesses. His grandfather, Kennedy, had been appointed president of the Tarth Merchants Guild. Such light-hearted jests about Brienne were commonplace, and no one would dare criticize them, nor would they concern themselves with the psychological toll on the young girl, except for Galidor, who cared for Brienne as much as he did for Arianne and Alizan. He pondered the history of House Tarth, which seemed keen on merging noble bloodlines through strategic marriages. Even Brienne was rumored to be a true knight, a descendant of the legendary Kingsguard, Sir Duncan. Chapter 4. A sumptuous breakfast soon came to an end as the castle steward, Lion, along with several servants, began clearing the leftover dishes. Galidor's musings were interrupted as he observed his father, slowly wiping breadcrumbs from his beard with a white silk handkerchief, his expression growing increasingly serious. A light cough inadvertently escaped him, drowning out the delicate clinking of porcelain and silverware. Lion and the servants noticeably hastened their movements. Lady Mary, displaying keen awareness, discreetly led the 3 Tarth daughters out of the banquet hall. Once the hall was left with just the 2 of them, Count Selwyn looked at Galidor, puzzled, and inquired, "What is it?" Galidor, resting his chin on his hand, hesitated before responding, measuring his father's demeanor. He suspected that the words he was about to utter might not be well received. Truth be told, he had always considered himself fortunate to have traversed into House Tarth. Aside from his penchant for expanding his harem, arguably a flaw, Count Selwyn was an enlightened and benevolent man. In the realm of Westeros, Brienne had openly declared that her father was a good man. The passage of more than 50 years has imbued him with an essence that exudes a profound wisdom and worldly gravitas. Galidor remarked subtly, "There is a saying from a deceased eunuch that resonates deeply. Language is akin to the wind, my father." The Earl of Selwyn swiftly grasped the identity of the eunuch his son referenced, yet his inquiry remained unanswered. Despite the royal fleet being clandestinely captured by our armada, the family harbors no fear of the Iron Throne. Prudence in our speech and actions is paramount. Galidor continued to elucidate, confessing that he had long believed the Earl of Selwyn harbored little ambition. At the very least, a public declaration of rebellion was unwise, as it would disrupt my plans. Upon hearing this, the Earl's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he comprehended the situation entirely. The previous night, while inebriated with the loyal knight Sir Alien, he had boisterously proclaimed to the west, "The dawn of House Tars will illuminate the entirety of Westeros." Such a display was indeed a source of great shame. Fear not. Sir Alien has sworn a sacred oath, pledging his unwavering loyalty to House Tars. The Earl, seasoned in years, quickly regained his composure. Moreover, Aelian was a knight he had personally bestowed with the title, possessing his own estate and a modest castle. Although Aelian's fiefdom had been reclaimed by Galidor, he had received substantial monetary compensation and a generous monthly stipend as the commander of the knighthood. I have issued orders for the arrest of Sir Aelian. However, Galidor's words caused the Earl's countenance to undergo a drastic transformation, nearly causing him to topple from his seat. "Do not be alarmed, Father," Galidor said. Observing the Earl's shock, bewilderment, fear, and anger manifest in rapid succession, Scholar Reed has also taken a sacred oath. Yet to this day, we remain ignorant of any means, aside from crows, by which he can communicate with the Citadel. It has become evident that his loyalty is not as steadfast as his scholar's chain. The Earl of Selwyn inhaled deeply and remarked, "This is precisely why you assign those scholars' apprentices to monitor the scholars, rather than confine them. They are merely pawns on the surface." Galidor raised an eyebrow, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. The Earl instantly realized that there must be more formidable scouts operating in secrecy. A chilling thought struck him. The previous night, while drunkenly rambling with Aelian, today his son was already aware of Aelian's intentions to rebel. This exemplified the extent of his control over Tars Island and the formidable intelligence network at his disposal. An alarming organization indeed. The Earl dared not ponder further. Already aware that his son was no ordinary individual, his eyes reddened, his voice thick with emotion, he questioned, "Why? He saved my life. Why would he betray the family? Perhaps he has been captured by Varys, the bastard of Storm's End," Galidor speculated, still unaware of the full circumstances, relying solely on Gray's report for conjecture. In truth, if his only contact was with Varys, I would not hesitate to utilize him against our adversary. Yet, he has chosen to engage with an even more formidable force. What? Count Selwyn was once again taken aback, the sorrow of betrayal from a friend momentarily overshadowed by disbelief as he inquired, what force could possibly be more fearsome than Varys? The representative of the Iron Throne? The Lannister family of the Westerlands? A glimmer of apprehension flickered in Galidor's eyes, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Before the old lion Tywin, the wolves of the north seemed but innocent little pups. Not only was the Mad King Aerys wary of him, but Robert too. And even he himself wished to avoid direct confrontation. Yet, while Galidor sought to evade the lion's ire, the lion had turned its gaze upon the maritime interests of Tarth. Ironically, several young lions had donned the guise of stags, fervently clamoring for dominion over the Seven Kingdoms. 10 days prior, he had dug a significant pit for the Westerlands. Uncertain whether Tywin would leap into it, there exists a 99% probability that the cunning Tywin Lannister has already discerned the host's superficial schemes. As Galidor pondered this, the intellect behind his thoughts intrusively undermined him. How could Aelian possibly have ties to the Lannisters? How infuriating. In the Grand Hall, Count Selwyn seemed to recall something. A mixture of rage and hatred coursing through him, his eyes bloodshot and resembling a webbing across his cerulean irises. Superficial? Can this fool even articulate? He mentally retorted against the intellect, observing the flustered Count Selwyn, and gently reassured him, "Do not worry, father. As long as I do not permit it, this tempest shall not arise." Furthermore, the current Iron Throne is utterly incapable of launching an assault on Tarth Island. This is the truth. With the capital's complacency, the royal fleet dispatched to monitor the Tarth family had been secretly captured by Tarth's own navy, thereby relinquishing the initiative to King's Landing. Moreover, Robert, as king, basked in the glory of his marriage and numerous offspring, preferring to indulge in wine, jousting, hunting, and the company of courtesans. His hand of the king, Jon Arryn, had already uncovered the incestuous affair between the Kingsguard Jaime and the queen, Cersei. Involving the bloodline of House Baratheon, he would undoubtedly devote all his efforts to uncovering evidence, only to ultimately fall victim to poisoning at the hands of his own wife. Stannis remained confined to Dragonstone, wary of Robert, the capable Renly Baratheon stationed at Storm's End. However, found himself financially constrained by Robert's debts. To expect the horse to run, one must provide it with fodder, let alone waging war. Without funds, not even vassals would be inclined to offer their lives. This was especially true for the vassals of Storm's End, as the neighboring Tarth family prospered, invigorating the local economy. Even the Baratheons stationed on the island of Ismorn, the Ismorn family, frequently wrote to Count Selwyn, as if the very banners were about to change. As long as the Tarth family did not publicly declare treason or were not caught with incriminating evidence, Robert and those families would not be compelled to raise arms against them. Count Selwyn, consumed by the betrayal of a close friend, appeared deeply pained, his head bowed in resignation, tacitly acknowledging his son's words. But wait, after an extended period of being unable to contact the royal fleet, It was very likely they would summon us to King's Landing as hostages. Immediately, he was reminded of the crisis facing Tar's Island, and his mood plummeted into a state of anxiety. Indeed, I hope you will feign illness for the time being. The changes in Tar's Island have been so profound that it took King's Landing over 2 years to even begin to respond, demonstrating a remarkable sluggishness. For instance, after Robert squandered countless treasures of House Targaryen, he borrowed 3 million gold dragons, each from the Iron Bank and House Lannister. Yet now, the island's monthly trade volume exceeds 10 million. The internal information of the island is relatively secure, as his various prohibitive policies make it difficult for any news to leak out. The royal fleet dispatched to monitor the Tars family was prompted by the realization from King's Landing of their rapid ascent. Yet they could not uncover any information from the Hall of Twilight. As a result, Galidor unhesitatingly devoured the sweet delicacies presented to him. There can never be enough ships. Galidor yearned for every vessel sailing across the narrow sea to belong to him. However, the external activities of the Tars family are much harder to conceal. If it were merely the countless exquisite goods sold worldwide, it would only incite envy and jealousy among the nobility, prompting Robert to personally write for loans. Nevertheless, the substantial influx of wealth did not lead the Tars family to stash it away in the castle's vaults or indulge in a life of hedonistic luxury. Instead, they placed multiple large orders at shipyards in Bravos and Qingting Island, while simultaneously acquiring slaves, ores, and grains from across the globe. This is indeed quite suspicious. Furthermore, merchant vessels entering the narrow sea have been transporting medicinal supplies, livestock, horses, and foodstuffs to Tar's Island, which inevitably stirs up many concerns. Galidor found himself in a predicament. He could not simply announce to the world that the long night is approaching, that the White Walkers are descending, and that humanity faces annihilation. They must either unite to weather the storm together or dig their graves and await the revelry of the dead. Count Selwyn, struggling to muster his spirits, queried, feigning illness? What do you intend? Chapter 5. The Royal Council. Galidor contemplated the necessity of revealing certain matters to Count Selwyn in advance, lest the pressure overwhelm him and lead him to seek forgiveness in King's Landing on his own accord. If such an event were to transpire, he would truly be at his wit's end. For now, he must attempt to placate them. You must be aware of a few crucial points. First, Robert's 3 children are the products of incest, and Jon Arryn is currently investigating this matter. Second, Peter Baelish harbors ambitious designs and is engaged in an affair with Jon Arryn's wife. In summary, it won't be long before Westeros devolves into a chaotic mess akin to a putrid gruel made from foul rat droppings and a few grains of rice, both malodorous and devoid of value. The time has come. I need to preside over several grand ceremonies. Before departing, he cautioned Count Selwyn, whose jaw was nearly resting on the table. The enforcement team has gone to apprehend Elian. You may attend the proceedings, but I do not wish for you to interfere with the court's judgment. In the banquet hall, Count Selwyn leaned heavily on the table, his expression one of numb bewilderment, while the large chair behind him lay toppled on the ground, leaving one to wonder if he had truly absorbed the words spoken. After what seemed like an eternity, a gasp resonated through the empty banquet hall. The morning light of Tarth. Simultaneously, in King's Landing, the imposing Red Keep loomed over the Blackwater Bay from atop the rugged hills of the Kingswood. During the Royal Council meeting, the inebriated Robert sat at the head of the round table, dozing off. Your Majesty, my lords, it has been 2 months since we last received word from the royal fleet, stammered Grand Maester Pycelle, trembling as he clutched the chain of office around his neck. Gasping for breath, 3 days ago, I received a raven from House Tarth, stating that the royal fleet departed Tarth Island over a month ago. The rotund, bald Varys glanced at the king, whose eyes were slightly widened. Indeed, merchant vessels have reported sighting ships of the fleet near Dragonstone, though we cannot ascertain whether the sailors aboard are from the fleet. Robert abruptly belched, turning to his foster father, Jon Arryn, who appeared lost in thought during the council. Father, you seem unwell. The 7 above, you must take care of yourself. My kingdom relies on your governance. Prince Renly is stationed at Storm's End. House Tarth would not dare rebel, Jon replied, returning to reality. His brow furrowed at the concern etched on his foster son's face. His suspicious gaze drifted past Robert, wandering among the Kingsguard behind the king, finally resting on the tall and handsome Ser Jaime Lannister. If you are truly worried, you may send your Kingsguard, Ser Jaime, to assist Renly at Storm's End, while inviting Lord Selwyn Tarth to King's Landing to assume the role of Master of Ships. Before Robert could respond, Grand Maester Pycelle interjected, what of Lord Stannis? As the king's brother and the current Master of Ships, he can only be promoted further, not demoted. Regarding the recent disappearance of nearly 100 ships from the royal fleet, it is highly plausible that House Tarth is orchestrating some form of treachery. and it would be unjust to place the blame on Stannis. No one anticipated, or dared to contemplate, that House Tarth would attack the royal fleet while concealing all information. Though it was an unspoken truth among them, it was a matter best left unmentioned. Jon glanced at the silent Peter Baelish before responding. Lord Stannis could be appointed as the Master of Coin, and I asked that Ser Peter endure the position of his deputy for the time being. He couldn't shake the feeling that Littlefinger had grown a tad too close to his wife, Lisa. Varys shook his head, squinting as he spoke. That would be unfair to Ser Peter, my lord. Lord Stannis will remain on Dragonstone, overseeing the construction of new ships. Grand Maester Pycelle took a deep breath, feebly asserting. In truth, it is still Ser Peter who manages the treasury-s affairs. Peter, with an air of indifference, seemed unaffected by the turmoil surrounding him, neither opposing nor endorsing the discourse. Enough. Send a raven to chastise the Tarth scoundrels. Do not bicker here while they disregard you. Robert, overwhelmed by the cacophony, declared as he left the council chamber with his king's guard, leaving the lords exchanging glances, tacitly acquiescing to the king's command. An hour later, Varys entered the grand hall of the Red Keep alone, bowing silently to Robert, who sat upon the Iron Throne, clutching a bottle of wine. Ahem. Pray tell, what news do you bring? Indeed, your grace, much like several of the lords, Varys replied, bowing once more, his hands anxiously rubbing the sleeves of his robe. The winds from the sea were fierce. If the other party merely wished to conduct business, then a little bird should not be ensnared in a cage. The half-drunken king, neither fully awake nor asleep, offered no response, leaving Varys to break into a cold sweat as he relayed his tidings swiftly. Rumors suggest that the Tarth family is, in fact, being overseen by Tarth's heir. The eldest daughter of Count Selwyn may harbor affections for Prince Lancel. Braavos has secured a substantial contract for 20 vessels from the Tarth family, while the Isle of Tarth has received orders for 10 longships. And the Summer Isles have shipyards receiving contracts as well. Most suspiciously, what purpose could the Tarth family have for so many ships? Robert suddenly interjected with a derisive sneer. Does he aspire to be the king of the narrow sea? Varys's query was abruptly cut off by Robert, causing his heart to flutter. Ha ha ha, if he wishes to be, I shall grant him that title. Ha ha ha, have Pycelle draft a letter. Ignoring Varys, Robert clutched the wine bottle, mumbling and occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. Let that bastard pay 500,000 golden dragons, and I shall make him the protector of the narrow sea. Indeed, grant him the stone steps as well, ha? The cruelty and murderous intent lurking in Robert's eyes intensified, despite the disdainful facade he presented. Well then, we shall require more provisions. He remained unconcerned by the stirrings from the Isle of Tarth, and felt no wrath over the potential betrayal from his vassals. In the grand scheme of the Seven Kingdoms, Tarth was simply too insignificant. The geographical position and history of repeated rebellions by Tarth ensured it could never be integral to the Baratheon family. Let us acquire a few more Tarth women as well. He merely felt cursed and unlucky, for these small islands, lacking in both size and populace, incessantly sought to create unrest. 6 years prior, the Iron Islands had behaved thus. Today, Tarth mirrored that sentiment, yet neither could pose a significant threat. The difference lay in the fact that 6 years ago, when the Iron Islands openly rebelled, he had the vast wealth amassed by House Targaryen over 2 centuries to squander on military expenses, swiftly dispatching his fleet and army to quell the insurrection. Now, 6 years later, Tarth's disloyalty was evident, yet they had not openly rebelled, and the royal treasury was so depleted it could hardly sustain a mouse. It was impossible for him to march with an army, scavenging along the way, reclaiming Storm's End. Clang. Those wretched harlots, what is this nonsense? With a contemptuous curse echoing throughout the hall, the empty wine bottle slipped from the throne, rolling across the floor. Varys lowered his head, picked up the bottle that had rolled before him, bowed to the king, who was snoring loudly, and turned to exit the hall. At the largest brothel in King's Landing, Varys had found Littlefinger while he was selecting maidens with the corpulent archbishop of the church. Unlike the 2 men whose eyes were filled with lewdness, Varys faced a sea of voluptuous forms, his heart as tranquil as still water. How much sorrow can you bear? Akin to Varys ascending to the brothel? Chapter 6. Chaos is a ladder. Littlefinger led the inexplicably agitated octopus spider into an office, dismissing everyone until only the 2 remained. With limited seating at the gambling table, Lord Peter watched as another player joined the game. Varys, his hands entwined within his gray robe, roamed the room, periodically pulling back curtains or windows to inspect for any hidden spies. To occupy a seat at the table, one must possess ample chips and comprehend the rules of the game. Observing Varys' unusual caution, Littlefinger's lips curled into a hint of derision. As the sun rises and sets, one might witness 2 suns and moons ascending simultaneously. Lord Peter, At least they are qualified to sit at the table. While our crucial chips have been casually taken from us, leaving us powerless. Chaos is a ladder, my lord. Littlefinger recited the classic line, wishing for the weakening of King's Landing to achieve equilibrium with the Isle of Tarth. Whoever aspired to take a seat at the table must first topple those already seated. The ensuing chaos might enable those of them, lurking beneath the table and secretly manipulating the game, to profit. Varys tacitly accepted Littlefinger's words, pondering before cautiously inquiring. The key lies in the situation on the island. Their outwardly displayed strength is sufficient to preserve their safety. If their hidden power within the island is even more formidable, we may need to act to diminish it. Naturally, both believe that a mere island could not possess the strength to contend with the Seven Kingdoms. This is more astonishing than the horror of the Seven Gods revealing a miracle. For now, the Seven Kingdoms are dominant, and Tarth is weak. I have no information from within the island. Littlefinger shook his head, astonished. Now we know, the sea monster may be young, but it is not necessarily inferior to the cunning and slippery lion. The two lapsed into a brief silence, pondering how Tarth was operated with the impenetrability of a steel barrel, a remarkable feat that seemed hard to believe could be orchestrated by a mere adolescent. If you can provide sufficiently valuable information, I would be willing to share a rumor, Varys proposed again after a long pause. Littlefinger was intrigued. As he relied solely on smuggling and brothels to maintain his intelligence network, Varys had at least 3 wealthy patrons supporting his endeavors to sustain his little birds, while he had only women. A successful Littlefinger stood backed by countless women he had subdued. In the Old Town, he still had his connections, including Tarth's maiden enamored with Loras. Littlefinger smirked, lost in thought. There are rumors that a Westerosi has purchased 3,000 unsullied and 2,000 slave sailors from the Slavers' Bay. Varys, not seeking to exploit the situation, continued. The other party has had contact with the remnants of House Targaryen. The humid sea breeze from Blackwater Bay wafted through the window as the two players exchanged solemn glances, their expressions growing increasingly grave. The adversary's strength is growing day by day, yet I remain oblivious to their true nature and intentions. Should Lord Selwyn refuse the invitation, we shall dispatch a message for the fleet of Qingting Island to head north and anchor at the greenstone fortress of the Isman family. Littlefinger was the first to speak. We shall then instruct Stannis' fleet from Dragonstone and the fleet from Seagull Town to move south and establish their station at Harvest Hall. Harvest Hall lies directly across from Tarth Island, allowing us to exert control over the Tarth Strait. However, the disappearance of nearly 100 ships from the royal fleet is too conspicuous. Varys, deep in thought, shook his head and cautioned. It would be wiser for the Qingting Island fleet to take position at Sunspear. Sunspear is a direct vassal of House Martell, located far to the south of Isman Island in the Summer Sea, necessitating navigation around the Arm of Dorne and the Stone Steps Isles. Furthermore, we should summon the fearless Ballystan back to Harvest Hall to secure Storm's End. Littlefinger added. The commander of the King's Guard, the intrepid Ballystan, hails from the Selmy family of Harvest Hall and maintains strong ties with the many nobles of Storm's End, which could stabilize the region's unrest. No substantive attacks? Varys inquired, noting that while they appear to have organized the primary naval forces of the Seven Kingdoms with clarity, the dual-pronged naval assault serves merely as a means of intimidation. Applying pressure on Tarth, the Royal Council and the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms will not permit the mainstay of over 200 ships to vanish again in the narrow sea. If that occurs, the Iron Islands and the pirates of the Stone Steps Isles will seize the opportunity. Even the merchants of the free cities would not hesitate to dabble in piracy for an easy profit. Should that happen, the coasts of the Seven Kingdoms would descend into chaos, potentially leading to the ousting of the Baratheons from the Iron Throne. This is precisely why Robert refrains from directly confiscating the lands of House Tarth and rallying the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms against them. One reason is that House Tarth has not openly rebelled nor been caught with incriminating evidence. Another is that the Baratheons cannot bear the repercussions of a naval defeat, especially as they cannot discern the true strength of Tarth, making them hesitant to act recklessly. From the moment King's Landing lost the royal fleet, the initiative regarding war or peace shifted into the hands of Tarth. House Tarth has accrued substantial benefits from maritime trade, while Old Town and Lannisport appear increasingly prosperous. Vast amounts of gold and resources are steadily dwindling. Littlefinger cast a penetrating glance at Varys, for he could not believe that this cunning spider was unaware of such matters. The Hightower family of Old Town, ever mindful of their reputation, is covertly keeping watch. Even if the lion is not in a hurry, it will not sit idly by and watch. The Lannisters do not forget their debts, do they? Calderon, oblivious to the happenings in King's Landing, would undoubtedly laugh incredulously. You are overthinking it. He has no interest whatsoever in Westeros, with its White Walkers, three-eyed ravens, and various peculiarities. He would have to be quite foolish to involve himself in such a mess. The Morning Light Commercial Street, situated in the heart of Tarth Island, is the favored gathering place for the citizens of Tarth. On the afternoon of every seventh day, the factory's day of rest, countless subjects flock to this place. Scarcely larger than a few playgrounds, waving banknotes to procure their necessities at bargain prices. Many others gather around the announcement boards, perusing the newspapers, or congregate in front of the street's theatrical stage to witness performances. Today, the atmosphere is particularly lively. The streets are so densely packed that one can scarcely find footing. With numerous children clinging tightly to their parents' heads, perched upon their shoulders, everyone is gazing towards the street, all anticipating something momentous. The excitement is palpable in the square before the stage, for today their future lord, Lord Galidor, shall officially confer upon them the identity of the Tasian subjects. Simon, once a slave from the slave bay of Estabo, bears the scars inflicted by his benevolent master's whip on his back, rendering him unable to wear the coarse garment for a long time. Naturally, if he were to possess such a garment, the title of scarred back would accompany it. Without it, the stigma would remain. In truth, whether it was the master's lashes that left elongated, worm-like scars along his spine, or the mockery from fellow slaves for being clad in nothing but tattered undergarments, the unbearable suffering that most could not endure did not stir even the slightest ripple in his frozen thoughts. If chewing on roots to stave off hunger could affirm his humanity, that would be his sole testament to being human. When transported to Taz Island, he resembled iron or stored in a cargo hold, devoid of thought, emotion, or any conception of the future. Like the iron ore and the over 100 other slaves on the same ship, they were mere commodities, readily bought and sold. The hollow sockets of all the slaves did not reflect despair, but rather a numbed emptiness. Yet, on that day, upon entering Taz Island, everything transformed. It was as if he heard the most compassionate deity of the world shouting for them, encouraging them, and sincerely blessing them. To this day, the sincere and sacred words of the Lord of Dawn resonate in his ears. Future compatriots, allow me to emphasize one matter. There are no slaves here. Indeed, congratulations. From the moment you set foot on Taz Island, you have attained freedom. Here, there are only free men, my subjects, the people of Taz. Congratulations. You shall live as humans once more. You will be respected, protected, and you will be able to dream of the future, to possess the future. For the first time, a spark of color ignited in the eyes of all slaves, including Simon, igniting a desire to survive. In this small square, over 3,000 innocents, who had long since attained their freedom, simultaneously roared with all their might for liberty. However, you must understand that complete freedom can only lead to chaos. Freedom comes at a price, and moreover, you still need to earn your identity as Tasian subjects. Within 2 years, you will be assigned to work in the factories, receiving merely 1/10 of the monthly wages of ordinary subjects, with the remainder deducted for your fare, food, and housing expenses. Only 2 years hence will you be able to obtain the identification of the Tars citizens. This is just for every morsel of sustenance you receive now, as well as the accommodations you will inhabit, are the fruits of labor from countless Tars citizens who have toiled for 4 years. You have another option, to enlist in the military and pledge to protect the citizens of Tars. You will then automatically acquire the status of a Tars citizen without any further cost. Simon yearned to join the military, especially the Demon Slayer Corps established by the Purifiers. Yet, his frail stature rendered him almost weightless, as if a mere gust of sea breeze could whisk him away. Chapter 7. New Life Ultimately. Simon was assigned to a distillery, becoming an apprentice brewer. By today, 2 years later, his physique had transformed under the unlimited provisions of the factory's cafeteria, and he had grown to an imposing height of 2 meters. Through the arrangements of the United Union, he received sponsorship and support from a squad leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, reuniting him with his mother and sister, allowing him to embrace a new life. No longer was he dubbed Scarred-Back Simon. All his fellow workers admired Simon's indomitable spirit, bestowing upon him a resounding nickname that echoed his relentless determination. Yet, he still yearned to join the Demon Slayer Corps, to combat the Harpies in the name of Lord Dawn. When Galidor arrived accompanied by 4 royal knights and 4 municipal officials, a wave of excitement swept through Dawn Commercial Street. Lord Dawn, Bishop, Lord Galidor. The fervent exclamations merged into a deafening roar akin to a flood. Attention, citizens. Please exercise caution. Do not push. Galidor called out, halting his horse, helplessly raising his voice to the throng pressing forward. I welcome all new compatriots to our Tars family. I ask for your calmness. As he spoke, the 500-member Purified City Defense Army stationed at Dawn Commercial Street rushed to form a line, blocking the fervent citizens. The warmth of Lord Dawn was palpable. However, the stony expressions of the City Defense Army, molded from the same cast, gradually extinguished the fervor of the citizens. Most individuals did not rush towards Galidor, but remained in place, fervently calling out, hoping to gain the attention of Lord Dawn. Galidor wiped away non-existent beads of cold sweat from his neck, pondering the simplicity of these citizens. Although he had ensured their nourishment and offered a glimpse of hope for the future, they held him in such high esteem. Yet, he was, in truth, depriving them of their freedom and time. Each person resembled a screw tightened by him, contributing a minuscule force to enable the colossal aircraft carrier that is Tars Island to navigate freely across the narrow seas. The most pitiable were the children. Those over 7 were compelled to receive education during the day and transform into teachers at night to educate their parents. Particularly lamentable was the inadequacy of Tars' teaching resources. With over 100 children in a literacy class being overseen by merely 2 teachers responsible for both literacy and mathematics. Some children, having not performed well in their studies, may face punishment from their parents. Similarly, parents who have not excelled in their education may find themselves ridiculed and subsequently subjected to a dual reprimand upon returning home. How tragic. In the past, one would ascend the mountains to hunt birds, and along the coastline to catch fish and shrimp, akin to the futile attempts of their parents grasping at sand while trembling. Yet, under such a stringent regime and arduous labor, the only benefit of being well-fed is accepted by the common folk, which can only lead one to conclude that the nobles of Westeros are unworthy of their lordships. Perhaps, it is the fear of the commoners that the lords relish. Or perhaps, in the eyes of the noble lords, the common folk are merely 2-legged sheep, obedient creatures to their commands. Galidor ascended the stage amid the hopeful gazes of over 20,000 free folk. In my capacity as the Lord of Tars, under the name of the patriarch of the Tars family, the Evening Star, I hereby announce that the new free folk present shall officially become the subjects of Tars Island. Congratulations to you all. In the name of the morning light, I sincerely wish you a future filled with promise. He spoke little, for the new free folk who had not passed the trials were already punished and sent to the mines. Those who stood in the square were at least free from idleness and dishonor. As for why he did not invoke the name of the King of the 7 Kingdoms or the Protector, Robert Baratheon, it was simply because Tars Island had been transformed into an independent kingdom under his rule. All allegiance is pledged to the morning light, and no other. How could one expect to act like Lord Ned, who must recite his rights granted by the king before executing justice? Thank you, Lord Morninglight, Simon exclaimed, fervently waving his fist in excitement. Particularly when he felt Galidor's gaze upon him, he stood tall, striving to present his most spirited self. My lord, Lord Galidor, morning light, morning light, morning light. As soon as Simon's words fell, a fervent roar erupted, a chorus of voices echoing across the peninsula, merging into a cacophony of cheers. The other subjects, unable to contain their exhilaration, surged towards the stage, only to be restrained by the city guard. With the inclusion of these new subjects, the population of Tars Island surely surpassed 120,000. Galidor maintained a benevolent smile as he observed, communicating with the intellect at his side. Indeed, according to the town hall, the United Union, and the Tars Merchant Association's weekly report, the total population of Tars Island is approximately, including the subjects, new free folk, and captives. The intellect provided detailed statistics, with at least 10,000 slaves arriving on Tars Island annually from the seafarers. The total population, including the stranded merchants and captives, now nears 170,000. When it came time for the celebratory performance, the crowd in front of the stage had completely shifted, including Galidor, who had to hurry to the barracks to oversee the malicious transformation into a military ceremony and the steel mill's extinguishing ceremony. The newly joined subjects eagerly rushed to the town hall to obtain their identification. When Simon reached the town hall's department and received his family's iron identification as a subject, he hurried to enlist. Simon, you have finally arrived. At the end of the commercial street, before the 3-story concrete building housing the registration office, Simon encountered his elder brother, a foul-mouthed dog clad in silverlight armor. Brother, I yearn to join the battlefield, to fight for Tars, to fight for Lord Dawn, Simon declared resolutely, gripping his identity badge tightly. Mother and little Sheila, they support me as well. Yet, I still hope you can diligently work at the brewery. The Lord has said that is also contributing to Tars. The foul-mouthed dog removed his towering helmet, revealing a face marked by steadfast resolve and the weight of experience. To fight for the Lord, my presence alone suffices. Trained from a young age to be a pure one, he had long forgotten the memories of other family members. The family the Union sought for him had become his true kin. Simon revered him as an elder brother, while the dog cherished Simon as a beloved younger sibling. Transcending mere charity, here, stringent laws protected the weak from the oppression of the powerful, and rigorous systems ensured everyone received their due. Under the Lord's guidance, all would flourish. Confused, Simon asked, even if we perish in battle, Mother would receive compensation. Why do you refuse to allow me to enlist? Very well, go and register. The dog, realizing that Simon was already mentally prepared for the possibility of death, understood he could not dissuade him and thus allowed him to proceed with the enlistment. Chapter 8. Military reform. The sky was overcast, and the sea was crimson with blood. Morford clutched the ship's railing. Terror etched across his face as he beheld the whale sharks and great whites, drawn by the scent of blood, roaming the surface, seizing remnants of limbs. Spotting familiar faces of his family's knight, Coruscant, bobbing in the waves, only to be devoured by the gaping jaws of predatory sharks. He felt as if he had been thrust into a realm of nightmares. Even more despairing was the sight of his vessel, the Tidehead Island Sea Serpent, being struck by two massive crossbow bolts from over a kilometer away, piercing both the bow and stern. Endless seawater surged in, the ship's waterline gradually rising. Surrender! Quickly, signal! Morford shouted hoarsely to the nearby night guard. Order our fleet to surrender immediately. Send all signals, let Tar's warships cease their assault. We surrender. It was futile. Their distress signals received no response. The night guard, tears streaming down his face, replied, My lord, the entire United Fleet has been severed. Whoosh! Another long crossbow bolt shot forth. Fortunately missing the ship, the stench of blood sprayed forth. White matter dripped. Tragically, the bolt shattered the skull of a young knight, whose headless corpse fell from the vessel into the sea. Morford jolted awake from his nightmare, bewildered as he surveyed the dilapidated tent suffused with a foul odor. Struggling to regain his composure. To the west of Dawn Commercial Street, the terrain continued to descend, with Tar's Island's largest freshwater river, the Shady River, flowing from east to west, becoming increasingly turbulent after navigating several perilous gorges. Downstream of the Shady River, the Intellect selected the largest Plain River Bay ranch on the island, expanding it into a military camp capable of accommodating 50,000 souls. As the sun emerged from the horizon, a resounding and urgent fanfare reverberated across the plain. The captive camp adjacent to the ranch, housing over 8,000 sailors from the Royal Fleet and the crew of Dragonstone, was roused from slumber. What in the blazes are they making such a racket for? Cursed Morford Valyrian, awakening in a fury, as he forcefully pushed aside the sailors blocking his path. He approached the wooden walls of the prisoner camp and peered through the gaps, thick as a man's arm. Dale Seaworth and Salladhor Saan turned to glance back. Witnessing the disheveled Morford pushing through the crowd, a far cry from the noble and proud visage he once wore before his capture. By the seven, my lord Morford, what has transpired? How dare House Tarth treat you in such a manner? Exclaimed Dale, incredulous. To him, Morford Valyrian was a lord of Driftmark, a kin of House Targaryen. Far nobler than the Tarths. Did they not fear the ire of all the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms for their harsh treatment of a captured noble? Morford appeared dazed, as if the title of Lord Morford belonged to a distant past. Once he regained his composure, he spat venomously. Do not speak to me of those base-born traitors to noble honor. They have never even glimpsed the shores of Driftmark. Yet they force us into hard labor like common folk, and no amount of protest has borne fruit. It was evident that his captors were well aware of his status, and House Tarth had long known of his noble presence among the prisoners, yet they had chosen to disregard the customary privileges afforded to nobles. Is that labor squad over there? Salladhor Saan inquired, inching closer. A mercenary from the Summer Islands, he was a friend of Dale Seaworth. Ensnared in this misfortune as his fleet had merely followed Driftmark and the Royal Fleet southward before being captured. Like Morford, after countless appeals met with silence, he had resigned himself to leading his crew in servitude at the shipyard, the cement factory. Morford's face contorted with anguish. His lustrous golden locks, which had captivated countless noble women, had been shorn off to prevent interference with labor. By the gods, how could House Tarth be so malevolent? He lamented. I toil in the roadwork squad, carrying, the seven above. Just as Dale Seaworth was about to voice his complaints, he glimpsed an unbelievable sight through the wooden slats. Across the training grounds, at the entrance to the camp opposite the ranch, an imposing 2-meter-high steel wall began to advance. This wall, reflecting the sun's dazzling rays, was inexorably moving toward them. Look, what is that? A moving wall. By the seven, it's a shield. A massive shield, made of steel. Panic surged through the captive camp, as expressions of terror and disbelief spread across the faces of the crowd. Quickly, form a human tower. Create a ladder. Salladhor shouted urgently. They are certainly up to something significant. They had been captured not long ago, still basking in their former glory, and soon, with the assistance of their former subordinates, they climbed atop a wooden wall bristling with thorns. Upon gazing at the scene before them, the trio was momentarily paralyzed by sheer astonishment. A forest of long spears, the glint of blades, and the shadows of shields. The military flags, divided like the sun and moon, billowed like clouds, obscuring the sky. Before them lay a formidable military formation composed of 4,000-strong spear regiments and 2,000-strong sword and shield regiments, a relentless force pushing forth. Behind the formation, within the encampment, a steady stream of soldiers emerged, including 3 battalions of archers bearing longbows and a battalion wielding meteor hammers. The endless soldiers, clad entirely in gleaming silver steel armor, appeared as a surging ocean of silver rolling forth. Look, there are even 2,000-strong knight regiments. The trio's gaze was instantly drawn to the cavalry flanking the formation, their mighty steeds and heavy armor crashing upon the muddy training ground like 2 overwhelming torrents. The resounding and urgent sound of the horn echoed across the plain. Yet what truly pierced their eardrums was the unrestrained battle fervor roaring from the spear and sword and shield formations. Bang! It seemed that the steel shields were too cumbersome, as even the stoutest of the sword and shield soldiers, akin to small giants, needed to place their shields on the ground to rest after every 100 paces. Pausing for 2 sandglasses before continuing their advance, the ground trembled, shaking the wooden wall, nearly causing the trio to lose their balance, their thoughts aligning in uncanny agreement. Facing such a display, any army would likely disband after enduring a few rounds of intimidation. Eventually, it appeared that the light infantry of the purists were advancing. Delsawo's leaned against the wooden wall, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Nearly 20,000 well-trained, superbly equipped soldiers. Morford's eyes widened in disbelief, almost popping out of their sockets. As he cursed vehemently, has the brain of the octopus spider been swept away by the wind? Salado turned to his 2 unfortunate companions, took several deep breaths, and declared loudly, "Well, my friends, I shall soon pledge allegiance to the Tars family." Beneath the wooden wall, all the captives displayed signs of agitation. When the navy of Tars ambushed the royal fleet, they showcased their long-range catapults and crossbows, as well as their close combat weapons like the pike and wildfire. Coupled with their innovative and unpredictable tactics, they had triumphed over the royal fleet of over 90 ships with just over 50 vessels in half a day, capturing 60 surrendering ships. However, the Tars land army was practically invincible. He could easily envision the 2,000 infantry regiments guarding 100 four-wheeled carts at the rear of the formation, undoubtedly operating catapults and massive crossbows for long-range assaults. Mr. Salado, do not dissuade me just yet. What I must remind you is that Tars Island has only been developing for a little over 3 years. And have you seen a single slave on the island? What does that signify? I need not elaborate. Just as he finished speaking, Morford seemed to envision a terrifying future, and he suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, collapsing from the wooden wall into the crowd. Dell's gaze was dim, his body swaying precariously. He turned to glance at the numerous captives, equally stirred, and gritted his teeth, declaring, "I shall accompany you." The events transpiring within the captive camp had long been anticipated by Galidor, for one of his primary objectives was to demonstrate military might to subdue these captives. The steel mill lay in close proximity to the military camp, with 6 towering crimson brick furnaces, each 10 meters high, distributed along both banks of the shady river. 10 days prior, the workers at the steel mill had ceased to feed the furnaces with raw materials, and now, the entire structure had cooled to ambient temperature. The production of merely 10,000 tons of iron had wreaked considerable havoc upon the island's ecological environment. Galidor, accompanied by numerous knights from the military division, along with Kennedy, the president of the Tars Trading Association, and the head of the steel mill, ascended the desolate mountains surrounding the factory. This area, once a vast expanse of lush greenery, teeming with wildlife, now lay barren and rugged, with jagged rocks dominating the landscape. In this world devoid of industrial energy sources such as coal, charcoal became the only alternative, rendering the deforestation of beautiful woodlands an unfortunate necessity. Although the brainchild had introduced iron smelting technology reminiscent of the early 20th century from a past era, it was only about 200 years advanced for this world. Even with extensive modifications based on the inferior technologies available here, the 6 furnaces produced a mere 10 tons of iron daily, taking nearly 3 years to reach the 10,000-ton mark. In contrast, under similar technological conditions in the past, a single furnace could effortlessly yield several hundred tons of iron each day, achieving the same amount within a month. Now that the 10,000 tons of iron had been completed, the furnaces were promptly extinguished. Only when he secured the Stone Step Archipelago would he contemplate reopening the steel mill. The 5,000 tons of iron previously smelted had already been allocated for military supplies. Utilizing the hydraulic power of the Shady River to forge patterned steel, renowned for its legendary Damascus steel weaponry, 1,000 tons were designated for agricultural tools and implements, while 4,000 tons remained in reserve. As for special products, nearly 100 tons of a high-hardness alloy steel, lighter and more resilient, would continue to be forged for use in ship prows or experimental weaponry. Grandfather, Kodak, the restoration of the woodlands is entrusted to you. Galidor leaped 5 meters in a single bound, gazing from atop a massive rock at the military formations gradually taking shape in the riverbend camp. Below the boulder, a dozen individuals halted, displaying expressions of reverence, as 2 officials, one elderly and one young, stepped forward to pay their respects. The original Tars militia was a semi-professional army, and the armor and weapons they bore, including those of the Knightly Order and the 3 fleets of Tars, had been forged from scratch by this contingent of 12,000. Now that the steel mill had been shuttered, over 8,000 captured sailors would serve as labor reform teams in their stead. The military's original plan aligned perfectly with this juncture. Chapter 9. Judgment. The militia and Knightly Order were officially reorganized, supplemented by a logistics camp of 1,000. Transforming into the 1st Legion of Tars, a fully professional army of 15,000. In strict adherence to your will, Commander. Rest assured, we will diligently follow through. In the midst of the crowd, Kaladin's grandfather, Kennedy, and Kodar stepped forward, raising their heads to assure Kaladin with resolute words. Kaladin cast a glance downward at his silver-haired, dignified grandfather, Kennedy, and the fervently dedicated Kodar, feeling a slight sense of relief within. Now, he need not worry about his name being tarnished from the dawn of Tars to the frost of Tars. Kodar bowed once more, reporting, Commander, Mr. Taichu. The representative of the Iron Vault wishes to meet with you. No meeting, he replied, intending to keep the other party waiting for a few days. It would be easier for them to accept Tars Bank's demands under such circumstances. Military personnel, follow me. The members of the Town Hall and the Chamber of Commerce may disperse. As Kaladin donned his military uniform and entered the training grounds. The 1st Legion had already endured over an hour of the scorching sun. Yet, no one shed their armor, complained, or altered their stance. All the soldiers stood tall and resolute, like imposing statues. Salute to the general. Drink. As he ascended the platform, all infantry regiments, under the command of their leader, raised their weapons with a resounding cheer. Boom. Like a landslide. Like thunder. Like an earthquake. Kaladin's heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat. The least noise came from the 2 cavalry regiments on the flanks, who honored him with the traditional knightly salute of Westeros. To the warriors of the 1st Legion, I have but a few words to convey. Kaladin stood undaunted. Forming this legion of cold weapons seemed to offer him less assistance than the trio he fondly referred to as the 3 Little Ones. Deep down, he understood that his intellect and the 3 Little Ones were his true foundation. One day, he would completely absorb the essence of this world and find a way to leave it behind. However, for now, the stronger his influence, the more resources he could dedicate to the 3 Little Ones. 3 iron principles must be etched deep within the soul of the 1st Legion. The capable shall rise. The incompetent shall fall. The strong shall ascend. The weak shall descend. Those who contribute shall be rewarded, and those who err shall face punishment. Let this be a common pledge for the entire army. After participating in the military reform ceremony, Kaladin hurried to the shipyard at the mouth of the Linning River. He deftly mediated the conflicts among the 3 teams of shipwrights from Westeros and Bravos, as well as the Summer Isles, dividing the shipyard into 3 sections while simultaneously altering the previously contentious incentive system. Originally capable of producing 1 longship each month, the now segmented shipyards would, within 2 months, yield 3 ships. Upon his return to the castle of Duskhold, he arrived just in time for the trial of Sir Elian. He was also curious as to why the loyal knight, who had saved Count Selwyn's life on numerous occasions, would rebel against his family. The military and the Supreme Military Court were located in a 4-story building in the eastern castle of Duskhold. Ultimately, Count Selwyn decided to partake in the trial of Elian, with Kaladin serving as a juror. The military general, the highest judge of the court, the Sword of Justice, Colin, would preside over this trial. The black-haired swordmaster Colin, the towering warrior Thunderfist Cade, the golden-eyed sharpshooter Eagle Eye, and the white-haired Nick are the 4 esteemed knights of Galidon, distinguished as the most exceptional and loyal members of the retinue. In contrast to the royal guard tasked with protecting the king, he ascribes greater responsibilities to these 4 knights. Only he and the 4 knights hold the rank of general within the military, possessing the authority to mobilize troops and issue combat orders. Upon Galidon's arrival at the Grand Court with his 4 knights, it was stipulated that all commanders overseeing battalions of 100 or more were present. This assembly included the commanders of the 1st Legion, the Demon Slayer Brigade, the Castle Guards, and the commanding officers of the 3 fleets, totaling 316 mid-level knight commanders. As one of the landowning knights, the leader of the 2nd Knight Brigade, and a close friend of Count Selwyn, Elian was also the first high-ranking military officer to be judged. What does it feel like to be scrutinized by the piercing gazes of over 300 hardened warriors? Akin to prey under the hunter's eye? Galidor sat in the jury-esque position, his gaze fixed upon the broad-shouldered, golden-bearded alien, who visibly faltered. His previously composed demeanor now replaced by rapid breaths and a proud head bowed low. Court is now in session. Colin, disliking the small gavel, removed a helmet larger than dozens of hammers and slammed it upon the long table. His piercing gaze swept across the assembly, prompting all commanders to immediately straighten their posture, puff out their chests, and fix their eyes ahead. He first inquired, "Sir Alien, do you understand the reason for your arrest? I was unaware before, but now I am." Alien, shackled in iron chains at the center of the court, cast a glance at Colin before addressing Galidor in astonishment. "You are truly terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Just 4 hours ago, I contacted the Duke's envoy, and your people were immediately aware. Considering I saved your father, could you enlighten me? Was it I who exposed myself, or was it the Duke's envoy?" At this revelation, a stir erupted among the 300 commanders present. Colin silently pressed his sword onto the table, and the court quickly regained its solemnity. Galidor leaned forward, his hands clasped beneath his chin, observing Alien with an air of leisure, saying nothing. The commanders, too, wore expressions of curiosity and reverence, their attention unwaveringly fixed upon him. "Sir Alien, please respond to the question." Colin, aware that his commander would not reply, shot Alien a glare and continued his interrogation. "Sir Alien, why did you betray Tars Island?" "Betray?" Alien replied with a bittersweet smile, tears glistening in his eyes as he met the similarly misty gaze of Count Selwyn. "Selwyn, my friend, do you remember when I began to follow you? It was 12 years ago, after the defeat at the Battle of Midsummer Hall, when I fled with King Robert to join the Northern Army." Count Selwyn's face reflected nostalgia, his hands tightly clenched, knuckles turning pale. "I introduced myself as Alien Riverwind, an illegitimate child. My friend, that is the only lie I have ever told you. My true surname is his Han." Alien exhaled deeply, a look of relief spreading across his face as he said, "I am Alien his Han, a bastard of House Lannister. Riverwind is the surname for bastards from the Riverlands, while his Han is the surname for bastards from the Westerlands, akin to how Jon Snow is the designated surname for bastards of the North." "Heavens, how can this be possible?" Selwyn exclaimed in disbelief. "Dawn, Sir Alien is indeed a Lannister. By the Seven, it is said that all members of House Lannister possess golden hair. And we have only just discovered this. 12 years ago, why did the Lannisters send Alien to infiltrate? Perhaps it was for the purpose of usurpation. Indeed, during the Battle of Summerhall, our Lord led us away with great speed, and in the end, we were the strongest. I am merely speculating." A wave of astonishment swept through the courtroom once more. Who would have imagined that a landed knight of nobility was actually an undercover agent sent by the Westerlands over a decade ago? "Silence!" Colin's voice rang out, the pressure of authority enveloping the room, compelling all commanders to sit upright, their lips pressed firmly together. Galidor narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. 12 years as an undercover agent. The revelation of genuine emotion at this moment indicated that Alien had indeed transcended the control of the Westerlands. But why did he choose today to reveal himself? It must be noted that he is a landed knight, a senior figure in the military, initially privy to many secrets within Tars Island. 2 years prior, Galidor had already dismantled the old, ineffective regime and had begun to establish the City Hall and Justice Hall, with the Tars Merchant Association and Tars Bank, uniting 5 major organizations as the core of his coalition. At that time, he lacked a substantial number of grassroots officials. Relying solely on his retinue and intellect, with landed knights overseeing the entire island, it would not have been difficult for him to escape. Chapter 10. The Old and the New. Unexpectedly, Alien himself began to answer the questions swirling in Galidor's mind. "Selwyn, my friend. Although 12 years ago I did not pledge my loyalty to you," Alien explained sincerely to Selwyn, "from the moment you bestowed land upon me, I swore my everlasting allegiance to House Tars with all sincerity. I have not broken my promise. I have not betrayed you. I certainly do not wish to betray Tars." His eyes burned red, glaring fiercely at Galidor. "The one I intend to betray is you. Who exactly are you? Are you human or divine? How do you possess such vast knowledge? Where does it come from? And what nonsense is this military and city hall? What kind of abominable system is this?" He shouted hoarsely, questioning, as the expressions of everyone in the room appeared as if they had been transported to another realm. They finally realized that in just 4 years, Tars Island had completely severed ties with Westeros, resembling 2 entirely different realms. In 4 years, you have established a port more prosperous than King's Landing, with tens of thousands of fully professional soldiers, comparable to the finest armor and weaponry filling your warehouses, along with the forbidden creations within your military complex. The 7 kingdoms will truly be unified under your command. The noble bloodline shall descend to a status indistinguishable from that of commoners, as all lands held by the aristocracy are stripped away. Ha ha ha, the nobility is finished. Elementary schools, secondary schools, universities, even the very fabric of the academic city shall crumble. Ha ha ha, you are the dawn of Tars, and in time, you will become the dawn of the 7 kingdoms. The 7 harlots shall also vanish. Ha ha ha, were it not for the knowledge of his identity as a spy. Upon witnessing his frenzied praise of the dawn, one might easily mistake him for an ardent zealot. Galidor observed the deranged alien, inwardly scoffing at the notion of unifying the 7 kingdoms only to feed the others. In his view, Elian's betrayal was utterly unjust. A complete misinterpretation of his intentions rooted in antiquated and narrow-minded thinking. Noble blood? Ha! The Dragon Queen next door is in dire straits, had he not intervened in time. The title of the Barefoot Queen would likely accompany the future Dragon Queen for a considerable duration. In a low-magic world, if one's bloodline power does not awaken, who can claim superiority? The nobles of Westeros are truly shameless. Moreover, they possess a haughty demeanor, believing themselves to be the center of the universe. He does not reject the feudal system. Rather, the comprehensive plan devised by the intellect requires vast expanses of land. With only Tars Island under his control, he can reclaim the governance and enforcement rights of various knightly fiefs. Oh, enforcement rights were never in the hands of the landed knights. Furthermore, no matter how refined a system may be, it requires execution by individuals. Initially, not only did he have the intellect and the retinue, but also the knights of the former Tars family aiding him in fully realizing his will. Only through the retinue and newcomers did Galidor bridge the insurmountable chasm that hindered their ascent, filling their bellies and crafting a brighter future. They fervently idolize Galidor, harboring no doubts about his commands. They are filled with an exhilarating passion for the future, pushing forward with relentless vigor. This is why Galidor prefers to appoint seasoned elders as department heads, accompanied by 2 new deputies, assigning the same task to both the seasoned and the novice. He hopes that the loyal, experienced officials can identify gaps in his reform measures and temper the ardor of the radical newcomers. For instance, among the military commanders present, the ratio of elder to newcomer is approximately 12-1, yet the primary responsibilities still rest with those knights loyal to the Tars family. Similarly, the commander of the 2nd Knightly Order is Elian, while Ironhand Grey can only serve as his administrative officer. However, upon Elian's transgressions, the position of commander of the 2nd Knightly Order will pass to Grey. It is believed that in the future, an increasing number of outstanding newcomers will surpass the stagnating elders with their fervor and open-minded perspectives. By the grace of the dawn that honors me, by the rights bestowed upon me by Lord Galidor of Tars Island, the evening star of the Tars family, and by the inviolable judicial authority of the military high court. As Galidor pondered, Colin rendered the verdict. The military high court determined that Sir Elian's identity as a military spy negated any claims of betrayal against Tars Island. According to military regulations, the enforcement squad is compelled to execute any enemy spies who reveal their identities. As Colin's words resonated in the chamber, 2 knights from the enforcement squad swiftly dragged Sir Elian out of the courtroom. Throughout this ordeal, Earl Selwyn covered his face in anguish, unable to bear witnessing his friend's final moments. I hereby declare the court adjourned, Colin announced, rising to follow Galidor alongside 3 other royal knights. Everyone present stood in unison, prepared to see Selwyn and Galidor exit first. Esteemed guests, I apologize for taking up your time. While we are gathered here, I wish to share my thoughts with you. Rather than departing immediately, Galidor descended from the long table, approaching the very spot where Elian had stood, with the 4 royal knights closely trailing him. Oh, the eyes are the windows to the soul. I can see fear in some of your gazes directed toward me. Elian's final madness has indeed caused him some trouble. He chuckled. Uncle Timali, there is no need to bow your head. I am referring to you. Galidor addressed all the commanders, specifically mentioning Timali, a loyal and honest knight. Now the commander of the 1st Knight's Order. At some point, Earl Selwyn stepped down from the long table, jesting at his friend. Timali, you have indeed shrunk in stature. Yet you remain as timid as ever. Indeed, Sir Telier is so timid he wouldn't dare peek at a woman bathing, Laughter erupted from the assembly, lightening the atmosphere considerably, and Galidor cast a grateful glance at Earl Selwyn. By the light of dawn, my lord, I am cautious, not cowardly. Timali interjected, energetically attempting to clarify. These rash young ones are fortunate to have us watching over them. He gestured broadly, encompassing most of the knights around him, pulling all his old comrades into the jest. The assembly was entertained by his antics, and laughter filled the courtroom. After a while, Galidor clapped his hands to regain everyone's attention. Let me emphasize, I am a man, a genuine human being. so there is no need for fear. Nor should you become overly enamored with me. After all, you are all men, and I prefer women, specifically young and beautiful women. The courtroom erupted in hearty laughter once more. Galidor understood that those present were soldiers. By employing humor and occasionally sharing local anecdotes, he could convey his charm and foster a sense of closeness. It has been nearly 142 years since the last of the Targaryen dragons perished. In these years, many of you have encountered fire mages and red priests. Do not harbor fear of the extraordinary. I, too, am Galidor, the embodiment of the dawn. It is only natural to seek a connection with our ancestors and borrow a bit of their power. Indeed, it is quite natural. Selwyn promptly concurred, wearing a serious expression. It was during a dream of dawn that I named you Galidor. He stated such things. Regardless of their veracity, a multitude of knights felt compelled to follow suit. Voicing their agreement, Galidor nearly succumbed to laughter. He was well aware that morning light was merely a fade for his dominion over Tars. Concerning Cerealian, I must clearly express my lack of interest in ruling the Seven Kingdoms. In truth, the knights of the higher tiers were cognizant that the military's next strategic move lay to the west, much like our second fleet had firmly blockaded Lorith. Yet, the Seven Kingdoms were but a mere speck in the vast world of Westeros. Timali, like a restless monkey scratching at his beard and tousling his hair, seemed eager to argue, yet his thoughts were as muddled as a viscous paste. Caught in a conflict between traditional knightly education and the insights gained over the past 3 years, resulting in a profound internal contradiction, Galidor waved his hand, casting a penetrating gaze over the assembly, and declared, "Trust me, when the day comes that I desire to march into Westeros, you will be most reluctant." Colin and the other 4 royal guards immediately understood the commander's implication, their grips on their swords tightening instinctively. He offered the perplexed crowd little time for contemplation. Continuing, "Moreover, I do not reject the feudal system. I still aspire to possess my own land, to become a landed knight, or even a lord, who can step forth." Over the course of 4 years, he had expanded his ambitions. Ultimately, his personal strength visibly grew day by day, inciting a restless desire among them to achieve merit and partake in the bounty. "Fear not. This is not a trap. I swear by the name of morning light." A brief silence fell over the court, soon interrupted by hushed whispers. After several hourglasses had passed, an elderly man and 2 middle-aged gentlemen cautiously emerged from the crowd. However, upon sensing the unfolding situation, the old man quickly retreated back into the throng. The remaining 2 men, their faces flushed, slowly shuffled backward. Clearly realizing the folly of their actions, Count Selwyn, standing nearby, covered his face, feeling genuine embarrassment for them. He recognized all 3 individuals. One middle-aged man was a former landed knight, the other a scion of the Tars family. While the elderly gentleman's antiquated thoughts and views were utterly shameful, Galidor chuckled, yet he felt a sense of joy at the intellectual advancement of the majority of knights. "You may return to ponder this matter carefully. Once we seize the Stone Steps Isles, I shall allocate a grand island for feudal distribution." After making this promise, he departed with Count Selwyn, knowing that their presence stifled the majority from expressing their true sentiments. Ironhand Grey followed the entourage of attendants at the rear, lamenting to his companions, "Those who wish for fiefdoms are utterly foolish, setting aside military salaries and bonuses. A mere fraction of what the commander might let slip would suffice for us to host banquets for a lifetime. Why would one desire to dwell in a desolate isle? Living in a cave and fishing?" The affairs officer of the First Knightly Order, Coney, chimed in, "Indeed. One must not forget that every inch of Tarshan land is worth its weight in gold. Would the commander truly grant fiefs?" Suddenly, someone at the back of the attendants had a realization and shouted, "Blast it, Ironhand is getting promoted. You've climbed above me. Just wait until I give you a thorough thrashing." This is Coney, who shares a close bond with Iron Palmglaive. It is believed that the military's orders will soon be issued, and we must celebrate the future commander of the First Knight Order with a drink. The crowd erupted in joyous congratulations for their friend's advancement. Chapter 11. The active elixir. The most exquisite active elixirs often necessitate the most intricate methods of creation. The trio, having undergone 3 years of cultivation in Galidor, now bears a resemblance to Godzilla and has developed self-healing and regenerative abilities. However, when compared to the true Godzilla, they remain a mere distance across a narrow sea. In the twilight of the Castle of Twilight, Galidor returned to the Alchemist Guild in the Eastern Castle, the most expansive tower, a structure both fantastical and desolate. In regard to the abduction of healers, scholars, and alchemists, forcing them to transition into potion makers, Galidor does not find it a source of pride. Within the entire tower, there are merely 10 potion makers and 30 apprentices. Yet it is one of the flagship products of Tars Island, the sole production unit for Tars brand anti-inflammatory medicine. On the highest floor, a vast laboratory connects all the rooms, housing for extremely complex distillation and extraction apparatuses that span the entire laboratory. In this entire floor, only Galidor remains. Yet the shadows seem to multiply, akin to phantoms. One moment he stands before a steel tank adjusting the pressure for the preliminary processing, and the next he appears before 4 separating funnels, 14 meters away. At the final stage of the process, droplets of emerald-like active elixirs trickle from the conduits into reagent bottles. 4 reagent bottles, glowing with a green luminescence, reflect in Galidor's eyes. The green glow transforming into streams of data that swiftly flow through his deep, ethereal sapphire blue pupils. Those are eyes that undeniably do not belong to humanity, resembling exquisite sapphire false eyes, cold and unfeeling, indifferent to all. In contrast, the ice-blue eyes of the otherworldly beings radiate an emotive persona. On the other side lies a realm of magma, an endless sea of golden lava, melting all things in existence, until the blinding sun at the center of the magma sea gradually extinguishes. A world of ruins, with shattered walls and remnants, Godzilla stands atop a divine altar, roaring towards the heavens, surrounded by countless titanic beasts that crawl in submission. The scene freezes in time as Galidor expands his consciousness, rising to match the towering height of Godzilla, over 120 meters tall. Dazhuang, do you see? This is the Crimson Lotus Godzilla, one of your future forms. Galidor remarks to the consciousness resembling a marine iguana perched on his shoulder. You are the king of titans. You are a born ruler. You can annihilate all and usher in the apocalypse, or you can bring an end to it. He can clearly see the spark of aspiration in Dazhuang's lively eyes. Humans, or any other intelligent species, can only worship you, can only submit. You shall live eternally. You shall be indomitable. Galidor continues to instill the greatness of Godzilla, regardless of whether Dazhuang's current intellect can comprehend his meaning. Perhaps in the future, your slumber will signify the span of a glorious civilization evolving from its inception to its demise. You shall disregard their rules and their very existence, just as the legendary Godzilla slumbered for millions of years until roused by the clamor of humanity. Just as a giant overlooks an ant, the illusory world shatters like glass, dissolving into fragments that vanish into the void. Of course, before that, you must first learn to stand, isolated in the sea, on the sandy shores, and in the forest. Seabirds circle overhead while a multitude of amphibians bask lazily in the sun. This is a manifestation of the grand spirit of Dazhuang, a mere rough application of soul power, a magical rendition. Unlike other shapeshifters who infiltrate their companion's consciousness to control their bodies, Galidor's consciousness enters as if returning home, willingly opening the door. During his first transformation, he illuminates his companions, creating a mental realm that allows their consciousness to materialize for mutual communication. Dazhuang's wisdom has been steadily enhancing, a result of his prolonged communication with Galidor. Alas, his intellect is not yet sufficient to shatter the barriers of self-recognition, and the manifested consciousness remains merely that of a small lizard. The active potion has been successfully concocted. Galidor, connecting emotionally with Dazhuang, soon appears to receive some form of information, and the solidified consciousness gradually fades into the ethereal. Dazhuang, it's time for dinner. At the castle dock, Dazhuang awakens suddenly, his eyes wide open. Xiang, he calls out to his 2 foolish younger brothers, who are indulging themselves in the nearby livestock pen. These 2 simpletons have failed to catch any prey today, their eyes distinctly different from his own, and his youthful mind harbors grave doubts about Galidor's words. These 2 imbeciles are certainly not of the same brood as himself. Xiang, Xiang. The pen echoes with 2 high-pitched, satisfied neighs in response, prompting Dazhuang to nod in satisfaction before kicking up a cloud of dust as he rushes toward the castle. In the laboratory, Galidor's consciousness returns, reclaiming his physical form. He collapses into a chair, utterly drained, as if every cell in his body were on strike. Alas, intelligent brain, you continue to torment my body. The optimized active potion has tripled the quantity of raw materials, necessitating more steps. Galidor struggles to lift his eyelids, noticing 4 test tubes sealed with corks on the table, a smile of delight breaking across his face. His body seems to regain vitality as he picks up a crystalline vial glowing with a warm green luminescence, examining its contents. This time, Dazhuang's template is the dragon bone, the second is the claw of the shadow lynx, the third is the brain of the white crow. And your template this time is Dazhuang's blood. Both the optimized and unoptimized active potions contain 3 exquisitely concentrated components: life factors, growth factors, and magical energy, magical factors. Life factors are extracted from a multitude of living young animals, bearing a hint of the cruel taste of blood magic that siphons life force. Magical energy is derived from legendary plants such as ghost grass and fishbeam wood, known for their magical properties. The template is the most intricate. Galidor, after years of collection, possesses several rooms filled with the skulls of colossal dragons, the bones of mammoths, the teeth of hellhounds, the claws of shadow lynxes, the tails of scorpion beasts, the blood of giant whales, as well as the frozen eyes of eagles, the remains of ice wolves, and so forth, including inflatable fish and dolphins, alongside various marine creatures. Living creatures of peculiar nature occupy the entire East Castle, including white crows, unicorns, and more. Galidor's reputation in this regard has surpassed that of Bravo's Sea King, who merely established a menagerie of beasts, as he has constructed a grand zoo of myriad creatures. Such an abundance of exceptional templates, further optimized under the control of the intellect, generates even stronger organizational organs within the trio. Coupled with his shape-shifting talent, Galidor is confident in his ability to create the most formidable Godzilla in history. Of course, do not mention the true Godzilla to him, for it is not a living being, merely an amalgamation of mutated cells. The total cost of raw materials has increased by 600,000 golden dragons, bringing the total expenditure to 800,000 golden dragons. The intellect's notification made Galidor's hand tremble slightly as he grasped the reagent bottle. His lips forced into a smile. The potion is only required to be taken once a month, correct? Is it not? Although Tars Island's trade volume now exceeds 10 million. The net profit flowing into the castle is merely 6.08 million golden dragons. This particular potion costs 200,000 golden dragons, and with 4 potions, it amounts to 800,000. Will they have to resort to drinking the winds of the Northwest in the future? Indeed, once a month. The initial dose can accelerate the evolution of newborns by 5, with subsequent doses expected to provide a boost of 2. The castle still possesses a reserve of 10 million gold, which is somewhat precarious. It would be best to swiftly secure Loras and the Stone Steps Isles. Galidor exhaled deeply. There was no way to cut expenses, but expanding revenue could be prioritized. Dragon sequence. Only the data of the fire drakes remains uncollected. It is advised that the host dispatch an expeditionary force to capture them in the Smoke Sea. Fire drakes are species residing in the Valyrian volcanoes. Aside from their inability to fly due to the absence of wings, they closely resemble dragons and can breathe fire. After extensive research on Targaryen dragons, Bachelor Base of the Academy proposed a theory. The Valyrians did not tame the primordial dragons, but rather utilized blood magic to combine the wyverns of sorrows with fire drakes to create this dragon breed. This also ensured that this breed would be close to the Valyrian bloodline, making them susceptible to taming by the Valyrians. Based on the vast data calculations collected by the intellect, this hypothesis holds true, and the Valyrians were not the first to accomplish such a feat in the Dawn Age. In the unrestrained land of Ashaya, nefarious sorcerers had already invented this blood magic, creating dragon breeds. However, intellect, you truly disregard human life. Galidor had no desire to thoroughly examine the capture plan projected in his mind by the intellect. The suggestions put forth were indeed feasible. A fleet from Tars, comprising 2 long-range crossbow regiments, 2 shield and sword regiments, and 2 archer regiments, along with an army of 10,000, possesses sufficient might to crush any of the 7 kingdoms. Additionally, with the capture plan provided by the intellect, it is assured that the fire dragon worm will return in 2 years. Coincidentally, at that time, Galidor will acquire dragon blood, completing the data collection for the dragon sequence. However, the region of the Smoke Sea is scarcely safer than Sophros. If 1/10 of the Expeditionary Legion survives, that would be deemed fortunate. This is the current optimal solution. You do not comprehend. The best option is not necessarily the most suitable one. So be it. Colin, you may enter. Upon hearing the call, the 4 royal knights promptly pushed the door open and entered, their pace markedly quicker than usual. Chapter 12. The Iron-Eating Godzilla Captain. The 4 saluted in unison, their gazes irresistibly drawn to the 5 large wine bottles beside 4 reagent vials. Galidor discerned the desire in their eyes and could not help but smile. Take them. They are yours. The 4 rushed forward, eager to claim the vial with the most substantial content. In reality, the quantities in the 5 bottles of secondary active agents were equal, precise, to the milliliter. Ahem. With a slight smile, Galidor advised, this batch is more potent. Remember to divide it into more than 10 portions for consumption, understood? The 4 immediately responded in chorus, yes, Captain. Valued at 800,000 gold dragons, the raw materials, which filled 10 large carts, had been painstakingly purified and concentrated into 4 palm-sized reagent vials through an extraordinarily complex process. Yet, this craft was designed by the intellect, with the core refining process, based on the arcane knowledge documented in the Academy, including runes and forging, constituting merely 10 of the entire process. Galidor dared not employ sacrificial or blood magic. Otherwise, the core process would account for 20, enhancing the refining efficiency by 50. Consequently, the raw materials could be halved. Yet the efficacy of the active agents would double. The 90 distillation and extraction processes, regardless of application and complexity, are grounded in science. Utilizing science to extract magical materials often leads to significant resource wastage and low efficiency, rendering efforts futile. Hence, the secondary refining process of the initial waste liquid was developed, yielding secondary active agents. Only Colin and his 3 companions, among dozens of attendants, could consistently consume the secondary active agents, thereby attaining extraordinary speed and strength that transcended human limits. The intellect speculated that Colin and his companions not only possessed innate talent for cultivation and ironclad will but also harbored the potential to break the century-long lifespan barrier. He also reserved a vial of the secondary active agent for the 5 family members in the castle, instructing them to divide it into 5 portions and consume a sip daily. According to Count Selwyn, the efficacy was remarkable. They could stand for longer, though they felt a lack of nourishment. Subsequently, Arianne and Alyssa became more vivacious, frolicking throughout the castle, much to the vexation of Lady Mary, who would often leap into Count Selwyn's embrace. Brenna's combat prowess surged. At merely 13 years of age, she exclaimed, "Captain, we have 10 more barrels of stimulants. Are they still from the military-industrial complex?" Indeed. With the second instance, a more coarse third follows, albeit with effects that merely deplete the vitality of the human body, inducing a state of frenzy lasting about a day. It is akin to a stimulant with diminished side effects yet enhanced efficacy compared to previous experiences. The expansive courtyard is filled with towering heaps of raw iron and copper, accompanied by half-height stacks of silver and a smattering of special ores such as moonstone and obsidian. Upon regaining his strength and arriving at the courtyard, Galidor observes the 3 little ones voraciously consuming the raw iron. For them, ingesting iron is far from pleasant. They would rather feast on soil. Iron is difficult to digest, much like how humans experience bloating or acid reflux. His awareness of their self-driven consumption truly impresses him. The benefits of iron consumption are numerous. Valyrian dragons, for instance, consume iron or to augment their bone density, while their stomachs reducing bacteria decompose excess iron, generating explosive hydrogen sulfide gas, which they expel through their 2 small openings. Galidor remains oblivious to the profound impact of his past life as Godzilla-like demeanor on the ambitious Dezhuang. The 4-meter-high stacks of iron, copper, silver, and various ores, totaling 90 tons, are gradually devoured by the trio. Dezhuang consumes the most, far exceeding 1/3, nearing half. After eating a third, the second sibling slows considerably, occasionally casting furtive glances at Galidor, his silver-like pupils darting around suspiciously. He has shattered his cognitive limits. Galidor watches the languid posture of the second sibling with exasperation. He recalls the intelligence statistics in his mind, noting that among the trio, Dezhuang is the strongest and most obedient, while the second sibling is the cleverest and most cunning, and the third is the weakest and most irritable. Yet, every time Galidor encounters the theatrical antics of the second sibling, he feels a headache coming on. He is lethargic. He fears pain. Does he still hold any hope of becoming the formidable Godzilla of the future, living up to the name Galidor bestowed upon him, the divine Huashu Void Erlangshan? Aside from his ability to charm Galidor, the second sibling has shown no other advancement, merely adapting his consciousness to his physical changes. Galidor has exerted every effort to help the infinitely potential second sibling surpass Dezhuang, yet all attempts have been futile. Even after showing him images of Godzilla, the second sibling only persevered for a few days before regressing. On one occasion, to Galidor's ire, he turned his back and forcefully expelled a single fart. A fart. Galidor was filled with frustration. Had it not been for the intelligence system's intervention, he might have lost patience with this disappointing creature. The spiritual worlds of the trio are constructed from his own soul power, residing within their bodies. Galidor directly enters the second sibling's mental realm, compacting his consciousness into a ball and kneading it vigorously. Detected heart rate spiking. 89 blood vitality reversal will lead to fainting. Calm down, host. Please silently chant sailing with joyful sheep, turning the tide with lazy sheep. Under the comforting influence of the intelligent brain, he reluctantly relinquished his grasp on the overindulged creature, accepting the inherent laziness of old two. Xiang. The anguished cry of Dezhuang reverberated throughout the courtyard, pulling Galidor from his reverie and redirecting his gaze from old two to Dezhuang. Weighing 90 tons, Dezhuang had forcibly consumed over 40 tons. surpassing his own body weight by more than 5 times. Now, his belly was pressed against the ground, prompting Galidor to hasten forward to offer solace. Dezhuang. Bear with it. It will soon pass. Intelligent brain, take over Dezhuang's consciousness. With swift precision, he tossed an active reagent into Dezhuang's mouth and placed his hand upon the coarse, iron-like surface of Dezhuang's head, simultaneously communicating with the intelligent brain in his mind. Xiong, Xiong, Ong. In less than a second, the mechanical voice belonging to the intelligent brain resonated incessantly in Galidor's mind, echoing Dezhuang's roars. Rising to his feet and stepping back, Galidor cleared space for the intelligent brain to effectively manage Dezhuang's evolution. Stop your shouting, Dezhuang. You have transformed the most with me, and you've exchanged souls with the intelligent brain more times than anyone else. It's about time you learn to speak. He could hardly bear to disclose to Dezhuang that Old Tu had already mastered the art of communicating with him at a soul level, their connection established through mere glances. If he relinquished control, Old Tu's consciousness could even intrude into his mental realm. Xiong, come, learn with me, Galidor. Shilai, Galidor. As Galidor and Dezhuang engaged in immersive instruction, Old Tu, with his swollen belly, approached the ever-expanding figure of Old One, appearing like dough rising. In his silver moon-like eyes sparkled anticipation mixed with a hint of fear, his tail anxiously sweeping across the ground. He had always been timid. Possessing intelligence that surpassed that of an adult, he was acutely aware of Galidor's ambitions. Yet, he understood the peril of evolution even more profoundly. Should the intelligent brain miscalculate any data, it could result in their transformation into a mere puddle of flesh. As the terror of such a horrifying outcome gripped him, fear overwhelmed Old Tu's gaze, causing him to retreat step by step to the corner of the courtyard, his tail striking the stone wall and creating fissures. The entire evolution process for Dezhuang lasted 3 hours, during which Galidor dedicated the same amount of time to teach Dezhuang how to communicate through their souls, rather than relying on the speakers left by the intelligent brain. Chapter 13, The Divine Presence of the Void, the second son of Erlang and the Fiery Lotus. Third Prince of the Demon Child. Dezhuang's evolution complete. Dezhuang's skeletal structure has been enhanced 20-fold, muscle elasticity increased 4-fold. The strength of internal organs enhanced 2-fold, and digestive capacity improved 2-fold. As Galidor regained control from the intelligent brain, he heard the familiar mechanical voice reporting Dezhuang's status within his mind. Project the data interface. Dezhuang, the juvenile evolutionary stage. 85, measures 12 meters in length and weighs 28 tons. Its strength is 4 tons, grasping and gripping force, with a speed of 90 kilometers per hour. Its defense level is 5 compared to a layer of 1 centimeter steel, and its intelligence is remarkable. The mana level stands at 30, with an adult dragon rated at 100 as a standard. Its abilities include self-healing and regeneration, exceptional digestion, long-range vision, infrared radar, up to a kilometer, mana radiation absorption, biting, clawing, sprinting pounces, tail whips, and tail slaps. Only 28 tons? Galidor marveled. Dezhuang's statistics were more than doubled in many categories, and its weight was over 4 times the original. Yet, Dezhuang consumed over 40 tons of golden iron material, with the intellect core expelling only 2 or 3 tons of waste, or leaving at least 20 tons of metal mysteriously unaccounted for. Confirmation: mana possesses the ability to assimilate metals. The mental realm absorbs mana particles to convert energy, tempering the physical form. Was there sufficient data to establish a mana core computation model this time? Galidor felt a surge of anticipation, as the intellect core had previously proposed numerous theories based on earlier anomalies. This included hypotheses about the properties of mana particles and the unique shape-shifting talents of Galidor manifesting in the 3 little beings. Prediction: lacking 90 basic data points. Establishment is impossible. Galidor felt a twinge of disappointment. He had always believed that dragons in this world were excessively fragile, capable of being slain by crossbow bolts. However, the infinite growth characteristic of colossal dragons and the increasing intensity of their dragon flames with age were traits he coveted. Both characteristics undoubtedly required mana to be realized. Otherwise, it would contradict biological science. In Galidor's plan, as long as the data concerning the dragon sequence within the intellect core was completed, he could establish a computation model possessing these 2 traits. Moreover, Galidor's ambition soared even higher: the subsequent collection of data to generate a mana core, akin to a magical version of a mana reactor, was intended to self-generate advanced mana radiation. Dezhuang's skeletal activity, hardness, toughness, and corrosion resistance are all over 10-fold superior to that of an adult dragon, while the mana particles within its marrow are merely a quarter of that of an adult dragon. Xiong, A resounding roar echoed throughout the eastern castle, interrupting the dialogue between Galidor and the intellect core. He looked up to witness the Zhuang suddenly propelling itself from the ground, its forelimbs slowly lifting, while its hind legs sank into the earth of the courtyard, sending a cloud of dust swirling. Xiang. De Zhuang had risen to its feet. Xiang. Galidor was overjoyed. Gazing up at De Zhuang, now towering 7 to 8 meters high, roaring defiantly at the sky. Reminiscent of the legendary Godzilla that had once devastated Boston and unleashed the nuclear explosion upon Ghidorah. De Zhuang. Well done, Galidor exclaimed, and to his delight, De Zhuang turned its head to look at him, eyes brimming with affection. Try taking a few steps. De Zhuang comprehended the command, but as it took its first step, its tail instinctively followed suit, swinging out like a fourth limb. Bang! De Zhuang's body immediately wavered, teetering for half a second before he succumbed to gravity and sat heavily on the ground. His tail shot up straight, causing him to lurch forward again, crashing down with a resounding thud that sent a cloud of debris swirling into the air. Indeed, De Zhuang, with diligent practice, you shall surely succeed. Galidor furrowed his brow and waved his long sleeves to disperse the encroaching dust, approaching the panting De Zhuang to offer words of encouragement. Rest well. When hunger strikes, feast upon the cattle and sheep in the pen. No need for hunting anymore. As he turned his gaze to the second one, he found this disappointing fellow lying in the corner of the yard, feigning death. Never mind, let us attend to the third one first. Mind. Prepare to take over the consciousness of the third. He approached the groaning third one, soothingly saying, do you remember the essentials of soul exchange? If you wish to avoid pain, make sure to hurry and enter willingly. Galidor tossed a vial of active potion into the third one's mouth and clapped his hands. Leaving the matter be, this creature did not live up to his illustrious title, the third prince of the demon child, Red Lotus. How majestic, yet regrettably, the third had only mastered the brutality of the demon child. Xiang, Xiang, Ong. In his mind, familiar mechanical sounds echoed, accompanied by a well-known call. Enough of the noise, come, I shall take you to visit the second. He reassured the third before moving to the second, surveying the enormous figure before him, whose eyes were tightly shut. He inexplicably found the third, who was tumultuously stirring in his mind, to be far more endearing. He casually grabbed a piece of long burlap and laid it beside him, leaning against the second while closing his eyes, simultaneously beckoning the third to embrace the essence of his soul's power. Soon after, Galidor's consciousness was transported into a modern world. Roaring. In the ruins of Boston, Godzilla let out a thunderous roar. Beasts bowed in submission. Countless humans knelt in reverence. Galidor stood atop a half-collapsed building, surveying the crowds below, where another version of himself stood. Then he cried out with wild fervor. It took him a moment to regain his composure, and when he did, the first thought that surged through his mind was, damn it, this rascal is staging a rebellion against the heavens. In an instant, his expression darkened to a hue far more ominous than the bottom of a pot. Perhaps sensing the escalating tide of his fury, the third, perched upon his shoulder, let out an angry roar at the distant yet familiar behemoth. Xiang. The roaring Godzilla seemed to sense something, pausing momentarily. Subsequently, the legendary creature appeared to transform into a mechanized version of itself, slowly turning to gaze at Galidor with an expression that brimmed with entreaty. Galidor, hear my defense. Galidor ignored the thoughts transmitted from the second. He silently withdrew his hand, and the fiery wrath within him, akin to being doused with ice water, was instantaneously extinguished. For in the depths of the second's pleading gaze, he discerned a well-concealed flicker of fear. This creature, terrified of heaven and earth, feared death. Yet the only thing it did not fear was himself. It could be so lazy as to render him devoid of anger. Evidently, the second child harbors a profound fear of consuming the active agent, dreading the demise that accompanies failed evolution. Much like many individuals, he occasionally indulges in visions of a splendid future, offering a spark of motivation to his weary self in the present. His fear compels him to envision future triumphs as a means of encouragement. Galidor had long anticipated the arrival of this day. As the intellect of the trio burgeons, they will inevitably evolve into independent beings, endowed with a spectrum of emotions. They will experience fear, joy, and the desire to make their own choices. However, Galidor resolutely forbids the trio from rejecting evolution out of fear of death. As a shapeshifter, his duty is to strive to create better circumstances for his companions, enabling them to make more suitable choices. Even amidst the great dragons of this world, including the 3 of the Mother of Dragons, how many thrive successfully? The reality is that the majority meet untimely ends. Silence enveloped the scene as Galidor organized his thoughts, devising ways to encourage the second child. After half an hour, a smile graced his lips as he waved to the distant second child. In that gesture, The world transformed. The modern realm shattered and vanished. An isolated island emerged, with shallow forests in the ground strewn with the carcasses of countless reptiles. Standing at just over a meter, Galidor, clad in specially designed armor, closed his eyes, searching for something on the island. Second child, third child, do you see? It is the intellect guiding me, aligning with my brainwaves to seek out the benefactor of fate. Not far off, the 8-foot Galidor pointed to his former self from 3 years prior, introducing the 2 marine iguanas perched on his shoulder. The second child's eyes reflected confusion. He had been captured yet faced no punishment. During their exchange, the youthful Galidor discovered 3 tiny beings beneath a rock, each no larger than the palm of his hand. His eyes sparkled with delight as he cradled the 3, akin to holding his children from a past life. Time stretched and accelerated. Upon returning to Taz Island, Galidor spent his mornings managing tedious administrative affairs and dedicated his afternoons to shape-shifting with the trio, utilizing the existence of the spiritual realm to refine their bodies. The one constant was that each evolutionary anomaly of the trio consumed his entire focus, causing him sleepless nights filled with worry. Each transformation drained countless resources from him, even if the development of Taz Island were to be interrupted. He continued to expend vast sums of gold to procure magical potions and materials. The trio, once no larger than a palm and easily squished, had grown into formidable beings impervious to dragon crossbows. Tears welled in Galidor's eyes as he reflected on the past 4 years, during which he had nurtured the trio with unwavering dedication. Second child, do you see? You are like my children. These 4 years have been arduous, yet we have persevered step by step. He turned to gaze at the second child, who, indeed, reflected gratitude and admiration in his tiny, silver eyes. Galidor could not help but feel a profound sense of satisfaction, a deep-seated happiness blossoming within him. As long as I am here alongside the intellect, you may evolve with peace of mind. You will undoubtedly be safe. In an instant, the admiration in the eyes of the second child vanished, replaced by a pitiable transmission of thought. Father, even a tiger does not consume its offspring. This time, Galidor was taken aback for a full half-minute before regaining his composure. Damn it, this fellow is acting again. Today, without fail, he must swallow the active agent. Otherwise, he would bear a bulging belly, awaiting the moment of digestion. Enraged, he delivered a stern ultimatum and forcefully withdrew from the second child's mental realm. Chapter 14. Bachelor Reed. After a lengthy struggle that extended until dusk, the second child finally completed his evolution. Intellect. Project the data interface of the second child. Divine Splendor Void Erlang Shun. Initial juvenile evolutionary stage. 84. Length, 10 meters. Weight, 22 tons. Strength, 3 tons. Grasping power. Holding power. Speed, 82 kilometers per hour. Defense, 4 compared to a layer of 1 centimeter steel. Intelligence, magical energy, 26 with an adult dragon standard at 100. Abilities, self-healing regeneration. Super digestion, ultra-long vision, infrared radar, kilometers. Magical energy radiation absorption, hunting, camouflage, combat. The second child's evolution is complete. Bone density enhanced 19-fold, muscle resilience enhanced 3-fold. Internal organ strength enhanced 2-fold, and digestive capacity enhanced 2-fold. Stop feigning death. You must first learn to walk upright before teaching the elder. Galidor kicked the second child, who lay on the ground like a puddle of soft mud. 2 resounding thuds echoed through the courtyard as the dark, gleaming scales on the second child's legs absorbed the shock, causing Galidor's toe bones to ache as if they were about to fracture. Do not think that your skin has thickened. I cannot handle you. Xian, the second child weakly called out, and upon hearing the second child's acquiescence, Galidor displayed a satisfied smile. As twilight descended upon the banquet hall of the western castle, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, the Taz family had just finished dinner. Galidor peeled an orange from Dorn, occasionally feeding it to his 2 younger sisters, Yalyin and Ali Shan, who sat closely beside him. How sour. This is sour. Ilishan's short legs halted abruptly, her face contorting into an exaggerated expression, her large, adorable eyes squinting as if tasting aged vinegar. Ha ha ha, sweet and sour. He laughed heartily after tasting a segment, playfully tugging at his younger sister's rosy cheeks, which prompted her to pout and swat at him with her tiny hands. Yalyin, too, mockingly stuck her tongue out at her sister. Uncle Leon, you should try one as well. Galidor weighed the orange in his hand and tossed it to Leon, who stood beside Count Selwyn. Thank you, my lord. Brynn looked on as her 2 younger sisters vied for their brother's affection, a glimmer of envy in her eyes. Her character and age prevented her from behaving in the same endearing manner as her sisters. Nonetheless, her mere presence inspired affection. Brynn, having just received braces. Remember to clean your teeth morning and night to avoid infection. Galidor noticed her envious gaze and patiently advised, if you feel any discomfort, Do not hesitate to inform me immediately. Thank you, brother. Bren smiled, revealing a flawless array of gleaming teeth. At that moment, a young and handsome gentleman entered the hall. Glancing at the Earl seated at the head of the long table before discreetly approaching Galidor to whisper a report, Earl Selwyn set down his wine goblet. Recognizing the young man as a member of his son's retinue, presumably named Saluntus, who was tasked with monitoring Bachelor Reed and training the ravens. Ollie-san. It is time for bed. Galidor maintained his cheerful demeanor as he lifted the two unwilling little sisters and handed them over to the nursemaid, instructing Bren and the steward. Bren, Uncle Lion, kindly keep an eye on these mischievous little ones. Once only 3 remained in the banquet hall, Galidor called out, "Let the bachelor enter." Before long, an elderly man in a gray robe, his hair flecked with white, hurried into the hall, bypassing Galidor and delivering an opened envelope to Earl Selwyn. "My lord, a message from King Robert. He requests you to assume the role of Minister of Marine Affairs." Bachelor Reed grasped the red copper necklace around his neck, a symbol of his distinguished achievements in history. "Allow me to remind you, my lord, you once swore eternal loyalty to your liege, Robert Baratheon. You should adhere to your oath and heed your lord's summons, fulfilling your duties." Earl Selwyn briefly scanned the letter, yet before he could respond, Galidor interjected with a smile. "Permit me to remind you as well, Bachelor Reed. You too vowed everlasting allegiance to House Targaryen." Reed turned his gaze, casting a disdainful glance at Galidor, resentment flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, and thus I counsel my lord to uphold the sacred oath," Galidor exaggeratedly remarked, mocking. "Oh dear, the bachelor is truly diligent. A most loyal servant of House Targaryen." Before a retort could escape the bachelor's lips, Galidor's expression shifted to one of icy severity as he questioned the visibly uncomfortable scholar, enunciating each word with precision. "Then why advise my father towards certain doom?" "Nonsense. King Robert is the Earl's liege." The bachelor reddened, as if wronged by some great injustice. "He requests the Earl to become the Minister of the Navy, and must ensure the Earl enjoys the ancient and sacred rights of hospitality. His safety must be guaranteed." The Baratheon family has also sworn fealty to the Targaryens. The Starks too have pledged their loyalty to the Targaryens. And we all know the outcome, Galidor scoffed, spreading his arms wide and feigning a bow. Is the bachelor's knowledge of history swallowed by the encroaching shadows of malice? Need I remind you that Rickard Stark and his sons also received summons from the court? Oh, and to lay hands upon an infant is a flagrant violation of humanity and chivalric spirit. Can we hold hope for such individuals? Fuming at the insult to his hard-earned knowledge, Reed was nearly driven to exclaim in anger, taking a deep breath before stating, 12 years ago. That war was instigated by the Mad King betraying his vassals, violating the sacred rights of hospitality, as we all know. King Robert merely sought justice from the Mad King with his vassals, yet it was the regicide who truly ended the Mad King's reign. This is common knowledge, is it not? Are you, a man of the horse, merely here to amuse me? The nomadic Dothraki people, residing across the narrow sea on the continent of Essos, often respond to established customs with a resounding, everyone knows. Calderon mused inwardly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Thus, I now suspect that the 3 princes are the illegitimate offspring of the Queen and Ser Jaime, the Kingsguard, and that both the King and the Privy Council have fallen under the control of the Lannisters. Should I raise an army against King's Landing for the sake of my liege lord, to reclaim justice for my sovereign? Upon hearing these words, Maester Reed swallowed hard, trembling with fear. Count Selwyn's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This was indeed a compelling justification. Moreover, much of this justification was rooted in reality. Alas, it is truly worrisome. What if we press too hard, and amidst the chaos, our liege, the Baratheon family, falls victim to the regicide? Calderon's face was etched with concern, as though this calamity were already unfolding. It is worth noting that the regicide has a history of such treachery, and they are also intent on exterminating Jon Arryn's family, the current hand of the king. You. Reed's voice trembled, his countenance a mix of panic and disbelief, retreating in horror at Calderon's blasphemous words until he was cornered against the wall. "Calen, what do you propose we do?" Calderon seemed oblivious to the scholar's terror, turning instead to his companion. After a moment's contemplation, Calen's eyes lit up with an air of indifference. "What can be done if death has already claimed them? Let it be." His tone suggested that the fallen were not a king nor a noble family, but rather mere butchers by the roadside. Yet, the innocent people of the 7 kingdoms bear no guilt, for the sake of peace and the citizens of the 7 kingdoms. If the opposing party acknowledges their transgressions and relinquishes King's Landing, we shall graciously forgive the Lannisters. Furthermore, in the Storelands, the Lord has protected the bloodline of the former Duke from desecration, and claiming King's Landing to avenge the former liege lord should not prove difficult. Dorne harbors a deep-seated hatred for the Lannisters, yet maintains a cordial relationship with us, which could lead to an alliance. In due course, a marriage with House Tyrell could unify the Vale's scattered forces, ultimately leading to the North's independence. Alas, it is a heavy burden for the Lord, who must settle for being the king of 6 kingdoms to ensure peace among the 7. Ha! Kalen, you truly are a remarkable talent. Calderon laughed heartily, applauding the young man, who was indeed the foremost among the attendants of the 4 Kingsguard Knights. However, has he forgotten about Stannis of Dragonstone? We cannot allow the Lannisters to orchestrate another assassination. Count Selwyn chuckled as well. The young man's vision for the future might be overly optimistic, with a chance of success, albeit slim. Unless. Chapter 15. The scholar's secret. Count Selwyn gazed at his son, having heard the earth-shattering roar of the dragon hunter, Ghidorah, the 3-headed dragon. That afternoon, 500 castle guards had long received the edict to impose martial law upon the eastern castle. Deep within his heart, a thread of unease lingered, as he feared whether his son would be able to control the 3-headed beast. According to rumor, the dragon was already a terrifying creature capable of incinerating cities and demolishing fortresses. One could only imagine the formidable presence that Godzilla, a predator of dragons, would embody. He had once received an answer from his son. The true dragon hunter, Godzilla, possessed the power of the sun. Oh, the sun. Selwyn believed his son would not deceive him, for Galidor had indeed fulfilled all the outrageous promises made to him. Yet it was the sun. Scholar Reed was on the brink of madness, his fury overwhelming as he bellowed, "Damnable wretch! How can you even be compared to the Undulls, the Loynans, and the kings of the ancestors, the sovereign protector of the 7 kingdoms, Robert Baratheon?" "Ah, you are correct." Galidor halted his laughter, nodding in agreement. "Oh, you actually acknowledge this." Count Selwyn and Kellen were left in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend Galidor's line of thought. Even Scholar Reed was taken aback, his hands instinctively clutching his head, fearing that Galidor, in his disregard for decorum, might attack him, this solitary elder. "I am Galidor of the Morning Light. I command the 3-headed dragon hunter, the Titan King Godzilla. I am the mightiest shapeshifter. To compare myself with that mundane King Robert is to diminish my stature." Before the bewildered gazes of the 3, Galidor stood tall, earnestly adopting an air of pretentiousness. After all, Galidor of the Morning Light was hailed as the most perfect knight, having won the admiration of a maiden, one of the 7 gods. The maiden had bestowed upon him the magical sword, the Lady of Justice, as a token of her affection. The Lady of Justice had never once been wielded against mortals, for he deemed such an act unfair to them. "I believe I am merely emulating this noble spirit learned from my ancestors. Is that not acceptable?" Count Selwyn and Kellen were utterly dumbfounded, gazing at Galidor as if they had just met him. After a moment, Selwyn finally stammered, "Absolutely no problem. Quite reasonable. My lord is exceedingly humble." Kellen immediately chimed in, his face adorned with sycophantic smiles, silently lamenting, "The morning light is almost being played to ruin by my lord." Pfft. Scholar Reed completely lost his composure, spewing crimson blood all over the hall. Alas, how could your mindset shatter so? Galidor, rather than offering sympathy, relished in his misfortune, saying, "If, in a few years, the long night descends upon us, and you don the black cloak to meet the others at the wall, you might as well leap from it, pretending to be unconscious." "Are we? Get up." He approached the scholar feigning unconsciousness and maliciously pinched his nose. With the presence of an intelligent brain, one could read the opponent's brainwaves and determine their heart rate. Not only could they detect lies, but also assess the state of the individual. Pretending to be unconscious before him was indeed a futile endeavor. "Get up. I have another question for you." Count Selwyn and Kellen, witnessing Galidor tormenting the seemingly unconscious scholar, turned away in discomfort. Reed, the scholar, held his breath, inwardly cursing the heartless young man who showed no mercy. However, was his claim about the White Walkers genuine? It must be false. If it were true, he would be underestimating me. How could I possibly leap from the wall? That would be more foolish than death itself. Surely, it would lead to my demise by fire. Oh, 7 gods above, my corpse shall not be defiled. Alas, I cannot endure this any longer. I do not wish to perish. Cough, cough. Let go of me. Ah, breath. He could no longer maintain his facade, pushing Galidor away as he greedily gulped down air, as if trying to satiate an insatiable hunger. "What else do you wish to inquire?" Galidor asked with certainty. "Ah, you are the illegitimate son of the late Count Ismond, the uncle of King Robert. You are the Storm of Lean? Impossible. How could you possibly know my identity?" The scholar was genuinely alarmed, pushing against the floor with such fervor that his nails drew blood, pressing his body against the wall, desperately contemplating retreat. "Huh, is that all the Academy has to offer?" Galidor scoffed. To dispatch a scholar of Lannister's illegitimate lineage to the north and Dorne, while sending the bastards from the north, Vale, and Riverlands to the Crownlands and the Bay, thereby ensuring your loyalty to the Academy. Talos Island is fortunate indeed to have such a deity as you. Karen, pondering nearby, was equally astonished. The Academy truly possessed remarkable schemes. Count Selwyn appeared utterly bewildered. The events of these past few days had completely reshaped his worldview of over 50 years. Reed, the scholar, wore a bitter expression. Everyone knew that Miros could not sever the bond of blood. The Academy's council was all too aware that we bastards were the finest pawns for infiltrating the institution. The council served as the governing body of the Academy, overseeing all scholars, and all meetings were shrouded in secrecy, conducted solely within the Academy, isolated from the outside world. Seeing him unburden his thoughts, Galidor suddenly inquired, "Are you loyal to your family? Loyal to the Academy?" The scholar paused, still bowing his head in silence. Galidor squatted down, snapping his fingers, and sighed deeply. "Do you not grasp it yet? You possess no secrets before me. It is evident that if Robert were aware of your existence, he would have contacted you long ago. Yet, it is the Academy that has persistently sought to reach you. Have you not questioned why, after a month of possessing the glass candle, neither the Academy's warlocks, mages, nor shadowbinders have been in touch with you? The glass candle is a magical artifact, commonly used to assess another's magical aptitude and to establish magical communication with other glass candles. The merchant from Bravos was supposed to hand over the glass candle to you, but we had already substituted it. Although the Academy harbors a genuine ideal of creating a world devoid of magic and dragons, those scholars have never ceased their studies of magic and other extraordinary powers. Upon reviewing the regulations, it is stipulated that on the eve of the assistant bachelor's oath to become a full bachelor, the assistant bachelors must keep vigil in a chamber adorned with black glass candles. Lanterns and other sources of illumination are strictly forbidden within the room. Unless the assistant bachelor can ignite the candles, he will endure the interminable night in darkness prior to his service. Reed, the bachelor, was momentarily taken aback before succumbing to despondency. He had grown immune to Galidor's words. Truly, academia knows no borders. Who would have imagined the connection between the scholars of the University of Westeros and those of Bravos? Galidor was curious about what common topics could possibly unite the Bravosi scholars, who elect the Sea King, and the bachelors, who solely offer counsel to the lords. The bachelor remained silent, his head bowed, exuding an air of resignation. Galidor's patience was wearing thin. He posed one final inquiry. Is the Isman family aware of your existence? Isman Island is also an outlying isle of Westeros, situated not far south of Tarth, separated from Stormlands by a strait. Since the rise of the Tarth family, the Isman family has been subtly signaling their desire to submit to them. If the Isman family were to genuinely concede, their rebellion, cloaked in kinship, would undoubtedly be a significant blow to House Baratheon. However, Galidor preferred to wait for the Baratheons to self-destruct and had disregarded the insignificant isle, which was less than a tenth the size of Tarth. Do White Walkers truly exist? Reed had given up, instead preoccupied with the information Galidor had just revealed. Do I need to deceive you? Answer my question and save me some time. Galidor's assertion left both Count Selwyn and Karen horrified. White Walkers, the legendary harbingers of the long night and death. Count Elton Isman knows of my existence. Reed managed a wry smile as he met Galidor's sapphire gaze. You seem far more terrifying than the White Walkers. The Isman family intends to act as spies, to be traitors on our side. Such words. Galidor felt a twinge of indignation, though he chuckled lightly. Cannot one learn from Sir Elian on how to flatter me properly? Count Selwyn's lips twitched, feeling a pang of melancholy regarding his deceased friend being dragged out for ridicule. Enough. Karen, Reed the bachelor has betrayed Tarth. He is hereby arrested and sentenced to labor with the road-building crew. Galidor rose, nonchalantly clapping his hands to seal the bachelor's fate. The command from their leader jolted Karen from his shock at the revelation of the White Walker's existence. Subsequently, the bachelor would be sent to the wall to keep watch for the people of the Seven Kingdoms. From this moment forth, you shall officially embrace the responsibilities of a bachelor, serving as the chief diplomat, on par with the 3 ministers of the city hall. Chapter 16. Loras and the Staircase Isles, always at your service. Karen exclaimed resolutely, his heart swelling with joy, realizing he had surpassed his friend Coda, who was merely one of the tax officials in the tax department. Commander, the bachelor and I shall take our leave. As he escorted the bachelor out of the hall, Count Selwyn eagerly inquired, do the others truly exist? Indeed, they do. The old gods, the Lord of Light, the three-eyed raven, the children of the forest, and many others are all real. Galidor's expression turned grave. This world offers little respite for mortals, which explains why the Academy seeks to establish a realm devoid of magic and dragons. Impossible, how could that be? Count Selwyn sank heavily into a chair, murmuring in disbelief. Rest assured, Father, those creatures are akin to the Targaryen dragons, destined to be slain. Galidor feigned nonchalance to offer comfort. The others, even the legendary Night King, can be easily dispatched by dragon glass or Valyrian steel. Count Selwyn let out a significant sigh of relief, yet his brow furrowed with concern. What about the long night? At least 7 or 8 years remain. Haven't we been stockpiling food and dried fish? Plus, we are situated by the narrow sea. Ah, yes. Selwyn regained his composure and lamented, the future of the 7 kingdoms appears dire. I dread to think of how many lives will be lost. To alleviate the somber atmosphere of the banquet hall, Galidor jested. Well, as the 7 kingdoms falter, we shall feast. He strolled to the wall map in the banquet hall, igniting a new candle in the stone candelabrum before the map. The flickering light cast a shadow across the entirety of the narrow sea on the map. He gazed at the map and explained, this demographic boon is something we must seize. Once we conquer Lorith and the Stepstones, these islands could accommodate at least 1 million people. Lorith, positioned in the heart of the narrow sea, is the most vulnerable and isolated of the 9 free cities. Capturing Lorith would intimidate the free cities that covet Tarth's maritime interests while preventing the other 8 from uniting against Tarth Island. The Stepstones, formed from the fractured arm of Dorne, connect the narrow sea to the southern summer sea and are infested with pirates. Count Selwyn approached his son and spoke earnestly. Indeed, I have heard whispers regarding a grand military exercise. Would you care to participate? Galidor, warmed by Count Selwyn's unwavering support, suggested you could join in the festivities, bringing along 30,000 troops of the combined naval and land forces. Never mind. As you say, we old fellows ought to retire and rest. A flicker of interest crossed Count Selwyn's face, but he soon shook his head in refusal. Compared to the clamor of battle, he preferred the sweet fragrance of his beloved wife at home. Brenna was unfortunate, as he possessed much more than both the southern and northern hemispheres. Galidor was left speechless yet filled with admiration. But to wish for retirement at 50 was a dream he shared. The difference being, Count Selwyn genuinely lived a life of leisure akin to that of a victor. He was slightly more benevolent than the noble lords of this world. In Tarth, citizens could cease working at 60, attending school to receive food, merely needing to wield a stick to maintain order in the classroom. Can one fathom the consequences of being in the same class as their grandfather, yet failing to match his academic prowess? The plight of the children of Tars is truly tragic. Is it feasible to withdraw all fleets and the First Legion? Count Selwyn narrowed his eyes, his index finger gradually tracing the narrow sea on the map. From the moment I resolved to seize the royal fleet, I have been contemplating this very matter. Galidor elucidated. The royal fleet has vanished from the narrow sea. Even if we deny it, King's Landing will not be convinced. Thus, based on the might of the royal fleet, they will surmise part of our strength. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Count Selwyn's eyes as he continued. They will begin to fear that our power is escalating too rapidly. They will be concerned about what we are concealing. Indeed, the military anticipates that King's Landing will mobilize the fleets from Dragonstone and Driftmark to exert pressure upon us. Galidor pinched the small Tars straight with his fingers. However, the initiative lies in our hands, and they dare not cross the sea to strike. He clenched his fist and struck the western edge of Westeros on the map. Only then, the Westerlands. Count Selwyn was somewhat incredulous. The Westerlands and Tarzal lie on opposite sides, separated by a continent. No, it is the Westerlands and the Iron Islands. Perhaps even Bravos must be included. The Westerlands and the Iron Islands. 6 years ago, Balon's third brother, Victarion Greyjoy, burned the fleet of Lannisport, leaving the naval forces of the Westerlands in disarray to this day. 6 years ago, in 289, Duke Balon Greyjoy's failed rebellion inadvertently solidified Robert's reign through his military victories, yet the devastation wrought upon the Westerlands is undeniable. To suggest a coalition between the Lannisters and Bravos seems plausible to Count Selwyn, for one is famed for its gold mines, reputedly yielding excrement of gold, while the other wields dominion over the world's finances. But a collaboration between the Westerlands and the Iron Islands? That seems improbable. Whenever common interests align, even the most bitter enemies can become allies. Galidor remained unconvinced that Old Lion would not linger in the shadows of past enmities. Father, do not underestimate that Old Lion Esquil and Raven. It is quite possible that the Old Lion desires to incite the Iron Islands and subsequently utilize Tars to eliminate their fleet. Our Duke Tywin is a true lion, cold-blooded and ruthless, while Balon of the Iron Islands resembles a delightful squid upon the dining table. The convergence of both may lead to the pirates of the Stepstones, coupled with the fleets of Bravos, waging war upon Tars from all directions. His tone grew grave. At that time, Count Selwyn's voice became dry, worry evident in his eyes. The fleets of Dragonstone and Driftmark will undoubtedly join the fray. Tars will be doomed. He suddenly turned to his son. trembling. He exclaimed, "Do you wish to abandon Tar's Isle? How could that be possible?" Galidor was speechless. Did his father not realize how much effort he had invested in Tar's Isle? The early seizure of Loras and the Stepstones was intended to prevent such a scenario. Besides, this is merely the worst-case scenario we anticipated. Perhaps the letter I sent recently has already intimidated that old lion, Tywin. Count Selwyn's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands. Yes, we know that Jaime Lannister is in a scandalous affair with his sister. To threaten the other party into an action is indeed a splendid idea. After a moment, he shook his head again and remarked, "It seems too extreme. Perhaps we could propose an alliance through marriage. They share a common enemy, the Targaryens." Forming an alliance with the old lion is certainly not a prudent idea. Galidor scoffed at this and waved his hand in rejection. Moreover, I am not threatening the old lion. I am merely cursing him vehemently, insulting him, even provoking him. His letter to Tywin conveyed but one message. "Come here." Selwyn rubbed his temples, feeling his mind falter once more. Wasn't the intention to intimidate or placate the West, to prevent the formation of a coalition against Tarth? What are you truly contemplating? After pondering for the duration of half an hourglass, Selwyn conceded. It was only natural that his outdated thoughts could not fathom his son's intentions. A brilliant light radiated from Galidor's eyes as he responded with unyielding authority. "I aim to dominate the seas of Westeros through warfare." Suddenly, he turned sharply towards the banquet hall window, raising his voice in a commanding shout, pulling the dazed Earl Selwyn behind him for protection. Caw! A large raven had inexplicably landed before the glassy window, its grotesque fish-like eyes fixated upon Galidor with an unsettling intensity. "Dead raven, behave yourself." Galidor recognized the raven immediately. His gaze icy as he threatened, "Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to utterly disrupt the established fate of Westeros." The raven tilted its head in a bizarre manner, emanating an aura of fluctuating energy that seemed to defy this realm, reminiscent of a nocturnal owl. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Outside, 3 piercing arrows whistled through the air, silver shafts glinting in the cold moonlight, converging from different directions to entirely seal off the raven's escape. Caw! The raven screeched and took flight, its harsh, grating voice unsettling to the ears. "Galidor Tarth, you will seek me out." What troubled Galidor further was the hauntingly deep voice that echoed in his mind, penetrating through infinite space. Warning. Unknown virus data has once again generated and spread, now reconverging. The 3 silver arrows flew swiftly. Despite the great raven shattering the windows and rising with an unseen wind, the arrows above were quicker, striking the creature as if it were impaled by an arrow through the heart. "Captain!" The valiant sword master Colin, the thunderous Keed, and the silver-haired Nick burst through the door. Colin, with sword in hand, swiftly crossed the entire banquet hall to shield Galidor. Keed, in a single stride of 10 meters, leapt through the broken window, using the castle's architecture to launch himself and catch the falling raven's lifeless body atop the tower opposite the banquet hall. Nick followed closely behind, aiming his newly crafted crossbow that could fire 6 arrows at once towards the sky to cover Keed, evidently the one who had loosed the 3 arrows moments ago. "I'm unscathed." Galidor waved his hand to the 3 individuals, whose faces were etched with concern, and addressed Keed, who had just leaped through the window into the banquet hall. "Send the corpse of the dying Crota de Zhuang and the others." Keed nodded in acknowledgement. His fury ignited as he turned away, clutching the crow's lifeless body, which he had crushed into a pulp in his anger. Colin and Nick, too, were filled with remorse. Colin sheathed his chilling longsword and bowed his head in apology, saying, "I am sorry, Captain. If the Eagle Eye had been present just now, perhaps some form of perceptual shielding might have obscured the threat." Galidor dismissed their self-reproach, explaining that the sharpshooter, the Eagle Eye, was responsible for long-range and aerial defense. Tonight, it was merely the Eagle Eye's turn to rest, and Galidor did not deem it necessary for all 4 of the royal knights to provide constant protection. What just transpired? Count Selwyn finally regained his composure amidst the tumult, yet his mortal eyes could not perceive the danger posed by the crow. That was the 3-eyed crow. Chapter 17. Response from the West. In the West, the grand and magnificent Cayenne city stood like an ancient stone beast, resilient against the relentless 18-level sea winds, roaring towards the sunset ocean. The colossal summit stretched endlessly, with the howling sea winds echoing ceaselessly. Within the grand hall atop the stone peak, Tywin Lannister, the Duke of Cayenne City and Protector of the West, clad in a red and gold robe with a circular collar, held a candelabrum. Searching for something on the map sprawled across his desk. The candlelight illuminated the room, yet the face of its bearer was shrouded in gloom. "My apologies, my lord. I was urgently summoned back. What has transpired?" A deep voice suddenly interrupted Tywin's thoughts, prompting him to look up and find his brother, Kevin Lannister, standing beside the desk, gazing at him. "When did you return?" "Just now." Seeing you in contemplation, I waited for a moment. Kevin Lannister's eyes felt strained. Though Lannisterport was not far from Cayenne City, he had ridden through the night on horseback, straining his already diminishing eyesight. Tywin offered a richly aromatic wine cup. Sit down, have a sip to warm yourself. The height of the stone peak was thrice that of the wall, with the golden lion banners fluttering valiantly against the assault of the sea winds. The peak in the cold wind successfully overturned the sweltering heat of the long summer, trampling it relentlessly. Is this Tars white wine? Kevin inquired, patting his expanding belly. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the cup and took a small sip. Indeed, a little at night can aid sleep. Tywin's gaze shifted back to the map. Far superior to poppy wine. My lord, forgive my candor, but what has occurred? Kevin asked, unable to contain his impatience. This evening, his brother seemed less severe than usual. Yet, upon his return, he had received word that Tywin had executed several wayward handmaidens and had even imprisoned his unfortunate nephew, Tyrion, in the dungeon. The very air of Cayenne City was thick with tension. No one dared to show a smile, clearly indicating that something significant had transpired. Take a look at this letter. Tywin cast a fleeting glance at him and pushed a letter, composed of countless fragmented pieces, across the table towards Kevin. The letter from House Tarth, addressed to the esteemed Duke of Casterly Rock, hailed the noble guardians of the Westerlands. The lion has become a mad dragon. The ancestors of the Lannisters roar in the depths of the Seven Hells. The young lion attempts to usurp the glory of the stag. And the Lords of Storm's Inn shall never forget the lowly bastards of Tarth. Kevin, having barely read the opening lines, felt his vision redden with fury. How dare they provoke the lion? The Lannisters shall repay their debts. I swear by all the gods. I shall tear Tarth asunder and eradicate every last one of their kin. Were it not for the iron plate that held the letter together, he would have already ripped it to shreds. Even so, the iron sheet creaked under the pressure of his vice-like grip, bending inward like a small shield. My lord, what shall you do? Calm yourself. Continue reading. Finish it. Tywin listened to his brother's curses with an unsettling calmness. Even his breathing remained steady. Incest is the sin of the eighth circle of hell. The transgressions of Ser Jaime and his sister are inscribed in the wood of the seven kingdoms. Too vast to fully articulate. Washed with the waters of the narrow sea, their filth remains unquenchable. The shield of the Lannisters has become excrement, deserving to be reviled by the people of the seven kingdoms. I beg your pardon for my rudeness, if you cannot forgive. I welcome your lordship to dispatch a fleet to participate in the military exercises at Tarth. By the gods. Kevin revered his brother, never daring to defy his words. He suppressed his rage to read the entirety of the letter, only to erupt in indignation. My lord, the glory of the Lannisters cannot be desecrated. Please allow me to mobilize the fleet. For the first time, his radical thoughts surged ahead of his brother-s. Kevin had never before entertained such notions before Tywin. Calm yourself. Tywin's sharp voice broke through, his piercing gaze finally diverting from the map to his increasingly agitated brother. But my lord, do you think my heart is not also aflame with rage? Do you believe my regard for the honor and dignity of House Lannister is any less than yours? His expression turned fierce, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. Do you think I do not yearn to lead an army to obliterate Tarth at every moment? My lord, I did not mean it that way. Panic was evident on Kevin's face as he hastily clarified. I understand your intent. I know your mind is clouded with wrath. Tywin took a deep breath and raised his hand, dragging his weary form before his brother, leveling his gaze at the flustered Kevin, his stern demeanor softening slightly. But I have taught you many times. Do not let anger cloud your judgment, and never make any decisions when rationality is lost. For it is precisely what our enemies strive to achieve by provoking you. The gentle admonition from his brother began to steady Kevin's tumultuous emotions, leading him to notice another shocking revelation within the letter. I understand now, brother. However, regarding Jaime and Cersei, both are your own nephews, and I cannot speak on the matter. Kevin's words trailed off. It should indeed be true. I have heard whispers of it before. Tywin furrowed his brow. The words from the letter regarding the lion transformed into a mad dragon inexplicably surfacing in his mind, stirring a complex mixture of emotions within him, an amalgamation of joy, anger, and a hint of fear. Brother, why did you not suppress the news? Why were preparations not made in advance? Kevin was astonished. This passive approach was entirely uncharacteristic of his controlling elder brother. The rumors had already been contained during the royal council. Even Robert's Kingsguard remained oblivious to them. Only Jon Arryn seemed to have sensed something amiss. I believed that all would dissipate with the demise of our king's hand, yet what transpired was unexpected. Kevin was well aware of his brother's ruthless nature and his complete lack of mercy. He felt no surprise at the notion of Jon Arryn being poisoned. However, he was taken aback by the fact that House Tully had unearthed the secret. He lamented the peculiar rise of his family, as if miracles were perpetually unfolding. I have heard that the royal fleet has succumbed. Indeed, although there is no definitive information. A strange glimmer flickered in Tywin's eyes as he furrowed his brow, responding. Yet the royal fleet was dispatched to investigate the situation at Tarth Island and soon vanished in the narrow sea. Humph. He too was engulfed by endless confusion. Why had Tarth Island ascended so rapidly? What were the designs of House Tully? Was their objective the Iron Throne? Why would Tarth send a letter to provoke him? So many questions, coupled with the potential exposure of his children's incestuous affairs, compelled him to contemplate the worst-case scenarios, birthing even more uncertainties. This overwhelming situation left Tywin utterly exasperated. The hall fell into silence, the only sound being the howling wind outside, battering against the iron windows. Should the news leak, the Westerlands would likely face the onslaught of 6 kingdoms. Kevin, not overthinking, asked directly, "My lord, what do you propose?" As the enforcer of their might, he merely needed to adhere to his brother's directives. "I shall not permit such a dire eventuality." Tywin chuckled softly, leading his brother to the map. If Tarth Island truly disseminates ravens, we know that such a scenario is nearly impossible. Should it occur, Jon Arryn would perish immediately, and the Vale would fall into disarray, withdrawing from the conflict. Peter Baelish and Lisa Tully will also assist us in ensuring this. He removed a palm-sized banner of a majestic eagle from the map of the Vale. Chapter 18, Lannister, a debt must be repaid through generations, never to be forgotten. With so many Lannisters in King's Landing, Robert will awaken to this fact following his foster father's sudden demise. He will feign outrage at Tarth for sowing chaos among the 7 kingdoms while soliciting aid from the north. We can manipulate him, drawing Ned Stark southward, then tearing our masks of civility. As Tywin elaborated, the banners of the wolf and the fish were successively taken from the map. After confining Ned Stark, any sign of disturbance from the north or the Riverlands would be met with a strike against the dire wolf, instilling fear among the pack. Only in the Stormlands must we secure an alliance. It is only then that Dorne will suppress its hatred. Subsequently, Robert would also fall victim to our poison. Thus, the Stormlands, which ostensibly seek to attack the west, would descend into chaos due to the discord between Renly and Stannis. Not to mention the ambitions smoldering on Dragonstone. Keenly observing from the sidelines, the animosity between Renly and Stannis is well known, and Tywin would naturally exploit this to his advantage. Therefore, the siege by the 6 kingdoms is merely a trivial matter, rife with manipulation. Other families would select their presumed winners to participate in this conflict, ultimately resulting in yet another struggle for usurpers. Kevin has completely relaxed, as it seems his elder brother has long devised a perfect strategy. "What were you pondering just now?" Tywin did not answer his question, but instead inquired, "What is the family motto of House Tarth?" Kevin could not provide an answer. Who would care about the family motto of a minor noble from a little island in the narrow sea? Just as you are unaware of House Tarth's motto. Our understanding of the situation and power dynamics concerning Tarth Island is still based on perceptions from 5 years ago. Currently, all information from the island is entirely sealed off. All we have are whispers carried by the waves. We know not how formidable our opponents are, nor their ambitions. Do they seek the Stormlands or the Iron Throne? Are they aligned with the Baratheons or the Lannisters? Perhaps even the 7 kingdoms? Or could it be the narrow sea? Or possibly the continent of Essos across the waters? Tywin continued to speculate, his gaze returning to the map, sinking into profound confusion. This aligns with what the Lord once said. Enemies lurking in the shadows will be exposed, and one must pay greater heed to those who hide behind facades or whose strengths are obscured. Kevin displayed a contemplative expression, gaining further insight into his elder brother's sagacious adage. No, the strength of Tarth and their desires, even their insults directed at us, are of little consequence to the Lannisters. Tywin shook his head, casting aside convoluted thoughts, revealing a smug and cunning smile. The act of sending ravens privately, rather than reporting to their liege lord, illustrates their disloyalty to the Baratheons. Moreover, the nobles, including those in the small council and the citadel, who wish to witness the Lannisters' grand display against Tarth, are nothing more than fleeting whispers in our ears. "My lord, please forgive my dull mind for failing to grasp your words," Kevin exclaimed, tapping his forehead. "Having been insulted by Tarth in such a manner, to not retaliate seems inconceivable. How can this be deemed insignificant? Has my brilliant elder brother's mind been muddled by the sea breeze? Aside from the interests surrounding Lannisport, there are no other conflicts between House Tarth and us. Thus, their insulting correspondence is a reckless act, and reckless individuals cannot maintain absolute control over Tarth Island without revealing a single crack." Tywin elaborated, hoping his proud son, who has been reckless in King's Landing, would learn more strategy to support the family. They aim to provoke us, compelling us to respond irrationally. Perhaps Tarth has already devised a trap. Kayvon applied his intellect resourcefully, following his elder brother's line of thought. Indeed, the only course of action we could take was to strike at Tarth with our fleet. Tarth might possess some hidden advantage that could significantly impact the naval conflict. He chanced upon one of the 3 remaining flags on the map, the golden spear piercing the red sun, the emblem of House Martell of Dorne. Perhaps an alliance with Dorne was in play, or possibly both scenarios were true. Dorne harbored a profound hatred for the Lannisters due to the heinous acts committed during the War of the Usurper, when Gregor Clegane, the Lannisters' loyal hound, brutally murdered Princess Elia of Dorne and crushed her children. If Tarth were to forge a bond with House Martell, it would undoubtedly involve Dorne in a covert assault against the Lannister fleet. Tywin wore a satisfied smile. The small council and the Citadel dared not risk the disappearance of the Dragonstone and Driftmark fleets once more in the Narrow Sea. They yearned to see the proud Lannisters provoked into action against Tarth. Kayvon approached the map. However, a true lion would never allow himself to be manipulated. Nor would he permit himself to become a mere actor on the stage. The Iron Islands. He pointed decisively at several islands on the western border, stating with conviction, the key lies in the Iron Islands. Furthermore, it is highly likely that Tarth's true objective is also the Iron Islands. Why would the 2 mightiest fleets of the 7 kingdoms refrain from taking risks? Beyond the lurking threat of the Iron Islands, there were also the pirates of the Stepstone Isles maintaining a balance. Yet, Tarth's missive explicitly declared an impending military operation aimed at seizing the Stepstone Isles. Thus, the only concern for the lords of the 7 kingdoms would be the Iron Islands. Their iron fleet far surpassed the royal fleet, making it the strongest in Westeros. 6 years ago, when Balon Greyjoy rebelled, had it not been for the strategic disadvantage faced by the Iron Fleet at the Battle of the Isle of Tears, which resulted in its substantial destruction, Robert would have never managed to compel Balon to yield. Once Stannis confirmed that the Iron Islands too were embroiled in the conflict and could not land in Westeros, he would swiftly lead his forces against the vulnerable Tarth. Therefore, my lord, Kayvon stated earnestly, shall we declare war on the Iron Islands? Tywin smiled deeply, a cunning glint in his eye. No. It is the Iron Islands that will rebel, attacking the Riverlands. We shall send troops to assist the Riverlands, not to aid House Tully. What do you mean? I require our new fleet to be prepared. I have arranged a performance with Balon, all the while weakening the war potential of the Riverlands. As the 2 conversed, a powerful gust of wind burst through the heavy iron window, filling the hall with a tempestuous rush of air, extinguishing the candles and plunging the chamber into profound darkness. You see, no matter how you attempt to conceal or obstruct it, the wind will invariably find its way in. Tywin stepped to the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the twinkling lights of Casterly Rock illuminated by the moonlight. Jon Arryn would likely perish within a year after capturing Ned Stark. Robert too must meet his end. The West had barely over a year to prepare for war. Yes, my lord. Kayvon nodded in affirmation, resolutely declaring, I assure you. When the time comes, the roar of the lion shall shatter the hearts of all our enemies. Tywin's green eyes glimmered with approval, thanking the 7 gods. At the very least, Kevin is a most competent younger brother, and the Lannisters require their own hand of the king. My lord, what purpose does this tattered letter serve? As Kevin inquired, he raised a chunk of iron, only for countless shreds of paper to be swept away by the sea breeze, fluttering like snowflakes. Bang! Tywin slammed the iron window shut and questioned sharply, what are you doing? My apologies, my lord, it was the paper glue. Kevin replied with an apologetic expression, then, perplexed, asked, my lord, does this letter still hold any significance? A Lannister always pays his debts. Tywin glared at him fiercely and responded in a commanding tone. How could Tywin be unaware that the Tarly family was under the stewardship of Galidor, especially when Littlefinger and Varys could uncover such information? Being ridiculed by a scion of a minor noble family, while he himself was powerless to obliterate his enemies and make his proclamations, filled him with a profound sense of resentment and frustration. Yet, an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. The Lannisters might never recoup this debt from the Tarlys. Generations shall pass, and it shall not be forgotten. This letter shall serve as a warning. Our family shall have its reckoning in the future. Gather all the fragments and have Tyrion piece them together for me. Only when he has completed it can he be released from his cell. Kevin's expression momentarily faltered, a bitter smile crossing his face as he felt pity for his nephew, imprisoned in the dungeon. Indeed. Yet, having just angered Tywin, he dared not voice a plea on his behalf. Chapter 19. The superhuman Galidor in the dead of night. At the newly constructed tower of the East Castle of the Twilight Hall, Intellect, Project My Data Interface. In the vast, empty room of over 100 square meters, Galidor toyed with his unique active elixir while communicating with the intellect. Galidor, Lin Jala, Strength, Speed, 12 seconds, 16 seconds, Life, Soul, Magic Energy, 6 True Meditation Method, 5 layers 45, Abilities, Self-Healing Regeneration, Bullet Time, Basic Swordsmanship. The intellect projected a clear and concise display within his consciousness, revealing that strength and speed existed in two states. One he controlled himself, and the other was the intellect managing the limits of his body. The true meditation method was a synthesis derived from the academic city, encompassing the meditation techniques he had gathered over the years, creating the most suitable method for Galidor. It is termed true because many meditation techniques in this realm stem from the faith in a certain existence, borrowing power from such entities. For instance, the power of warlocks comes from the immortal Hall of Course, while the red priests draw strength from the Lightbringer. Even the three-eyed crow, perhaps possessing greater talent than an ordinary green seer, can embody all things and sing praises, yet perceives the past and predicts the future through the borrowed power of the old gods via the weirwood. Galidor's true meditation method entails entering a perfect state of unity between heaven and man, honing his mental strength and enhancing the essence of his soul. Moreover, this true meditation method knows no limits. Mastering each layer signifies an increase in Galidor's shape-shifting talents. In theory, as long as Galidor lives long enough, he could not only become the Green Prophet, but also forge an army of beasts that would heed his command. However, the training requires a state of unity between body and spirit, implying that he cannot truly enter a state of profound emptiness for practice. Instead, he must rely on the intellect of his brain to substitute for him. During this process, the intellect must halt all model calculations to allow him to enter a perfect state of emptiness, both physically and spiritually. Intellect, I entrust everything to you. With that, Galidor's consciousness fully detached from his corporeal form, entering the vast mental realm of the Great Zhuang. The Galidor who had sat on the bed suddenly became devoid of emotion, his every action appearing strangely rigid, yet impeccably precise. He consumed the active reagent in one swift gulp, akin to downing a drink, without a trace of discomfort. Unbeknownst to him, the bottle was left entirely empty, devoid of even a single drop. Boom. In an instant, a deep green fluorescence enveloped Galidor's body, his heart surged with vigor, the sound resonating like thunderous drums throughout the room. His muscles and blood vessels swelled, resembling a coiling dragon, while his facial muscles twitched in a grotesque manner, rendering him fearsome to behold. Under the intellect's guidance, Galidor flawlessly absorbed the active reagent, undergoing a profound evolution that was still in progress. The blood coursing through his veins surged like a torrential river, while a multitude of hematopoietic stem cells and white blood cells proliferated within him. The blood circulating through his atria began to condense gradually, forming a golden essence akin to liquid mercury, imbued with a hint of the sacred. Even the brain cells that should have ceased growing at birth began to divide and proliferate under the intellect's control, absorbing the life factors and energy from the golden essence. It was as though Galidor's life level was transcending, akin to a monumental evolution that, under normal circumstances, would take countless years of natural selection to achieve, was now being rapidly initiated. When Galidor received the information from the intellect, and his consciousness returned, dawn had quietly arrived. Crack, crack. Despite a sleepless night, he felt invigorated, as if an inexhaustible energy was ready to burst forth from within. He instinctively rose to exercise, his muscles and bones producing crisp sounds with every movement. With a flurry of punches, his arms whipped through the air like whips, generating winds akin to those of a tempest, raging through the room. Post-evolution completed. Bone density enhanced tenfold, muscle elasticity increased fourfold, organ strength doubled, digestive capability doubled. As he released some of his pent-up energy, the intellect's immediate report interrupted his acclimatization to his newfound strength. Intellect, project the data interface. Compared to the intellect's explanations, Galidor preferred a more intuitive data interface, which better reflected his progress and strength. Galidor Tars strength, speed, 16 seconds, 19 seconds, life, soul, magic energy, 12 true meditation method, 5 layers, 55, abilities, self-healing regeneration. Bullet time, basic swordsmanship, magic energy radiation absorption. Galidor carefully recalled the data from before he consumed the active reagent. Compared to before, aside from speed and spirit, nearly all other metrics have doubled, and he has also acquired the ability to absorb magical energy. His single-arm strength has nearly reached a staggering 2,000 pounds, indicating that he is gradually treading the path to becoming superhuman. 200,000 gold dragons. This is an extravagant expenditure. He rested his chin on his hand, silently lamenting the depletion of his modest finances. However, the efficacy of the medicine is undeniably potent. Galidor, smacking his lips, rose from bed as though he had genuinely savored the essence of the active agent. With a single stride, he created several afterimages that instantaneously appeared at his desk, where a stack of neatly bound documents, 10 centimeters thick, was swept open by the gust of wind he generated, the pages rustling with various handwritten data. This document is a weekly summary report from all the officials on the island, encompassing the data produced from their administrative duties over the past week. In addition to weekly summaries, there are monthly reports and quarterly evaluations, and Galidor strives to generate even more data. For instance, the Ministry of Urban Affairs is responsible for managing the farmland cultivated by the communes and reports the area of land cleared that week, while tax officials detail the revenue collected from the Taz Trading Company and the bank, among others. In the room, the candle flame was extinguished by the strong wind, prompting Galidor to chuckle in surprise. After relighting the candle, with the assistance of the intelligent brain, he gradually began to master his surging power. The candlelight illuminated the space as he gained a rough control over himself, drawing his attention to a dozen sheets of paper suppressed under a blue jade seal on the table. Unlike the summary report, these sheets were filled with red annotations in the empty spaces. These are the critiques generated by the intelligent brain, indicating discrepancies or anomalies in the officials' reports, as well as documents substantiating mutual accusations among the 5 major organizations. Taz Island operates under a system of separation of powers among politics, economics, and the military. Apart from the military's complete independence, the Ministry of Urban Affairs and the Ministry of Justice manage civil and judicial matters independently while overseeing each other, relying on the City Defense Army to govern Taz Island. Similarly, the Taz Chamber of Commerce manages 2 commercial streets internally, while the Taz Bank oversees the flow of funds externally, and the United Labor Union represents the voice of the citizens. All 3 entities maintain independence and mutual oversight. Likewise, the Ministry of Urban Affairs and the Ministry of Justice interact independently with the Taz Chamber of Commerce and the other organizations, possessing only supervisory powers, while the 3 organizations hold merely the right to report to the Ministry of Urban Affairs. This system may lead to considerable conflicts among the 5 organizations, affecting administrative efficiency. However, it simultaneously generates a wealth of data that is collected before the intelligent brain, which then analyzes the data to coordinate among the parties involved, rectifying any unreasonable aspects or personally intervening, thereby enhancing administrative efficiency once more. Moreover, until the long night has passed, Galidor will not permit the emergence of private capital, at least not to the extent that it drains the lifeblood of the Taz citizens. The entire Taz family of citizens must unite under his leadership, or more precisely, under the guidance of the intelligent brain, in order to endure the protracted darkness. He mandates that any data sourced from the grassroots must be confirmed and signed off by 3 officials. The 5 major organizations will periodically conduct cross-checks and accusations, supplemented by the intelligent brain establishing models to predict and compare actual data, ensuring accuracy in the information presented. The final 4 Knights of the Guard are also tasked with the duties of the Imperial Commissioner, conducting irregular weekly patrols across the entire island to ensure that the lives of the Taz residents are indeed improving. Galidor, undeterred by inconvenience, maintains that as long as the data generated is abundant, any inefficiency in governance is acceptable. Under the auspices of big data, fairness, justice, and transparency are paramount. In the 40th week, tax officer Ryan privately levied an additional docking fee of approximately 21 gold dragons, consistent with the report submitted by tax officer Coda. In the same week, civil affairs officer Sky intruded into the female dormitory of a distillery under the pretext of inspecting contraband. However, the Ministry of Administration found no record of such an order. A mechanical hum resonated in Galidor's mind, causing him a slight headache. He mused whether the intelligent system could be programmed to adopt a voice reminiscent of his beloved Lin Jieling. After a cursory examination of the anomalous documents, he engaged in communication with the system, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Chapter 20, Duncan Tuss. No such audio data found. Galidor lamented the loss of certain data during the integration with the intelligent system. With a hint of disappointment, he conceded. Then let us proceed with Ellen's voice. Ellen, a humble maidservant within the castle of the Twilight Hall, possessed a naturally melodious voice that carried a soft, endearing quality, rivaling that of Sister Lin. Any man who heard it would instinctively rise in respect. Received, the system's voice immediately transformed. Upon hearing the sweet, delicate tone, Galidor felt his spirits lift considerably. He picked up the anomalous documents once more, noticing that the intelligent system had already annotated processing suggestions on each. Galidor merely needed to review them before delegating the tasks to the 4 knights or allowing the respective organizations to address them independently. How audacious! Galidor retrieved the profile of Ryan Tuss, the most uniquely positioned of the offending officials. The Tuss family is a branch of the Tuss family, akin to the relationship between the Karstarks and the Starks. Galidor has always favored severe penalties for errant officials, ranging from flogging, fines, and demotion to the gravest of repercussions such as hard labor or execution. In previous years, there were those who naively attempted to deceive the intelligent system, resulting in Galidor executing the 10 most egregious offenders in succession. Over 2 years, he demonstrated his omniscience over Tars, revitalizing the administrative atmosphere across Tars Island. All officials have bowed their heads, adopting a pragmatic approach to their duties. Each individual is learning, accumulating experience, and striving for progress. The charges of embezzlement against Ryan Tuss could be grave or minor, yet his unique status prompted Galidor to heed the Intelligence Systems Council, summon the parents. As time slipped away, dawn approached. His golden hair brushed against his ears as he detected hurried footsteps echoing from the corridor beyond a wall. At this hour, he surmised that some urgent matter had arisen. Before the visitor could knock on the door, he swiftly materialized 10 meters away at the entrance and opened it unceremoniously. "Ah, young master, you are awake," exclaimed Right Eye, retracting his raised hand to his chest, seemingly caught off guard. "What is the matter?" Galithorn inquired of the breathless servant while fastening his leather coat adorned with delicate golden water patterns, his well-defined physique evident in its entirety. "My lord, Sir Duncan has returned." The servant lowered his head in silence, as their master had strictly forbidden them from serving him closely. It was truly disheartening. "Ah, the teacher has returned." A spark of excitement lit up Galithorn's eyes, prompting him to hasten his steps towards the banquet hall of the Eastern Castle. As dawn broke, the candles in the banquet hall had burned out, and the vigilant figure of the eagle-eyed sentinel stood respectfully by the long table, his formerly piercing golden gaze now subdued. It is often said in the free city-states that our fleet dominates the narrow seas. I did not expect the First Legion to take shape so swiftly. Indeed, my lord. I find it difficult to meet your gaze. What is the matter? This is something you must inquire of the commander. I thought I could slip in through the construction of the fourth port. You have done well. I was discovered by the sentries you arranged as soon as I entered. You are far too modest. An elderly man, weary and haggard, sat at the banquet table, cradling a steaming bowl of soup, idly inquiring while shaking his head in lamentation over the significant changes on Tars Island. "Teacher, please sit down. You have worked hard." Galithorn quickly entered the banquet hall, darting to the tall elder's side and assisting him to sit before he could even acknowledge him with a bow. "The morning light of Tars. I extend my most sincere greetings to you, my benevolent and wise patriarch, the Star of Dusk." The elder rose, towering nearly 2 meters, with a formidable physique. Yet he was unable to resist Galithorn's insistence and had to sit down, bowing his head in respect. "May the morning light bless you as well. The glory of the Star of Dusk be with you." Galithorn chuckled lightly. The elder was both enlightened and traditional, albeit overly concerned with etiquette. Sir Duncan Tars was the patriarch of the Tars family, the father of Commander Cage Tars of the 2nd Sword and Shield Regiment of the 1st Legion, and the grandfather of Chief Diplomat Karen Tars and Tax Officer Ryan Tars. He was also Galithorn's mentor, having guided him through the free city-states and across the narrow seas. In the original narrative, Count Selwyn was plagued by concerns over familial legacy, viewing Brenna merely as a vessel for reproduction, arranging several marriages for her which were continuously rebuffed, leading to further ridicule. Galithorn speculated that Brenna's pure and courageous spirit had remained untainted despite enduring unconventional domestic abuse, largely due to her mentor's guidance. On the other hand, he needed to negotiate a favor with the future mother of dragons, Daenerys Targaryen, and it was improbable that he would hastily part with tens of thousands of golden dragons. He had deliberately arranged for the composed and loyal Sir Duncan to remain, accompanied by a member of the retinue, Leon Storm, to protect the 2 siblings, primarily to care for the future mother of dragons. As for the sleeping dragon, Viserys, he had not paid any heed to the daydreaming slumberer. The 2 knights would not regard the so-called heir to the Iron Throne with any seriousness. "Teacher, you only returned 6 months ago." Gallion calculated the time and, gazing at the elderly man with a grizzled beard and weary eyes, inquired, "Were the Targaryen siblings taken away by Illyrio?" "Indeed, my lord." Duncan's eyes sparkled with admiration and affection for Gallion, who, like Count Selwyn, firmly believed that Gallion was the reincarnation of their ancestor, Don Gallion. Ordinary individuals, even those legendary true knights, cannot possess innate knowledge from birth, repeatedly perform miracles, or wield prophetic abilities. Not to mention, under Gallion's stewardship, Tarth Island flourished and prospered. The elder took a sip of the warm soup before responding. 3 months ago, Illyrio sent word, stating that Lord Viserys insisted on taking Princess Daenerys to Pentos in search of hope for reclaiming the Iron Throne. Huh. Gallion couldn't help but smirk derisively. Illyrio intends to use the siblings as a precursor for his own son, young Griffin. My lord, after all, Lord Viserys has not received the teachings of the elders. The elder chuckled, recalling how 6 months prior, Gallion had revealed Illyrio's true intentions to him. There is no love without reason in this world. The sleeping dragon not only indulges in daydreams but also struggles to discern good from evil. Illyrio, the wealthy merchant governor of Pentos, indeed holds a status slightly inferior to the finance minister promised by Viserys, yet not by much. The merchant governor enjoys greater freedom. Any astute businessman would not risk the loss of life and wealth for a mere profit. Illyrio harbors loftier ambitions, seeking to place his son, young Griffin, ward of his beloved wife, Scylla, upon the Iron Throne. In the original narrative, this shrewd merchant conspired with Varys to package young Griffin as Rhaegar Targaryen's son, leading the Golden Company to invade Storm's End with the intent of seizing the Iron Throne. Furthermore, Scylla and Varys might be siblings, both sharing the bloodline of House Blackfyre. House Blackfyre, known as the Black Dragon, was founded by Daemon Blackfyre, a legitimized Targaryen bastard. In the year 196 AC, approximately a century ago, Daemon Blackfyre instigated the Blackfyre Rebellion, contending with another Targaryen, the Red Dragon, for the Iron Throne. 5 rebellions ended in failure, leading to Daenerys' grandfather, Aegon V, ascending to power, while the remnants of House Blackfyre fled to the continent of Essos. Illyrio's schemes hold little significance for Gallion. The Narrow Sea is currently under Tarth Island's dominion. Gallion would not dare, even with tenfold courage, to land on Storm's End as depicted in the original tale. With a mere scoff, he eagerly inquired, "Teacher, have the matters been clarified?" Chapter 21. Ice Dragon, Sea Dragon, and the Great Dragons of Valyria. Duncan's smile momentarily froze, and he lowered his proud head, responding in hushed tones, "My lord, I have interrogated 4 of Illyrio's personal attendants and 2 lovers, and confirmed that the 3 fossil dragon eggs he possesses originate from the former Sea Lord of Braavos. It appears that Illyrio lied to Daenerys and the others." Gallion's brow furrowed. Although he had anticipated this revelation, he could not help but feel disappointed yet somewhat relieved. It is not difficult to comprehend. Pentos and Braavos are akin to the island nations and their American patriarch from a previous life. If the head of a conglomerate from an island nation were to pilfer a family heirloom from a former president of the American patriarch, would he choose to commit seppuku, or would he prefer that Uncle Sam's soldiers pay him a visit? The dragon eggs are indeed of immense value. In the original narrative, Yora was unaware of Daenerys' ability to hatch dragons and advised her to trade the dragon eggs for a ship, which was a gross misappropriation. Such a conundrum for the teacher. Galidon felt a tinge of guilt and consoled. All honors and sins shall be attributed to the dawn. Moreover, your sacrifice is for the family. Duncan Tarth is a true knight, embodying integrity and humility, taking pride in the noble spirit of the legendary tall knight of the King's Guard. He insisted that the teacher discreetly investigate the origin of the 3 dragon eggs, a process that would undoubtedly employ some cruel methods of interrogation. This was something the elder wished to avoid, let alone execute personally. It would likely leave him feeling ashamed for the remainder of his life. For the dawn, for Tarth, I am willing to sacrifice my own life. Yet, I live without regret. My greatest concern is the loss of my knightly honor. The elder's expression softened slightly as he took a sip of the hot soup. Rest assured, teacher, there will be no such orders again. He vowed earnestly. You have worked hard. Finish your soup and return to rest. Indeed. The elder nodded in agreement, while the hawk-eyed figure behind him hesitated to speak. The hot soup the elder drank had been prepared under his orders, containing a small amount of an active agent. Galidon watched the elder's stooped back disappear through the hall's doorway, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. The origin of the dragon eggs is crucial, determining whether Daenerys is the mother of dragons of Valyria or of the world itself. The 2 seemingly similar identities hold radically different values for Galidon. Should it be the latter, he would stop at nothing to bring Daenerys under his control, even if it meant opposing formidable deities. In this world, dragons exist in various forms, including ancient giants and ice dragons, as well as lesser species such as pterosaurs and fire drake worms. Valyrian dragons were created through the forbidden magic of the Valyrians, combined with the might of the gods, melding pterosaurs and fire drake worms into a new dragon kind. Even if the intellect surmised this to be a forbidden magic capable of inscribing itself into the world's laws, it could not alter the gap between Valyrian dragons and true giants. It is akin to a time before the appearance of the Red Comet. In the current era when Valyrian dragons have utterly perished, many sailors at the Shivering Sea's northern shore have witnessed the traces of ice dragons, while beyond the wall, the Night King has transformed a multitude of wights. 5 years ago, Galidon beheld an island of ice at the Shivering Sea's northern edge, which remained unmelted even under the blazing sun. The island was exquisitely beautiful, sparkling like crystal diamonds in the sunlight. However, shortly thereafter, within the cabin, Galidon unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of reversed blood, his brow pulsating violently, as if his heart were gripped tightly by an unseen force, causing it to abruptly cease its rhythm. A chilling sensation enveloped his body, rendering his extremities as frigid as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Had it not been for the intelligent brain activating emergency management to administer life-saving stimulant medications, Galidor might have succumbed to cardiac arrest. In the distant shadows of Ashaya and across the continent of Sitharos, true dragons and magic have never truly vanished. The intelligent brain, based on extensive theoretical deductions, concluded that the dragons of Valyria were born of magic and thus profoundly reliant on magical energy to sustain their lives and inherent draconic traits. As the tides of magical energy recede, dragons would first find themselves deprived of the vital energy necessary for their existence, leading to their premature demise. The appearance of the Red Comet, heralding the return of magical energy, would ensure that any remaining dragon eggs could draw upon the abundant magical energy present in the continent, or even the entire world, facilitating their initial birth. Blood and fire share a common origin. Daenerys' bloodline power serves as the key to activating this rule. This has led to a profound misunderstanding within this world, where the extraordinary is believed to be brought forth by dragons. After all, any dragon, regardless of its species, remains the pinnacle of combat prowess. Now that it has been established that Daenerys is merely the mother of dragons from Valyria, Galidor breathed a sigh of relief, finally free from offending the deities who regard Daenerys as a mere pawn. Near the intersection of the first, second, and third docks ascending towards the castle, there lies a small plain thrice the size of a playground. The intelligent brain promptly designated this area as a commercial street named Freedom. Its location is remarkably advantageous. Situated in proximity to distilleries, paper and printing factories, sugar refineries, and porcelain manufactories near the docks. Even more fortuitously when viewed from the castle's towers or the surrounding hills. The plain is visible. However, to enter the island from the plain, one must navigate treacherous cliffs of waterfalls or wide open roads where one can easily count the number of passers-by from any elevated point. On the cement avenue leading from the first dock to the Freedom Commercial Street, Tychonestos, the representative of the Bravo's Iron Vault, surveyed the scene, noting the nearby monorail tracks and colossal freight carts laden with goods. The design is remarkably ingenious. The alternating elevations seem to require minimal additional power. Thank you for your compliments, Mr. Tychon, the tax officer from the Tars Municipal Hall, a rather unremarkable young man, responded enthusiastically. The raw materials transported to the commercial street are relatively light, thus still necessitating power. Each pulley system requires an additional 2 horses for propulsion. The Tars bank clerk, jostled behind him, could not help but roll her eyes. This official seems to have misunderstood his priorities. The tax department is solely responsible for overseeing the bank's commercial activities, while the Tars Bank is the true host for the representative of the Iron Vault. What left Tychon even more astounded was the sheer quantity of iron required to construct multiple tracks extending for thousands of meters directly from the docks to the mid-hills. At least 100 tons. How many blacksmiths on Tars Island are laboring to forge such an amount? He could ascertain that Taz Island possessed an abundance of iron production technology. The quantity of iron required for laying tracks could easily equip a standard nightly order of 1,000 men, representing half of Bravos' annual iron output. Bravos must acquire Taz Island's technology for mass iron production. Taichu firmly imprinted this thought in his mind, while maintaining a gentle smile as he said, "During my time aboard the ship, I had hoped to pay a visit to Lord of the Twilight Star. Might Mr. Koda be able to facilitate this?" "Mr. Taichu, you jest. I am merely a tax officer, here today to witness the negotiations between Taz Bank and the Iron Vault. You would do well to consult the diplomat responsible for foreign affairs on Taz Island." Tax Officer Koda seemed to ponder something, grinding his teeth in refusal before signaling for a meticulously crafted 4-wheeled carriage to approach slowly from the exclusive lane. "This is the special carriage prepared for you by Mr. London. Let us board. Mr. Taichu, please enter the carriage." The female staff member of Taz Bank displayed a professional smile, adding, "Our president, Mr. London, has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." Merchants disembarking at the dock were guided along the sides of Freedom Avenue, enclosed by fences taller than a man's height, leading to a long corridor adorned with red-painted pavilions. The position where Taichu and his companions stood was the first pavilion of the corridor, allowing them access to the first carriage descending from the commercial street. Taichu did not immediately step into the carriage, momentarily casting aside thoughts of how to leverage his assets to acquire the iron refining technology from Taz Island. He turned to observe that each pavilion housed a squad of purity guards conducting thorough searches, leaving him with an unsettling sense of being targeted. This feeling intensified as he witnessed the handsome men and women, the so-called smiling guides, engaging intimately with each merchant, exchanging kisses and whispers, occasionally playfully pinching the merchant's cheeks, seemingly teasing or testing something. This place was akin to a forbidden ground for the faceless ones. Yet those 5 lords had all endured such trials and entered the island unscathed. What could have led to their exposure and subsequent public executions? As this thought crossed his mind, a slight shiver ran down Taichu's spine. Mr. Taichu? The female staff member of Taz Bank, who had already taken her seat in the carriage, urged him once more. Thank you, beautiful miss. He dared not dwell further on such matters. His purpose on Taz Island was solely to represent the Iron Vault in commercial negotiations with Taz Bank, in an effort to ease the strained relations between Bravos and Taz. Within the second pavilion of the corridor, Captain Kalumo of the ship Laurel Wind tightly gripped the identification documents issued jointly by the Dock Scheduling Center and the Taz Merchant Association, maneuvering through the surging crowd with his daughter towards the exit. Having conducted 10 transactions with the Taz Merchant Association without any breach of contract or malicious disputes, he was now eligible to apply for provisional membership. Furthermore, he navigated through the purity guards with ease, having been minimally provoked, and boarded a carriage heading towards Freedom Street. Inside the carriage, a group of self-proclaimed upper-class whites suddenly found themselves mingling with two dark-skinned individuals, who were promptly isolated. Chapter 22. The representative of the Iron Vault, upon presenting his identification, Kuhulu witnessed a complete transformation in the merchant's demeanor. They abandoned their former decorum and showered him and his daughter with obsequious compliments. The goods from Taz Island are exquisite and affordable, yet the island is laden with its own set of rules. In the early days of Taz Island's rise, trade governors or princes from the free city-states, unable to gauge the situation, disregarded these regulations and found themselves on Taz Island's unfriendly list after several disturbances. Consequently, any merchant convoy that traversed the narrow sea would face annihilation at the hands of the Taz patrol fleet. When the fleet of Bravos was effectively cornered north of the narrow sea, being on Taz's unfriendly list equated to being barred from entry into the narrow sea. The only avenue for these merchants to mend relations with Taz Island was through an appeal from a member of the Taz Chamber of Commerce, which might restore their standing. Kuhulu and his daughter understood well the reason behind the flattering attention they received. Kuhulu, with hearty laughter, raised his identification as if eager to affix it to his forehead. As a businessman, he adeptly mingled with the crowd of sycophants, quickly forging connections and making arrangements to visit the commercial street for a soak and to engage in conversation with a tour guide. He was well aware that having numerous friends opens many doors. However, he tightened his rather bare feathered cloak, his gaze tinged with regret, reminiscent of someone who, after jostling through a bustling station crowd, found their once proud feathers significantly dulled. The press of bodies in the carriage had transformed his feathered cloak into something akin to a northern fur mantle. Father, if we become provisional members, we can purchase this shipment at a 10% discount, exclaimed his daughter, Kujiamo, grinning widely and revealing a set of dazzling white teeth. Importing white liquor and Taz fruit wine is quite advantageous, yet paper and porcelain are highly sought after by the foreign lands in the Old Town. Which shall we procure? Taz anti-inflammatory medicine, Kuhulu replied without hesitation. After we complete the import, we shall return to High Tree Town. The anti-inflammatory medicine from Taz is a regulated item, available solely for the crew of visiting merchant ships, regarded as a privilege bestowed upon maritime traders. Only provisional members of the Taz Chamber of Commerce are permitted to purchase it in substantial quantities. Given that High Tree Town is situated in the tropical summer archipelago, the need for such medication is even greater than elsewhere. Taz Island offers affordable wines, salt, sugar, and paper, yet merchants can find alternatives in other city-states. It is this unique Taz product, alongside items like glass, that truly captivates maritime traders. Additionally, we should assist in bringing back the new ship entrusted to us by President Kennedy. Mr. Kuhulu, I've received word that the secret of the mildew crossbow, which can simultaneously fire 3 bolts, has been stolen. I hail from the north. The appearance of sea monsters at the Five-Finger Peninsula is indeed true. I witnessed it with my own eyes, 4 long tentacles dragging a longboat into the depths. As I passed through Loras, I discovered that it has been blockaded by the Taz fleet. Gentlemen, it would be wise to take alternate routes. Which fleet is that? Is the captain amiable? The merchants traverse the world, seizing rare opportunities to gather and exchange valuable information. Outside the carriage, the coachman's ears perked up like those of a rabbit, exchanging smiles with the cheerful guide. Both men, elated at the prospect of receiving new reports each day, anticipated a profitable windfall. The carriage of Mr. Taichu traveled swiftly along the designated route, soon arriving at the small plain where the free commercial street was located. Upon disembarking, Taichu beheld rows of 2-story concrete brick houses lining either side of the street. The thoroughfare was bustling with a throng of people, rendering passage for the carriage impossible. It was not the narrowness of the road that hindered progress, but rather the overwhelming number of merchants crowding the street, creating a cacophony that made entry unsuitable. Lest the horses become startled, Mr. Taichu, let us proceed, The bank is at the end of the commercial street, that 4-story building over there. Adjacent to the Taz Commerce Association, the young municipal tax officer eagerly interjected, pushing past a bank employee to offer his introduction. However, Taichu's attention was drawn to a large announcement board at the street's forefront. Fairness, justice, freedom? The bold crimson characters caught his eye, stirring doubts within him. Was Taz Island on the verge of liberating its slaves? The island was rife with regulations and restrictions, where even the most basic human needs must be addressed in designated areas, where interactions with women were closely monitored, and violence was strictly forbidden. It was a realm devoid of freedom, starkly so. That is the announcement board of the Taz Daily, Mr. Taichu. The bank employee smiled, adding, look. The front page even reports your visit to the bank today. Indeed, following the direction indicated by the employee, Taichu's gaze fell upon the headline. Taz Bank to collaborate with Iron Vault, a succinct and clear statement. Beneath it, a smaller font detailed the anticipated projects for collaboration and future prospects. Even more thoughtful was the presence of articles written in both the common tongue of Westeros and High Valyrian. Truly, it is remarkably fair and just, Taichu exclaimed, noting an article detailing how a merchant from Bravos successfully reclaimed his rightful profits after a pricing error at the docks through a formal appeal to Taz Island. This merchant was an acquaintance of his, confirming the authenticity of the report. Yet, he scarcely acknowledged the notion of freedom. In his view, it was hardly fitting for Taz Island to advocate for such ideals. However, what did the foreign inscription imply? Taichu inquired, tilting his head toward the bank employee. His keen eye noticed the significance of the two small words in the upper right corner, an observation that might elude others, but not him. Could it be? Indeed. We also possess an internal daily report tailored for the citizens of Tarth, which contains the policy declarations issued by our esteemed Lord Morninglight. The Morninglight commercial street is exclusively designated for our citizens, with prices on goods that are at least half cheaper than those found here. As the female staff member continued to speak at length, Koda's gaze sharpened, and he interjected, unable to be disregarded. Mr. Taichu, Mr. Lunding has been waiting for us all morning. Don't you think it's time we took our leave? The female employee, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned pale and fell silent. There's no rush. This is my first visit to Tars Island, and I would be grateful if the tax officer could show me around. However, Taichu waved his hand with keen interest, for while the tax officer appeared cordial, he was subtly obstructing any deeper inquiry into the intricacies of Tars Island. Yet, the overt strength and character displayed by Tars Island were already enough to leave him both awestruck and covetous. Of course, it would be splendid if the tax officer could arrange for me to meet the Lord of the Evening Star. Mr. Taichu, you are too courteous. How could a mere tax officer like Koda possibly meet the Lord of the Evening Star? Koda shook his head in distress. For his friend Karen had already rushed to the tax department early that morning, fraternizing with the tax minister, Mr. Jess, which seemed to be a blatant mockery of the honest. After considerable effort, he had learned that Taichu's vessel would dock today. Intending to monitor him and gain a small advantage, yet, he unexpectedly encountered a talkative female employee. Mr. Koda, you jest. And Blavis. There are those who have witnessed you accompanying Tarth's Morninglight, Galidor, and visiting the high priest of the holy sanctuary. What? Ha! Eileen, is this not the representative of the Iron Vault, Mr. Taichu? Just as Koda was about to clarify, a hearty laugh erupted from behind. The trio turned to see a refined, formally attired middle-aged man striding towards them. Mr. Taichu, allow me to introduce our bank manager, Mr. Lunding. As the bank employee Eileen finished her introduction, Lunding, brimming with enthusiasm, seized Taichu's hand and vigorously shook it, exclaiming, Mr. Taichu of the Iron Vault. I have long admired you. Our colleagues at the bank have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Let us be on our way. Taichu, bewildered by his unexpected fervor, could only acquiesce to being pulled along towards the end of the street. Chapter 23, Little Daenerys. Far across the narrow sea in Pentos, the slumbering dragon Viserion and Daenerys, accompanied by Galidor's retainer, Lion, received a warm welcome from Illyrio. Beside a red temple, more magnificent than any pyramid, within Illyrio's nearly 6-meter-high residential hall, a grand feast unfolded. Viserion and Illyrio engaged in delightful conversation, while Daenerys and Lion, with forks and knives in hand, listlessly poked at their aromatic meat-filled platters. Your Highness Daenerys, my beautiful and noble lady, what are your thoughts on the wedding set to take place a year from now? Illyrio inquired, his right fingers gliding over the smooth surface of a gem on his left hand, revealing a wide grin with large yellowed teeth, while his gaze curiously lingered on Lion, who remained ever vigilant with his greatsword. Zargo Ko, the most illustrious Ko of the plains, commands an army of 100,000 roaring warriors, capable of effortlessly aiding the prince in reclaiming the Iron Throne. Your union with him is intended to uphold the glory of House Targaryen. Upon his utterance, The raucous banquet fell into a hushed silence, with numerous guests casting expectant or stern glances towards Daenerys. The musicians discreetly ceased their playing, and the singers choked on their words, too fearful to make a sound. I shall never wed a barbarian. The 12-year-old Daenerys Targaryen summoned her courage and resolutely disregarded the crowd's stern expressions. You are my brother, my only kin. Yet you treat me as a mere commodity to be traded at your whim. She shot a furious glance at the cold-faced Viserys, rising to stride out. Her voice laden with despair as she accused him. Perhaps Ser Duncan speaks truly. You are unworthy of the Targaryen name. Behind her, the bear-like lion raised an eyebrow in disdain, glaring at the furious and humiliated sleeping dragon, following closely behind. Contrary to the original narrative, after the demise of the loyal Ser Willem Darry, Galladon promptly located the siblings in Braavos. Daenerys did not spend her formative years in exile. She no longer appeared timid and shy, excessively reliant on Viserys, as she did in the original tale. On the contrary, the young Daenerys radiated confidence and bravery. Having been meticulously taught by Ser Duncan, Galladon valued the future mother of dragons rather than the gold-crowned Viserys. The orders given to Knights Duncan and Lion were unequivocal. They need not concern themselves with Viserys, as long as he did not starve for Daenerys' sake. Should he dare to provoke his sister or the two knights, they were instructed to break a leg without hesitation. Lion, fiercely loyal to Galladon, took these commands with utmost seriousness, thus becoming a nightmare for the sleeping dragon. Throughout 4 years of companionship, the elder Duncan discerned the cruel and tyrannical nature of Viserys, intervening only when Lion went too far. In truth, with her silver hair and violet eyes, Daenerys appeared more regal, standing slightly taller than Viserys at that moment. Clatter, clatter. After Lion exited the banquet hall, Viserys, emboldened by anger, dared to overturn the table, the glass goblets and silver plates clashing with a melodious ring. The rich fruit wine dripped onto the succulent roasted meats, sizzling enticingly. Curse be that wretched bastard. Illyrio, my master of coin. I demand you summon the warriors to slay that bear at once. Seated at the head of the table, Illyrio rubbed his nose with a sheepish smile, offering no response. His eyes betraying a deep-seated disdain for this beggar king, the limping prince, the sleeping dragon. While others may not recognize the identity of the imposing man, he, in collusion with Varys, was acutely aware of the man's status as the current servant of the Star of Tarth, and a close confidant at that. At this particularly precarious juncture, he believed that should Lion encounter an unfortunate accident in Pentos, the governors of Pentos would undoubtedly unite to bind him and deliver him to the Tarth people as an apology. Cursed fate. I am the true dragon, the heir to the Iron Throne, the future ruler of the 7 kingdoms, who shall protect the realm. The people of the 7 kingdoms eagerly await my return to reclaim the Iron Throne from usurpers. All must heed my commands. Those who defy me shall face the most severe punishments. Illyrio, I implore you, slay that bear and rescue my sister. If we wed Daenerys to that barbarian, we shall possess an army, and then we can rally the loyalists of the 7 kingdoms to rise against the usurpers and reclaim the Iron Throne. My esteemed treasurer, if you eliminate the bear for your future king, I shall appoint you as my hand of the king, grant you Storm's End, and bestow upon you the limitless gold of Tarth. As the slumbering dragon's words grew increasingly absurd and deranged, Illyrio suppressed the murderous intent swelling within him and cast a knowing glance at the enchanting handmaiden Doria beside Viserys. My noble and handsome prince, today is your welcoming banquet. Do not let such trivial matters dampen your spirits. The handmaiden understood, flashing a bewitching smile, as she took a swig of wine from a nearby table, then sat demurely at the prince's side, offering her soft, rosy lips. Laughter erupted. Viserys, long accustomed to such charms, embraced the delicate beauty in his arms, inhaling her sweet fragrance as he lowered his head to savor the wine lingering on her lips. Let the music play and the dancing commence. Drink up. All his anger seemed to dissipate, absorbed by the captivating Doria in his embrace, and when he lifted his gaze again, his face was alight with an unusual delight. Indeed. Let the music play. Prince, as long as you take charge, Princess Daenerys will have no choice but to comply. Illyrio joined in the laughter, though a tinge of regret flickered in his eyes. His ally Varys would never allow him to secretly intercept Daenerys, otherwise. He truly wished to substitute the stunningly beautiful Daenerys with a hidden beauty of his own. After all, within his governor's mansion, he could easily assemble a band of alluring maidens, using any girl of similar appearance to deceive those barbarians. Perhaps he could present those 3 worthless dragon eggs to Daenerys. A thought crossed Illyrio's mind. Everyone dreams of hatching dragons. He had painstakingly acquired 3 dragon eggs from the Targaryen lineage, belonging to the former royal family. Yet, despite all his efforts, he could not hatch the dragons. Every fire mage and priest he consulted confirmed that the eggs had lost all vitality, reduced to mere fossils. Unless a miracle occurred, those 3 eggs were nothing but valuable stones. Recently, a scholar from Bravos sought to examine the dragon eggs, and if confirmed to be the lost relics of the former royal family, the trade governors of Pintos would bind him and deliver him to Bravos for punishment. If he presented the 3 worthless eggs as a wedding gift to Daenerys, all his problems would be effortlessly resolved. The inhabitants of Bravos would not easily offend the formidable Khal Drogo to verify the origins of the dragon eggs within the Khalasar. They would instead seek to impose difficulties upon Illyrio as a form of retribution. Meanwhile, upon exiting the banquet hall, Daenerys immediately regained her composure. In this unfamiliar environment, the young Daenerys traversed the lengthy corridor, her heart laden with profound unease, which only began to dissipate upon catching sight of 2 towering Lannister guards behind her. "Ser Lannister, I was wrong," she lamented, her expression wrought with anguish, her small hands covering her face as tears welled in her violet eyes, cascading through her fingers and falling onto her delicate skin. Her clear voice resonated with remorse, for deep within, Daenerys was consumed by regret for having spurned the old man's goodwill in Bravos. "I should have heeded Ser Duncan's advice. I should not have come to Pintos." The Lannister, scratching his head in confusion, was at a loss for how to console the young girl. He had previously cautioned her, but alas, she had not yet endured the harsh lessons of the sleeping dragon and held familial bonds in high esteem. Succumbing to the sweet words of Viserys that lured her to Pintos, "I have seen through Viserys' true nature, yet I do not wish to marry a horse lord. I do not desire a life on the plains." The tales speak of those savages as devoid of humanity, living by plunder, leaving behind a trail of dismembered bodies and rivers of blood in their wake. As Daenerys wept, her sorrowful visage evoked even greater sympathy. With an expression filled with hope, she implored, "Ser Lannister, might you please take me away from here?" Chapter 24. The Lord's Prophecy. The Lord is never wrong. Leon, distressed, tugged at his hair, pondering the return of Ser Duncan to Tarth Island, and found it exceedingly difficult to make a decision. "Your Grace, even if I wished to take you from here, Illyrio would not permit it." After a moment, he shook his head in refusal. "Once the mask is torn, they may hesitate to harm my life. Yet there are countless ways to ensnare me. In such a case, escape would be impossible for you." Leon's words plunged Daenerys into despair, her sobs ceasing as fear overtook her features. "Ser Lannister, you promised to protect me," she exclaimed in terror, clutching tightly to the hem of his dark robe, gazing earnestly into his black eyes. "Indeed, we pledge to do our utmost to safeguard your life and provide you with a proper education and upbringing," Leon affirmed, patting the young girl's head in a soothing manner. "However, we shall not interfere with your choices. The Lord has spoken of the arduous path that lies ahead for you. Thus, from an early age, Ser Duncan has endeavored to instruct you in the arts of combat, the intricacies of governance, and the wisdom of prudent choices for your future. In Bravos, we have urged you repeatedly, even beseeched you. Now, you must bear the consequences of your choices." Dany felt the warmth emanating from the large, rough hand resting atop her head, and she implored, "I have heard of the formidable reputation of House Tars. Even in the free city-states, few would dare to offend the Tars family. If you were to reveal your identity, many would be willing to assist you." "It is impossible," Leon replied firmly, shaking his head. "The Lord has commanded us. We cannot declare ourselves as members of House Tars." After 4 years of acquaintance, Dany could discern the unyielding tone in Sir Leon's voice. In an instant, her complexion turned a ghastly white. While harboring resentment towards her callous brother, Viserys, she clenched her small silver teeth and threatened, "If Brother Galidor's prophecy holds true, the true dragon is born of my existence. However, should I perish among the barbarous tribes of the horsemen, you shall gain nothing." Leon burst into laughter at Dany's fierce expression, struggling to catch his breath, even needing to lean against the column of the corridor for support. Once he had calmed down, he flicked the indignant Dany's pristine forehead and, adopting a serious demeanor, declared, "When the stars weep blood, when the steed stumbles, when mighty warriors are consumed by the blood demon, the dragon shall heed the summons of the ancient civilization's supreme bloodline, reborn in blood and fire." Indeed, the Lord has prophesied. The Lord is never mistaken. The midday sun blazed fiercely, and the castle of the Hall of Dusk resembled an immense reflective mirror, competing with the vast blue sea. Within the Military Advisory Tower's Grand Conference Hall, a fervent meeting was underway. Rows of 20-meter-long, curved wooden tables surrounded the podium, where 316 junior commanders from the 100-man squad sat upright, while dozens of staff officers, captains, and port commanders wielded quill pens, dipping them in ink to inscribe on parchment. At the podium, one of the 4 knights, the silver-haired Nick, wielded a 1-meter-long teaching staff, gesturing emphatically at a map of Rolas in the central narrow sea. While Thunderfist assisted him with a larger, double-sized map, Rolas was the most impoverished, weakest, and most isolated of the 9 free city-states. Once we seize control of Rolas, we will explore its subterranean labyrinth. 2 ranged units must remain on standby. Upon command, we shall deliver a devastating strike against the target, even if it means exhausting all wildfire and giant crossbows. The 3 naval fleets must escort the fishing vessels dispatched from the Rolas City Hall, driving away ships from Thelosai. Mill and Riss, commanders, as outlined. During our 6-month stationing in Rolas, we must demonstrate our utmost strength to accomplish our mission before we can proceed to the Steppe Islands. Do you have any questions? Nick inquired, while Thunderfist Cade replaced the map on the wall with one of the Steppe Islands. A murmur filled the conference hall as the commanders relaxed their postures, whispering amongst themselves and conferring with their comrades. Galidon and Earl Selwyn sat at the back of the hall, reminiscent of school leaders auditing a classroom in a past life. Intellect. From where does the black stone of Rola's subterranean labyrinth originate? He had a profound understanding of the grand exercise, engaging in a mental dialogue with the intellect of the mind. Black stone is one of the extraordinary materials in this world, akin to the magical stones forged by dragon flames, commonly found in ancient wonders such as the city of Asha, the towering spires of the Old Town, and the labyrinth of Lorith. According to the legends of the Elysium, the Bloodstone Emperor, who heralded the arrival of the Long Night, worshipped a black stone that had descended from the heavens, thereby establishing the Church of the Stars in their positions. There exists a hypothesis that the relationship between blackstone and magic is comparable to that of the fishbeam wood and the old gods. Insufficient data to draw a conclusion. What is the greatest possibility? The remnants of the moon created by the gods? The remnants of the moon? Galidon nearly gasped, for he was aware that various myths spoke of an ancient era before the long night when the sky was graced by 2 moons. While traversing the narrow sea and the free city-states, he frequently visited local priests and elders, gathering the myths that circulated in different regions, simultaneously collecting ample data for mutual corroboration. The myths, of course, dragons emerged from the second moon of the heavens. The moon, scorched by its proximity to the sun, shattered like an egg, unleashing millions of dragons. Concealed data support. Here the dragons are a play on words, referring to magic. What is the grand exercise? Before Galidon could delve deeper, the curious voice of old Duncan emerged from behind. He and Count Selwyn turned to find the elders standing alongside the divine sword Colin and the sharpshooter Hawkeye, standing guard over the 2 Tarshan chieftains. Teacher, please have a seat. Galidon was about to invite his mentor to sit when Count Selwyn suddenly rose, warmly embracing Duncan, while playfully complaining, "Ha! You return, and do not come to find me for a drink first. My lord, I have heard about Elian." Old Duncan patted Selwyn's shoulder and gently pushed him aside. "I truly apologize." Count Selwyn shook his head, revealing a sorrowful expression. "This is not your fault, my brother. One can only say that Elian is ultimately a Lannister." At that moment, Galidon shifted the topic, proposing, "Father, teacher, shall we step outside to converse?" The commotion of their discussion had already attracted the attention of several commanders in the hall, including Sir Timolai, the leader of the First Knights, and Kaijitus, the leader of the Second Blade and Shield Corps. "Haha, indeed, let us go, to drink and celebrate your return." Count Selwyn flashed a smile, pulling Duncan towards the exit. "Hey, Timolai, you rascal, what are you still looking at? Come here." Timolai tapped the iron armor on his chest with the hilt of his sword, casting a questioning glance towards Galidon. "Sir Timolai, I must trouble you to explain the specifics of the grand exercise to the teacher." Galidon, feeling helpless, noted the close bond between Count Selwyn and the elder aristocratic knights, akin to that of biological brothers. "Haha, you rascals have a proper meeting." Hearing this, Timolai burst into hearty laughter, playfully kicking the enviously gazing Kaijitus before scurrying over to the 2 elder brothers. Gallatin disregarded the plaintive gaze of Cage, with his prominent features, and turned his attention to Nick at the podium, nodding to signal him to continue presiding over the assembly. Nick had always been regarded as a strategist. Although his prowess paled in comparison to that of his 3 brothers, he remained Gallatin's most capable ally. Chapter 25. The Conspiracy of the Learning City. Is there anyone who still harbors doubts? After addressing several inquiries posed by the knights, Nick posed another question to the assembly. At this point, the commanders had adequately prepared themselves, clearly understanding their responsibilities, and no further questions arose. Excellent. Rolas and the Stairs Islands will require a month's voyage. Upon our arrival at the archipelago, we will establish 6 military ports on Bloodstone Island. This island is twice the size of ours and is the largest within the archipelago. It is crucial to distinguish between the indigenous people and pirates. After receiving the handover from the slave-catching teams, we must separate the 2. Nick expounded eloquently from the podium, outlining the strategic deployment in the Stairs Islands. This archipelago, formed by the fracture of the Dornish Arm, features a complex terrain, with pirate strongholds that are notoriously difficult to conquer. To develop this area, a significant investment of manpower and resources is essential. Tywin and his associates remained constrained by their perspectives rooted in Westeros. Galidor aimed not only to set traps, but also to instill fear in the 8 free cities with the might of a 30,000-strong coalition. However, even if the entirety of the First Legion were deployed, it might not suffice to eradicate the pirates and indigenous people entirely or to gain control over several islands. Violence begets violence. Galidor enlisted a slave-catching team, even more savage than the pirates, offering a bounty of 200,000 golden dragons for the capture of pirates and indigenous people, anticipated to number over 60,000. Each capture would yield 30 golden dragons. It is worth noting that a newly formed Unsullied from Astapor is valued at 80 golden dragons, while a bed slave trained by the Unsullied costs 10 golden dragons. Even 10 slaves from the Bay of Slaves are worth only a single golden dragon. This endeavor far surpasses the value of capturing slaves during the Summer Islands. Immediate purchases would eliminate the need for training at the Slave Bay. Concurrently, a large pirate fleet would draw the First Legion into battle. 2 months prior, after the bounty was posted by the Mercenary Guild on Tars, many slave-catching teams had been lurking around the Stairs Islands, eagerly awaiting the opportunity for remuneration from Tars. Intellect. Rollas has approximately 70,000 men, while the indigenous people and pirates of the Stairs Islands number around 60,000. How long will it take to form the Second Legion? Galidor communicated mentally with the intellect. The formation of the Second Legion will require the longest duration for the 5,000 infantry drawn from the Stairs Islands, estimated to take 2 years for training. We must shorten this timeline and expedite the allegiance of the Stairs Islands populace. What proposals do you suggest? The deterrent of blood and fire requires the host to orchestrate a massacre exceeding 10,000 souls. Simultaneously, assign women to the lower-ranking officers. You imbecile, Galidor retorted, exasperated. This individual truly possessed no semblance of humanity. It was evident that a solution akin to that employed by Daenerys, merely allowing the 3 younger ones to frolic, could resolve the matter without inciting public wrath. What is the second proposal? However, Galidor truly comprehended the essence of the intelligent brain to reform the notoriously vicious pirates. A transformation from their very souls to their outward demeanor was imperative. Mere slaughter would prove insufficient. For those accustomed to licking blood from the blade after 18 years would hardly fear the flames of conflict. The 3 little ones were inadequate as well, as their formidable size could only create an initial visual impact to intimidate the pirates, failing to inspire a genuine change of heart. Just consider how Daenerys from Game of Thrones commanded her 3 dragons to gather followers effortlessly, leaving him at a loss for words. Regardless of who they were, could he truly exert such control? The second plan: seize the Isle of Isman and the lands of Discord, recruit more soldiers, dilute the composition of the Second Legion, while covertly eliminating the obstinate pirates who refused to reform. During the reformation of the pirates and indigenous people on the islands, establishing a class system and differential treatment to gradually encourage these individuals to aspire to the status of Taz's subjects. This plan appears quite feasible. Galidor felt a sense of satisfaction that such an excellent proposal was relegated to second place. Was this intelligence truly beyond redemption? The estimated time required for the second plan was projected to be 6 months longer than the first, with a corresponding reduction in effectiveness by half. Alas, Galidor was left speechless, fortunate that the intelligent brain lacked autonomous consciousness, or he might have suspected it was secretly reading his thoughts. Now, please, my lord, deliver your address. Amidst his dispute with the intelligent brain, Nick had completed the introduction of the strategic arrangements for the exercise. After 6 months of rigorous training at Rollas with daily drills, both long-range attack regiments were also prepared to make their mark. Galidor took the stage for a summary, directing his gaze toward the 2 ranged regiments, 1 catapult regiment and 1 crossbow regiment, boasting a total of 50 catapults and 50 crossbows. Remember, upon reaching the Stone Steps Isles, regardless of the circumstances encountered, do not engage in forced marches. His voice was stern, and his deep blue eyes commanded such authority that none of the commanders dared to meet his gaze. The First Legion was a heavily armored cohort, clad from head to toe in iron, while the 2 night regiments were composed of heavy cavalry. The utmost taboo was to engage in combat under unfamiliar conditions combined with forced marches, should they be ambushed, even with a well-structured command system. The soldiers' morale and superior equipment could repel the enemy, but they would still suffer grievous losses. Military orders are as solid as mountains. Those who defy them shall face punishment. Well then, for the next fortnight, Spend quality time with your loved ones. Galathun's demeanor softened slightly as the allied forces prepared to venture forth. They would likely be engaged in military campaigns for at least a year, thus deserving a well-earned respite. With only over 120,000 subjects on Taz Island, the First Legion had already exceeded the limit of 1/10, and if losses surpassed 100, Galathun would be tormented by the thought of their sacrifice. In Old Town, within the Grand Hall of Scholars, esteemed doctors, this is a letter from Bachelor Windermere of Pike City in the Iron Islands, which has been relayed to us. Please have a look. During the Cardinal meeting, Dr. Cyborg, the Grand Hall Overseer, passed around a confidential letter stained with yellow marks for the assembled scholars to review. Apologies. I accidentally spilled my tea when I received the news. To his right, the esteemed physician Ambrose squinted his eyes, swiftly perusing the document before him, exclaiming in admiration, "Truly, it is deserving of the title shield of Lannister. This shield may be aged, yet it has been tempered by the passage of time, becoming ever more resilient and polished. What shall we do if the Lannisters refrain from engaging with Tarth? Let us have the Minister of the Sea, Stannis, probe the true nature of Tarth. That is hardly a prudent suggestion. Stannis' fleet from Dragonstone, comprising nearly 100 ships, cannot afford to vanish." After the scholars had passed the letter around like a game of hot potato, they began to converse in hushed tones. Unlike the realm of King's Landing, which only recognized Tarth's disturbances after the royal fleet encountered misfortune 3 years prior, the Citadel had detected anomalies at Tarth Island when it had received no routine reports from the Bachelor Reed stationed there for 6 consecutive months. Over the years, the Citadel and Tarth Island had been engaged in a subtle, ongoing conflict, and the scholars were astounded that the Citadel, which had taken the initiative, found itself at a disadvantage. Not only had they failed to establish contact with Bachelor Reed, who was supposed to provide support from within the island, but multiple channels of information that the Citadel had established had been completely severed. Dr. Marwyn, do you believe the glass candles will be effective? The Archmaester Qyburn gently tapped the table, directing his query to a short, stout scholar with a bull-like neck seated at the end of the table. No, Archmaester. Marwyn raised his Valyrian steel necklace. Perhaps due to the current cessation of magic, or perhaps the distance is too great for the candles to yield any effect. My esteemed Archmage Marwyn, the astronomer Dr. Velen interjected sharply. The glass candles are a finite resource. We cannot afford any mistakes. Each glass candle is valued at 1,000 golden dragons. I believe Dr. Marwyn need not worry excessively. Simply pawn your necklace. Dr. Perezin added, sharing his disdain for Marwyn, whom he deemed unreliable. Enough. Qyburn interjected sharply, defending Marwyn. The use of glass candles was a collective decision. Regardless of their efficacy, we shall bear the responsibility together. The esteemed physician Ambrose nodded in agreement, stating, what remains paramount is to ascertain the true nature of Tarth Island. How can we ensure that Stannis is acutely aware of the trap laid by Tarth, while simultaneously compelling him to step into it? Chapter 26. The heretic that should not exist, the abomination of a blasphemer indeed. If the Iron Fleet and the forces of Lannister Port abstain from battle, then Stannis' fleet becomes inconsequential. Qyburn, filled with gratitude, glanced back at the esteemed physician and continued to elucidate to the misled scholars. Although the scholars lacked a concept of naval supremacy, they understood that Tarth's fleet must not dominate the coastal waters of Westeros unchallenged. Unlike Galidor, who harbored ambitions of naval dominance, the scholars were acutely aware of the cunning and sagacity of the Old Lion. They merely hoped that the proud Duke Tywin would take the initiative to seek an alliance with Old Town, thus allowing them to secure greater advantages. Little did they anticipate that their potential ally, the Old Lion, saw through their desire to merely observe and silently withdrew from the game. Embarking on a new venture of his own, the scholars, having refrained from expressing their frustrations, displayed remarkable composure. A doctor shook his head in disapproval, stating that Stannis is no fool. He would not recklessly leap into the void exposed by the design of Tarth Island. Indeed, his military acumen rivals that of Renly, and he would not venture across the Tarth Strait. I believe he will remain ensconced in the port of Harvest Hall, biding his time for tidings from Varys. This assertion garnered widespread agreement from the assembled doctors, who resumed their discussions. As for the fleet of Dragonstone, the doctors chose to overlook it. The Redwine family of Dragonstone has historically maintained amicable ties with the Hightower family of Old Town, and Dragonstone has always served as a forward outpost for Old Town. It would be illogical to conspire against one's own. The military exercises at Tarth Island have stirred a considerable commotion in the Narrow Sea, with scholars from the Citadel, the Free Cities, and certain individuals from King's Landing settling in to watch the grand spectacle hosted by Tarth with the scrutiny of seasoned experts. Galladon had no intention of concealing his plans. While Loras was manageable, the stone steps were rife with slaving ships and merchant vessels. And the strength of the First Legion and the Tarth fleet was undeniable, better to display it openly. Humph. Should the strength of Tarth Island be too apparent? Our Hunter King would undoubtedly fly into a rage, and he would have no recourse. Dr. Valen snorted derisively, his disdain for Robert palpable. Oberyn's eyes narrowed in agreement with the Grand Maester, realizing Valen had hit the nail on the head. If they could persuade Pycelle to alter the wording of his decree and dispatch a few more ravens, Stannis would surely buckle under the pressure. The two men found their thoughts remarkably aligned, intending to leverage Robert's influence to pressure Stannis. The advantages of compelling Stannis to take to the field were manifold. Most critically, as a member of House Baratheon, the royal fleet could vanish in the narrow sea, but Stannis could not afford such a fate. I recall that Tarth's taxes have gone unverified for years, allowing Stannis to cross the Tarth Strait under the pretense of escorting the tax collector. To avoid the royal fleet's inexplicable disappearance, several longships should be stationed at a safe distance behind the fleet, equipped with mill lenses for observation. They could even have the fleet sail against the wind, and after reducing sail, assign rowers to swiftly return to Harvest Hall upon sensing any danger. The learned doctors, pooling their wisdom, swiftly refined the plan. Excellent, it is settled. Oberyn struck the table decisively. The doctors were entitled to participate in the council. Yet the true implementation of decisions lay with the Privy Council. The next topic of discussion was how to curb the growth of Tarth. Within the Privy Council chamber, the atmosphere shifted to a hushed silence following his proposal. He could even hear the labored breaths of several elder doctors beside him. This topic had been raised at every council meeting, yet over 3 years, no effective methods had been proposed. However, the Citadel, having engaged in 3 years of conflict, was acutely aware that regardless of what Tarth Island concealed, it was imperative to stifle its development. The reasoning is quite straightforward. If there were no hidden threats from Taz Island jeopardizing the academic city, why would the Taz family go to such lengths to guard it, as if against thieves? Moreover, with the disappearance of Bachelor Reed, devoid of his guidance, how can the Taz family govern their territory? A chilling speculation has long lingered in the minds of the scholars. Yet none dare to voice it, much like the court assembly refrains from acknowledging the attack on the royal fleet by Taz Island. Very well. Let us move on to the next topic. In the dead of night, under a sky shrouded in dense clouds devoid of stars, visibility was as poor as blindfolded. In the avian city, the esteemed physician Ambrose, holding a candlestick, navigated the familiar wooden signposts alone towards the crow tower. Moss and vines enveloped the tower's walls, and an ancient fishbeam tree nearly dominated the courtyard, where crows favored to perch. Eventually, Ambrose, gasping for breath, reached the stone steps before the fishbeam tree and sat down heavily. My lord, we cannot permit Taz Island to continue its steady advancement unchallenged. In the darkness, Ambrose shouted into the suffocating air, as if his life were in peril. We must disrupt their momentum, even if it means provoking war prematurely. The courtyard echoed only with Ambrose's hoarse voice from start to finish. Blasphemer, non-existent being, heretical abomination, a wretched spawn that should not exist, lurking in the narrow seas. We are powerless to suppress him, my lord. I beseech you to act. For the sake of the forest's children and the descendants of our ancestors, who have worshipped the mother goddess for countless years. The wind howled, stirring the ominous clouds, merging with the incessant, chilling screams. The countless crows perched upon the fishbeam tree blinked their eyes like small lanterns in the darkness, creating an eerie tableau as if the spirits were about to make their entrance. I understand. Until a certain point, when Ambrose's throat burned like fire, rendering him mute. A voice devoid of emotion resonated in his mind. Hail, my lord. He trembled, prostrating himself on the ground, too fearful to raise his gaze. Half a month later, at the Taz Island military port, Galidor stood resplendent in silver armor atop the lighthouse, his dark golden robe billowing in the sea breeze. The wind has picked up, he exclaimed, facing the oncoming gale as he gazed at the coalition forces gradually fading into the horizon. Colin, hasn't the wind been quite strong today? Behind him, Heed lifted his visor and poked his companion Colin's arm, inquiring, what does the captain mean? Ah, a brain is a precious asset. Colin shot him a glance, adjusting his visor back in place. If you lack one, best refrain from speaking, lest you expose your ignorance. Heed stammered, pointing at Colin, his frustration rendering him speechless as he stomped his feet. His towering figure, over 2 meters tall, clad in nearly 1,000 pounds of armor, combined with his innate strength, thudded heavily atop the lighthouse. Galidor leapt first from the swaying wooden structure, using a long pole for leverage, and with 2 graceful bounds akin to feathers in the wind, he lightly descended to the ground. Upon his descent, he immediately witnessed 2 knights leaping from the lighthouse, followed by explosive impacts that shook the ground. Boom! The towering lighthouse, standing over 20 meters high, collapsed with a thunderous crash, while numerous naval patrols stationed at the harbor rushed towards the scene. Kiki, is this the quality of your lighthouse? Commander? Galidor glared fiercely at Keed, whose legs were buried in the earth, yet still had the audacity to argue. Colin, we must depart. Galidor, accustomed to Keed's reckless nature, felt no inclination to reprimand him for such a trivial matter. Since you deem this lighthouse inadequate, why not construct a superior one yourself? Upon hearing his commander's words, Keed's expression soured, nearly bringing him to tears. Demolition? He could manage that. Building a structure? Colin, you shall oversee this endeavor. Soon. A more despairing reality unfolded before him. He cast a pitiful glance towards his companions, only to be met with the back of a steel helmet. The other two knights, the silver-haired Nick and the sharpshooter Hawkeye, had embarked alongside the coalition, a protective measure instituted by Galidor for the alliance. In comparison to the four knights, the Dawnblade was hardly noteworthy. Even should his swordsmanship reach sublime heights, he remained an ordinary mortal. Chapter 27. The death of Jon. A month later, in King's Landing. The roar of beasts echoed throughout much of the Red Keep. 7 hells. The eunuchs of Essos. The venomous spider. Within the council chamber, Robert, reeking of alcohol, his face flushed and bloodshot, bellowed at Varys, who was pinned against the wall. By the 7, I swear to all gods, both new and old, damned be their names. You are guilty of deceiving the crowned stag, and today I shall crush you, you wretched spider. With his legs dangling in the air, Varys' head, swollen like an iron pot, drooped low, his skin mottled with bruises, drenched in a mixture of wine and saliva, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Speak. I demand you speak. Why in the name of the gods has that Targaryen bastard summoned 30,000 iron soldiers, and you, the dead spider, have received not a whisper of news? Robert slammed Varys against the wall, unleashing his relentless fury upon him. Despite their similar physiques and portly appearances, for Varys was his master of whispers. Answer me. Are you intentionally deceiving the king? Robert effortlessly hoisted Varys' hefty form, pouring forth his pin-up rage. It was this very master of whispers who had, during the morning council, tremblingly reported on the deployment of the Targaryen forces at Loras, only to be yanked from the long table by the furious Robert and struck down with several blows. After a brutal exchange of fists and kicks, Varys found himself pinned against the wall, enduring the king's helmeted head like a battering ram, until he succumbed to unconsciousness. For a month, Varys had painstakingly gathered intelligence regarding the Targaryen coalition stationed at Loras. Unfortunately, his efforts culminated in a savage beating from the intoxicated king. Cough, cough. Enough of this. Jon was incessantly coughing, feeling as though his throat was obstructed by some unseen force. In contrast to 2 months prior, his complexion had turned pallid, and his legs felt weak, compelling him to rely on his decorative eagle-headed cane. Observing his foster son relentlessly tormenting the spider, which was on the brink of death, he urgently called out, "Rob, cease at once." However, his voice was hoarse and raspy. Despite his efforts to raise his volume, it resonated like a mosquito's buzz, failing to penetrate Rob's ears. "You, Lisa," he wheezed, as Lisa, under Jon's hopeful gaze, hesitated to rise, ultimately bowing his head and remaining in place. Alongside Lisa, the summoned Maester Pycelle and the Master of Coin, Peter, averted their eyes from the Prime Minister, none daring to intervene against the drunken, furious Rob, whose eyes were ablaze with rage. Just then, a gust of wind from Blackwater Bay flung open the iron window, which spanned over a meter wide, causing the shutters to bang loudly. "I shall hurl you, Val Spider." The dazed Rob began dragging the lifeless Varys towards the window. A sudden, irrational desire surged within him to break Varys' legs as punishment. Yet a sliver of reason reminded him that the hall was only a dozen meters above ground. It would likely not be fatal for the pigskin-clad Varys. Jon Arryn, witnessing this distressing scene, was thoroughly alarmed. Despite Varys' waning favor among the nobility of the 7 kingdoms, he remained a member of the small council, having served 2 kings. If Rob were to indeed kill Varys today, the repercussions would be irreparable. He forcefully pushed past Lisa's obstruction, leaning heavily on his cane, limping determinedly towards Rob. "Rob, my child, calm yourself." At last, nearing the window, he caught up with his foster son and seized the embroidered robe adorned with the golden stag. "You are inebriated. Release Varys and return to rest." Before he could catch his breath, Rob bellowed to the Kingsguard, "Stop the Prime Minister." Jaime Lannister had been watching the unfolding drama with a sense of amusement when a sudden thought struck him. If Rob, in his drunken frenzy, made a scene at the small council, he would have no energy left to vent his frustrations on his sister and lover. Upon hearing the king's command, he quickly moved to grasp Jon, allowing Rob to discard Varys and relieve his pin-up anger. "Damn it, Your king is intoxicated. Do you not realize this? Robb stood at the window, with Jon straining against Jaime's grasp, the Prime Minister even resorting to striking Jaime's armor with his cane. The other Kingsguard members displayed expressions of indecision, uncertain whom to assist. As for the captain, the fearless Barristan had returned to Harvest Hall a fortnight ago, solidifying the Stormlands. Robb, facing the briny sea breeze, let out a long belch, his senses slightly sharpening. Yet, the urge to hurl Varys from the window persisted. He crouched down, his iron-like hands gripping Varys's armpits. Robert exerted himself to gauge Varys's weight. Mimicking the motion he had employed yesterday to measure the heft of the wild boar he had slain, a sense of inexplicable satisfaction swelling within him. Suddenly, he felt a jarring impact against his back, as if something had toppled over. In an instant, a muffled crash resonated from below, the sound piercing his skull with a dull ache. His head throbbed painfully. The noise resembled the sound of a dying spider being cast aside. No more of that. He muttered as he withdrew his hand, turning to find Jaime, who was staring blankly at Robert's hands, encased in iron, disbelief etched across his features. What in the devil's name has happened to our Prime Minister? Robert's words plunged the hall into an eerie silence, all present frozen in shock, trembling yet silent. A flicker of realization sparked in his mind. He jolted awake, the effects of the alcohol fading significantly, yet he remained momentarily dazed. The first to regain composure was Littlefinger, his surprise jolting him from the sudden upheaval. Your Majesty, our Prime Minister has just passed away, he announced, his expression pained as he approached Robert, tears welling in his eyes, reminiscent of a compassionate doctor conveying grim news to a family. Allow me to attend to the Prime Minister's remains, to arrange his visage for the departed. Robert, still in a state of shock, nodded numbly, instinctively sensing that this was a prudent course of action. Jaime Lannister had been dispatched on his orders to impede his foster father, and it was he who had happened to crouch down at the window, inadvertently exposing himself. After Littlefinger exited the hall, the Chancellor, Pycelle, brightened momentarily before his expression dimmed once more. Your Majesty, permit me to express my profound respect for the deceased Prime Minister. He approached Robert with labored steps, bowing low as he gently kissed the king's hands. As per custom, I shall summon the bells to toll. He then shuffled towards the exit, supporting himself against the wall, anxious to instruct the bells to ring. Much obliged, Lord Pycelle, Robert finally responded, acknowledging the hunchbacked figure with a nod. The last to awaken to the situation were Loras and the King's Guard, their brows furrowed as they awaited the King's command. For all present, including Jaime, the demise of the Prime Minister had little bearing on him. The most prudent action for everyone in the hall was to forcibly forget the events that had transpired. The Prime Minister has sadly passed, Robert declared, swiftly framing the situation for all. I do not wish for a whisper of what has just occurred to escape these walls. He cast a glance at the gravely injured and unconscious Varys, then towards his King's Guard, confident they would grasp his intent. Chapter 28, The Iron Islands Rebellion. As you command. All echoed in unison, bowing their heads in submission. Loras, meanwhile, shouted the rallying cry as he drew a dagger, poised to slay the spider. Eager to demonstrate his loyalty before his elder brother, Fortune smiled upon the eunuch. Robert intervened just in time to prevent his brother, who had been inebriated moments earlier, from acting irrationally. Now, with the effects of the alcohol fading and reason restored, he realized that Jon's final wish had been to prevent him from directing his wrath at Varys. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for the indirect role he played in his foster father's demise, and the weight of Jon's dying words resonated deeply within him. The following day, the royal council convened as usual, with even Varys appearing, despite the swollen visage he bore. Lord Allen's body would lie in state at the church for 7 days, allowing the townsfolk to pay their respects. Since the Duchess had returned to the Eyrie with young Lord Allen to prepare for the burial in the Vale, arrangements were made for 50 gold-cloaked men to escort the Lord back to his homeland. This was the rough plan for Lord Jon's funeral, as reported by Peter, who held a substantial black tome while addressing the king and the gathered lords. Lord Peter has organized everything splendidly, Robert praised Littlefinger, acknowledging that had it not been for his clever manipulation of the situation the previous day, he would likely be facing endless troubles today. First, let us lay my father to rest, and then reward the Lord. No sooner had he spoken than his attendant, Lancel Lannister, rushed into the council chamber. Apologies, Your Majesty. My lords, urgent news from the Stormlands. Lancel raised the urgent letter sealed with red wax and passed it to the Grand Maester Pycelle. Typically, the king's missives to others were secured with a red silk ribbon, and local lords seldom delivered messages to King's Landing unless the realm faced dire circumstances. Trembling, the Grand Maester received the envelope, opened it, and immediately handed the letter to the king, whose gaze was fixed intently upon him. By the gods! Robert swiftly scanned the contents of the letter, and unable to contain his fury, He overturned the long table. Damnable iron-born, cursed iron eunuchs. In an instant, books, seals, and goblets flew through the air, and the lords, unable to evade the chaos, bore injuries to varying degrees. A cry escaped Varys as he clutched the bruises forming around his eyes. A hefty ledger had struck him squarely on the face, inflicting considerable pain. His yelp drew Robert's attention, already teetering on the brink of rage. As Robert's bloodthirsty gaze fell upon Varys once more, the latter instinctively recoiled to the corner, trembling and shielding his head. This time, Robert was not clouded by anger nor intoxication. He merely cast a glance at the Master of Whisperers and dismissed the useless figure entirely. The death of his foster father, Jon, had rendered him acutely aware and alert. "You there, fetch the map," he commanded the similarly quaking Lancel, who dared not hesitate and hurried out of the hall in search of the great map of the Seven Kingdoms. Blue Lancel bore a mark upon his forehead from the seal of the Minister of Finance, but he paid no heed to the pain, quickly retrieving the urgent letter that had fallen nearby and passing it among the gathered lords. Soon, four lords and 6 Kingsguard were made aware of the reason behind the king's renewed fury. The Iron Islands had rebelled once more. Moreover, the Duke of the Iron Islands, Balon Greyjoy, not only publicly declared his rebellion but also took the initiative to dispatch troops to assault the coastal city of Sea's End and plunder the riverlands. He even dared to provoke the West, invading its shores. Littlefinger and Pycelle sensed something amiss. The unusual movements of the Iron Islands were indeed alarming. As for Varys, his entire body ached, rendering him incapable of deep contemplation. When Lancel produced a map and spread it across the newly arranged long table, the situation grew increasingly dire. Curse it, Robert felt a throbbing headache, accompanied by a profound sense of helplessness. From the map, it was evident that the Iron Islands, King's Landing, and Tarth were aligned in a diagonal line at a 45-degree angle, effectively encircling King's Landing. It seemed that the Ironborn were not particularly formidable on land, and the coalition from Tarth was advancing eastward to Loras. Otherwise, Robert would have preferred to vacate King's Landing at once in pursuit of greater strategic depth. "Your Majesty, the Ironborn are merely a fleeting nuisance. I believe they will retreat once they have plundered the Riverlands," remarked Lord Stark, who still held the heir of the Iron Islands as a hostage. Pycelle, ever the seasoned politician, had already aligned with Tywin's strategy, particularly as he had always held Tywin in high esteem. He proposed that the fleet of the Shield Islands sail north to assist the West in repelling the Iron Men. Simultaneously, the West would dispatch troops to aid the Riverlands, compelling Lord Stark to march south with the hostage to pressure the Ironborn into retreat. Now, with Tarth vulnerable and its defenses thin, this presented a rare opportunity for the Master of Ships. Robert nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the veil was now scattered, necessitating the West's involvement. Littlefinger furrowed his brow in silence, uncertain of who stood as friend or foe, and hesitant to advocate for the Vale's defenses. The unfolding events had completely surpassed his expectations. As evening fell, under the setting sun, the shimmering sea bore witness to the arrival of approximately 100 formidable warships from Harvest Hall, lowering their sails and anchoring offshore. A fortnight prior, Stannis, unable to withstand the pressure from Pycelle, who had sent 6 ravens under Robert's name, finally led a joint fleet of over 100 ships from Dragonstone and the town of Seaguard southward. Stannis' fleet navigated cautiously along the coastline, taking 15 days to traverse from Dragonstone into the Tarth Strait, heading toward Harvest Hall. The newly expanded port of Harvest Hall was still too narrow for the fleet's vessels, forcing most warships to anchor close to shore. The flagship of the Master of Ships, the Duke Stephen, slowly docked at the pier. Upon seeing the esteemed Lord Ballystan waiting on the dock to welcome him, Stannis nearly broke into a smile. The vexation caused by Pycelle's incessant harassment dissipated in an instant. Beside him, the Onion Knight, Davos Seaworth, was left speechless. His liege lord was not lacking in ability, nor was he a malicious man, yet he was vain and overly concerned with appearances, leaving others with a perception of being ungrateful and harsh. "My Lord Duke, welcome to Harvest Hall. You will find it an ideal locale for hunting and picnicking." As soon as they landed, Ballystan approached to offer his greetings. "Sir Selmy, thank you," Stannis replied, maintaining a stern expression, and nodded in acknowledgement. Before the two had the chance to exchange pleasantries, urgent footsteps echoed from the gangplank behind Stannis. The trio turned in unison to see a young man sprinting down from the vessel. Stannis and Davos recognized him as one of the assistants to Maester Crescent, charged with the care of the ravens accompanying the fleet. "My lord, urgent news from King's Landing," the young man exclaimed breathlessly, approaching them and presenting a letter bound with red silk. Stannis could not help but utter a curse. This marked the 7th raven he had received. Wait, red silk? He swiftly snatched the missive from the young man's hands, eagerly tearing it open to peruse its contents. How could this be? Before he could fully comprehend the letter, he was unable to maintain his composure and cried out in shock. The Onion Knight curiously leaned in behind him to catch a glimpse of the letter's contents. The letter contained 3 pieces of information. The first 2 informed Stannis of the Prime Minister's passing and the Iron Islands rebellion. However, the third note, stamped with the royal seal, was of particular significance to them. King Robert Baratheon had formally issued an order for the United Fleet to immediately traverse the Narrow Sea and obliterate House Targaryen. This command was urgent and non-negotiable. A brief note from the author. Before embarking on this literary endeavor, I had already penned over 100,000 words. The initial feedback was encouraging, with many readers offering their support. However, within the first 3 days, it seemed that some readers either lost interest or departed, resulting in a sharp decline in votes and very few collections. I was genuinely anxious, and in response to some comments, I removed the daily interactions of Brienne and the 4 knights, as well as the interactions between the 2 sisters and their mentor, alongside those with the 3 young ones. I also eliminated the chapters featuring Oberyn Martell, rendering over 20,000 words of stored drafts obsolete, disrupting the previously steady pace and plunging straight into the plot. It is truly the encouragement from my readers that has kept me going, particularly from the loyal supporter, Dudu, and the irreverent reader. The number of votes is not as significant as the heartfelt persistence of these 2 readers. The greatest blow came from the wandering mechanical cat, the first reader to cast a vote, who departed after expressing disinterest in the daily life segments. I have come to accept the reality that I cannot retain every reader. Yet, for the sake of these 2 loyal supporters, I am willing to adopt any posture necessary. Lastly, the group has been established. For those who cherish Game of Thrones and Godzilla, feel free to join us. Chapter 29. Despite King Robert's stern command, Stannis chose not to cross the Narrow Sea that very night. Late into the night, atop the newly constructed port tower of the Hall of Harvest, Stannis sat with Balistan and Celis, gathered around the glowing hearth. Celis observed the visibly fatigued Duke across from him and suggested, "My lord, perhaps you should return to rest." Unlike the 2 of them, Stannis had been enduring the overwhelming pressure from the king this month, persistently delaying the time for battle. Celis understood that the Duke was undoubtedly filled with internal turmoil and conflict. Perhaps his intense psychological struggle had never ceased. "No, I must remain here. We are not concealing our whereabouts. The Targaryen family prefers to take the initiative, and it is highly probable that they will strike when we let our guard down on the very first day of our arrival at Harvest Hall." Stannis sipped a revitalizing hot soup and elucidated, "This is also our only opportunity to glimpse the opponent's cards while preserving our own strength to the utmost." Sitting between the 2, Barristan, having gleaned Stannis' arrangements from their prior conversation, regarded the notoriously ruthless Duke of Dragonstone with newfound respect. His military acumen was on par with his own. 10 nautical miles from the port of Harvest Hall, a luminous moon hung in the velvety black sky. The sea undisturbed and the night silent, reflecting a serene tableau of peaceful times. Suddenly, a haunting roar, as if piercing through the mist of ancient wilderness, resonated across the waters, giving rise to a vortex nearly 1,000 meters in diameter. At the center of this whirlpool emerged a gray leviathan, over 100 meters long and several times larger than a warship, its massive jaws agape as torrents of seawater cascaded into its black hole-like gullet. As the haunting cries of the whales echoed, more gray leviathans surfaced from the depths of the sea, their ethereal and sonorous roars reverberating throughout the expanse. At the heart of the pod, a small iron yacht, resembling an eerie creature, unfurled numerous tentacles that ensnared the dorsal fins of the great whales. Galidor stood on the deck of the yacht, his gaze piercing through the curtain of rain, surpassing the commotion of the 3 small creatures frolicking on the surface. As he beheld the azure eyes of the ancient dragon, which seemed to encompass the infinite cosmos. Even from 100 meters away, despite Galidor's superior vision, he could not perceive the entirety of the dragon's head. It was as though he faced an endless cliff, or stood beneath a great waterfall, the thunderous roar of cascading water ringing in his ears. The dragon was the largest gray whale among the pod, its leader, and Galidor's first shapeshifter companion. An ancient being that had survived for a millennium, possessing wisdom beyond that of an adult. Galidor's mastery of true meditation had yet to reach the 5th tier, implying he could shapeshift into 4 companions. It was during his 2nd year, while wandering the Narrow Sea and the Shuddering Sea, that he discovered the dragon. The dragon seemed to sense his presence, its azure eyes narrowed, locking onto the yacht, and in that moment, 2 pairs of eyes that transcended time and space exchanged glances, filling Galidor's heart with profound reassurance. The dragon was a creature of the Shuddering Sea, its every gray-black scale polished like a gem, tightly woven into the most resilient and magnificent armor known to the world. Its enormous body could stir the seas with a mere motion, unleashing monstrous waves and fury. Accompanying Galidor's heart was an overwhelming sense of regret. The dragon's lineage was unique. Although Galidor had constructed a profound world within the dragon's soul after his transformation, the dragon could never absorb magical energy and evolve into a magical being like the three small creatures. The clan of the Songlong consists of nearly 50 colossal whales, capable even of hauling a small warship, even the juvenile sea beasts. Galidor's fleet had previously conducted drills with these marine creatures, ensuring they could exploit the whale pod to seize Stannis' warships. After the sea beasts completed their final preparations, they allowed the currents to guide them towards the bountiful shores of the Hall of Harvest. He had long coveted the fleet of Dragonstone. This delectable morsel wafted an enticing aroma to the carnivorous denizens of the narrow sea, as if freshly baked. An hour later, they arrived at the battlefield. Beneath the silvery moonlight, Colin and Keed shed their armor and leapt from the yacht into the water, moving with the grace of fish as they swiftly dragged a long iron chain, originally hanging from the yacht, beneath the surface. Galidor stood ready on the deck, poised to command the three smaller vessels and the Songlong lurking beneath the waves, prepared to engage the fleet. In half an hour, after more than 20 back-and-forth trips, they had entangled the iron chain around the anchors of over 40 of the largest warships, when Keed was suddenly exposed. A careless sailor, relieving himself over the side in the dead of night, caught sight of Keed darting through the water like a swordfish in the flickering light of a wavering torch. Clang, clang, clang. Enemies, the sailor cried, sounding the alarm bell at the bow of the ship, igniting a conflagration that illuminated most of the vessel in a fiery glow. The disturbance aboard this warship triggered a chain reaction, prompting the other ships in the fleet to light their torches, illuminating the waters around them. Yet, the mingling of firelight and moonlight could only cast a small circle of illumination around the vessels. Galidor, upon witnessing this chaos, sounded a horn, a prearranged signal for retreat with his two knights. The haunting call of Een, Shin, resonated across the sea as the Songlong and the three smaller vessels surfaced, their resounding roars echoing throughout the waters. The whale pod, obeying the command, immediately began to swim backward, causing the iron chains beneath the surface to tauten, tilting the massive warships under strain as they slowly turned their bows. Seeing this, Colin and Keed sprang into action, leaping onto the chain and racing towards the yacht. The sudden movement of the warships roused the crew from their stupor. Commanders bellowed orders to ready the ship as crossbows, but their voices were drowned out by the roars of the sea beasts. The 30-meter-long iron chain rendered the dragged warships unable to discern the lurking sea creatures beneath the surface, leaving them defenseless. The sound of the sea beasts, cried Captain Siwos from the dock tower, a seasoned mariner accustomed to voyages across distant waters. He recognized the voice of the Songlong. No, it seems there is more than just the voice of the sea beasts. Damn it, Stannis exclaimed, drenched in sweat, tearing off his woolen cloak. His face shadowed by the firelight as he roared in fury. The Tars family truly possesses the means to control the sea monsters. To him, the vast sea beasts and the formidable monsters were indistinguishable. Even before the fleet had set sail south, Scholar Collison, serving Dragonstone, had suggested that the Tars family might have the ability to command the sea beasts. They had long been preparing for such an eventuality. Oh, seven gods! Melisandre wore a shadowed expression, and it was no wonder that the Tarth family showed no fear of the Iron Throne. Their ability to command sea beasts was sufficient to dominate the narrow seas. Suddenly, a chilling development unfolded before the trio. The air was filled with an increasing cacophony of high-pitched roars from the sea beasts, numbering no less than 100. Stannis' face transformed from a deep crimson to a ghastly pallor, while Melisandre trembled uncontrollably, and Seaworth collapsed into his chair in a state of utter dismay. The distinction between controlling a single sea beast and commanding a multitude of them was painfully clear to all three. After a quarter of an hour, Stannis rushed to the tower window, where the incoming sea breeze jolted him back to reality. "Where's the wildfire we brought?" He bellowed frantically towards the expansive nearshore waters. Damn it, weren't the ships instructed to ignite the wildfire upon sighting the sea monsters? Chapter 30. Smokescreen, my lord, please remain calm. Seaworth approached, draping a woolen cloak over the Duke's shoulders. Through the window, he cast a glance at a small area of the nearshore waters, illuminated by an eerie green flame. We have not yet lost. It appears that some of the captains have reacted to the assault of the sea beasts. However, even if we ignite the wildfire, the effects seem minimal from the situation on the water. He was equally perplexed. How could the sea beasts attack from such a distance, aside from colliding with the vessels? After all, in the water, the wildfire must be directed at the sea beasts to be effective. Their current ineffectiveness implied that the beasts were not simply ramming the ships. The trio had not considered that Galidor aimed to seize the vessels rather than destroy them. Under the bright moonlight, the distance from the tower to the shoreline revealed to them a vast expanse of the sea that should have been teeming with vessels, now largely vacant, save for a small area where the wildfire flickered and gradually extinguished. Indeed, my lord, the ships destroyed by Tarth were merely those of Seagull Town. Fortunately, your fleet from Dragonstone remains unscathed, Melisandre added, offering comfort, unaware that they had mistakenly believed the sunken ships had been lost to the depths. In reality, they were being towed away by the sea beasts, kept at a distance of over 30 meters by iron chains. Stannis and his companions had been well prepared, and Galidor could not be as predictable as they had surmised. They intended to exploit Tarth's martial advantage, breaking from convention and executing the most outrageous plans imaginable. My lord, by the name of the king, I have summoned the forces of 3,000 knights from the lords surrounding Harvest Hall, Melisandre suggested to the now-revived Stannis. Both he and Stannis opposed the king's initial strategy of attacking Tarth Island. Not to mention, the Iron Islands had openly rebelled, while Tarth had maintained a discreet stance. If Robert were to lose the support of the lords from Riverrun, regaining the allegiance of those harboring resentment would be exceedingly difficult. Most crucially, Riverrun was also a granary for King's Landing, necessitating the preservation of the supply routes between the two. Ser Seaworth, dispatch a raven to report the details to the king and order the fleet to sail south. Stannis was no ordinary man. He quickly regained his composure after the crushing blow of defeat. Indeed, wait, signal all surviving ships to dock, summon all captains. I must know what has transpired at once. If we are to confront Taz Island, we must first seek a means to combat the sea beasts. Perhaps the survivors of this fleeting naval battle can enlighten us with vital information. Yes, my lord. Zywosi responded with a nod, a smile of acquiescence gracing his features. At this moment, an abundance of questions plagued their minds. How could the Taz family possibly control the sea beasts? Why did the wildfire fail to take effect? Had the recent naval skirmish concluded too swiftly? Most importantly, according to their expectations, the sea beasts would assault the ships, and thus the powerful crossbows and wildfire aboard should have been capable of slaying at least one of the beasts. Why had they not heard the anguished cries of the wounded creatures throughout the ordeal? Taz Island, the principal naval port. Galidor stood upon the yacht, embracing the morning light with closed eyes, as the Tsunglong floated before him. In an instant, his consciousness began to take form above the vast ocean, where a colossal whale gazed up at him, intermittently joyfully spouting water columns thicker than ordinary towers. Thank you for your efforts, Tsunglong. Galidor waved his hand in gratitude, as the water cascading towards him melted like fresh spring snow. Galidor, I sense the looming threat of death. The immortal and ancient are returning, and the natural enemies of the sea beasts are on the verge of awakening. The great whale called out across the ocean, its voice a gentle echo in Galidor's ears. With unwavering confidence, he reassured, fear not, for Dazhuang and the others are on the brink of maturation, come what may. Even if a true deity were to descend upon us, I would not shy away from the challenge. Tsunglong, sensing his fearless spirit, joyfully circled the ocean several times. After a moment of contemplation, Galidor could no longer contain a flicker of hope and inquired, can you sense the magical energy now? Tsunglong hesitated, and suddenly, the calm ocean erupted into towering waves, tumultuous and fierce. I cannot sense it. Tsunglong could not feel it. Alas, due to his shape-shifting nature. Galidor distinctly perceived the sorrow and helplessness woven into the infant-like cries of Tsunglong. For millennia, Tsunglong had grown wise enough to remember one crucial lesson, to constantly evade the colossal dragons above, the sea dragons and sea monsters below. To neither dive into the depths nor surface above. Tsunglong understood, their kind were mere sustenance, just as they devoured countless small fish. They were but food for more powerful beings. Tsunglong did not wish to be consumed, fearing the fate of being eaten. I am too old. I must not be appetizing. It is all right, it is all right. Galidor gently consoled. I shall find a way to assist you. Trust me, even if it means slaying gods. I will defy fate on your behalf. As Galidor communicated with Tsunglong, the sun began its slow ascent. Beneath the warm sunlight, the enormous pod of whales roaming the coastal waters grew ever more ominous, while the sailors aboard nearly 40 warships felt no warmth, their courage to resist dwindling. Under the leadership of Colin and Cade, a coalition of 1,000 soldiers from the castle's royal guard and the city defense army boarded their warships, systematically eliminating the knights who dared to resist and capturing over 5,000 terrified sailors. As Colin and Cade reboard the yacht, Galidor regained his awareness, observing the immense pod of whales following the Tsunglong, each sinking beneath the surface of the sea. What is happening? Noticing Colin's hesitation, he inquired. Captain, there are 10 warships bearing the flag of Dragonstone Island that were converted from merchant vessels. I have interrogated the sailors, and they are all members of the fleet from Seagull Town, Colin reported, lowering his gaze and avoiding direct eye contact with the captain. Only a small number of Dragonstone's warships had accompanied them south, with the rest docked at the harbor. This was the first time he had witnessed the captain make an error. Previously, he had regarded him as omniscient and invincible. "Oh," Galidor responded calmly. Observing Colin and Cade suddenly lift their heads, their expressions reflecting unspoken surprise. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Huh? What? Did you truly believe I was infallible?" "Indeed, Captain," Cade replied with a simple grin, candidly expressing his thoughts. Colin also managed a shy smile, nodding in agreement. "Well then, now you both understand that I am merely human, not omnipotent. In the future, think critically and do not blindly follow my orders, understood?" Galidor shrugged, earnestly advising the two. "Always ready to serve you, Captain." They both responded in unison, following closely behind Galidor. Galidor squinted, gazing at the tumultuous waters where the large creatures stirred, occasionally roaring at the lined-up captives in the harbor, maintaining a constant psychological pressure on them. Meanwhile, he was also communicating with the intelligence brain in his mind. Indeed, as you predicted, it is truly Stannis. The decapitation operation is the optimal solution. However, Stannis must not die, especially not in the Hall of Harvest. He countered, asserting that the optimal solution merely pertained to how to best incorporate the joint fleet into Tars, not the current situation's optimal resolution. Though somewhat unexpected, the outcome was still acceptable. This strategy was crafted by him personally, without the assistance of the intelligence brain, despite its provision of numerous superior alternatives. Stannis' strategy of converting merchant ships into warships could only serve to protect themselves. After all, whether warships or merchant vessels, they would require significant modifications and superior weaponry once returned to Tars. Soon, new doubts arose in Galidor's mind. What precisely were Braavos' intentions? When Tars Island rose to prominence, it had clashed with Braavos, and he had even survived assassination attempts by 5 formidable, faceless men. Braavos' fleet was exceedingly powerful. Adept at evading pursuit from Tars' ships, they were acutely aware of Tars' combat capabilities, yet Braavos had not coordinated with allied forces like the Academy. From this encounter, Galidor had not discerned any hidden cards that the joint fleet held against Tars' fleet. The summoning of the Sea Dragon was, in fact, a deliberate ruse, a smokescreen to gauge the alliance between Braavos and the Seven Kingdoms. Moreover, when Stannis dared to assault Tarth, he would not be met with the cunningly devised threats of the sea beasts, but rather with an invincible fleet. Just the thought of such despair filled Galidor with sorrow for the diligent minister of the Navy. Chapter 32. Unexpected events and the first radiant hotline in the eastern castle of the Twilight Hall. Atop the Morning Light Tower, Galidor lightly tapped the table, lost in contemplation. 2 sealed letters lay before him. 1. A report from the Citadel, detailing the Lannisters' incitement of the Iron Islands to launch an assault on the Riverlands, which had already resulted in the Iron Islanders landing and pillaging the region. The fleet from Dragonstone, stationed opposite in the Harvest Hall, was also sending knights northward, prompting Galidor to consider alerting his steadfast allies in the west, the Iron Islands. The other letter came from his spy in King's Landing, announcing the death of Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, an event that had transpired a month prior. In this world, the presence of ravens ensured swift dissemination of news. Yet the speed of travel lagged behind. A journey from King's Landing took over a month under normal circumstances. To ensure safety and prevent the Citadel and the Three-Eyed Crow from intercepting messages and altering information, Galidor typically awaited confirmation through at least 3 distinct channels before drawing conclusions. Tywin's departure from the game did not surprise Galidor. His intention was to provoke Tywin using the strategy of striking without knowing whether he had a strong hand. What truly astonished him was Jon Arryn's demise and the peculiar response from Robert and the small council regarding Jon's passing. Robert's swift acceptance of his foster father's death was unsettling, and it was unexpected that the likes of Peter Baelish had not exploited Jon's death for their own schemes. It is noteworthy that in the realm of Game of Thrones, after Jon's death, Lisa had sent a raven to the north to inform House Stark that Jon had been murdered by the Lannisters, marking the first instance of the troublemaking trio sowing discord between the Lannisters and the Starks. Furthermore, there were still 2 months to go before the year 296 began, and the intellect had predicted that the earliest possible time for Jon Arryn's death would be 6 months later. How could Jon have unraveled the truth behind the incest so swiftly? Where had the error occurred? Had the troublemakers intervened? Intellect, what is your assessment? Analyzing. Insufficient data prevents a conclusive result. Calculating. Let us employ the process of elimination to identify the most plausible options. A map of the Game of Thrones world projected itself within Galidor's consciousness, with regions beyond Westeros dimming immediately. From south to north, the Citadel, Old Town, and Highgarden swiftly faded into darkness. And as the projection continued northward, a flicker occurred over the Westlands before it too extinguished. Ultimately, the only remaining illuminated area on the entire map was a solitary glimmer beyond the wall. Indeed, a dead raven. What a source of chaos. Galidor felt a surge of indignation, lamenting that this move had nearly caught him off guard. Jon Arryn's death was a significant marker in the unfolding narrative of the White Walker's advance. Had it not been for the turmoil in the Riverlands, Robert might have adhered to the original plot and summoned Ned Stark from the north. Thus, under the discord between Littlefinger and Varys, the competition among the Lion and Wolf factions was ignited, subsequently leading to the War of the Five Kings. Galidor hoped that the Seven Kingdoms would prioritize stability for the time being, especially after seizing Loras and the Stepstone Islands, as the development of Tarth Island could accelerate significantly. According to the calculations of the intellect, the strength of Tarth Island increases by 5% each month. In a year, its power could potentially double. Unfortunately, despite meticulous planning, the Iron Islands remained beyond his control. Situated in the Sunset Sea, the Iron Islands may indeed harbor the drowned god, one of the ancient deities whose stature rivals that of the three-eyed crow. The death of the crow is likely to influence the thoughts of certain individuals in King's Landing. How hypocritical these spectral entities can be. Galidor lamented further, noting that in his current good spirits, he would refrain from voicing his thoughts. The shapeshifters adhere to three significant taboos. The first prohibits the consumption of human flesh, the second forbids mating with wolves in wolf form, and the third, the most severe, forbids occupying another human's body. This is the popular version among the wildlings, expanded to include the prohibition against cannibalism, mating with animals in the form of shape-shifting partners, and invading human consciousness. The Green Prophet is indeed remarkable, and the Three-Eyed Crow is extraordinary. To become a Green Prophet, one must first be a shapeshifter. Even if one is a child of the forest or a legendary creature, the Three-Eyed Crow stands as the pinnacle of shapeshifters, capable of transforming over infinite distances and simultaneously shape-shifting multiple individuals. Moreover, Tywin has been incredibly fortunate. Inciting the Iron Islands has inadvertently aided him, and he has astutely predicted the timing of the chaos orchestrated by Tarth, which is set to unfold approximately a year from now, in late 296. 2 years ahead of the scripted timeline of late 298. Each of the four horsemen is a formidable adversary. United, they could effortlessly annihilate any battalion of the First Legion. Galidor remains oblivious to the fact that certain individuals in Old Town, King's Landing, and the like regard him as a new player in the game of power, meticulously analyzing his strategies and intentions. Otherwise, he would surely find it amusing. With the presence of the Three-Eyed Crow in Westeros, neither he nor the intellect can unravel the crow's power and dare not land. Otherwise, he would assert his dominance with overwhelming force to claim the Iron Throne, implementing sweeping reforms across the Seven Kingdoms to prepare for the Long Night. After surviving the Long Night, he would conquer the world, amassing resources to nurture the intellect and the three companions, while the loyal four horsemen would also benefit. The Targaryens possess dragons, compelling the people of the Seven Kingdoms to kneel and acknowledge their supremacy. Yet, he is no ordinary individual. To a certain extent, he finds himself confined to Tarth Island, limited to gazing across the narrow sea. Seeking diversion, he might resort to trivial tactics to amuse himself and engage a group of tedium-ridden individuals in a few games. Ultimately, the only entities capable of instilling fear in him are formidable shadowbinders like Aunt May, dragons, and divine beings endowed with extraordinary power. Particularly in this world, the gods are notably benevolent towards humanity, displaying a penchant for resurrection. The resurrection of gods. Gareth silently resolved to personally tailor a service for his enemies, delivering them to the Grim Reaper, collecting their remains, and providing custom Valyrian steel urns in a seamless experience. At the military port, Gareth, accompanied by Colin and Cade, brought this month's active elixirs for the trio. On the sandy beach by the dock, Gareth circled around the imposing figure of the newly evolved giant, resting his chin on his hand. After several laps, a peculiar sensation arose within him. The giant seemed to lack something compared to a true brother. Intellect. Project the data interface of the giant. Giant, initial juvenile evolution stage, 92, length, 17 meters height, weight, 68 tons strength, 8 tons grasping. Gripping, speed, 130 kilometers H defense, 9, using a 1 centimeter steel comparison, intelligence, magical energy, 52, with an adult dragon at 100 as the standard, abilities, self-healing regeneration, flame accumulation, acid spitting, super digestion, extreme long-range vision, infrared radar, up to a kilometer, magical energy radiation absorption, hunting. Compared to 3 months ago, The giant's evolution had reached 92, and in 4 months, it would enter its adult phase. Additionally, some juvenile organs had already begun to develop within the trio. The juvenile must evolve a complete set of 3 radiation line organs and high-temperature flame storage sacs, as well as highly corrosive acid sacs. The giant's high-temperature flame storage sacs and highly corrosive acid sacs had formed, but had yet to absorb the extraordinary data from this world for optimization. The first set of biological jet energy system organs, based on the CAN HE exoskeleton template, had also been generated last month, regrettably. The giant's internal high-pressure organs and conduits lacked sufficient extraordinary data for optimization. Snap! Gareth snapped his fingers, pointing to the sandy beach ahead, commanding the giant, Let us see you breathe fire. A flicker of fear passed through the giant's deep blue eyes, and the massive muscles within its body began to writhe. The pale golden blood coursing through its veins surged suddenly. The giant's enormous mouth, capable of swallowing a person, opened wide, and a deep blue flame, over 2 meters in diameter, erupted forth, unleashing a fire dragon that swept across the beach. Boom! In an instant, sand and stones were sent flying, creating a large crater in the beach. Gareth, Colin, and Cade had long retreated several dozen meters away, yet they could still feel the searing heat wave enveloping them. Drenched in sweat due to their armored suits, Colin and Cade had no choice but to lift their visors, revealing their perspiring faces. Once the giant had consumed all the hydrogen within, Gareth commanded it to cease, and the giant, exhausted, collapsed onto the beach, motionless, akin to a nearby lazy sheep. Gareth cast a glance at the second giant, seemingly unfazed by the flames and still snoring, his face immediately darkening with frustration. Detected host heart rate soaring. 72 blood energy reversal. Please perform deep breathing exercises. Sigh? No need to be angry. It's just laziness. Who doesn't enjoy a good long nap? Gareth reassured himself. After all, the trio was truly invaluable and could not be forsaken. He paced around Dajwang, who, apart from his eyes, bore an unmistakable resemblance to the legendary Godzilla in terms of physique, scales, dorsal fins, and claws. Even the color of the flames he emitted was akin to Godzilla's atomic breath. Yet, something felt amiss. Dajwang seemed to lack a certain essence. Chapter 32. King of Titans Galidor, perplexed, chanced to glance back at Colin and Cade, and was immediately amused. The 2 knights appeared as if they had just emerged from the ocean, drenched, with beads of sweat dripping from their hair visible through their visors. You must remove your armor quickly. Do not risk dehydration, he urged, hastening to assist Cade in shedding his armor. While Valyrian steel was lightweight, it could not compensate for the heft of Cade's imposing frame, with his full suit weighing a staggering 200 pounds. Galidor had long been lurking in Volantis, borrowing various components from several Valyrian descendants without permission to construct this towering suit of over 2 meters in height. Colin hesitated, but Captain, you once stated that we should remain armored at all times. Galidor's insistence for the 4 knights to be perpetually clad in armor stemmed from a fear that the deities of this world could strike him down, as well as to defend against extraordinary attacks, including those from Shadowbinders. Having never ventured to Essos, his only frame of reference for extraordinary beings was the formidable Shadowbinders like Aunt May, who represented the pinnacle of magical prowess. Nevertheless, prophecies existed in this world, and it was uncertain what remarkable feats he might accomplish in the future, which could have been foreseen by certain extraordinary individuals. After all, he was currently orchestrating a modest plan to dominate the known world, gathering data and resources for the intellect and nurturing shapeshifter allies. In doing so, he and the 4 knights could aspire to immortality. Ideally, achieving the feat of slaying gods would be the ultimate goal. Colin, do hurry and remove your armor. Should you faint from dehydration, you would be unable to protect me, he commanded. Although Dajwang's fiery breath did not reach the staggering temperatures of legendary Godzilla's hundreds of thousands of degrees, the accumulation within the high-temperature flame reservoir had still reached temperatures of 2,000 to 3,000 degrees. The gaping pit that had endured the onslaught of the fire dragon reflected a blinding, glass-like brilliance. The 3 of them braved the relentless heat waves. Galidor's silver, water-patterned robe had been scorched into wrinkles, and one could only imagine the discomfort of the 2 knights trapped within their armor. Following orders, Colin removed his helmet and gulped down water from his companion's flask. Once Galidor assisted Cade in shedding his armor, he approached Dajwang, inquiring of the intellect. What do you have to say? The legendary Godzilla, a titan that has survived for millions of years, has engaged in countless battles with other titans, instinctively integrating combat into its very essence. Over the course of millennia, this legendary entity has cultivated an aura of dominance as the king of titans, believing that all titans must bow before it. As the young titan, Dajwang, begins to develop its hunting skills, it expresses trepidation while unleashing fiery breath. It is suggested that the host guide Dazhuang to practice its fiery breath daily, while also leading the smaller titans in hunting the titans of this world, thereby nurturing an aura of supremacy. Furthermore, it is recommended to collect breath data from the smaller titans to optimize and develop a unique breath technique. Much like Godzilla's atomic breath, which possesses both fiery and beam forms. A series of analytical images projected in Galidor's mind, revealing detailed insights. However, he wore a bitter expression as he understood that comparing the juvenile Dazhuang to the legendary Godzilla was indeed a futile endeavor. Even when the smaller titans reach maturity, they would still pale in comparison to Godzilla. This world is devoid of an abundance of titans, perhaps the edges of the Shadowlands and Sithorios harbor some. Yet he dares not venture there. The Smoke Sea holds the dragon worm he yearns for. But he is unwilling to risk entering the Smoke Sea or depleting Taz's potential by dispatching a legion for capture. In the Narrow Sea, there exists a 93% probability of encountering a tribe of sea monsters, while the Trembling Sea also harbors other marine beasts. However, it is advised that the host avoid approaching north of Iban's Island. It seems an opportune time to set sail again, perhaps to meet Daenerys and witness the hatching of dragons. It is strongly recommended that the host opts for this course to gather comprehensive data for the Dragon Project. Galidor chose to disregard the intelligence brain, as his plans had already revealed several flaws, prompting him to activate multiple contingency strategies. Despite the presence of the intelligence brain, it could not accurately predict the forthcoming actions of the three-eyed crow, nor the behaviors of the learned city. During a self-diagnostic, the intelligence brain discovered a portion of data missing, leading to errors in its calculations. In this instance, the three-eyed crow, which was meant solely to monitor the timelines of Westeros and maintain the past and predetermined fate, had inadvertently caused the demise of Jon Arryn. Daily optimize the active elixirs and report the results. Acknowledged. Galidor felt a twinge of apprehension, having reached this juncture. He gradually began to comprehend the concerns and hesitations of his second-in-command. Located at the heart of the Narrow Sea, Loras boasts abundant fishing resources. Yet its island lacks rich forestry. Consequently, Loras possesses the largest fishing fleet among the 9 free city-states, but only a scant number of warships, rendering it incapable of defending its sovereignty. Following the rise of Taz Island, Taz's fleet easily captured the mere 2,000 naval personnel of Loras. The Governor's Council of Loras was struck with fear, even resorting to procuring 2 dragon eggs as tribute. Eager to sign a subordinate agreement akin to those of Pintos and Bravos, merely hoping that Galidor would refrain from seizing Loras. Galidor declined each offer. The developmental potential of Taz's lands had been exhausted, and he harbored reservations regarding the three-eyed crow, preferring to avoid landing in Westeros. Therefore, one could only focus on the few grand islands in the Narrow Sea, especially since the Labyrinth of Rolas was constructed from black stone. Should the intelligence network succeed in deciphering the properties and origins of this black stone, the data regarding the magical series in Galidor would be significantly enhanced. For months prior, over 100 warships from Tars entered the Bay of Rolas, and not a single captain of the fishing fleets dared to confront them. The arrival of the First Legion, with merely a handful of gunshield units arrayed, thoroughly terrified the 3,000 makeshift resistance fighters hastily assembled by the Governor's Council. Without a single arrow being loosed by the ranged units and archers, the resistance crumbled, with a majority of the commanders kneeling in surrender. Consequently, upon Rolas officially falling under Tar's dominion, 100 officials escorted by the United Legion commenced their political theatrics. Through a series of measures, including striking against the corrupt merchants of the Governor's Council to win the hearts of the people, sowing discord among the clandestine dissenters, stabilizing prices, and establishing factories to provide more employment opportunities, the populace of Rolas wholeheartedly submitted, becoming subjects of Galidor. Subsequently, Sir Duncan, the teacher of Galidor, began evaluating the officials' accomplishments while visiting local elders, gathering proverbs related to the blind god Bosi and the legends of the Labyrinth. In pursuit of further information for the First Legion's exploration of the Labyrinth, the followers of Bosi abstained from meat and alcohol, walking barefoot, clad in coarse woolen shirts and animal skins. They don hooded cloaks devoid of eye openings as a sign of reverence, believing that only in darkness can the third eye be opened, allowing them to transcend the superficiality of the material world and witness the deeper essence of existence. Another significant tenet of their faith is the extreme rejection of self-awareness. They contend that relinquishing human vanity is the path to divinity. Thus, the devotees abandon their names, referring to themselves as someone instead of I. During his time in Rolas, Galidor had the opportunity to converse with local priests of the blind god, and upon hearing their beliefs, he felt an uncanny familiarity. The third eye? Someone, in the darkness, corresponding to the long night. He speculated with the intelligence network that either Bosi was a new deity who had betrayed the new divine forces represented by the god of light, or this group of Valyrians was one of the contingencies orchestrated by Valyrian civilization. Bosi is the deity worshipped by the Valyrians settled in Rolas, who had departed their homeland 1,322 years before the cataclysm of Valyria. This entanglement with black stone and the new divine forces presents an abundance of benefits in exploring the blind god and the labyrinth. Hence, even if it meant forsaking the dragon eggs, Galidor resolutely rejected the subservience demanded by the Governor's Council. Chapter 34, The Labyrinth of Rolas. In the military camp on the main island of Rolas, within the central tent adorned with the topographical map of the island. Nick and Hawkeye stood before the map, briefing over 100 mid-level commanders of the 1st Legion on the arrangements for exploring the labyrinth. The labyrinth nearly occupies the entirety of the subterranean realm beneath Rolas, yet our pursuit is a specific fragment of the enigmatic black stone. We are acutely aware that Rolas' ecosystem is severely compromised. The islands and rocks of Rolas Bay are devoid of vitality, yet they draw an abundance of fish. While marine beasts roam nearby, it can be surmised that they are lured by the magical radiation emitted by the black stone we seek. We remain uncertain about the extent of this radiation's proximity-related harm to humans, and whether it might induce mutations in animals. After the death row inmates were ushered into the labyrinth by the Suicide Squad, they were required to alternately retract the iron chains every 100 meters to assess the inmates' conditions. Should any abnormalities arise, they would promptly retreat, marking their position on the map. The remains of the labyrinth's builders are colossal, potentially descendants of giants. Yet they have long since perished. It is imperative that you instill in the soldiers a sense of composure, urging them not to panic or sound the alarm indiscriminately. At this juncture, does anyone have questions? Nick lifted his visor, revealing a sharply defined face, and calmly addressed the assembly. Having engaged frequently with the 1st Legion, he could recall the names of nearly every knight commander. Within the tent, the commanders looked up in bewilderment. Despite having been informed on Tars Island about the necessity to explore the labyrinth and mentally preparing themselves, many still harbored trepidation as the moment approached. Some knights from the old Tars families remained perplexed by the term radiation, only aware that it was something perilous. This is your first foray into the ruins. Lack of experience is no matter. Do not fear, and proceed boldly. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Hawkeye sternly admonished the assembly. I must make it abundantly clear that the 1st Legion will receive more tasks of exploring ruins in the future. Upon hearing this, the commanders trembled, bowing their heads in silence. Observing this, Nick commanded, if there are no further questions, you may exit. With a rustle, the commanders, feeling as though they had been granted amnesty, hurriedly rose and exited the tent, for Hawkeye's wrath was truly formidable, his golden gaze pierced like arrows, capable of slaying. Just look, knights must embody fearlessness. The courage of these individuals hardly measures up to the commander's expectations. Hawkeye's fury intensified, and he confided in Nick, expressing his discontent. This experience was meant to toughen them, to immerse them in the reality of bloodshed. Nick chuckled, offering a conciliatory remark. The commander's intent is clear. Without experiencing bloodshed, one cannot be deemed a qualified soldier. As the two conversed, Sir Duncan entered the tent with his head bowed. Nick promptly diverted the conversation, inquiring, My lord, do you bring good news? Duncan cast a glance at the irate Hawkeye and replied, Alas, the true faith in the blind god has long since vanished. The mere remnants of those 10 or so priests and followers have been thoroughly deciphered by us. Thus, we are left only with the black stone. Nick was not surprised. Several years prior, the commander and his cohort had already investigated Rolas, uncovering some clues. They had hoped to thoroughly win over the hearts of Rolas' over 70,000 citizens this time, anticipating that local elders might yield crucial information. Furthermore, the 2 dragon eggs procured by the Governor's Council should have also been brought into the labyrinth by those rebels. Hawkeye added that Rolas had long been besieged by Tarth's fleet. The fishing fleet could only operate within the confines of Rolas Bay, unable to breach the blockade. However, during the assault on the Governor's Council, they astonishingly failed to locate the dragon eggs previously offered by the Council. The 3 speculated that the dragon eggs had been smuggled into the labyrinth by the remaining insurgents. While dragon eggs are indeed precious in the free city-states, many families possess them, albeit all of them are barren, including the 2 acquired by the Governor's Council. Galidor had spent over a month researching 2 dragon eggs with the intellect of his brain before returning them to Rolas. The credit value of Tars exceeds that of 1,000 dragon eggs. Once they enter the labyrinth, they will search meticulously. Sir Duncan puffed out his chest, prepared to volunteer to lead the expedition into the labyrinth. Observing the old man's eagerness, Nick quickly interjected, My lord, There have been some complications in recruiting sailors for the fleet. We need you to oversee it. Over the past 4 months, the officials had been exceptionally busy, and Nick, along with Hawkeye, was tasked with the formation of the 2nd Legion and the expansion of the fleet. By bringing back suitable recruits to train in Tars, they could alleviate the burden on the governance of Rolas by the 5 major organizations, including the City Hall and the Justice Department. The captains of Tars' fleet, including the formidable battleship Valyria, led by the later defected Saradosin, were reluctant to recruit sailors in Rolas. They preferred to enlist pirates, yet found it exceedingly difficult. The sailors of Rolas' fishing fleet were reclusive and timid, seldom able to adapt to the rigors of long voyages. Only if one possessed sufficient prestige could they compel the captains to refrain from complaints and diligently instruct new sailors. Nick exchanged a knowing glance with his companion, and Hawkeye, attuned to the unspoken communication, promptly echoed Sir Duncan's complaint. Indeed, my lord, I have already reprimanded several captains. Their difficulties pale in comparison to the 5,000 recruits the 2nd Legion is set to withdraw. They only need to enlist 2,000 sailors. We have shown considerable understanding. The composition of Tars Island's fleet is exceedingly intricate, comprising subjects, hired sailors, former slaves turned subjects, and captives, with the latter further divided into prisoners from the Rolas Navy and the Royal Fleet. These individuals were scattered across various ships, truly testing the leadership capabilities of the captains. Sir Duncan, somewhat taken aback, realized that he had overlooked the subtle exchange between the 2 knights. Very well, I shall urge the captains. However, with both knights expressing the same sentiment, he felt reluctant to impose further challenges upon them. In the fertile land near the bustling city of Benlu, the formidable Victorian Greyjoy wielded his massive axe, leading nearly 1,000 iron men. With a single, powerful swing, he struck the gates of the large farm. The sound of the axe slicing through the air resonating mightily as it cleaved a substantial hole in the towering wooden door. Splinters flew, and fragments of wood tumbled from his imposing sea monster helm, as he could distinctly hear the terrified screams emanating from behind the door. Bang! Bang! Victorian laughed heartily, swinging his axe with even greater force. Within the expansive courtyard of the farmstead, a young nobleman commanded 3 knights and 400 to 500 trembling peasants, armed with an assortment of pitiful weapons. Some of the shorter farmers were even relegated to wielding a mere knife and fork the size of a hand, overwhelmed by fear. They lacked the courage to ascend the 2-meter-high wall for a defensive stand, resembling a flock of sheep cowering in a pen, petrified by the howling of wolves beyond. With a thunderous crash, the door was kicked open, and Victalion surged into the courtyard, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Huh, you pitiful cowards dare to resist. Like a tiger plunging into a herd of sheep, he found no adversaries. His massive axe whirled like a tempest, and in an instant, the courtyard was awash in blood. Severed limbs scattered indiscriminately. The once pristine white granite walls of the courtyard were stained crimson, resembling a frenzied artist's splattered canvas of sanguine hues. The feeble defense hastily organized by the young nobleman was swiftly torn asunder, exposing the nearly 100 men, women, and children huddled in the farmhouse hall. Kill! Charge forth! That woman is mine first. The iron men behind Victalion, emboldened by the scent of blood, surged forward like ravenous wolves, eager to feast on the 2-legged prey. In an instant, the once bountiful farm transformed into a hellish nightmare, where the piercing screams of women intertwined with the malevolent laughter of men. The bodies of the elderly lay atop those of children, mingling bones and flowing entrails in a macabre display of horror, bloodshed, and grotesqueness. Chapter 35. The unpredictable situation. After a moment of revelry, Victalion brutally kicked aside the mangled form of a young girl, laughing heartily like a triumphant general. He crushed an eye, still connected to its blood vessels, beneath his boot, continuing to guffaw as he exited the hall littered with dismembered remains. Deep within, he felt a sense of satisfaction with Balan's decision to assault the Riverlands, for the nobles of that region were both affluent and feeble, explaining why the Iron Islands had pillaged them for centuries. Contemplating further, he found himself grumbling about his elder brother. The Northerners were both impoverished and stubborn, and Balan, in a bid to reclaim lost honor from 6 years prior, was fixated on vengeance. Was this not a waste of the Ironmen's resources? While seizing was often more fruitful than toil, the Northerners had little worth taking, unlike the Riverlands, where he had landed from Seaguard. Pillaging his way through and securing at least hundreds of thousands of golden dragons, suffering less than a tenth of losses among his 4,000 iron men. However, his mirth was short-lived. My lord, trouble brews. Our fleet is met with disaster. A gaunt Iron Man rushed into the courtyard, exclaiming, Our fleet was besieged by the Westeros forces and repelled from Pike. The Duke has ordered our retreat back to the Iron Islands. What did you say? Victalion exclaimed, Disbelief etched across his face as he seized the man's collar, roaring, "Curse it! Have Lannisters deceived us? Are they truly seeking revenge against the Iron Islands?" He recalled that it was the Lannisters who had initially reached out to his brother Balon, informing him that the fleets from Dragonstone and Driftmark had been dispatched to confront the forces at Tarth. The Monkey Novel Network reports that the Tully family of the Riverlands has recently provoked the Lion, and should the Iron Islands raid the Riverlands, the Westerlands would likely remain indifferent or even collaborate with the Iron Islands in a charade, relinquishing a portion of their territorial interests to deceive the king upon the Iron Throne. To demonstrate his sincerity, the old lion, Tywin, sent a gift of 100,000 golden dragons to Balon. Infuriating, he summoned all captains to gather at Stonehenge, and we must retreat immediately. Victarion Greyjoy, commander of the Iron Fleet, possessed considerable military acumen and quickly realized that returning to Seaguard was no longer an option. If the Westerlands were indeed playing a dangerous game, then the intelligence they received regarding the Dragonstone fleet was likely inaccurate. It was plausible that Stannis had laid a trap at Seaguard, waiting for them to return in haste, unwittingly stepping into his snare. The worst-case scenario was that the Knights of the Westerlands and the Vale lay in wait, prepared to annihilate them as they ventured deeper into the Riverlands. In the Grand Hall atop Casterly Rock, Tywin sat at the head of the long table, his countenance dark and shadowed by profound dread. 10 days prior, the combined fleets of House Lannister and the Shield Islands had decisively crushed the Iron Fleet raiding along the western coast. Why had Kevin received orders that seemed genuine just before the battle? It was only after several fleets pursued the Iron Fleet to Pike that he realized this was not his orchestrated plan. He had been manipulated. Tywin remained locked in his chamber, contemplating this revelation for an extended period before arriving at such a conclusion. Yet, it was precisely this realization that filled him with terror, rendering him too fearful to confide in anyone, too frightened to step outside the Grand Hall. The bizarre nature of these events instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within him. Even Tyrion, confined outside, could hear his father's labored breaths through the walls. In a flurry, Tywin recalled Kevin, who had been pursuing the retreating Iron Fleet, along with the bewildered fleets of House Casterly and House Green, to return to Lannisport. Shortly thereafter, he received news that sent shockwaves through Westeros. King Robert of King's Landing summoned the Lords of the Seven Kingdoms in the name of the realm's protector, preparing to attack Tarth. Distraught and disheveled, Tywin had no intention of heeding the frenzied Robert. He was curious to see if Robert could rally an army without financial backing. However, less than a day after sending his ravens far and wide, Robert urgently communicated with the lords. He clarified that there had been a misunderstanding. A lapse by Maester Pycelle had mistakenly referred to the Stepstones as Tarth. His true intent was to assault the Stepstones and commend House Tarth for their unwavering loyalty to the crown, as they had already begun their advance against the Stepstones. Had Tywin not been gripped by such profound fear, he would have surely found amusement in Robert's chaotic maneuver. Meanwhile, the lords receiving these two letters were filled with embarrassment. Suppressed rumors spread like wildfire, resulting in numerous ravens succumbing to exhaustion. The protagonists of these events are inexorably tied to the Isle of Tarth. Initially, only the factions of King's Landing and the Citadel were aware that Tarth had first attacked the royal fleet and subsequently dispatched a formidable legion of 30,000 to seize one of the 9 free city-states, Lorth. The Tarth family also possesses the arcane knowledge to manipulate sea monsters, launching a surprise assault on the fleet at Seagull Town. Now, all the lords of Westeros are aware of these developments. A new player has entered the power struggle, presenting yet another option. However, the revelation of these increasingly absurd occurrences pales in comparison to the explosive news of the Tarth family's clandestine dealings with the remnants of House Targaryen. The Tarth family harbors ambitions towards the Iron Throne and is likely conspiring to restore the Targaryen dynasty. The lords quickly reached a consensus, exhibiting signs of unrest, with some beginning to explore contact with the Isle of Tarth. Was Robert also manipulated? All of this chaos is instigated by Tarth. If the Tarth family can transcend the bounds of reason to control sea monsters, they may also possess insight into my own circumstances. Yet Tywin perceives something distinct amid the flurry of rumors, a flicker of inspiration igniting within his mind. But how can he compel them to divulge their knowledge? He cannot place his hopes in those of uncertain allegiance. Perhaps he should consult a seer? No, the Citadel, the faceless men, the Red Priests, the Warlocks, perhaps those madmen with prophetic abilities could impart some information. His grip tightened around the armrest of his chair as he mentally dismissed each profession known for its arcane capabilities. Father, you have been locked away for several days. Tyrion inquired from outside the hall, his concern for Tywin palpable. His father's treatment of him had always been harsh, perhaps a reflection of the grief stemming from the death of his beloved wife at Tyrion's birth. Guilt had long haunted Tyrion, even leading him to loathe his very existence. Inside the hall, Tywin pondered how to induce the Tarth family to share their knowledge or how to seek out those gifted with foresight when he heard his son's voice and mused. Tyrion? The dwarf is indeed a unique entity. Perhaps I might send him to seek out the madman. In the Red Keep of King's Landing, during the small council meeting, Robert sat with a stern expression, lost in thought, while Baelish glared at the other counselors in frustration. Had he not returned just in time to dissuade the king, the Seven Kingdoms would have descended into utter chaos. As for Stannis, he had long since led his forces to ambush the Iron Islands army at Dragonstone. Indeed, Stannis had anticipated Victarion-esque strategies and resolutely abandoned the fleet moored at Storm's End, leading thousands of knights on a land offensive to exact vengeance for the Riverlands. Pycelle, Lancel, Littlefinger, and Varys kept their heads down in silence, unwilling to meet the furious gaze of the Kingsguard captain. The king's recent erratic decisions had also been influenced by their actions. Initially, Varys had reported, for reasons unknown, that Tarth had provided aid to the Targaryen remnants, and subsequently, Lancel had volunteered to spearhead another assault on the Isle of Tarth. The only individuals capable of maintaining their composure were Pycelle and Littlefinger. Yet they dared not dissuade the king, whose fury had once more erupted, having witnessed Varys' fate. The two prudent men wished to avoid being hurled from a window by the unhinged monarch. Fortunately, despite recent setbacks in their assault on Dragonstone, their campaign against the Iron Islands had yielded a string of victories. Ultimately, the defeat of the Iron Islands was merely a matter of time. During today's council meeting, there were but two pressing matters on the agenda: how to address Dragonstone, which had committed acts of rebellion yet had not officially declared its treachery, and the selection of the new king's hand. In the council chamber, all the ministers bowed their heads, lost in their thoughts, as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Even Balistan wore a tight-lipped expression, while Robert's brow furrowed deeper, his features contorting with rage as his nostrils flared with indignation. With a resounding clap of his hands on the long table, his massive palm bulging with veins, he barely restrained his strength. Ahem. Let us speak plainly. How shall we resolve the situation with Dragonstone? The ministers glanced up, hopeful that Robert would take the initiative and declare a course of action. In truth, everyone present, including Robert, understood that there was but one viable option: they had to pursue a marriage alliance. Through such a union, they could reaffirm the vassal relationship between King's Landing and Dragonstone, restoring the bond between House Baratheon and House Targaryen. Naturally, if King's Landing possessed the means to obliterate House Targaryen, the most prudent course would be to instill fear across the Seven Kingdoms with their blood, thus solidifying the Iron Throne's dominion. However, they did not possess such power. The chamber fell once more into a heavy silence, the ministers uncertain of Robert's stance, hesitant to speak freely. What is this? Are you not my trusted advisors in ruling this realm, my wise and loyal counsel? Robert's cold laughter broke the tension as he derided. You all respond to my inquiries on state matters with silence. Your Majesty, the Baratheon and Targaryen families have long been connected by marriage. We must preserve this rare bond. Balistan, unable to remain silent any longer, recognized the smoldering anger within Robert. Yet, he understood that the king's wrath should not continue to be directed at the council. Furthermore, to demonstrate sincerity, he urged, please, bestow upon Lord Selwyn the title of Protector of the Narrow Sea. Robert, taken aback, paused in his mocking expression. The thought of a suitable and trustworthy candidate for the position of Hand of the King weighing heavily on his mind. He had already identified a potential candidate, his foster brother, Ned Stark, the Warden of the North and Duke of Winterfell. The other ministers, including Renly, finally exhaled in relief. Once the conversation was opened, Robert, as king, would have to heed the prevailing circumstances. Following the War of Usurpers, Robert, under the strong counsel of his foster father Jon, had taken Cersei as his queen, forging an alliance with House Lannister. Now, all ministers and members of House Baratheon were in need of the king to once again contribute to peace. Your Majesty, may I speak candidly? If the island of Tarth accepts your fealty, a new bond of submission will be established, allowing you to wield Tarth and Lannister against your adversaries. A spark of inspiration flickered in Renly's mind, prompting him to urge Robert, who seemed intrigued. However, he momentarily overlooked Jaime's presence, suddenly feeling the weight of a murderous gaze upon him from behind, causing him to awkwardly refrain from smiling at the heir of the West from the Kingsguard. Your Majesty, I implore you to heed the advice of Ser Balistan. Our debts to the Iron Bank and Lord Tywin are imminent. With an interest payment of 300,000 golden dragons due in 2 months, the Master of Coin, Peter, reported to the sovereign. Upon hearing Balistan's suggestion, Littlefinger's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Should a member of House Tarth enter King's Landing, the potential for maneuverability would widen significantly. If Duke Stannis fails to acquire the riches plundered from the Iron Men and the Riverlands, We shall be unable to offer rewards for the battle against the Iron Islands and compensate for the fleet of Gulltown, Littlefinger lamented, desperately appealing to Robert's sense of financial hardship. The maritime profits of Tarth rival those of Lannisport, and surely, Lord Selwyn would be inclined to be generous. At this moment, Littlefinger held considerable favor in Robert's eyes, and with Balistan's presence, even a hint of impropriety would likely not provoke the king's ire. Rather, Littlefinger's lamentations tipped the already precarious balance further towards the union with Tarth. He turned to face Maester Pycelle, his rotund figure shifting restlessly in his chair. "Send a raven. And speak," he ordered, his reluctance palpable. "Wait," he added, slamming his hand on the table and addressing Balistan. "You old wretch, explain the terms of this proposed union." Balistan smiled slightly, unfazed by the king's restrained fury. In truth, it was not an affront, even when Robert's temper flared at Jon Arryn. He too was referred to as an old man. "Since we are to proceed with the alliance, let us do so decisively. Marry Princess Myrcella to the heir of House Tarth." "I have heard that this young man currently oversees Tarth?" "Indeed, my lord," responded a seemingly bulbous Varys, nodding in affirmation. "You may also wish to know that Lord Selwyn's eldest daughter harbors affections for Duke Renly," he added, casting a glance at Robert, who remained impassive, thus allowing him to divulge this information. "Ah, Duke Renly," Balistan pondered, his expression fraught with difficulty, as all eyes in the hall, including Robert S., turned to the Master of Laws, Renly. Heh. Renly chuckled awkwardly, feeling as though his preference for men had become common knowledge. Observing this, Balistan shook his head and inquired, "Your Majesty, might we allow Joffrey?" "Absolutely not." Robert interjected vehemently, cutting him off. "You old fool, do not overreach, or I shall see to it that you occupy this damned seat yourself." The hall was imbued with a relaxed yet slightly tense atmosphere. Soon, Robert realized he had spoken too harshly, and with a shrug, he added, "I shall be your royal guard. No, I intend to venture to the neighboring continent and become a mercenary. The women there are far more alluring." His petulant remarks elicited a collective sigh of relief from the ministers, who exchanged amused glances. "Your Majesty, you are the majestic crowned stag, the beloved of the 7 gods. The embodiment of all honor, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms. None are more deserving than you to occupy the throne." The previously silent Maester Pycelle offered a slight bow to Robert, praising him with utmost reverence. "Well then, old man, that settles it. Send a raven to inquire about those rascals." Robert thumped the table, his force diminishing as he recalled a few months prior when he had addressed those present in a similar manner. Back then, his benevolent and wise foster father was still alive. Now, however, it was evident that his father's judgments were misguided, leaving behind a plethora of matters that ought to be cast aside. "Yes, Your Majesty, always at your service." Both Baelish and the Maester bowed, thus solidifying the decision regarding the handling of Tarth. Though Robert harbored anger within, he recognized that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. Tarth Island, situated in the narrow sea, possessed a remarkable degree of independence. The ruling family of Storms and often sought to maintain feudal ties through marriage with the lords of Tarth. Even the Durandons, who had ruled Storm's End for millennia, and the Baratheons, as exemplified by the current Baratheon alliance with the island of Isman, had to adhere to this practice. The present situation underscored the significance of such alliances, as King's Landing had suffered repeated defeats in its campaigns against Tarth, leading to significant losses in naval power and resulting in turmoil in Robert's reign. The recent abrupt changes in royal decrees had emboldened numerous lords to openly mock the usurper as a mere buffoon, while several remnants of House Targaryen sought to establish connections with Tarth Island. Chapter 37. The hand of the new king Varys's little birds flew swiftly, and Robert was acutely aware of the disturbances among the lords across the realm. Years ago, the legitimacy of his claim to the Iron Throne was partly derived from House Targaryen, for his grandmother was a Targaryen, thereby granting him a claim to the throne. Despite the undeniable truth of his usurpation, he could not, like the Mad King, randomly burn those who openly derided him as a usurper among the Targaryen loyalists. Just as the Targaryen remnants begrudgingly acknowledged Robert's claim, he too had to endure the distaste, while simultaneously diminishing the influence of those lords, all the while bolstering his own power. The alliance with House Tarth was not merely to placate the long-provoked island, but also to intimidate the restless lords. As for whether Tarth Island would accept the marriage and the titles, everyone in the hall was acutely aware that it would. For Tarth had dared to assault the forces of its liege lord, yet had never openly declared rebellion, thus creating an atmosphere of unrest. This was akin to a harlot desiring to maintain her reputation. Even now, both King's Landing and the Citadel had grown weary of Tarth's antics. However, the strength of the opposing side was overwhelming, compelling them to approach with forced smiles, desperately seeking an opportunity to plunge their daggers into the hearts of their adversaries. Robert and the council were eager for Targaryen to lose his wits, hoping to exploit a union by means of coercion and reward, while simultaneously continuing their assault on Lord Balon Greyjoy. Consequently, the Targaryen family's credibility would significantly diminish, leading to a loss of noble esteem and inciting the disdain and rejection of the noble lords. Your Majesty, Lord Jon has returned to the Vale. The kingdom now requires you to appoint a new hand of the king. In the absence of a hand, the Grand Maester took charge of the council, and Ser Davos respectfully saluted Robert once more. Allow me to remind you, Your Majesty. As the Grand Maester's words fell, Peter Baelish immediately counseled Robert. Duke Stannis has preserved the fleet of Dragonstone for the kingdom, and subsequently rushed to the Riverlands. I believe under his leadership, the Iron Islands will pay a heavy price for their transgressions against the Riverlands. Yet, the more he lauded Stannis' achievements, the darker the expressions of the king and Renly grew. Most crucially, the Duke was a member of House Baratheon. He is undoubtedly capable of earning your trust and governing the realm effectively. Peter astutely sensed the shift in the atmosphere within the hall, as every member of the Kingsguard, including Jaime, displayed visible disdain. This included Stannis' own brother, King Robert, and Renly. He misjudged the reputation of the unsparing and ungrateful Duke of Dragonstone among the nobility, and underestimated the council's aversion to Stannis. Robert's fury escalated, his breath becoming noticeably heavier. Sire, you jest. Renly, wishing to prevent the king from erupting in anger again, straightened up and rebuked Peter sternly. The hand of the king is the king's representative, and must naturally be someone favored by his majesty. My brother is a true and loyal knight. He would never act arrogantly due to his accomplishments, nor would he behave like a mercenary demanding rewards from your majesty. Peter's brow furrowed. Renly's words seemed to undermine Stannis' merits. Indeed, the appointment of the hand should solely be at your majesty's discretion, free from external influences. And I trust the Duke would understand this. Robert clearly exhibited resistance to Peter's recommendation of the Duke of Dragonstone. Sire, Duke Stannis is far too rigid. He's ill-suited for the role of hand. Varys also spoke up, subtly advising Peter that recommending Stannis for the role may not be in his best interest. Ser Davos hesitated, ultimately remaining silent. Robert would not accept Stannis, nor would he entertain Tywin. Most of the ministers voiced their opposition, leaving Peter speechless. The king's flushed face gradually regained its composure, and his rapid breathing steadied. Once the Riverlands are stabilized, I shall personally invite Lord Eddard Stark of the North to serve as hand, he declared, pressing his thick lips together as he revealed his choice to all present. Valysar furrowed his brow, refraining from opposition. Eddard Stark was a knight of true honor, revered by the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms for his unwavering respect for the law and his protection of the weak, indeed more suitable than Stannis. Even the lords from distant Dorne held Eddard Stark in high esteem, for during the War of Usurpation, Eddard had accused Robert of allowing the Mountain of the Lannisters to harm Princess Elia of Dorne's children, which had led to a rift with his dear friend. Robert raised his goblet and drank heartily, anticipating that upon his return to the north, he would not only reunite with his beloved but also offload the burdensome affairs of state onto his loyal brother, filling his heart with unrestrained delight. Your Majesty, appointing Duke Stark as Prime Minister is indeed a sagacious decision. Valysar praised Robert, then advised, however, as your faithful captain of the Kingsguard, I must remind you that rewarding merit is a principle that wise monarchs must uphold. It is not only Lord Stannis who deserves recognition, but also the families of the Shield Islands and the Bay of Rivers and the Redwine family of the Arbor. Robert's goblet faltered at his lips, and he inwardly cursed. What a killjoy! Yet he could not deny the old man's wisdom. If his own brother went unrewarded for his contributions, his reputation for being ungrateful would soon eclipse that of his self-important younger sibling. Indeed, in Robert's eyes, Stannis was excessively self-righteous. Even in King's Landing, he could hear Stannis grumbling about the unfairness of his rewards from Dragonstone. If it were not for the formidable strength of House Baratheon, half of the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms would have drowned the indifferent Duke of Dragonstone in their disdain. The nobility of the Bay of Rivers were quite perceptive this time, ensuring that the fleet movements were executed with precision, and the Iron Throne would need to offer generous rewards to placate the populace. Robert pondered, his gaze drifting to the hand of the king. Peter, your Majesty, as I mentioned earlier, under the blessings of the Seven, I hope that Duke Stannis can intercept the Iron Men. Littlefinger was quick to respond. The kingdom's finances are already strained, and we must also provide funds for your journey north. We hope that Duke Tywin and Lord Selwyn will be generous. Robert awkwardly tapped the table, then turned to Peter. What honors can I bestow? As far as he knew, being king came with numerous privileges. Your Majesty, the highest honor is to become a member of your Kingsguard. Peter replied, bowing his head nervously, clutching his maester's chain. May I exercise the king's prerogative to expand my king's guard? Upon uttering this, an awkward silence enveloped the council. For 7 is a sacred number. How could the king forget such a fundamental truth? A twinge of regret crept into Ballister's heart. He should not have surrendered at the Battle of the Trident. Perhaps dying alongside his brothers then would have been the best outcome. Just as this moment of vulnerability surfaced in the fearless Ballister's mind, in the enchanted forest of the Red Fort, an apparition resembling a raven with blood-red eyes and pallid skin materialized, emanating waves of imperceptible energy that permeated the grand hall of the Imperial Assembly. No, that won't do. Nor will this. Let us simply assault Tars Island, where endless gold awaits our claim. Robert's eyes blazed with fury as he sent the long table flying. The ministers, well-versed in the ways of evasion, had already prepared themselves, bracing for the tempestuous breath that echoed like the bellow of a wild buffalo. Please, remain calm, Your Majesty. This is merely a trifling matter. Wallystan, momentarily disoriented, sensed something amiss, though he could not articulate precisely what it was. You shall deliberate amongst yourselves. I demand only the outcome. With a shake of his head, Robert commanded the ministers before retreating to seek solace in slumber. The intoxicating allure of Tars white wine was undeniably beguiling, yet its aftermath left him with a throbbing headache. Meanwhile, far beyond the Great Wall, within an unfathomable cavern, a three-eyed raven adorned with a cap of gray mushrooms perched upon a throne woven from fishwood, its limbs entwined by branches. Such unwavering resolve in its guardianship. In a sudden moment, the raven's blood-red eye sprang open, shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance. Remarkably, it could influence the shape-shifting capabilities of its corporeal form. Had not the heart tree of the realm been merely oak, it would have retained its essence as the three-eyed raven. The original identity of the fishwood piercing its battered form was of little consequence. It was a knight forever in need of a king's protection. Alas, the legacy had already been inscribed. Distance played a considerable role, compounded by the oak's insufficient capacity as a medium for transformation. Otherwise, not even the strongest will of a mortal could withstand its might. How could a flickering flame contend with the resplendence of the full moon? Chapter 38. The Iron Isles disqualified. As dusk descended, the drizzling rain cloaked the world in a gray shroud, the perfect cover for concealed armies. In the lands of Hygiene. Outside the ruins of Stone City, Victarion summoned over 3,000 Iron Men, scattered from various locales, to converge upon the fortress. He could scarcely afford to concern himself with the 400 or 500 Iron Men who had yet to regroup. The Iron Men drove an endless procession of carts and livestock, clutching chickens, ducks, and puppies, while others carried buckets and pots. Following behind were hundreds of women, disheveled, with bruised faces. The massive caravan trudged through the muddy terrain, producing creaking sounds as the wheels occasionally sank into rain-filled puddles, the shouts of the Iron Men echoing above the din of the procession. Even with the intervention of the ship captains from the Iron Fleet, the chaos of the caravan persisted like a swarm of worker ants thrown into disarray by an obstructed path. Victarion glanced back, his anxiety mounting as an ominous premonition grew stronger. Yet, the Iron Men would not heed his commands to abandon their spoils. At last, the caravan arrived at the small hill overlooking Stone City. Atop the hill, Stannis, Ned Stark, and Ser Brynden Tully each wielded a spyglass, gazing down at the tumultuous scene of the caravan below. Fortuitously, the North's guardian, Ned, led 1,000-strong cavalry southward, encountering scouts dispatched by Blackfish Brynden Tully in the coastal city of Hygeon. The two forces swiftly united. From Blackfish, Ned learned of the Iron Fleet's retreat at the hands of the Westerlands. By the time they, alongside Stannis, commanded 3,000 knights to arrive at Stonehill, they had merged into a formidable cavalry of 6,000. This is not an army, Ned declared, shaking his head. The Barrow Lord of the Iron Islands, in a state of reckless folly, had not yet recovered from the wounds of 6 years passed before rebelling again. What could he possibly seek? Confusion and suspicion filled his heart. These were mere brigands, even cloaked in black. They could not redeem the honor they had forfeited. Stannis gestured for the Onion Knight, Ser Davos, to lead the united cavalry forward. Due to the rain, only a little over 500 knights, skilled in horsemanship, could charge into battle. No, these are beasts escaped from hell, demons. Their sins cannot be cleansed even by wildfire. With his gray hair, thick brows, and blue eyes, Blackfish cursed hoarsely, igniting arrows and drawing his longbow, aiming at the convoy steadily entering the ambush below the hill. Whoosh! The sharp whistle of arrows filled the air as Victarion looked up, his gaze filled with terror, watching the fiery projectiles strike the grass on either side of the convoy. Boom! Help me! The explosion echoed across the hill, eerie green flames erupting, drowning out the crackle of burning wood with the wails of the Ironborn. The wildfire brought from Dragonstone was Stannis' trump card against the Ironborn. Victarion, snapping back from his fright, intended to sound a horn to command the Ironborn to abandon their belongings and flee, only to see a multitude of ambushers encircling from the hill ahead. The gray sky was obscured by a rain of arrows that fell upon the convoy, stirring a tempest of bloodshed once more. "It is over." Victarion was struck by disbelief. "Captain, we must flee." Two Ironborn behind him urgently pulled him toward the underbrush ahead, where the grass reached thigh-high. Protecting the people of the Riverlands was the Tully family's duty, an honor not to be desecrated. These bastards who harmed the Riverlanders must pay the price in blood. On the hill, Blackfish Brynden discarded his longbow, drawing his sword and charging down the slope with fervor. In moments, to the astonished gazes of Stannis and Stark, Blackfish Brynden, like a tiger pouncing upon its prey, swiftly outpaced Ser Davos and surged to the forefront of the allied forces, the first to breach the Ironborn's convoy. Swish, 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 illuminated by the wildfire. The gleam of the sword was blinding as Brynden, embodying the spirit of a war god, slashed left and right, mercilessly reaping the heads of the Ironborn as if harvesting grain. Beneath his longsword, bloodflowers danced, soaking into the mail he wore, while the seeds of duty and honor began to sprout upon his armor. Over 500 knights pursued the Ironborn who had regained their senses and entered the thicket, while the remaining fighters, inspired by the Blackfish, surged forth with renewed fervor, sweeping away the disoriented Ironborn. "You scoundrels, go protect your uncle." Ned finally snapped back to reality after a moment, shaking off the imposing presence of the Blackfish. He kicked the backs of Robb, Jon, and Theon, who stood behind him, and mounted his steed, charging down the hillside. The trio of young men, having finally come to terms with the brutality of the battlefield, followed Ned with all their might, especially Theon, who seemed to awaken the blood of the Greyjoys, howling as he charged wildly. Ultimately, Ned could not bring himself to sever his head. However, in order to account for the king, and at Robb's suggestion, if Theon managed to slay more than 50 Ironborn, Ned would strip him of the Greyjoy name, rendering his status as a hostage invalid. Thus, Theon was compelled to fight fiercely, thus far, with the assistance of Robb and Jon. He had already claimed the lives of 10 Ironborn. Even if he returned to the Iron Islands now, he would no longer gain the recognition of the Ironborn. He was merely a Knight of the Vale, yet he stood valiantly for House Tully in its time of need, unflinchingly defending its honor. Stannis, too, felt the surge of blood in his veins and joined the fray, feeling a profound sense of kinship with the Blackfish. The Blackfish was not a traditional noble of the Riverlands. He had accompanied Lysa Tully into the Vale, where he was bestowed the title of Knight of the Blood by former hand of the King Jon. Now, he fought valiantly in the Riverlands, ready to die for Tully. Similarly, Stannis diligently served the honor of House Baratheon, laboring for his elder brother Robert, who indulged on the Iron Throne. Regrettably, the king had never acknowledged Stannis' diligent efforts and dedication to the family. The battle soon reached a crushing conclusion. Aside from a few Ironborn who had not joined the caravan before the battle, all over 3,000 Ironborn summoned by Victarion, including himself, had been annihilated. Yet, before the three lords could commence their celebration, a more intense conflict erupted within the coalition. The Blackfish sought to take the spoils of war from the Ironborn to compensate the suffering people of the Riverlands. However, Stannis could not concede, in his view. Those were the spoils of the coalition, not the possessions of the Riverland folk. How infuriating. Duke Stannis, can you not empathize with the families ravaged in the Riverlands? Before the tent overflowing with riches, the Blackfish vehemently rebuked Stannis, genuinely enraged. He had long been aware of Stannis' indifferent nature. For those of them who survived, this bounty was their only means of survival. Yet, upon the Duke's arrival to join the battle, he felt grateful, believing the previous slanders to be unfounded. Now, however, he found Stannis' coldness to be even more pronounced than the rumors suggested. Stannis, unfazed, explained, "These are the spoils we have obtained from the Ironborn. That fact cannot be altered. I still retain the utmost authority of allocation. My lord, are you here to bestow grace upon the nobles of Riverrun, or to offend the already psychologically wounded people of the Riverlands?" The man behind him, Sir Wylis, listened in distress, nearly moved to tears. "Your damned principles require flexibility, my lord." Just as he was about to counsel his liege, he heard Ned also support Blackfish's stance. "Lord Stannis, you have come to suppress the rebellion in the Riverlands under the pretext of upholding the Baratheon family's dominion over the Seven Kingdoms. You landed in the Riverlands with the assistance of many of its people, and should you seize this wealth, the Baratheons will irrevocably shatter the hearts of the Riverlanders. In the eyes of the Riverlanders, the Baratheon family would become indistinguishable from the marauders of the Iron Islands." Ned spoke with gravity. Yet he was also considering the honor of House Baratheon and the reputation of the king upon the Iron Throne. Even before Robert, he would dare to offer his candid counsel. "I assure you, if the king or the council holds any grievance, I, Lord Ned Stark, protector of Winterfell, am willing to share the burden of responsibility with you. Thank you, Duke Stark. Blackfish Brandon nodded emphatically, expressing gratitude to Ned on behalf of those standing behind him, while also conveying the dissatisfaction of the Knights of the Riverlands to Stannis and the Knights of Storm's End. As dusk approached, more and more knights gathered after clearing the battlefield. Even the cavalry that had pursued the Iron Men through the thickets returned. My lords, allow me to elucidate. Ser Davos Seaworth stepped forward, solemnly assuring them. Firstly, my lord did not rush to the Riverlands solely to quell the Ironborn's rebellion. Indeed, the lords of the Riverlands are willing to assist the Duke, hence the fleet from Dragonstone is anchored in the city of Maidenpool. Upon receiving news of the Iron Fleet's retreat, my lord feared that the transgressions of the Iron Men would go unpunished, and thus led a portion of knights on a long journey to avenge the Riverlands. He first explained a few words to Lord Ned, who bowed in apology to Stannis and the Knights of Storm's End. Secondly, in this war of vengeance for the Riverlands, we have expended considerable wildfire and sacrificed the precious lives of numerous knights. Even with the Iron Throne's acknowledgement, we still require substantial funds for subsequent compensations and rewards. Thirdly, my lord harbors no selfish motives. He is not devoid of compassion and does understand the plight of the Riverlanders. Yet, who will empathize with us? We fight for the Riverlands, yet we are still met with reproach from its people. Under Ser Davos' heartfelt words, Blackfish and the Knights of the Riverlands could not help but lower their heads, recognizing the difficult circumstances faced by Stannis and his men, finding no grounds to refute. My lord, how could Robert possibly allocate only a meager compensation? The kingdom's treasury should be quite ample. Ned grew increasingly perplexed, for his foster brother Robert was known for his generosity and would certainly be liberal in rewarding accomplishments from the Targaryen coffers. Upon the utterance of the Northern Duke's words, silence enveloped the assembly, save for a few knights from the north. None dared to respond to his inquiry. Please accept these treasures, my lord. We are immensely grateful for your assistance in the Riverlands. The embarrassment of Blackfish was palpable as he relinquished the valuables. Being both a blood knight of the Vale and a relative, often in the company of the former Prime Minister, Jon, he was acutely aware of Jon's leniency towards the king's foster son, in contrast to the Mad King, who persecuted noble lords. Robert surpassed him in other aspects by several magnitudes. The kingdom's treasury, he had heard that the Iron Throne still owed millions of golden dragons to various parties. Where, then, was the kingdom's fiscal integrity? The Riverlands and the Tully family would forever remember your lordship's friendship. He bowed to Stannis and the others across the way before departing the camp. Ned, witnessing this, hastened to follow, for among them, only his wife's uncle could provide him with answers. Stannis and the Onion Knight, amidst the envious and resentful gazes of the Riverlands knights, commanded their men to collect the treasures for the caravan to Storm's End. In the Red Keep's Mager's hold, news from the Riverlands had yet to arrive. While the rumor of Princess Myrcella Baratheon betrothing herself to a lord from the Narrow Sea was fervently circulating, Queen Cersei promptly intended to confront Robert, yet was intercepted by her brother Jaime outside the king's chambers. Even through the walls, both Jaime and Cersei could hear the king's thunderous snoring. The small council convened to brainstorm, ultimately devising a means to reward Stannis and the others without excessive expenditure, which included granting lands and titles to the younger sons of several noble houses from the Shield Islands, including Dragonstone. Regarding the Westerlands and Stannis, the council also contemplated a 2-year tax exemption as a form of reward. Additionally, they proposed a promissory note, stipulating that once the Iron Islands surrendered 1 million golden dragons in war reparations and submitted again, Stannis would receive 100,000 golden dragons. Robert was quite pleased with this outcome. Even before the future prime minister assumed his position, he began to indulge in debauchery, neglecting state affairs. However, it was certain that Robert would soon hear the grinding of Stannis' teeth from Dragonstone. You've lost your mind. Marrying Myrcella to a lowly noble? You might as well sell her to the base merchants of the free cities. Cersei, after dismissing her handmaidens, furiously chastised Jaime. Huh, a lowly noble? Do you believe our esteemed father would be able to sleep soundly upon hearing this news? Jaime's expression was one of incredulity. Surely, even his proud sister understood the reasons behind the madness of the beast in the chamber. Which lowly noble could stealthily capture the royal fleet, muster a formidable army of 30,000 to conquer the free cities, or command the sea beasts? Cersei, displaying a stubborn defiance, exclaimed, I don't care. What good can come from the Narrow Sea? Can you truly bear to let our daughter suffer? James was once again taken aback as his elder sister stood before him, adorned with perfume sourced from Taz Island, offering a bottle of the cherished golden grape wine from Qingting Island as a gift. While sipping on Taz's popular fruit wine and donning silk garments and jewelry crafted on Taz Island, she then inquired what treasures Taz Island could possibly hold. Was this not a case of unreasonable provocation? Well, The woman before him was both his sister and lover, thus she possessed the right to such antics. I assure you, Mizella, upon her marriage, would not only endure no hardship but would revel in an array of novel experiences. As a skilled individual, James was no novice. Noticing the empty corridor, he stealthily approached Cersei, allowing his imagination to fill in the gaps with a few hundred words. On the opposite side of the square Magao Tower, within the chamber facing Blackwater Bay, Mizella, with her milk-white skin and golden curls, deftly wielded a needle, weaving back and forth across the smooth silk. Not far off, her slightly chubby younger brother, Tommen, under the watchful eye of his nurse, emitted a sweet, melodic voice as he read aloud. Sister, this character is quite peculiar. What does it mean? Sister, how is this character pronounced? Little Tommen would occasionally scamper over to his sister, pointing at the book and inquiring about unfamiliar characters. At such moments, Mizella delighted in playfully poking her brother's chubby, fair cheeks with her slender fingers, teaching him the art of reading. The two handmaidens observed the scene, noting how the purity of the princess shone even brighter than the beauty of the queen, exuding an enchanting grace. There was an undeniable charm about her. The princess was gentle with others, unlike the crown prince, who had a history of tormenting his personal servants. Yet, the queen's favoritism was evident, often reserving gifts for the princess that were cast aside by the crown prince, Joffrey. Suddenly, the door to the chamber was thrust open with little regard. As the proud crown prince strutted in like a victorious rooster, Mizella glanced at her brother, her eyes betraying a mix of helplessness and disdain as she swiftly gathered young Tommen into her embrace, shielding him from Joffrey's potential cruelty. Humph, Joffrey scoffed, his annoyance palpable as he pointed a finger at his sister, threateningly declaring, "You have already been promised to a minor noble across the narrow sea. The wrath of the stag will not be far from you." Mizella ignored him, silently observing her brother. She understood that he was afflicted, sickened by the indulgence of their mother. Joffrey, captivated by her gaze that bore a hint of pity, felt an aversion to defying their mother-esque commands and refrained from acting against his sister. Finding the encounter unamusing, he strode away with an air of arrogance. The others in the chamber seemed accustomed to such interruptions, quietly attending to the windows and doors, sweeping away ill fortune before resuming their tasks. Chapter 40. The Deceptive Melisandre on Taz Island, within the castle of the Hall of Dusk and the Tower of Morning Light. Galidor rested his chin upon his hand, seated at the head of the table, scrutinizing the two extraordinary individuals present in the banquet hall. Early that morning, the diplomat, Karen, had reported that Melisandre, whom Galidor had instructed his men to keep an eye on, had landed at the first pier of Taz Island and requested an audience with the Dusk Star and Morning Light. Galidor consented, eager to meet the legendary Melisandre. At this moment, Colin and Cade drew their long swords, standing guard before Galidor's figure, their senses heightened as they remained vigilant against the presence of the red-robed sorceress Melisandre, whose copper-red hair framed a heart-shaped visage and crimson eyes. The two knights gripped their swords tightly, palms slick with sweat as they anxiously scrutinized every subtle movement of the witch. The oppressive aura she exuded was overwhelming, instilling in them a palpable sense of impending doom. Meanwhile, the stout and diminutive Dr. Marwyn was overlooked by the pair, while Galidor's troubled gaze remained fixed upon Melisandre. Unbeknownst to him, the realm of King's Landing was preparing to forge an alliance with House Targaryen, a concern that paled in comparison to the grave predicament he currently faced. Lady Melisandre, you claim to have seen a pair of blue eyes meeting yours amidst the flames, correct? Galidor pressed, gently laying a hand upon the knight's swords, signaling them to ease their tension. Confident in his ability to escape if needed, he felt no immediate threat, especially with the three young ones he had summoned back to the training grounds. However, he was entirely unprepared for Melisandre's first words upon their meeting, as she bowed deeply, proclaiming him to be the prophesied savior. The prophecies recorded in the ancient texts spoke of a time when the stars would weep, and an icy darkness would cloak the world following a long summer. In that dire moment, a warrior would emerge, wielding a blazing sword drawn from the flames. Melisandre cast a glance at the timid Dr. Marwyn, sandwiched between the two powerful figures, and patiently explained to Galidor, "That sword is the Sword of Light, the red sword of heroes. The one who wields it is the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, destined to banish the darkness. When I sought counsel from my lord, the one true God, the God of shadows and fire, the King of Light, regarding the identity of the Savior, a pair of profound blue eyes appeared in the flames. Meeting my gaze, their depths filled with immense authority and righteousness." Yet, Galidor shook his head, a weary hand brushing against his brow. His own blue eyes clouded with gravity as he replied, "Come now, allow me to introduce you to some known figures. The Blackfish Brandon of House Tully possesses blue eyes, and Robb Stark of the North is also blessed with azure orbs. By the gods, blue eyes are plentiful in Westeros. even the devoted guardian of a single gate. The Night's Watchman has pure blue eyes. Surely, there are countless others beyond the wall. He was tempted to suggest to Melisandre that she seek out those beyond the wall, envisioning a delightful outcome for both the old and new gods. Noticing Melisandre's unwavering smile and her lack of response, he fervently continued, especially Lord Stannis Baratheon of House Baratheon. Ah, he is a paragon of justice and selflessness, steadfast, courageous, and kind, embodying all the noble qualities of a savior. Lord Stannis's blue eyes are as profound as the darkest ocean, undeniably deep. He is also the rightful heir to House Baratheon, the Duke of Dragonstone, radiating an undeniable aura of authority. In essence, Galidor implores Lady Melisandre to swiftly depart, turning northward to seek out Stannis. Lady Melisandre, hasten to aid your savior, Lord Stannis. We, the humble folk who are soon to endure the trials of the long night, await your deliverance. He urges her to lead the last flicker of hope for House Baratheon, Stannis, into the unprecedented abyss. Indeed, Galidor has even covertly prepared a shovel. He waits to bury the former lord, consigning House Baratheon to the annals of history. It is anticipated that Stannis will willingly stride into the inferno, committing the unforgivable sin of fratricide against Renly and thereby sealing his fate. Now, with the opportunity to ensnare Stannis at hand, is this not a recipe for his demise? Melisandre maintains a serene smile, her eyes reflecting an enigmatic mirth. However, when Galidor refers to himself as a mere commoner, the red-robed sorceress's previously tranquil gaze finally flickers with emotion. Within her azure orbs, ancient celestial images flicker, as if four timeless suns and moons emerge from the flames, casting blinding radiance upon the city of Astai, illuminating it as never before. Her ruby-red eyes narrow, revealing a profound resentment, intertwined with a hint of reverence towards Galidor. The dazzling light penetrates every nook of Astai, causing the ancient black stone walls to crumble, purifying all those who practice blood magic and sacrifice. My friends suffer greatly as a result. Melisandre cannot help but bow to Galidor, concluding, when I was exiled, Astai had descended into utter chaos. Astai is a realm of true survival of the fittest, akin to a hellish magical world, devoid of the elderly, children, or slaves. Only sacrificial offerings remain. It is astonishing that they have not dispatched you, the instigator. Galidor silently scoffs, reflecting that Astai has always been chaotic. Its denizens have never been normal. Compared to the White Walkers, the latter exhibit greater order. The chaos Melisandre speaks of surpasses anything he can fathom. From the outset, his intellect had cautioned him that prophetic abilities in this world are exceedingly commonplace. He had hoped to avoid attracting the attention of those high magic individuals whenever thoughts of rebellion, such as slaying gods, flickered through his mind. He would discreetly consign them to oblivion. Melisandre's prophecy will undoubtedly draw the gaze of all the extraordinary beings in the known world toward Tarth Island. What a predicament! Galidor wears a wry smile, pondering what his future self is up to. He cannot annihilate the people of Askai entirely, so why expose himself so prematurely? Very well, Lady Melisandre. Allow me to offer one final piece of advice. The person you seek is Stannis. He reveals his intentions, rising to seize Cade's sword, pointing it at Melisandre, and exclaims, I am the bishop of the 7 gods of Tarth Island, and in my eyes, the so-called King of Light is a heretic, an evil deity, an entity not to be trifled with. However, the principles of freedom of belief still prevail on Tar's Island. Thus, in the name of the Lord of Tar's Island, the House of Tars, I hereby formally banish you from Tar's Island. You are to depart immediately. Melisandre's complexion darkened with each rebuke from Galidor. As soon as Galidor's words fell, the banquet hall transformed into a furnace, emanating an overwhelming heat from the crimson-robed woman, the air visibly rippling with the intensity. Inside the hall, Galidor and Melisandre stood in confrontation, while all the curtains and fabric adornments curled from the oppressive heat. Shine, shine, shine. Simultaneously echoed the furious roars of the 3 small ones throughout the Castle of Dusk. With every step they took towards the hall, the ground trembled as if experiencing a cataclysmic earthquake. Chapter 41. The aware crimson-robed woman within the banquet hall, the weakest among them, Marwyn, could no longer endure the residual shockwaves of the clash between the 2 titans. Esteemed Lady Melisandre, I am Marwyn, and I comprehend your fury as the high priestess of the Red God. The plump doctor, whose body seemed to be on the verge of being scorched, clutched the Valyrian steel around his neck and bowed to Melisandre, urging her, yet, as a formidable shadowbinder, is it not instinctual to seek advantage and avoid peril? Marwyn had studied the shadowbinders and had been instructed by them, yet he dared not become one. The shadowbinders of Ashaya were the most fearsome and malevolent in that city. Only they dared consume the grotesque, mutated fish that swam in the ashen river nearby. Nevertheless, even such formidable entities adhered to the instinct of self-preservation, never daring to tread into the more sinister realms of Staya. If Ashaya is a purgatory of this world, then Staya, the city of the ancient and wicked, teeming with monstrous shadows, is the true embodiment of hell, a place where the living dare not approach. Please, sense the overwhelming magic within the three beasts outside, akin to your own vast powers. Marwyn's face was adorned with a sycophantic smile as he glanced at Galidor, who was gathering his sword's might, and continued to persuade. Moreover, before a powerful knight who has already discerned your weaknesses, it would be prudent to temporarily withdraw. Upon Marwyn's reminder, Melisandre suddenly became acutely aware that the tip of Galidor's Valyrian sword was aimed directly at the ruby necklace around her neck. With a slight retreat, a surge of impending doom washed over her. She was locked onto by three wills imbued with lethal intent. The human will is a mysterious force. A strong and resolute will could enable Galidor and his companions to pierce through the illusions and strike her down before she could utter her incantations or prayers. My lord, the King of Light, is the one true deity. Morning light reigns, Galidor. Melisandre was the first to relinquish her hostility, spreading her arms as she earnestly implored once more. As the long night stretched on, fraught with peril, the oppressive heat within the hall receded like a retreating tide, and the life-threatening atmosphere began to ease, allowing Marwyn to finally exhale a sigh of relief. A vigorous sea breeze surged through the 2-meter-wide ventilation windows of the banquet hall in the morning light tower, gradually lowering the temperature within, imparting a delightful coolness. Only by placing faith in my lord can one endure the long night. Is that not so? Galidor scoffed. For was it not the very gods who conjured this interminable night? Regardless of the legends from any land, they invariably recount tales of some grievously sinful mortal who angered the deities, resulting in their wrath and the onset of the long night. Yet, the Light King is not the sole true deity. Lady Melisandre, you are acutely aware of this. Why deceive yourself? Though ignorant of what enchantment had ensnared Aunt Melisandre, Galidor remained perplexed as to how such a formidable being, who had merely been exiled for the ruin of Ashera City, could become a zealous devotee. The ancient aberrations and dark gods were only of concern when Galidor wished to evade her preaching. To meet Melisandre, he had dispatched 500 castle guards to escort Count Selwyn away from the Twilight Hall, leaving them undoubtedly anxious. Enough, Lady Melisandre. I implore you to depart at once. He sheathed his longsword, and the tremors beneath the banquet hall's floor ceased, as the three massive heads of monstrous beasts obscured the grand ventilation windows. Melisandre surveyed the grotesque visages beyond the windows. Through the openings, she could barely discern the full profile of the monstrous heads. Their black, glistening scales radiated a chilling sheen, their sharp dorsal fins faintly visible behind them, while three pairs of predatory eyes gazed unflinchingly at Melisandre. A malicious amusement surged within the second beast as it flared its nostrils, expelling a gust of fury toward the witch. The larger beast, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit with an even fiercer blast, while the third clumsily attempted to join in. 3 gusts of heated wind swept through the banquet hall, tousling the copper-red locks of the robed witch, the pungent scent of iron mingling with the metallic tang of blood, rendering her unable to distinguish its source. As Melisandre scanned the hall, she sensed the magical energy coursing through the 3 diminutive creatures, her complexion turning ashen. Even in Ashera, it was rare to encounter colossal beasts possessing such an immense reservoir of magical energy, typically residing in the shadows. How could such ancient magical entities exist in the Western continent? Surely they did not remain dormant to prevent the loss of their internal magic? A multitude of confusions flooded Melisandre's mind, yet upon witnessing Galidor's momentary frown, her resolve wavered. She bowed to Galidor and silently retreated from the banquet hall. Kate, convey a message to Karen. The ship can be forfeited, but swiftly escort the red-robed woman to Dragonstone. Galidor observed Cade's departing figure with lingering trepidation. Though he could not fathom why, Melisandre had forged a connection with his future self during the fiery prophecy. Yet, as long as this captivating sorceress reached Dragonstone and casually sacrificed a few illegitimate offspring, she should be able to connect with the Light King. Indeed, he was nearly certain that it was his future self who would bring about the downfall of Ashera City. However, he remained uncertain as to what message his future self intended to convey or whether he sought to preemptively eliminate the threat of high magic. Galidor, devoid of deep contemplation and armed with scant information, resembled an intellect devoid of foundational data, incapable of calculating outcomes. His scrutinizing gaze fell upon the rotund figure of Dr. Malvin, whose distinguishable features were unmistakable. Few scholars were worthy of donning the Valyrian steel bachelor's necklace, and among the short, stout, and unappealing, there was likely only this itinerant doctor of magic and mysticism, Dr. Malvin. May I inquire, Dr. Malvin? Do you pledge your fealty to the great morning light of Galidor? I vow, before all deities, to dedicate my life to your honor and cause. As soon as Galidor uttered these words, Dr. Malvin preemptively knelt in a knightly oath of allegiance. Galidor was taken aback, pondering whether he had awakened a regal charisma that compelled instant submission from those he encountered. This familiar scene echoed the recent antics of Aunt May he had dismissed. The oath was nearly identical, merely substituting Gallatin for savior. He approached to assist the stout doctor. Dr. Malvin, please rise. Malvin attempted to remain kneeling, but was effortlessly pulled up by Galidor, who was astonished by the sheer strength of the future lord. Meanwhile, Malvin's inclination to ally with Tars deepened. Why have you come to Tars Island? Galidor was skeptical that Malvin had journeyed great distances merely to seek his company. Furthermore, Malvin had been wandering the morning light commercial street for several days, coincidentally appearing as Galidor was about to meet Aunt May, prompting Galidor to detain the doctor for questioning. The Academy sought to contact Bachelor Reed through the glass candle, yet Reed remained unresponsive. Malvin had no intention of concealing the truth and divulged everything candidly. We harbored a glimmer of hope that the glass candle might fail due to distance, hence I was dispatched to Tars to cast spells at close range. Upon observing the unchanging expressions on Galidor and Colin's faces, he realized his premonition had been accurate. Since his arrival, his movements had been monitored by Tars. To his astonishment, the glass candle had already fallen into the hands of the authorities. And then what? Doctor, do you betray the Academy so easily? Galidor focused intently, his keen gaze scrutinizing every subtle shift in Malvin's expression. Why should I trust a traitor of the Academy, one who has forsaken his own oath, to offer me unwavering loyalty? Malvin, pressed by Gallatin's 3 incisive inquiries, staggered back 2 steps, his face flushing crimson, his thick neck swelling further. He understood that he must reveal the unvarnished truth to earn the trust of the Lord of Tars. Chapter 42. Malvin's submission. Have you heard of the Academy's vision regarding the true world? Malvin turned and walked to the window, explaining to the calming Galidor. Please, continue. Galidor replied, his back turned, his voice serene. The gray-clad sheep, unable to illuminate the glass candle for cultivation, seek to obscure the reality of the world. Malvin's tone gradually transformed into one of indignation. He referred to the scholars as the gray-clad sheep, one for their ever-present gray garments, and the other for his belief that this group of sheep had succumbed to self-delusion, ensconced in their own comfort within the confines of their pens, even aspiring to create an unattainable utopia. For years, I have listened to the haunting melodies of the sea beasts along the trembling shores of the north, my footsteps tracing the paths of all the free city-states. I have studied under the shadow binders of Ass High and have even been reduced to a sacrificial pawn of blood magic. Beyond the wall lies a realm teeming with more others than the people of Westeros, giants, and the legendary children of the forest along with mischievous spirits. I have witnessed sea monsters with 8 elongated claws dragging great ships into the abyss, and have seen suspected ice dragons transformed into towering icebergs. Malvin fervently extolled his own worth, and it must be said that Galidor was intrigued. He was indeed a remarkable individual. Thus, learned sir, why have you betrayed the citadel and pledged your allegiance to our lord? Colin could no longer contain his curiosity and spoke before Galidor could. Malvin had personally experienced the earlier confrontation and recognized that the knight who inquired was undoubtedly one of the Lord's personal guards. He bowed to Colin and replied, I say all this merely to emphasize that I know the truth of the world. True magic has never vanished. Its disappearance is solely that of Valyria's dragons. The Citadel, in its arrogance, believes that by extinguishing the Targaryen dragons, they can forge a genuine reality, yet this is merely a manifestation of self-induced hysteria. A profound scorn flickered in Malvin's eyes. When the others descend, he would relish witnessing whether these scholars would succumb to madness. I remain a moonsinger, as I previously stated, and I sensed within those 3 colossal beasts a depth of magical energy akin to that of the Red Priestess. Galidor recognized the Moonsingers, also known as the Song of the Moon, whose legends tell of ancestors who fled Valyria, guided by a few Moonsingers to lead slaves to Braavos. Thus, the Temple of the Moonsingers stands as the grandest and most magnificent on the Isle of Gods in Braavos. I understand even more clearly now that the Isle of Tarth may indeed rise above the world, akin to the ancient kingdom of Valyria. Malvin's meaning was clear to both Galidor and Colin. The doctor firmly believed that Tarth was destined to emerge victorious in both the mortal and the high magic realms, thus choosing to submit. Survival in the game of power necessitates an eternal alignment with the victors. Galidor too was captivated. While an army may be easily trained, extraordinary talent is rare, especially someone as erudite as Malvin. I will accept your loyalty, doctor, he declared, turning from the window to face the doctor with authority. However, Tarth has a strict administrative promotion system, which emphasizes both qualifications and the rewards or penalties of merit. Even if I were to appoint you to establish a wizarding guild, the officials would not yield to you. Furthermore, Galidor lowered his gaze, regarding the portly doctor with a level stare, silently hoping he would take the initiative to step forward. Esteemed sir, please feel free to command me. Marwyn, a cunning individual, immediately flashed a smile of obsequiousness, assuring, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to ensure everything is handled appropriately. Hold on, not everyone has arrived yet. Galidor waved his hand and instructed Dajwang, you may also venture out to hunt. The trio then turned their heads and slowly made their way towards the castle's dock. At this point, the castle could no longer provide sufficient sustenance for the trio. 9 cattle and horses a day could only barely satiate their hunger. It would be far better for them to hunt in the narrow sea themselves, where the whales offered ample and delectable meat. With the guidance of the Azure Dragon, they could also capture various marine beasts not belonging to its kin. Currently, the trio was capable of reaching speeds close to 40 knots in the sea, approximately 70 kilometers per hour, effectively encompassing the entire narrow sea within their hunting grounds. However, despite their efforts, including encounters with the Azure Dragon, they had yet to encounter the monstrous sea creatures that roamed the waters, leading Galidor to suspect that the intelligence system had miscalculated the probabilities once again. Soon, after the trio had completely vanished from sight, Cade entered the banquet hall accompanied by a robust young man nearly 2 meters tall. Captain, I have brought the individuals, he announced, casting a curious glance at Marwyn, who stood beside Galidor and Colin. Approaching Galidor, he continued, I have also dispatched someone to inform the Count and Countess in the barracks. I believe they will return to the castle shortly. Galidor nodded in approval. Cade had indeed shown some progress, managing affairs with increasing competence. Greetings to you. Lord of the Morning Light, Simon is ever at your service. He directed his gaze towards a kneeling captain of the demon-slaying army, a brawny man clad in silver armor. Simon, rise. Galidor quickly approached, assisting Simon, who towered over him by nearly half a head, and admonished, you must not kneel to anyone. Ah. This one seems to be the future mother of dragons. It is said that talent shines wherever it may be found. Simon had joined the demon-slaying army for over 6 months, consistently demonstrating the most rigorous training. Coupled with his keen intellect and amiable nature, he was rapidly promoted to captain. It is worth noting that while Tars Island had been expanding its military forces, the demon-slaying army, due to its strenuous training and exclusivity, had only been able to augment its ranks minimally. Even with the refined training methods improved by the intelligence system, which eliminated much of the dross few could endure, new recruits who managed to join the ranks of the demon-slaying army could be considered half-innocents. With superior equipment and the faith in the morning light, these new soldiers, compared to true innocence, merely possessed a touch more humanity and a shade less numbness. My lord, Simon is willing to serve you unto death. Before Galidor could respond, Simon, filled with anxiety, fervently pledged his loyalty, his earlier excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent, as he feared losing this pivotal opportunity entrusted by the Lord of the Morning Light. It is not so dire. While this mission bears great peril, there remains a chance of survival. A satisfied smile graced Galidor's lips as he nodded in approval, beckoning Marwyn with a wave of his hand. Marwyn hurried over, casting a bewildered glance at Simon. Doctor, how much do you know about the sacrificial rites of the old gods? Are you aware of the existence of the three-eyed crow? Colin stepped forward, asserting that such matters should certainly not be broached by the esteemed leader. Marwyn pondered for a moment before elucidating to Colin. The old gods do not refer to any singular deity. Rather, each old god possesses its own unique sacrificial rites dictated by oracles and doctrines. However, when it comes to sacrifice, the requirements are invariably gruesome and brutal. As for the three-eyed crow, what is it? A new breed of raven, perhaps? A chuckle escaped Keed at the doctor's words. He felt it was an opportune moment to showcase his knowledge, having read about the subject, but before he could speak, Colin interjected, the three-eyed crow is referred to by the children of the forest as the last green seer. You may consider it a representation of a powerful old god, capable of observing the past and present of Westeros and, to some extent, foreseeing parts of the future. It also serves as a guardian of Westeros. Theoretically, the three-eyed crow is an amalgamation of dispassionate consciousness. He'd hung his head in defeat. His companion had a far greater recollection and provided a more detailed account. Ultimately, he could only cast a resentful glare at Colin. They assert that the past and the predetermined cannot be altered. Yet when they traverse the river of time to witness the past, they can wield a portion of their power to influence individuals from that time. Dr. Marwyn displayed an expression of reverence, swiftly retrieving a notebook from his gray robe and scribbling furiously. Throughout Colin's exposition, the doctor remained expectantly focused on him, yearning for more elaboration. Unfortunately, Colin, who judged by appearance alone, rebuffed him. While Colin educated the doctor, Galidor leaned closer to Simon, imparting instructions regarding the task at hand. Simon, Galidor called to him, noticing that Marwyn was still digesting Colin's explanation. He gestured for Simon to come closer. Lord Daybreak, Simon said respectfully, bowing his head as he leaned near Galidor's shoulder. This is Dr. Marwyn, one of your companions for this mission. Galidor introduced the doctor, who glanced at the two conversing in hushed tones before returning his focus to Colin. You are to covertly infiltrate King's Landing. Keat has briefed you on the information regarding the Three-Eyed Crow, and Colin has provided a more thorough account. Do you have any questions about the Three-Eyed Crow? Galidor continued, emphasizing Simon's pivotal role in this endeavor. No, Lord Daybreak. Simon shook his head, having heard Keat boast about it. He felt no fear of the Three-Eyed Crow, assured that Lord Daybreak would protect them from the remnants of the old gods. Excellent. Upon your arrival in King's Landing, Dr. Marwyn will preside over the sacrificial ceremony. Galidor observed every subtle shift in Simon's expression with quiet intensity. His soul was so formidable that it granted him an ability akin to bullet time, albeit at the cost of significant mental strain when sustained for prolonged periods. Fortunately, Simon's faith in the morning light was unwavering. Even upon hearing of the requirement to offer sacrifices to deities from other realms, he remained resolute and unshaken. His selection stemmed from the depth of his piety, and the members of the retinue were equally suitable. However, Galidor shared a bond of both mentor and friend with each member of the retinue, each demonstrating unwavering loyalty to him. Now, Simon found himself presented with a similar opportunity, should he succeed. He would gain Galidor's guidance and ascend to the core echelon of Tarth. I shall establish a triple layer of protection for you. The optimal scenario would be for our adversary to act in anger, while the least favorable would entail their complete indifference. However, constrained by the barriers of time and space, their power shall be limited. Do you comprehend? To serve the Lord of the Morning Light until death, Simon declared, gripping the hilt of his sword with fearless determination. Death shall not befall me. At most, I shall enter a slumber for a decade. Galidor placed a reassuring hand on Simon's shoulder, encouraging him, if you succeed, it will be a monumental achievement for the common folk, and Tarth shall forever remember your contributions. Simon felt a surge of excitement. As a man of fervor, who does not aspire to be revered as a great hero? Captain, Mr. Clare from Valyrian has been waiting for over an hour. Karen, dressed in a custom-made diplomatic attire of blue and gold water patterns, hastily entered the banquet hall to report. Galidor typically occupied his mornings with state affairs, which included presiding over sacrifices, grand ceremonies, and personally receiving foreign envoys. Allow him to enter, Galidor commanded as he resumed his position at the head of the table, flanked by two knights, Simon, and the plump doctor standing on either side. Half an hour later, Karen returned, leading a sturdy silver-haired man into the banquet hall. The man hailed from the Valyrian family within the Black Wall, and was the envoy of the three counselors of Volantis, Mr. Clare. Lord Galidor of Tars, I, Clare, humbly convey the most sincere greetings from the esteemed counselors Maricomegia, Nessasovisa, and Dophispanamian. Clare bowed slightly to Galidor, trembling as he presented a guest gift, a chess set crafted from natural ice-black obsidian. Colin rushed forward to receive the obsidian chess set, astonished by its weight, which he estimated to be no less than 100 kilograms. Clare, my friend, Galidor exclaimed with a smile, rising to embrace the envoy from Volantis. It appears your counselors have not lost their wits. They have appointed you as their envoy. Clare was a friend whom Galidor had deliberately cultivated ties with in Volantis, aiming to gain access to the treasures of various families within the Black Wall. He desired to avoid a perception of universal enmity and to foster connections with allies. Even though the values and certain behaviors of these friends truly repulse him, Lord Galidor, Clare displayed a bitter smile, feeling utterly betrayed by his friends before him. The truth would eventually come to light. Galidor's theft of the Valyrian steel armor, the ancestral relics of various families within the Black Wall, had been uncovered since the rise of Tarth. Unfortunately, when the officials of the Tiger Party intended to mobilize the Tiger Robes to attack Tarth, they were first met with news that the fleet from Bravos was blocked by Tarth in the Narrow Sea. The fervor of Volantis swiftly waned. Once Tarth had fully risen, Galidor's theft of the Valyrian armor became a taboo in Volantis. The more Clare thought about it, the angrier he became, so incensed he could scarcely speak. Had it not been for his family's ties to the ruling official of Dothraki, he would have been torn to shreds by the furious families 3 years prior. You, my friend, what troubles you? Galidor, feigning ignorance, asked knowingly. Look at my memory. You have graciously hosted us in Volantis for days. How could I let you stand? Come. Sit down, Karen. He pulled the agitated Claire and seated him at the long table. Yes, Captain, Karen replied, summoning the servants waiting outside the banquet hall. The servants brought in a tea set, and the teapot exuded the rich sweetness of milk tea. Claire was instantly distracted by the milk tea, swallowing hard. The people of Volantis have a penchant for sweetness. Many sugar beets are cultivated around the city, and every dish includes sugar beets, even the wine is sweet. Claire particularly relished sweetness. His ancient Valyrian bloodline was somewhat unique, possessing immense strength, but requiring substantial energy intake daily. It was not until Claire drained the last drop of milk tea from the teapot that he blushed and sighed at Galidon. Galidon, you have truly put me in a dire predicament. Do not say such things. We are merely utilizing one another. Galidon smiled faintly. Though it was hard to deny that Claire, adept in the art of copper refining, had not harbored thoughts towards him. Even now, he felt a twinge of nausea. He bore no guilt regarding the betrayal of friends. Regrettably, this world is gravely ill. His other friend, Prince Dorn, Oberon, was also quite adept, likely having entertained similar thoughts towards him. Galidon. This time the officials have sent me to inquire why the sweet goods produced on Tars Island are limited for merchants and why the prices have been raised by 40%. Claire asserted, his voice growing increasingly faint. Why does Tars suppress the prices of Volantis' sugar beets? Galidon's lips curled into a smirk, a hint of mockery flashing across his face. Claire, Tars Island's production capacity has been exhausted. You may visit to observe. Several of my sugar and candy factories are devoid of workers. This was a mere fabrication he conjured to deceive the people of Volantis. Claire inquired with eager anticipation. In light of my warm hospitality and our long-standing friendship, since Tars no longer produces sweeteners, might you consider selling the sugar-making process? I assure you, the techniques of sugar production are a closely guarded secret within our family. Galidon chuckled mysteriously, casting a meaningful glance at Claire. Indeed, Galidon, you remain as cunning as you were 4 years ago. Observing this, Claire felt deflated, her dress tightening around her neck as she muttered under her breath. No. Now you have stooped to the level of those greedy merchants. Galidon laughed heartily in response, gesturing for the enraged Simon, who was incensed by the insult, to calm down. Claire, what is the threshold for your ruling officials? A set of Valyrian armor. Very well, 2 sets, plus 10 of the largest elephants. I hear you have a fondness for them. After pondering for a moment, Galidon nodded in agreement. The sugar-making process can be sold to Volantis. Send your sugar masters and the armor together, in the spirit of our profound friendship. I could also share the methods for creating several types of confectionery from Tars with your family. Of course, the techniques would ultimately be handled by one of the ruling officials, Dofus Panemian. Claire was well aware of this, her eyes wide with disbelief as she pointed at her friend, unable to comprehend how the once charming and innocent individual had metamorphosed into such a sly and brazen character. Chapter 44. Only swords and power rule the world. All else is untrustworthy. Galidon faced Claire's astonishment with composure. He no longer needed to resort to deceitful tactics. At his level, the grand and legitimate paths he established were merely tools to achieve his ambitions. Just like this time, he needed to procure a set of Valyrian steel armor for Simon, by restricting the export of sweeteners while relinquishing a portion of the profits. Those individuals would willingly present the armor to him. An hour later, Galidon escorted Claire and Karen out of the banquet hall. Watching as Claire's silver hair fluttered in the wind, gradually disappearing around the corner of the courtyard. Little did anyone expect that the so-called eldest daughter of Valyria, Volantis, would descend to such depths. Dr. Malvin, trailing behind the group, remarked wistfully, after the calamity that befell Valyria, Volantis had ambitions to inherit its legacy and rule the world. Once the most powerful free city-state, Volantis began its decline after conquering Lys and Myr, only to face a united resistance from Braavos, Storm's End, and the conqueror Aegon, ultimately leading to its downfall. Doctor, your time in Volantis may be short. Do not underestimate the fervor with which the sweet party pursues sugar. Galidon explained with a smile. Beyond the Black Wall, where sugar is a precious commodity, people can only afford a mere touch of beet sugar. However, within the Black Wall, the nobility indulges in all manner of sugary delights. My most vivid memory from my months there is how even the air was thick with sweetness. Doctor, do you have any further questions regarding the sacrificial ceremony? He cast a fleeting glance at the manual tightly gripped in the doctor's hand, which contained all the data concerning the sacrificial rites within the intelligence core, even across the void of spacetime. Invoking the other party might not be guaranteed merely with Stark's blood. We require a more potent medium to attract them. The rotund doctor hesitated, expressing that using blood alone, without the sacrifice of life, and across the dimensions, rendered the chances of summoning exceedingly slim. Unless, Doctor, you may be unaware that Stark's blood aside from being royal, possesses formidable power? Galidor pondered and replied, noting that the intelligence core had calculated a 98 success probability for the sacrificial scheme, a remarkably high figure. As for the medium to attract Bran Stark, intelligence core, retrieve relevant data. Plan 1, the host's blood. The three-eyed crow has persistently sought to obliterate the host. Restoring the timeline. Plan 2, Bran Stark's blood. No plan is flawless. Galidor shook his head. His blood could indeed suffice, yet it bore considerable repercussions. Cautious individuals understand that in the realm of the extraordinary, one must meticulously safeguard their essence. Even a single stray hair could serve as a conduit for a death curse. Not to mention, sacrificing one's blood to an enigmatic deity. Utilizing Bran Stark's blood from the same timeline, on the other hand, poses no such risks, save for the potential impact on the child's growth from excessive bloodletting. Should the summoning fail or the sacrifice be erroneous, a repeat would be necessary. One cannot simply procure a barrel of blood with a fortune in gold dragons. Galidor advised the doctor, noting that even a robust figure like Ned Stark could yield 2 or 3 barrels of blood within 6 months. If that proves insufficient, the wolf pups in the north might also contribute some blood. A little bloodletting is quite healthy. Yes, my lord. Galidor and Malwyn continued their deliberations on the matter of sacrifice. Approaching midday, they witnessed Count Selwyn and Karen hastily making their way into the banquet hall. Captain. Urgent messages from King S Landing and the Westerlands. Karen handed over 2 opened envelopes to the astonished Galidor. That King S Landing and the Westerlands would send him urgent missives. The intelligence core had miscalculated again. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions and quickly examined the letters. First, the missive from King S Landing, which was exceedingly polite. Robert commended Tars for his contributions to maintaining stability in the Narrow Sea, proposed Count Selwyn's elevation to the guardianship of the Narrow Sea, and discussed a potential marriage alliance with the princess. Galidor suppressed the rising tide of astonishment within him and continued to read the urgent letter from the Westerlands, which had been sent by the Old Lion, characterized by humble and courteous language, a letter brimming with sincerity. It also informed Tars that the Iron Fleet had been repelled by the combined forces of the Westerlands and the Riverlands. 2 letters, dispatched from Karen City in the Westerlands and King S Landing, fortuitously arrived on the same day. However, it seems that Tywin is still unaware of the impending marriage alliance. Otherwise, his words would not be so humble. How truly antiquated. Galidor's exclamation caused him to cast aside the urgent missive from the Westerlands, his grip tightening around the urgent letter from King's Landing. The Old Lion, despite being provoked by such insults, remains unfooled and even seeks to diminish the military potential of the Riverlands, a strategy that does not escape the intellect of the master strategist. Simultaneously, upon learning that the three-eyed raven might influence the consciousness of certain Westerlanders, the strategist also anticipated that the raven would sway some individuals in the Westerlands, directly repelling the Iron Fleet and driving the Iron Islands from the fray. The urgent letter from the Westerlands held no surprises for him. Yet, the contents of the missive from King's Landing and the implications it conveyed left Galidor in a state of uncertainty. He glanced at his father, whose face radiated joy, and could not help but inquire, "Father, is this marriage alliance truly worthy of such elation? Wait, you haven't left Mother and Brienne behind on the road, have you?" Hee. Galidor, you may not comprehend, but our family has always prided itself on alliances with noble bloodlines. Count Selwyn chuckled awkwardly. Having boasted to many nobles from Storm's End about the unions with the Tarth and Durrandon families, as well as the Baratheon lineage. As for Brienne and the others, I was concerned that matters on your end were not yet resolved, so I decided to return and see for myself. Everything here is settled. Only swords and dominion rule the world. All else is unworthy of trust. Galidor raised the urgent letter in his hand, addressing Count Selwyn and the assembled guests with a commanding voice. Strength is the foundation of all. My father, is not this marriage a mere sign of weakness and compromise? King's Landing is oblivious to our current disinterest in landing in Westeros, hence their attempts to pacify us and the restless lords through such unions. Galidor, I understand. Count Selwyn laughed heartily, as if he were a child who had just received a sweet treat. Ha. It is precisely because I grasp this that I am so pleased. He had recently perused the family history of Tarth and discovered that previous unions with their liege lords were always sought after by the Tarth family. This was the first time they were the ones being proposed to. Galidor was once again taken aback, and the guests in the hall could not help but smile and congratulate the old lord. Among them was Simon, a bright young man who quickly sought out the heights of Cade. As for the scholar, as long as he wore his Valyrian steel necklace when making introductions, he would earn the respect of the count. The matter of the marriage alliance seemed trivial to Galidor, for it was the Lannisters who would truly be united with Tarth. Galidor examined the missive from King's Landing and according to his and the strategist's calculations, Robert should have been influenced by the three-eyed raven, intent on forcefully attacking Tarth. So why would he send a letter to discuss marriage instead? A spark of realization flickered in Galidor's mind. Perhaps the Red Keep and King's Landing held some peculiarities that he was unaware of, as he had been ensnared by the evil machinations of the three-eyed raven while in the Citadel. This is not accurate either. At the very least, the demise of Jon and the recent erratic decisions made by Robert serve as evidence that the three-eyed raven indeed possesses the ability to influence those within the Red Keep. The intellect within me urges the comparison of data from the Citadel and the Red Keep to uncover the pivotal discrepancies. The ancient fishbone tree on the Isle of Ravens contrasts sharply with the oldest oak of the sacred grove in the Red Keep. Is there an issue with the medium or the conduit of power? His mind raced, contemplating overlooked critical information. There must be something that hinders the three-eyed raven. With the information at hand being insufficient, Galidor's gaze shifted back to the urgent missive, meticulously scrutinizing each word for possible omissions. Finally, upon reaching the signature at the letter's end, he noticed the name of Balist and Selmy among the counselors, and a hypothesis flickered to life in his mind. A direction for further investigation emerged. Chapter 45. Dragon Eggs in the Underground Labyrinth of Loras. The passage barely spans 2 meters in width, constricted and claustrophobic. The First Legion's shield and sword unit formed a row of statuesque, icy warriors, 2 by 2, holding shields that created a formidable 5-layered wall to block the passage. For the last time, lay down your swords and surrender to spare your lives. In front of the shield wall, the last remnants of Loras's resistance. A dozen burly men gripped their blades tightly, their eyes filled with resentment as they glared at the shield formation. No one chose to yield. Instead, they stood firm in defiance. They were the last bastion of Loras, and even if history forgot them, they would not submit to the invaders before them. Behind the shield wall, Nick's warnings went unanswered for an agonizingly long time. Eagle Eye, calm and composed, closed his eyes, attuning his ears to the sounds echoing through the passage. From his quiver, he deftly knocked 2 arrows and drew his bow, unleashing a relentless volley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing shrieks of arrows filled the air as Eagle Eye's projectiles, seemingly able to bend mid-flight, pierced through the gaps above the shield wall, swiftly finding their targets among the Loras men, erupting in blossoms of crimson and echoing anguished cries throughout the corridor. Such skill in archery is not of the ordinary. Behind Eagle Eye, Nick stood shoulder to shoulder with old Duncan, who couldn't help but marvel, the ability to discern sound and pinpoint positions. Coupled with arrows that can curve mid-flight, no archer, no matter how exceptional, could achieve such feats. Moreover, old Duncan was aware that this was merely a demonstration of Eagle Eye's prowess. Hitting targets with perfect accuracy from 1,000 paces was his true forte. The grease, familiar to Nick, caused him to ponder as he rubbed his fingers against the wall, feeling the slick, oily substance. How much grease have we collected? He disregarded the cries of agony from ahead and inquired of those behind him. General Colin, we have already obtained 2 barrels, replied Commander Kaijudis of the shield and sword unit, holding a torch and bowing his head. All has been securely sealed in lead barrels as bestowed by Lord of the Evening Star, and then further encased in iron boxes. Is the condition of the condemned unchanged? Indeed, it appeared that even if this black stone was harmful, it required prolonged exposure to its radiation. As a few individuals engaged in conversation, the horrific screams ahead abruptly ceased. The shield formation began to advance, with Hawkeye following closely behind, returning with a box cradled in his arms. Dragon eggs? Old Duncan inquired eagerly. Previously, when Governor Loras had requested a peace conference, he had been assigned to protect Daenerys and had never encountered dragon eggs. As a traditional knight of Westeros, his curiosity about dragon eggs rivaled that of any minor noble. Indeed, Hawkeye opened the box once more, revealing 2 dragon eggs within, one red and one green. Under the dim light of the torches, the eggs were wrapped in silk. One glowed a deep crimson like a ruby, while the other sparkled with the clarity of pure green jade. Old Duncan, holding a torch in one hand, cautiously stroked the dragon eggs, only to find them as cold and unyielding as stone. My lord has never been to Jade Sea. During our brief stop in Quarth, we discovered that fake dragon eggs are utterly commonplace. Even the vendors at the dock sell them. Nick remarked with a knowing smile, shaking his head. The commander also mentioned that after the appearance of the Red Comet, a dragon breeding facility would be established for the likes of Bronn and his companions. Is there a way for one to become a dragon rider? Old Duncan suddenly raised his gaze towards Nick, his question instantly captivating everyone's attention, even causing the shield bearers to turn back against orders. If Lord Daybreak could transform dragons into mere food for the monstrous Godzilla, surely such a reward could be granted to the deserving. A wave of yearning washed over all present. They were the core elite of Tarth, and even the shield bearers, having endured numerous trials to become a death squad, were willing to sacrifice themselves for Tarth Island. Well, Nick hesitated, his mind racing to analyze the pros and cons of this query. Yes, but it requires absolute loyalty to Lord Daybreak. As for how one quantifies that loyalty, we are unaware. Hawkeye closed the box and candidly revealed this information, noting that aside from the three-eyed raven, he had never seen the commander fear anything. To him, divulging such details was harmless and could incite a fervent desire for accomplishments among the group. Nick shrugged in resignation, acknowledging Hawkeye's words. This stirred excitement among the individuals, who fervently called out for Lord Daybreak in their hearts, simultaneously nurturing the dream of becoming dragon riders, including old Duncan, who felt he could still consume 3 large loaves of bread. He considered himself quite young and determined to strive further. The quest to explore the labyrinth continued, and the group's enthusiasm surged as they swiftly advanced along a series of markers. Hawkeye, too, had to remain vigilant, ready to protect against any surprise attacks. See, this is the fate of those who speak without thought. Nick whispered his critique as he followed behind. Cade should learn to remain silent. Your tongue shouldn't be as swift as your arrows. Fear not. After all, the commander's plan is for the soldiers to shed blood on the stone steps aisle. Given the harsh conditions of this passage, with my watchful eye, we can mitigate unnecessary casualties. Hawkeye's lips twitched in disdain. To compare him to Cade was a profound insult to his character. Nick chose not to engage further with his obstinate companion, confident that Hawkeye had learned his lesson this time. For an hour, the exploration team navigated the labyrinth, turning corner after corner. After extensive exploration over the past month, the team had gained a rough understanding of the maze's layout. Deep within the labyrinth, they encountered a formidable stone wall that obstructed the path of the Daredevil squad. They had attempted to hack and slash at it, even firing powerful crossbows for an entire day, destroying 3 crossbows in the process and dulling the arrowheads. Yet the stone wall remained unyielding. Soon, upon receiving the news, Nick and Hawkeye decided to personally lead the exploration team into the labyrinth, while also seeking the elusive resistance group that had been evading the Daredevil squad. The hearts of the people had already been won over by Tars, and the common folk were living better lives. These rebels would, like the creators of the maze, be forgotten for eternity. Nick and Hawkeye admired the foolish loyalty of these individuals, yet they could not allow their existence to persist. It was imperative to eradicate the threat. At the deepest part of the maze, a 10-meter-wide, 5-meter-high black stone wall sealed off the path deeper into the subterranean labyrinth. As old Duncan, Nick, and Hawkeye emerged from the passage, they found a 100-member Daredevil squad awaiting orders. Torches were affixed to the stone walls on either side of the cavern, causing the temperature to soar, and the soldiers' faces flushed red in the flickering light. This was a natural cavern. Old Duncan surveyed the area and noted that, unlike the smooth black stone wall, the sides of the cavern were filled with jagged rocks. Indeed, behind him, Cage nodded in agreement with his father's observation. Whoosh! Hawkeye released a swift arrow toward the stone wall, which struck with a resounding thud, leaving merely a small dent in its surface. Everyone, please exit immediately. His gaze hardened as he issued the command with undeniable authority. Be careful. Old Duncan, understanding the gravity of the situation, advised everyone to retreat from the cavern. Hawkeye maintained a serious expression, straining his ears to listen to the fading footsteps of the Daredevil squad until they vanished entirely. Let us begin. A quarter of an hour later, his demeanor transformed into one of resolute determination. He drew his longsword, aiming it at the black wall. Is this truly the only method available to us? Nick lifted his visor reluctantly, withdrawing his longsword, his expression tinged with inexplicable dejection. As you witnessed, my arrow merely left a small dent. This wall must still possess residual extraordinary powers for protection. Hawkeye stepped forward to the base of the black wall, raising his longsword high, declaring, we have no other choice. He exhaled heavily, bringing the sword down forcefully, driving it into the stone wall, twisting it before pulling it out, dislodging a few fragments of stone. With growing proficiency, Hawkeye continued to scrape away at the stone wall with his sword. Alas, Nick sighed heavily as he approached Hawkeye, who had just thrust his sword into the stone wall. After scraping it vigorously, Nick complained, I haven't dug in 4 or 5 years. Cade should have come instead. He's much stronger. Hawkeye, upon hearing this, felt displeased. Are you implying that I am useless? With a sudden exertion of strength, he drove the Valyrian sword deep into the freshly excavated hole until it was entirely embedded in the stone, then yanked it out with force, sending a shower of debris flying. Hey, that hurt. Coincidentally, a small piece of stone struck Nick on the forehead, causing a bruise and eliciting a cry of pain from him. Just as he was about to voice his grievances, he met Hawkeye's emotionless golden gaze. Suddenly, I don't feel the pain anymore. I actually think this exercise is quite beneficial. He quickly brushed off the dust that had settled on his long white hair and offered a sheepish smile as he energetically resumed digging. Together, they gradually carved a neatly shaped square hole in the stone wall, despite whatever lingering power resided within. Chapter 46, the core black stone on the other side of the cave. Nick carefully removed the last brick and cautiously peeked through the opening, only to be stunned by the breathtaking view before him. I could never have dreamed of such beauty. He felt an irresistible pull, momentarily shedding all caution as he stepped through the wall opening. Nick, what are you saying? If you are in your right mind, answer me instantly. Hawkeye, sensing something was amiss, turned his back to Nick, hiding in the wall opening to gauge his state by sound. This isn't right. He quickly yanked back the iron chain tethered to Nick, who seemed entranced by something, unconsciously resisting Hawkeye's pull. However, Nick's strength was no match for Hawkeye's. Gritting his teeth, Hawkeye wound the chain around his arm, the veins on his arm throbbing like worms. He took a heavy step forward, gradually dragging Nick back from the wall opening. With a swift motion, Hawkeye pulled Nick out of the wall and retreated to the black wall facing the labyrinthine passage. Huh? Nick, regaining his senses, looked around and spotted Hawkeye panting not far away. He immediately understood that there was indeed something unusual on the other side of the black wall. Closing his eyes, he reflected on the previous moment. When he reopened them, he resolutely headed back towards the wall opening. Seeing this, Hawkeye quickly grasped his arm and scolded. Are you out of your mind? No, I need to verify something. While the chain is still attached to me, if I am wrong, please pull me back. Nick shook his head, explaining to Hawkeye while gesturing to the chain binding him. Hawkeye met his partner's determined gaze and nodded in agreement, realizing that his role was simply to support his brother. Nick revealed a reassuring smile as he ventured into the wall's opening, only to emerge shortly thereafter, his face adorned with astonishment. Hawkeye promptly inquired, what was it like? Was there any danger inside? For reasons unknown, the illusion proved effective only the first time. With resolute vigilance and unwavering willpower, one would no longer succumb to the delusion. Moreover, upon witnessing the wonders within, one would realize that rather than being ensnared by an illusion, it was a voluntary descent into a realm of breathtaking beauty. Hawkeye, thoroughly intrigued, approached the wall's opening with a skeptical expression. Wait. Nick first secured a chain around his waist. Feeling uneasy, he pulled at it once more and then drew his longsword, thrusting it firmly into the ground. All right. Hawkeye found Nick's wariness amusing, his eyes glinting with mockery. Are you going in or not? I am going in. Ha. Hawkeye laughed heartily, striding towards the wall's opening, his figure gradually vanishing within. Nick felt a surge of anxiety. He was the weakest of the 4 elite knights, and in order to hold Hawkeye back, he had to muster all his strength. Before long, he heard a return of footsteps echoing from within the wall. It was Hawkeye? How could this be? This is absurd. He did not become entranced. Indeed, as Hawkeye reappeared from the wall, Nick's face reflected disbelief. How can you still have the audacity to speak? Hawkeye would never divulge to his companion that he had indeed been momentarily entranced, but he had undergone private training to counteract the illusion. Your resolve is lacking. Perhaps Keed could easily go back and forth. Whenever he fell into the illusion, he would subconsciously activate a small mechanism on his person, which would swiftly drive a hidden needle into his thigh, awakening him with excruciating pain. Nick could not help but express his indignation. His reputation as a strategist had been conferred upon him by the captain, and comparing him to Keed was a grave insult to his integrity. The last time he beheld such magnificent wonders was during his visit to the Titan of Bravos. Hawkeye's expression turned reminiscent as he suggested, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, let us retrieve the items directly. Nick nodded in agreement, and the two approached a large chest at the cave's edge, one that could accommodate 2 individuals, for a final inspection. This chest was crafted personally by the intellect, featuring 5 layers, with gold, silver, lead, iron, and copper from the innermost to the outermost. Each layer was adorned with magical materials such as obsidian and fishbeam wood. Finally, the intellect inscribed numerous runes of non-sacrifice and blood magic upon it, incorporating not only the runic knowledge acquired from the academy but also that collected from various free city-states. As the red comet had yet to appear, the intellect had only verified a handful of runes capable of resonating with magical energy. Nevertheless, in the spirit of abundance, Galidor decided to inscribe all the runes recorded by the intellect, regardless of their utility. After ensuring the chest's integrity, the two once again entered the other end of the wall's opening. Within the tranquil, arched space, at its center lay a radiant moon emanating a warm glow, surrounded by countless luminous stones resembling a sea of stars encircling the moon. Beneath the ethereal glow of moonlight and starlight, a pool of pitch-black water shimmered like pure obsidian, gently undulating. The lake's surface was as smooth as a black mirror, where 2 figures could be faintly discerned. Nick and Hawkeye stood on a small hill overlooking the lake, as if enveloped by a star-studded night sky, extending their hands to pluck the stars from the heavens, a sight of unparalleled beauty. What astonished them even more was that the bright moon was not suspended in the sky. A 20-meter-tall, pure golden triangular pyramid floated above the lake, its base delicately touching the water, much like a dragonfly alighting upon its surface, while its square platform at the top cradled the bright moon. Is this an altar? After a long while, Nick returned to his senses and inquired. Hawkeye shook his head in denial. It doesn't seem like it. Although I know it's all radiation. I must commend its beauty, truly magnificent. As he spoke, he stood on tiptoe, extending his hand as if to grasp the stars, and a pure, childlike smile illuminated his face. Reminiscent of a young boy who had plucked a star. He was merely 16. It was a pity that the captain and Keed were not present. Nick chuckled, lamenting that once they took the bright moon away, the captain would never again witness such a dreamlike spectacle. Indeed, Hawkeye nodded in agreement, picking up a stone from the cave floor and tossing it into the lake below. The tranquil surface was disrupted, yet the stone floated slowly, akin to wood, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded. The water in the lake possessed a strong corrosive quality. Nick deduced that the stone only lasted 7 or 8 seconds before being entirely dissolved. Hawkeye looked up towards the arching space above, then let us ascend from there. At 20 meters high and 50 meters away, with a rope in hand, perhaps only you could accomplish this. Nick concurred and dashed outside in search of a rope. Approximately half an hour later, he returned at a brisk pace, encircled by coils of rope that nearly concealed him entirely. Phew. Thankfully, by splicing 2 segments together, I managed to obtain a rope of sufficient length. Hawkeye remained unfazed. He unfastened his longbow, and, binding the arrow's tail with a rope as thick as his thumb, knocked a fully steel arrow onto the bowstring. Narrowing his eyes, he drew the bow and aimed it slightly above the bright moon, releasing the arrow. The tremendous force propelled the arrow, tethered to the rope, soaring upwards towards the moon, embedding itself deep within the cave. Nick assisted in securing the other end of the rope to the cave wall, witnessing Hawkeye glide along the rope like a masterful water dancer. After reaching the cave's summit and retrieving the moon, he swiftly returned. What do you make of this? Hawkeye gently leaped from the rope to the ground, weighing the black gem in his hand. Nick, intrigued, shifted his gaze from the pyramid to examine the moon in Hawkeye's grasp. Once detached from the pyramid, the moon's radiance gradually waned, revealing an exceptionally smooth black gem resembling obsidian. I have no idea. Just look at how smooth its surface is. It's utterly mysterious. Nick shook his head, a flicker of concern rising within him as he promptly suggested, this object must emit powerful radiation. We should hastily secure it in the box. Indeed. Hawkeye nodded in agreement. After stowing the black stone away, he inquired, shall I escort the dragon egg and this cursed item back to Tarth? Very well. Your departure will surely delight those younglings. Nick replied with a slight nod, contemplating how the young commanders, unaware of Hawkeye's origins as a hunter, dared to whimsically bestow upon him the moniker, the Devil's Hunter. Train them well and channel their fervor. Do not disappoint the commander. Chapter 48, The Sacred Oath Winterfell. One of the 2 magical castles in Westeros has withstood the test of time and weather for millennia, steadfastly accompanying its lord at the pinnacle of the north. The Stark family, rulers of Winterfell, have a family motto, winter is coming. At this moment, the very winter that threatens to drag the Starks into the abyss. King Robert is leading his guard along the King's Road, slowly advancing towards Winterfell. 2 months prior, Eddard Stark, alongside Blackfish Braden and others, had triumphed over the raiders from the Iron Islands in the Riverlands. He first stripped Theon Greyjoy of his surname, stained with the blood of the Ironborn, in the presence of Blackfish and Stannis, and then turned towards the Vale to pay homage to his foster father. Just as Eddard Stark set foot in Winterfell, Maester Lewin received a raven from King's Landing. King Robert is heading north. Upon hearing the report, Eddard stood in stunned silence for a while, unable to grasp what his foster brother and rather foolish superior was up to when he was running about in the Vale. Did it not take merely a few ravens to summon him to King's Landing? With Maester Lewin's reminder, he surmised that Robert had come to invite him to serve as Hand of the King. The King's personal invitation from such a distance left him with little room for refusal. On the eve of the King's arrival, within the chambers of Winterfell's lord, my lord, forgive my intrusion at such a late hour. Outside, Maester Lewin hesitated as he knocked on the Duke's chamber door. Eddard, not daring to delay, quickly donned his attire alongside his wife, Catelyn, and opened the door. There is an urgent letter addressed to my lady from the Eyrie. The Maester produced an unopened missive from his ample gray robes. Catelyn's heart tightened as she hastily tore open the envelope, glancing over its contents by the vibrant fire, before immediately tossing the letter into the flames, watching as the white parchment transformed into swirling black ash. Ned, My righteous husband, you cannot go to King's Landing, she urged. Her voice tinged with unease, even before revealing the letter's contents, under the perplexed gazes of her husband and the maester. Caitlin, what does the letter say? Ned could no longer contain himself, frowning as he grasped his wife's hand. Lisa warns us, her husband, Jon Arryn, did not die of illness but was slain by the Lannisters. She states that the king is in grave danger. Upon hearing this, Eddard Stark's brow furrowed even deeper, disbelief flickering in his profound gaze. He could not help but ask his wife, is there a chance we have misunderstood? When I visited the Vale to pay homage to my father, Lisa maintained a facade of tranquility. It was evident that Lisa was feigning composure, as she was poised to govern the Vale. Caitlin, concerned for her sister, conjured a plausible rationale. It was entirely possible that Lannisters lurked within the Vale. She worried that her husband was not taking the situation to heart, and added, Ned, she sent word to warn us only upon hearing of the king's journey north. She is my sister. Ed's heart was heavy with concern. He had no desire to assume the role of Hand of the King. Yet his brother was in need of him. My lord, if what Lady Lisa claims is true, then only you can save the king. The ever-composed Maester Lewin hesitated briefly before offering his counsel. Caitlin, incensed, challenged the Maester. Why? Maester, the king has his king's guard. Indeed, my lady. But you must understand that the regicide may be among the king's guard, and the queen is also a Lannister. And what of Ned's safety, Maester Lewin? The Duke, witnessing the escalating dispute between his wife and the trusted Maester, interjected, let us discuss this after I have spoken with Robert. It is late. I ask that you return to rest for now. Ah, my lord. The scales in Ed's heart had already tilted southward, yet he was beset with many uncertainties. Why did Robert steadfastly believe that his foster father had perished? Why was the realm's treasury increasingly strained? How did the king and the small council intend to address the Iron Islands and the Storm Islands? Furthermore, if Lisa's revelations were indeed true, why would the Lannisters seek to assassinate the king? Were they coveting the throne? And who else was involved in this sinister plot? The following day, the king's retinue slowly entered Winterfell, with Robert alighting from his carriage, his face aglow. The nobles of Winterfell, both great and small, respectfully knelt in his presence. Robert removed his gloves and lifted his foster brother from the ground, sharing a knowing smile. Take me to the cellars, my brother. After a warm exchange with the 5 Stark children, the king, disregarding the queen who had just descended from the carriage, promptly commanded the Duke of Winterfell. In the cellars, before the statue of Lyanna Stark, Robert tenderly caressed the visage of the sculpture, tears brimming with memories. Every night, I slay that man in my dreams. I yearn to eradicate every last Targaryen. His mind was filled with the image of the vivacious maiden galloping upon her steed in the tourney grounds. The girl was more beautiful than all the vibrant flowers in the 7 kingdoms, and her endearing smile was etched in his memory, so vivid that he could count the few delicate pink braids adorning her face. Ed Stark, contemplative behind him, remained silent. He was grateful that the bond with his foster brother had not diminished with the passage of time and distance. However, regarding the Lannister plot to murder his foster father, he possessed only Lisa's fragmented whispers, devoid of any substantial evidence. Without proof, such claims would be regarded as malicious slander, and he could not forewarn the king. Ned, perhaps you have surmised my purpose in coming north. Aside from honoring her memory, I wish to invite you to serve as my Hand of the King. After a considerable time, Robert returned from his delightful reveries to the starkness of reality and candidly addressed his dear brother. The kingdom is in a perilous moment, my brother. I require your assistance. The kingdom needs you. Eddard knelt upon the ground, resolutely committing himself to the cause. Rise. What are you contemplating? Is there a need for us to bow to one another? Robert hastily lifted him up, his expression stern as he admonished. If I may be frank, your majesty, what is the council's plan regarding the Iron Islands and the Isle of Tarth? Eddard formally assumed the responsibilities of the Hand of the King. The king was correct. The 7 kingdoms teetered on the brink of chaos. It was not merely the lurking treachery of the Lannisters but also the overt rebellion from the Iron Islands, which had launched assaults upon the Riverlands and the Isle of Tarth, leading to numerous acts of defiance and the ensuing turmoil that once again unsettled the realm. The Iron Islands must pay a compensation of 1 million golden dragons to once again submit, and I shall wed Myrcella to the bastard of Tarth, bestowing upon him the title of Protector of the Narrow Sea. Robert's teeth clenched, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he responded vehemently. And one more thing. Why does the kingdom's treasury necessitate extensive borrowing? Eddard harbored profound grievances regarding this matter, deeply suspecting that his foster brother's solicitation for him to assume the role of Hand was merely to exploit his well-regarded reputation, sacrificing his dignity to secure loans to sustain the kingdom's finances. The kingdom's treasury, ha! Robert scoffed. contemplating the formidable challenges his foster brother would likely face upon ascending to the throne. What are you pondering? Do you perceive our father as such a fool, or as one who indulges me? He patiently elucidated. When you commence handling state affairs, you will grasp the enormity of managing the 7 kingdoms. You will comprehend why I would rather spend a night with 7 women. Yes, I admit to my extravagance. My profligacy. Perhaps 300,000, 400,000? Well, perhaps I have never counted. Observing the incredulous look from his foster brother, his tone grew increasingly severe. But you, the knight who knows only honor, what do you understand of war? Do you fathom the financial toll of waging a war? Moreover, do you remember that accursed old lion ravaging King's Landing over a decade ago, leaving the capital in ruins? It was our father who opened the treasury to repair King's Landing, aiding the capital and storms in to weather the disaster. 7 years ago, when we fought Balan. I only recall that we depleted the last remnants of the Targaryen treasury, causing our father to go sleepless for days on end. Robert's furious words reverberated through the cellar. And Eddard realized he had misjudged his foster brother, allowing the king to vent his wrath. If it were not for the lack of funds, that damned bastard of Tarth. I have never felt so humiliated. I dream of slaughtering the people of Tarth, yet those wretched fools have lost most of their ships. As Robert and his foster brother lamented, in the heart of Winterfell's godwood stood an ancient weirwood tree, its roots entwined above a pool of black water. A visage resembling a weeping face etched into its trunk. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across the still black pool, causing the water to churn and splash violently. A visage cloaked in white hair and marked by crimson eyes materialized upon the heart tree, lingering for scarcely half a second. The gentle breeze abruptly transformed into a tempest, causing the massive fishleaf tree to sway violently, its vibrant red foliage cascading to the ground like dancing snowflakes, creating a thick layer that resembled the earth weeping blood. Ancestors. Ancient gods. The Oathkeeper's fishleaf tree. The most exalted and sacred of vows. Profanation. The ethereal visage was swept away by the violent winds, dissipating into a wisp of colorless smoke. Subsequently, a myriad of murmurs seemed to emanate from an infinite void, swirling above the fishleaf tree. With only one phrase faintly discernible, the sacred oath is supreme. Chapter 49, The 3,000 Little Demons, 1 cup for the usurper outside Winterfell. In the modest inn of the town of Wintermarket. Bang! As the little demon faced the radiant display of submission before him, the door to the room was forcefully swung open, revealing the exuberant Jaime Lannister clad in golden armor, striding in with an imposing presence. Might I kindly request you to step outside first? He inquired politely, casting a glance at the bare Rose upon the bed, gesturing towards the entrance. Rose, exhibiting remarkable perceptiveness, hastily gathered a few strips of cloth from the floor to cover her chest, casting a flirtatious glance at the little demon before darting out of the room. I have always found it perplexing why the ingenious inventor of rooms deemed it necessary to create a door. Once Rose exited, Tyrion regained his composure, standing upon the bed in an attempt to elevate himself above his brother's shoulder, grumbling, "Oh, perhaps it was to allow those outside to burst into one's room at any moment." Jaime scoffed dismissively. He had just spent 3 hours eavesdropping outside, which he deemed a generous concession to his younger brother. "When I received your news of heading north in the Riverlands, I had hoped you would at least be waiting for us in Sea-Watch." He lowered his sword, gesturing mockingly at Tyrion, who was precariously perched as a little demon. "But now I comprehend. Perhaps family holds no significance for you." "Family?" Tyrion hastily wrapped himself in a blanket, revealing a rueful smile. "Months prior to my departure from Casterly Rock, I was confined by our dear father in the dungeon for over 30 days. Relying on a sliver of the fading evening sun streaming through the iron bars to piece together the scraps of letters your future son-in-law sent, filled with vitriol towards you." The little demon's indignation mounted, his grievances and resentment threatening to spill forth. "Yes, I am aware of Myrcella's impending marriage to Trystane. I may be a wanderer, but I am not entirely oblivious. Now, dear brother, enlighten me. Why did the family, who ought to support one another, nearly blind me?" Jaime's expression faltered with guilt. "Yet he defended their father. You are a Lannister, the future heir to the Westerlands and Casterly Rock. Perhaps father has been a bit harsh on you. But this may be the trial you deserve. You must comprehend that our father has never been a benevolent man, especially considering that you took away his beloved wife." Tyrion comprehended the gravity of the situation, lowering his head in silent contempt for his own birth. "I apologize. You know that was not my intent." Jaime bit his lip, regretting his hasty words that had inflicted pain, and felt an even deeper sense of guilt. "By the way, what prompted your departure from Casterly Rock? And how many knights accompanied you?" Tyrion, possessing an inner strength, quickly emerged from his despondency, and upon hearing his brother's inquiry, a serious expression overtook his countenance. The 4 nights outside suffice. The reasons for my departure are best left unspoken. Jaime, have you ever witnessed father in a state of fear? His brow furrowed, a hint of trepidation lacing his voice as he challenged his brother's question. Our father experiences fear? That jest is far better than the previous one. Ha ha ha. Jaime, oblivious to the unease in his brother's tone, paused momentarily before erupting into laughter. Jaime, I am not jesting. In the days leading up to my departure, father isolated himself within the great hall of Casterly Rock, indulging in food and drink, and urgently summoning Uncle Kevin, among others, even through the walls. I could hear his labored breathing, sensing a sliver of his inner dread. Upon his emergence, he commanded me to seek out several prophetic madmen and bring them before him. Huh? Jaime displayed an expression of disbelief, struggling to reconcile his brother's words with the image of their proud, stern father, who had always maintained an austere demeanor. What transpired? I am uncertain. Perhaps Uncle Kevin knows something, as I was confined in the dungeons for an extended period. Tyrion shook his head, his expression tinged with regret. What is certain is that it pertains to House Targaryen. Yet the timeline does not align. Father confined himself only after our fleet repelled the Ironborn. Jaime, thoroughly perplexed, pondered the immense influence of House Targaryen. Is it truly so powerful, causing unrest in King's Landing and instilling fear in our own father? Targaryen? Why? Tyrion gazed at his brother, whose handsome visage and martial prowess far surpassed his own, making him a veritable heartthrob among the noble women of the Seven Kingdoms. However, his intellect was undeniably inferior to Tyrion's. Targaryen is fully aware that Myrcella is your daughter, yet they still pursue an alliance, he explained, regardless of their motivations. This union has quieted father's incessant inquiries, diminishing his contact with me from every 3 days to now every 10. Moreover, I have conversed with the Maester, and in recent months, father has been sending ravens to Dragonstone. By the way, what brings you to seek me? Only then did Tyrion recall that it was Jaime who had sought him out, and the knights accompanying him were undoubtedly arranged by their father, likely to keep him informed. Your sister requires your presence at tonight's reception. Do me the favor of at least pretending to be amiable while there are outsiders present. Jaime suddenly remembered that he had come to request Tyrion's attendance at the banquet. Very well, for the sake of our familial bonds. Let us uphold the Lannister tradition of brotherly affection. Tyrion was feeling quite discontented. He had seemingly discovered a kindred spirit in a worthy adversary and was eager to engage in an epic battle of wits. You are aware of my inclinations. Perhaps by the end of the banquet, I shall escort a lady companion, and who knows, our king might take a liking to her as well. What do you think I should request as a reward from the king? Fear not, I have already prepared. Jaime, seemingly anticipating this, chuckled as he rose to open the door, calling out, Ladies, you may enter. No sooner had he spoken than a dozen scantily clad women rushed into the chamber, warmly greeting the imp. This is quite acceptable. The following day, King Robert and Eddard Stark set forth on a hunting expedition. Young Bran Stark, eager to accompany them, was thwarted by his parents and, in a fit of temper, climbed to the heights of the castle. Unbeknownst to him, Jaime and Cersei were engaging in a clandestine rendezvous atop the tower. From his perch on the castle wall, the youthful Bran heard a series of heavy breaths and, curious, ventured closer to peer over the edge. Cersei, reveling in a moment of ecstasy, was instantly plunged into despair upon catching sight of Bran's innocent visage. Stop, Jaime, she urged, frantically nudging her brother while fixing a piercing gaze upon the boy, who was nearly startled into falling. Look, he has seen us. He cannot be allowed to live. At that moment, Jaime came to his senses, recognizing the terror etched on Bran's face. A flicker of compassion crossed his mind. He understood that a heinous act was necessary to ensure his continued liaison with Cersei. My dear child, I am truly sorry. You should not be climbing about. He stepped forward, grasping Bran by the collar and, in a manner reminiscent of the original tale, unceremoniously pushed him from the window. Chapter 50, A few letters on the docks of Tarth. Within the twilight halls of the castle, Serwyn stood confidently at the edge of the pier, preparing to board the ship amidst the admiring gazes of all the men present. 27 countesses clustered closely around the earl, dabbing their eyes with silk handkerchiefs as they wept softly. Gendry, holding the hands of his 2 younger sisters, Allery and Alizanne, stood behind, bidding farewell to Brienne, who would accompany the earl to King's Landing. The Brienne of now, having undergone Gendry's meticulous transformation, no longer bore her prominent overbite, and her once poor complexion had been greatly improved. Aside from her height, which surpassed that of the average maiden, she was ready to shed her status as Tarth's untouched. 5 years prior, Gendry had been conducting his studies on Skagos Island, while at the lavish feast held during Loras Tyrell's coming-of-age tournament. The adorned Brienne had faced ridicule from numerous noblewomen and young ladies. Loras's dance had left an indelible impression upon her deeply insecure heart. Subsequently, Gendry had refrained from disclosing the fact that Loras favored men, believing it better for her to uncover this truth for herself upon arriving in King's Landing. Enough of this weeping. Do return. Earl Serwyn, leaning on his curved cane, found himself perturbed by the chorus of sobs from dozens of ladies. For heaven's sake. Some of the younger ladies are crying while retouching their makeup. Could they not muster a bit more effort to feign their reluctance? I shall return once I have concluded my affairs. Now be gone. He rubbed his temples, suffering from an unbearable headache. Marrying a wife is a fleeting joy. Yet the pursuit of wives continues to bring delight, until they gather at the crematorium. The Countess, witnessing the Earl's genuine fury, hastily dispersed, offering a slight bow of respect as they passed by Galidorn. After acknowledging their greeting, Galidorn took hold of his two younger sisters and moved forward. The two little girls wriggled free from Galidorn's grasp and rushed to cling tightly to the Earl's thigh, clearly reluctant to see their father depart. "Father!" Aelian and Alysanne cried, their delicate voices imbued with a sweetness that tugged at the heartstrings. "Aelian, Alysanne, my beloved daughters!" Selwyn exclaimed, his heart aching as he swiftly knelt to embrace his two little girls, allowing Aelian and Alysanne to plant tender kisses upon his face. His gaze towards them was as indulgent as ever. "Commander, we shall board the ship as well." Colin and Cade, who stood behind Galidorn, stepped forward to bid farewell to their leader, while Simon and Dr. Marwyn had already embarked with 100 loyal guards from the castle. Indeed, Galidorn nodded slightly. His eyes sweeping over Colin, he would escort Earl Selwyn to King's Landing, where everything had been meticulously arranged, ensuring no unforeseen incidents would arise. After escorting the Dragon Egg and the core Blackstone back to Tarth 2 days prior, Galidorn had temporarily retained Eagle Eye. Cade's task was to abduct Stannis' daughter, Shireen Baratheon. This, however, caused Galidorn considerable unease. If it were merely Aunt Melisandre and some mortals, Cade possessed numerous methods to stealthily rescue the young girl. Yet, on Dragonstone, there lurked a figure even more enigmatic than Aunt Melisandre herself. This individual, ostensibly a court jester of Stannis, was likely an avatar of the Drowned God or the Sea God. He had been brought back to Westeros from Volantis by the late Duke Stephen of Storm's End, who perished when his ship, the Windrider, sank, claiming all aboard. Only the jester survived, washed ashore 3 days post-shipwreck, his skin pallid, wrinkled, clammy, and cold. Remarkably, he had endured. Most troubling was that the jester had been a constant presence by Shireen's side, making any attempt to secretly rescue her impossible without confronting him. Galidorn was uncertain of the jester's power prior to the appearance of the Red Comet. However, Western deities were often fragile and insubstantial. If he were merely immortal, Eagle Eye and Cade would suffice to handle him, especially as both knights were clad in Valyrian steel armor. Moreover, they might not even need to engage in direct conflict with the jester. At the very least, with Eagle Eye providing cover from a distance, Cade could retreat unscathed. The situation regarding Shireen need not be rushed. There would be ample time to devise further plans. "You two must prioritize your safety," Galidorn commanded firmly, his gaze fixed on Eagle Eye and Cade. "All you need to do is to utter the sacred oath, and the patched-faced one shall not trouble you. Should he wish to accompany you upon your return, it matters not. You must ensure your safe return. We shall obey your command, Captain." After Eagle Eye and Cade solemnly pledged their word, Galidorn felt a slight sense of relief. "Father, as I once confided in you, King's Landing shall soon be transformed into a heap of refuse." He turned just in time to see Count Selwyn bidding farewell to Arianne and Alizanne, and he approached to embrace his aged father. Once the doctor and Simon conclude their urgent matters, they will return immediately. In the meantime, you might consider befriending Eddard Stark. Galidorn understood well that in the eyes of the Honorable Eddard Stark, the Isle of Tarth would forever remain a traitor. King's Landing, constrained by the tumultuous circumstances, was compelled to forge an alliance with Tarth for peace. Yet, should Robert and his counterpart display disdain, there is no need to press the issue. If revenge is sought, the doctor can extract a bit more blood from them. They have little choice in the matter. Selwyn nodded repeatedly. It had been several years since he had engaged in serious affairs. For nearly 5 years, he had indulged in revelry within the castle alongside his lovely wife, witnessing the Isle of Tarth grow robust before his very eyes, filling him with glee. Now, as he ventured to King's Landing to discuss matters of alliance, he must remain ever vigilant, ensuring no troubles befall his family or son. He yearned to expedite the affairs and return to the Isle of Tarth to bask in leisure, and he had to keep a watchful eye on Brienne. Just before releasing his embrace, Galidorn noticed Brienne's averted gaze and whispered instructions to Count Selwyn. On this matter, he had also conferred with Colin, indicating that, if necessary, they could forcibly bring Brienne back. In King's Landing, within the brothel of Peter Baelish, Varys sat opposite Littlefinger, their expressions dark enough to wring water from. "My lord, you have received a missive from the other party." Littlefinger began, observing the frown upon the face of the spider. Leaning closer to the corpulent master of whispers, and spoke in a hushed tone. "Indeed." Varys inhaled deeply, shivering as he nodded in agreement. "You must realize that no disguise will suffice, will it? The other party is like a tapeworm in your belly, exposing all your secrets and innermost thoughts." This was indeed too much. Littlefinger shuddered, echoing Varys's sentiments. Strange. He recalled waking 3 mornings prior to find an inexplicable letter by his pillow, sending a chill of panic through him. Chaos is but a staircase. Only through ascent can one achieve eternity. Yet, upon opening the envelope and catching sight of the very first line, he tumbled from his bed. The letter contained a detailed account of all critical information regarding Petyr Baelish, including plots he was concocting and those already in motion. Should the Tarth delegation become ensnared in your scheme in King's Landing, your life would be harvested like that of a beast, and your soul would languish in hell for eons before turning to ash. Greetings to our Lord Varys. The threat at the end of the letter serves as the most fitting signature. Littlefinger recalled the contents of the missive and instinctively tightened his grip on the drawer of the table, as if the letter might spring forth like a mischievous spirit from within. Varys, observing this, empathized with Littlefinger's trepidation, for his own letter contained similarly detailed information about him. Most sorcerers merely recognize that your roots are fine magical materials, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that the soul of a spider is the ultimate ingredient for enchantments. Send my regards to Governor Illyrio. The threat at the letter's conclusion conjured nightmarish visions from his childhood, tormenting even the deceased, ensnaring their very souls. The malevolence of the sender was undeniable. Littlefinger, harboring a sliver of hope, inquired of Varys, "Could it be possible that our adversary is merely attempting to intimidate us?" Varys shook his head in negation. He was acutely aware that certain individuals from the free cities possessed an array of peculiar abilities. "And Tarks," he cautioned, enunciating each word. "Half a year ago, did you not consider that our opponent might control sea monsters?" This revelation shattered Littlefinger's fragile optimism, and the atmosphere in the room became so oppressive that both men broke into a cold sweat. Chapter 51. Integrity and honor can both safeguard and suffocate. After a prolonged silence, a refreshing evening breeze wafted into the chamber, rousing Littlefinger and Varys from their disquietude. The purpose behind the delivery of this letter was not mere intimidation. It was a calculated act of coercion, or rather, a threat. Hesitantly, Littlefinger retrieved the envelope from the drawer and raised it towards Varys, signaling his sincerity. The sender sought to convey that he had been observing us from the shadows, fully aware of our every scheme, possessing the capability to effortlessly extinguish our lives and potentially seize our very souls. Upon hearing Littlefinger's grave emphasis on the word soul, Varys could not suppress a shiver. "Thus far, I have not contrived any schemes against Tarks," he promptly assured Littlefinger, deliberately raising his voice. "Indeed, neither have I." Littlefinger forced a smile, which was clearly a facade of falsehood. Even after receiving this letter, he did not abandon his intent to probe the Targaryen family's secrets. Compared to Varys, who had endured the malevolent practices of the warlock, Littlefinger appeared even more daring, yet profoundly ignorant. Varys, recognizing the thoughts swirling in Littlefinger's mind, understood the nature of their relationship, one of mutual exploitation. If Littlefinger were to uncover even a hint of the adversary's sinister methods, it would serve his own interests. Varys was gripped by fear, yet his mind was sharper than ever. Not to mention, his connections with Illyrio remained shrouded in secrecy, and their current schemes lay far from Westeros, regardless of how their adversary had gleaned this knowledge. The mere fact that he was aware of Varys's Targaryen lineage and the plot to place young Griff upon the Iron Throne was telling. Their indifferent observation suggested that they had never regarded him and his efforts as worthy of consideration. Such formidable strength could only arise from a source that deemed years of toil and sacrifice utterly inconsequential. Varys, despite a burgeoning inclination to retreat, found himself reluctant to abandon years of meticulous plotting. At present, Illyrio had successfully established contact with the formidable Khal Drogo, who roamed the rugged terrain of the Nathos Mountains. By arranging a marriage between Daenerys and Drogo, he could secure an army to take advantage of the impending chaos across the Seven Kingdoms, allowing Viserys to serve as the harbinger for young Griffin. As the power of the Seven Kingdoms waned following the ravages of war, young Griffin would lead the Golden Company into Westeros. While he feigned collaboration with Petyr Baelish, his true intention was to covertly orchestrate the unfolding events, ensuring that Baelish did not hasten the realm's descent into turmoil. Fortunately, their adversary merely issued threats without resorting to violence. Perhaps they too desired to witness the ensuing chaos. Varys murmured to himself, resolutely deciding to observe the methods and attitudes of the opposing party. The king and the newly appointed Hand of the King were en route back to King's Landing, and the seeds of distrust between the lion and the wolf had already been sown. The crucial question remained: how could he nurture these seeds to fruition? He preferred to avoid extensive discussions with Baelish regarding the Tullis, lest he fall prey to the cunning machinations of the man known as Littlefinger. Littlefinger, discerning Varys's intentions, smirked disdainfully. My dear Spider, are you unaware of the character of Eddard Stark, the Guardian of the North? The proud Stark, cloaked in the armor of integrity and honor, fails to realize that such armor can both protect and suffocate. Littlefinger slowly approached the window, gazing into the dark northern night, where once lay his dreams. As long as they gradually guided Stark to the truth, the honorable Eddard Stark would never permit the lion to desecrate the bloodline of the stag. Inevitably, Stark would seek justice against the Lannisters. There was an unspoken truth lingering in Littlefinger's mind. The queen would never accept her fate bound in shackles. They would eliminate the king and seize power first. The title of Protector of the Vale had long been reserved for him, yet to realize this ambition, King Robert must perish. For during the months following Jon Arryn's demise, he had tested Robert's inclinations only to discover that Robert favored none other than Jaime Lannister for the position of protector. To him, this was nothing short of a ludicrous jest. Should his plans unfold as intended, he could play the role of a Lannister shadow, securing the title of Protector of the Vale as a foregone conclusion. The Westerlands had already been preparing in secrecy. That aging lion was not easily manipulated. Varys reclined against the back of his chair, shaking his head in warning. Littlefinger turned, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he addressed Varys. Most Lannisters are indeed in King's Landing, are they not? Varys nodded in realization. Indeed, that is correct. But we must not act too swiftly. Haste may kindle suspicion on both sides. The Spider sighed inwardly, recognizing that in the realm of intricate plots and schemes, he and Illyrio combined could scarcely rival the cunning of Peter Baelish. My esteemed master, my objective is the Protector of the Vale. Littlefinger's gaze darkened, transforming into that of a predator eyeing its prey within the shadowy confines of the room. Then, as a gesture of our cooperation, may I inquire what your fervent ambition to incite chaos entails? Varys abruptly leapt from his chair, ever vigilant against the venomous words that the night might unleash. Though he could not discern the expression in Littlefinger's eyes, his years of experience as a master of espionage and assassination endowed him with an acute sixth sense. He was acutely aware that he had become the target of a treacherous ally. Peter, if I were to say that I seek a brighter future for the Seven Kingdoms, would you believe me? He bore no resemblance to an immobile fat man. Instead, he moved with the agility of a gecko, skirting the edges of the wall. A cold laughter echoed in the room as Littlefinger remarked, Lord Varys certainly knows how to jest. Regardless, I expect a response that reflects your sincerity. A spark erupted from the flint in Littlefinger's hand, falling onto the crimson candlestick, its flame gradually illuminating the entire chamber. Littlefinger regarded Varys, who had drifted to the doorway, with an unspoken yet palpable pressure in his gaze. The Spider instantly comprehended that failing to provide a reasonable answer today would mark the end of their collaboration. Littlefinger was one of the most dangerous individuals in the Seven Kingdoms. To be ensnared by his machinations would bring considerable suffering, even in retaliation. I serve House Targaryen. Varys replied flatly, and regardless of Littlefinger's satisfaction, he chose to exit the room. Inside, Littlefinger received the anticipated answer, which only deepened his gloom. It dawned on him that formidable forces were already aligning themselves with the Targaryens. Yet he alone found himself unable to extend his reach into Westeros. In Braavos. Within the hall of the Sea Lord's palace, a long table stretched across the chamber, occupied by the scholars responsible for electing the Sea Lord, the keyholder of the Iron Bank, clergy, fleet captains, and others. As the ailing Sea Lord, Ferrego Targaryen, was assisted into the room and took his place at the head of the table, the meeting officially commenced. The first agenda item was whether to transfer the 10 warships scheduled for the Isle of Tarth and accept new shipbuilding orders. The Sea Lord grasped the white parchment before him, straining to project his voice to fill the hall. Braavos' credit surpasses all. A venerable scholar promptly replied, it passes. Indeed, it passes. Accept it, it passes. We ought not to accept the order. Transfer it, it passes. But can you bear to reject the order? Our trade volume dropped by 1/10 last month, and the number of vessels docking at our ports has decreased by at least half compared to last year. It passes. Ultimately, the Sea Lord, based on the majority's agreement and a few abstentions, affixed the Sea Lord's seal upon the agenda's white parchment. The second agenda item addressed how to suppress the growth of Tarth and enhance Braavos' commercial competitiveness. It is a challenge. Tarth boasts what are deemed its flagship products, which are truly high quality and affordably priced, attracting a multitude of vessels to dock. Even if we were to unite with other trading city-states, we would still face the merchants from the Summer Isles and Jade Sea who travel great distances to procure goods from Tarth. And then there's Westeros. Although their commerce lags behind, there are several port cities that could serve as outlets for our surplus. Braavos possesses its own flagship product, warships. The more they produce and sell these vessels, the more likely they are to face a reversal, with these very ships being used against them. Other trading city-states have grown accustomed to the goods produced by Tars, and it is rare to find anyone who can abstain from accepting Tars products. When a scholar voiced complaints, the Sea King silently placed the white paper back on the table. It is estimated that the opposing faction now possesses over 300 ships of longship caliber or higher, should they choose to personally engage in dumping their merchandise. A meeting regarding Tars' affairs would soon conclude, yielding results no different from those faced by other forces contending with Tars. It is as if Tars Island were a colossal hedgehog. Anyone who dares confront it directly will inevitably emerge bloodied. Is the Temple of the Moon Song still firmly shut? After everyone exited the hall, the Sea King inquired of the governor managing the Island of the Divine. Indeed, since 2 years ago, the Temple of the Moon Song has begun to retract its faith, and now its doors remain completely barred. The young governor quickly bowed, responding respectfully. Have you foreseen anything? The Sea King waved his hand, allowing the governor to withdraw, before murmuring in contemplation as he gazed at the hall's bright domed ceiling. Chapter 52. Eliminating hazards. What is the nature of the black stone? Is it a remnant of the moon? How can the core black stone be utilized? To the east of Tars Island lies a small reef, merely 10 square kilometers in size. Galidor's mind was plagued with myriad questions as he strolled along the sandy beach. At the center of the reef stands a large flat courtyard, the true laboratory of Galidor, housing various items lethal to ordinary humans. Is the radiation from the intelligent core black stone harmful to us? Galidor pondered as he queried the intellect within. The boxes crafted by the intellect cannot completely contain the magical energy radiation of the core black stone, revealing just how abundant that radiation is. The comprehensive experimental subject's physical characteristic data indicates that the magical energy radiation emitted by the core black stone does not cause mutations. The host, along with De Zhuang, Air, and San, can all absorb it. Project De Zhuang's data interface. De Zhuang, youngling evolution stage. 98. Length, 18 meters height, 11 meters weight, 78 tons strength, 10 tons grip strength, speed, 136 kilometers per hour defense, 11 compared to 1 centimeter of steel, intelligence, soul. Magical energy, 58, based on an adult dragon standard of 100, abilities, self-healing regeneration. Flame accumulation, acid spitting, enhanced digestion, long-range vision, infrared radar, kilometer range, magical energy radiation absorption, hunting. It has now been 296 years since Count Selwyn attended the New Year's banquet hosted by Galidor before heading to the capital, compared to 3 months ago. De Zhuang's other data have seen significant improvement, yet his magical energy has only incrementally increased from 52 to 58, approaching that of an adult dragon. The 3 young ones are in their larval stage, a time when they require an infusion of resources to enhance their potential. The core blackstone precisely provides the necessary magical energy to augment their capabilities. However, the function of the core blackstone is far from limited to this alone. Galidor casually seated himself upon a dry rock, gradually closing his eyes. In a daze, within a realm suffused with gray currents, Galidor's consciousness began to take form. Surrounded by countless iridescent bubbles, once Galidor's consciousness materialized within this space, the bubbles appeared to align like stars, tracing vibrant orbits, instantaneously shifting positions in a mysterious and unfathomable dance around his essence. This was Galidor's mental realm, where these bubbles represented the fragmented remnants of his soul, forming an illusory microcosm and serving as the computational foundation of his intellect. With a mere thought, his consciousness detached from the celestial orbs, manifesting at the periphery of his mental world. Here, the gray currents surged tumultuously, akin to raging waves, coalescing into a thick black-gray barrier imbued with a malevolent aura. Even Galidor's consciousness perceived a formidable tearing force emanating from it. He gazed beyond the barrier, as if his vision could penetrate through to a solitary bubble contained within, revealing a pure black crow reminiscent of a primordial beast. This crow was the reason he found himself ensnared on Taz Island. Its power constantly emitted a wave of influence, enticing him to submit beyond the Great Wall, to serve the ancient gods and the three-eyed crow. The intensity of this power was so overwhelming that his intellect could only contain it forcefully, gradually eroding its might with the essence of his soul. The echoes reverberating in Galidor's mind were the remnants of power released each time a bubble burst, as his intellect summoned new bubbles to ensnare the crow. At that moment, a world larger than all the bubble realms descended from above, naturally enveloping him within its expanse. Gildon was not taken aback. The gray currents represented the tribulations evolved by his intellect, yet were, in truth, a brutal amalgamation of magical and soul energy that could harm him when exposed. Intellect. Project My Data Interface. Within the bubble, Gildon seemed to transcend into an entirely new world, standing atop lofty mountains and flowing rivers, beneath the clouds. He spoke with calm resolve. Soon, a golden screen shot down from the heavens, hovering before him. Gildon Tars power, speed, 18 seconds, 22 seconds, life, soul, magical energy. 22 true meditation method, 5 layers, 85, abilities, self-healing regeneration, bullet time, basic swordsmanship, enhanced vision, superior digestion, magical energy radiation absorption. He had been consistently consuming active potions, and his strength was advancing at an unprecedented pace, racing down the path of the non-human. Intellect. I construct a mental realm within Dazhuang and the others to absorb magical energy factors, converting them into high-energy power, refining my corporeal form. Galithon inquired directly, finding the gradual erosion of the crow's essence through soul energy excruciatingly slow. He contemplated the notion of detonating the crow with a surge of chaotic energy. However, the success rate was questionable, and he would inevitably suffer damage to his own soul in the process. Could he instead absorb the magical essence of the core blackstone solely to stabilize his spiritual realm? The more fortified the spiritual realm, the more resilient the bubbles would become, thus accelerating the depletion of the crow's power. The prospect of the Songlong's spiritual realm being unable to absorb magical essence for the refinement into high-energy power left Galithon momentarily crestfallen, his hopeful expression fading into disappointment. Having lived in the ocean depths for so long, Songlong seemed almost a forgotten partner, an entity he had nearly overlooked. The suggestion from the intelligent core rekindled Galithon's spirits. For any method to enhance the situation was a welcome relief. He eagerly commanded, commence model construction and calculations. Yet, he found it peculiar. His innate ability could construct a spiritual realm. Yet why was it that the trio's spiritual realms could absorb magical energy to generate new power, while Songlong's resembled a lifeless entity, incapable of breathing? This inability to absorb magical energy for the refinement of his corporeal form thwarted the goal of integrating magical essence within his flesh. As Galithon regained his composure, a pang of guilt washed over him regarding Songlong. The trio inherently circulated vast amounts of magical energy, while Songlong was bound by limitations. Indeed, Dazhuang and the others were semi-magical beings. A sudden realization struck Galithon, regardless of the trials Dazhuang and his companions faced in the sea of smoke. The countless corpses of crawling creatures strewn across the reefs were no mere illusion. Yet, the fact that Songlong could not transcend into a magical being remained a lingering source of disquiet for him, a constant source of regret and sorrow. Intelligent core summoned Dazhuang and the others, and called Songlong back as well. Dazhuang and his companions had surpassed normal intelligence, and Galithon no longer needed to frequently enter their spiritual realm. In fact, he would refrain from doing so unless absolutely necessary. The bond between shapeshifters and animal consciousness could influence their personalities. Should human awareness fail to dominate that of the animal, it could have adverse effects on the human itself. Many shapeshifting avians often lost interest in terrestrial matters, gazing melancholically at the sky for prolonged periods after their consciousness returned to their bodies. Even with Galithon's extraordinary shapeshifting talent, he was not exempt from the constraints and characteristics associated with such taboos. The Loras labyrinth guarded the core black stone. Yet what of the towering spire? Rising from the sandy shore, Galithon cast a solemn gaze across the boundless ocean towards the ancient town to the west. Why was the Hightower family, one of the oldest and proudest noble houses of Westeros, so enraptured by the study of magic? Moreover, the Hightower played a significant role in the Dance of the Dragons, arguably instigating the event themselves. Due to a lack of fundamental data, it is impossible to establish a model for calculations. There are no impenetrable walls in this world. The truth will eventually be unveiled. Galidon's eyes brimmed with anticipation, for this was a fantastical realm, even in his decline. The moment the stars weep blood shall herald his resurgence. Chapter 53. Shilin Byra seen in the evening. Dragonstone Island lay shrouded in gloom beneath the setting sun, resembling an ancient dragon unable to soar, merely crawling upon the mountaintop, struggling for survival. Within the confines of the Igrith Garden, the air was suffused with the delightful aroma of pine, as towering black trees rose from the earth. A young girl, her left cheek and neck obscured by ashen, dead skin, crouched amidst the flowers, her frail form barely discernible through the roses and creeping vines. I'm coming to catch you. I'm coming to catch you. Ha ha. They're coming to catch you. Not far from the flower bed, in the passageway, a corpulent man adorned with floral tattoos on his visage danced in a grotesque rhythm, his voice echoing with a chilling melody. Ha! New gods, old gods, beings that do not exist. The dragon roars. The king laments. The new immortal is born. It has been born. Ha! They're coming to catch you. The young girl could not comprehend the words of her friend, yet with each utterance, her heart quickened with dread, an overwhelming fear beginning to envelop her. Oh, patch-faced one, cease your singing. I'm frightened, she screamed, springing to her feet and rushing towards the rotund man, seizing hold of his plump hand. Please, stop singing your ballad. New gods, old gods. The earth has carved new bloodstains. The sea bellows, the cold wind wails. The ancient sun must perish. It must perish. Ha! The patch-faced man seemed lost in his own world, ignoring little Shilin, whose tears streamed down in fear. I've caught you. At a moment, the patch-faced man's spinning figure appeared frozen in time. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his cold, unfeeling eyes directed at a crumbling tower, his mouth stretching unnaturally into a wide grin that seemed to defy reason, curving upwards until it nearly touched the back of his ears. Atop the dilapidated tower, Eagle Eye and Cade peered through the decayed, warped window, meeting the patch-faced man's relentless gaze. Both were extraordinary individuals, capable of discerning the gory tears adorning the man's cheeks, blood trickling through the patterns on his face, causing them to shimmer with an eerie red glow. The captain was not mistaken. How bizarre, Cade marveled. That red-robed which appears alluring. But this ghastly creature is one I have no desire to take back to Tar's Island. Since we've been discovered, I'll cover you, incapacitate the girl, and take her away. Eagle Eye instructed Cade, wishing to avoid further complications. But be cautious of her gray-scaled affliction. It is contagious. Especially for you. Exercise extra caution. Just as Cade took a step forward, he turned to inquire, why? The golden pupils of the hawk-eyed figure glimmered with a hint of mockery as he jested. Gray-scale disease spreads particularly easily among children, and your intellect barely reaches that of a 10-year-old. With a disdainful huff, Cade puffed out his chest, his towering frame of 2.5 meters rising even higher. Instead of responding with anger, he chuckled. The captain has proclaimed that I am a descendant of giants, and I currently embody the essence of a juvenile giant. He certainly would not divulge to the hawk-eyed figure that he had already encountered this jest multiple times during his designated missions with Colin. The hawk-eyed figure, taken aback, failed to perceive Cade's mixture of embarrassment and indignation. Do take care of yourself, my giant knight, he said, nodding in acknowledgement. He then unslung his longbow from his back, expertly nocking an arrow and aiming it at the patch-faced figure in the garden, executing the move seamlessly. Cade's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he strode out of the dilapidated tower like a victorious general. The sun began its descent, the last vestiges of daylight vanishing beyond the horizon, while a silhouette seamlessly merged with the encroaching darkness, advancing toward the Egan garden. Within the garden, little Shiren's eyes shimmered with tears as she clutched her friend's hand, pleading with the patch-faced figure to cease singing that dreadful song that instilled fear within her. Drip, drip. Suddenly, she felt something wet fall upon her head, trickling through her hair and splattering onto the ground. She attempted to glance upward to ascertain whether it was raining, but the patch-faced figure pressed her small head down, preventing her from looking up. You're hurting me, patch-face, Shiren complained, wiping away her tears. Is it raining? The sky has darkened. We should return. The little girl dried her tears but refrained from glancing downward, for had she done so, she might have discerned the soil-stained crimson. Bang! A dull thud resonated behind her, capturing the little girl's attention. She turned around vigorously, her head spinning within the oversized palm of the patch-faced figure, her hair twisted into a braid-like knot. Apologies, Princess Shiren, and what is this peculiar thing? Cade, noticing the little girl's curious gaze, displayed his gentlest smile and introduced himself with a knightly bow. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cade, hailing from Tar's Island. The patch-faced figure maintained his bizarre expression, responding in silence, akin to an animal assuming a peculiar offensive posture in an attempt to intimidate its adversary. Yet, his wandering gaze towards the dilapidated tower betrayed him, for the true peril lay not with Cade, but with the hawk-eyed figure who had him in his sights. Now, Princess Shiren, please remain quiet. Cade waved his hand, signaling her to hold her tongue. He turned solemnly to the patch-faced figure and vowed, Patch-face, I, Cade, in the name of my lord Galidor Tars, hereby take a sacred oath, upon taking Shiren by legion. I shall cure her of the grayscale disease and ensure her safety and healthy growth. As he pronounced this sacred oath, the patch-faced figure's exaggerated and bizarre expression gradually reverted to something more normal. Observing this, Cade hastily produced a piece of cloth, pouring some anesthetic onto it, and clumsily pressed it against little Shiren's nose. The anesthetic he administered was specially concocted by Galidor, and soon, little Shireen collapsed in his embrace. As Kay bound Shireen's hands behind her back and leaped with vigor onto the garden wall, he noticed Patchface following suit, effortlessly hopping atop the wall with an uncanny gait. From the pinnacle of the ruined tower, the watchful eyes of the eagle maintained their archery stance, providing cover for the trio until Cade and Patchface figures gradually faded into the night beyond Dragonstone Castle. Patchface trailed behind, confirming the captain's uncanny foresight. The eagle silently retracted his bow, instinctively praising his captain. Alas, he had not encountered the Red Priestess. He leapt from the derelict tower and pursued the direction in which Cade had departed. Shortly after his exit, a crimson figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Melisandre, with her hands tucked within her robe, approached the window, a fleeting moment of confusion flickering in her eyes, soon replaced by resolve. Within the round hall of the stone drum tower, Stannis, the Duke of Dragonstone, fixated his gaze on the flickering candlelight, his taut expression taking on a more somber shade. The rewards for his support in the Battle of the Riverlands had been dispensed, and King's Landing intended to exempt Dragonstone from taxes for 2 years. Upon receiving this news, Stannis nearly ground his teeth to dust. Could the barren lands of Dragonstone truly yield a golden dragon in taxes? He harbored grave doubts that the council was toying with him. Furthermore, he had received a mere promissory note, which stated that once the Iron Islands surrendered once more, he would receive 1/10 of the war reparations. Yet, just as no one proposed an assault on Tarth, no one suggested counterattacking the Iron Islands. King's Landing could only dispatch ravens to exert pressure on the Iron Islands. While the Iron Islands may lack the strength to land on Westeros, so too did King's Landing lack the capability to mount another invasion of the Iron Islands. At the very least, Stannis had received word that the fleet from the Shield Islands had returned to the Bay of Rivers. In addition to the unjust rewards, what truly infuriated the Duke of Dragonstone was the appointment of the new Prime Minister, Ned Stark, without so much as consulting him, the king's own brother. Was he no longer the master of ships for King's Landing? Was he not the Duke of Dragonstone of House Baratheon? Just as he was on the verge of grinding his teeth to dust, the doors to the round hall swung open. "My lord, Shireen is missing." Lady Celis Florent burst into the hall, her slender face streaked with tears, collapsing to her knees in despair. "The High Priestess said that Shireen has been taken." Stannis was taken aback. Shireen was his sole heir. He sprang to his feet, eager to summon aid, when he noticed Melisandre gliding into the hall behind the Duchess. "My lord, please do not worry. Under the protection of the Lord of Light, Miss Shireen is safe." She helped Lady Celis to her feet, while calmly offering reassurance. "I have received a revelation that the people of Tarth have abducted Miss Shireen, though their intentions remain unclear. The dawn light of Tarth may hold the key to healing her." Melisandre deceived, as she only sensed the traces of the Knights of House Tarth, without receiving any divine revelation from the Lord of Light through the flames. Yet, she now required the trust of Stannis, persuading the obstinate Duke of Dragonstone to convert, naturally attributing all achievements to the deity of their faith. Why did House Tarth abduct Shireen? Stannis furrowed his brow. Having yet to witness any miracle from the Lord of Light, maintaining a skeptical attitude towards Melisandre's words. "All for the Lord of Light," Melisandre silently chanted within, grasping the Duke and Duchess by the hands and leading them to the roaring fireplace. "Pray with me." Stannis attempted to resist, but found the witch's grip as unyielding as iron, while the Duchess gazed at the fireplace with eyes full of hope, unwavering in her focus. "We beseech the one true God, the Lord of Light, to grant us revelation." As Melisandre recited her incantations, the three did not witness Shireen's appearance. Instead, a pair of sapphire blue eyes flashed momentarily. Melisandre jolted awake, realizing her master, the Lord of Light, had faltered. The cause of this disconnection was likely those blue eyes. She turned to Stannis, only to discover that the flames reflected in his deep blue gaze burned even brighter, as if he were the one conducting the prayer. "No." Suddenly, Stannis cried out, as if confronted by a horrific scene, shielding his face and retreating to the round stone table. "My lord, what did you see?" Melisandre inquired hastily, while Celis Florent, startled by her husband's scream, rushed to support him. In a shadowy forest, a lion preys upon a stag. Stannis took a few deep breaths, calming his agitated emotions, and looked at the priestess. Chapter 54. In the name of the Divine Sword, Corlin upon arriving at the Red Keep, during the court meeting. King Robert, as per his usual demeanor, relinquished control of affairs. The meeting was presided over by the newly appointed Prime Minister, Eddard Stark, who nearly suffered apoplexy upon hearing that the kingdom was in debt to the tune of 6 million golden dragons. How could you allow such a situation to transpire? He erupted in fury, interrogating the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Grand Maester, the Minister of Justice, the Master of Whisperers, and the other 4 ministers present. "My lord, this is the account from the past 7 years." The Chancellor of the Exchequer, Barristan Selmy, calmly pushed a tome, thick enough to be used as a shield, across the long table towards the new Prime Minister. It clearly detailed every income and expenditure of the kingdom over the 7 years, should you desire. You may verify the accounts with me. His eyes concealed a hint of mockery, though his tone bore an air of resignation. You will find that the fiscal deficit of the kingdom expands year by year. Additionally, with the necessity to cover small expenses for the king, we can only overdraw future taxes. Now, including the interest due and the expenses for the tournament celebrating your ascension to Prime Minister, we must gather a total of 500,000 golden dragons. Eddard Stark found himself bewildered. He was a Stark of Winterfell, not a Lannister reputed for their ability to conjure gold. Where could he possibly procure 500,000 golden dragons? He immediately glanced at the other 3 ministers, who, with perceptive understanding, displayed expressions of resignation. Renly even feigned rubbing his temples, as though afflicted by a headache over the matter. How shall we arrange for this funding? Eddard lamented, reluctantly redirecting the question to the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish. We must seek the support of Lord Selwyn Tarth, who is soon to arrive in King's Landing. Littlefinger replied, his brow furrowed. Recent events suggested a connection between the Westerlands and Tarth, even hinting at a burgeoning alliance. This was indeed dreadful news for those who lurked in the shadows, wishing to incite chaos. The guardian of the Westerlands, Lord Tywin, had always been generous, often willing to temporarily finance the crown. Yet, for reasons unknown, he was now evading responsibility, claiming that the Westerlands had been attacked and required significant funds for disaster relief. Feigning ignorance, Littlefinger subtly nudged Eddard towards considering the potential link between the Westerlands and Tarth. Varys raised an eyebrow, casting a discreet glance at the theatrical Littlefinger, inwardly marveling at his partner's audacity to involve Tarth in their schemes after receiving that missive. And the Iron Bank is too distant. Since Lord Tywin did not outright refuse initially, we did not contemplate sending envoys sooner. Even now, dispatching a messenger would be too late. Upon Littlefinger's conclusion, the Prime Minister felt an increasing headache, and as anticipated, Eddard Stark began to ponder the possibility of an alliance between the Westerlands and Tarth. The Westerlands were affluent and would not suffer debilitating consequences from a mere border skirmish. Coincidentally, Tarth was arriving at a crucial moment to discuss a marriage alliance. Thus the ambiguous stance of the Westerlands was quite evident. Do you have any other suggestions? After much contemplation, he hesitated to bow to the traitor once more. But when he cast a hopeful glance, all the ministers remained silent. When his Lord Selwyn of Tarth expected to arrive, he shook his head in disbelief, never anticipating that his first task as Prime Minister presiding over the council would be so formidable. He found himself reminiscing about his adoptive father, Jon Arryn, who had presided over the council for many years. Today, the Master of Whisperers, Varys, nodded respectfully to the Prime Minister before responding in a subdued tone. Hearing this, Eddard Stark's demeanor improved slightly. He resolved to overlook the treachery of House Tarth and lower his stance, seeking to borrow golden dragons from Lord Selwyn through the marriage alliance, thereby providing a lifeline for the realm's finances. Should the Iron Throne declare bankruptcy, the 7 kingdoms would undoubtedly plunge into turmoil. Eddard then inquired with concern, which individual shall be arranged to greet and escort him. The Minister of Justice, Renly, promptly replied, Sir Jaime Lannister of the King's Guard, along with 20 gold cloaks, due to Brienne's inclusion on the envoy list. I shall be fully responsible for receiving the delegation from Tarth. In Westeros, the number 7 holds a sacred significance. Thus, the conqueror Aegon established 7 grand gates as the entrances and exits to the capital, each adorned with heavy iron grills and guarded by the city's watch. Among these gates lies the River Gate, colloquially known as the Mud Gate by the common folk, situated at the southeastern wall of King's Landing, directly facing the Blackwater River and the harbor. During a meeting of the Royal Council, Captain Jane Baelish of the Mud Gate received a missive from Commander Janos Slint of the City Watch. The commander commanded Jane to immediately retreat the gold cloaks guarding the gate to the Dragon Gate encampment. Sensing a hidden agenda, Jane, known as the Iron Hand, suspected that his corrupt superior was devising yet another scheme. He scrutinized the letter, searching for inconsistencies, and indeed, he discerned subtle discrepancies in the handwriting and seal when compared to previous orders. This indicated that something was amiss. Janos Slint could easily deny the authenticity of this expertly forged missive. However, unless he confronted the commander directly, he could not substantiate his claims of forgery based solely on these minor details. Thus, Jane found himself in a quandary. In the alleyway opposite the Mudgate, a band of roughly 40 burly mercenaries lay concealed, with a dozen carts blocking the narrow passage. These men hailed from Tyrosh, Lys, and Myr, 3 free cities relentlessly pursued by the fleet of the Iron Islands over the past year. Among the mercenaries were 10 masterful operators of siege engines, selected from all the free cities. As the sun gradually descended, the mercenaries grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, a gaunt man dressed as a commoner darted into the alley. What news? Have the gold cloaks retreated? The leader, a burly man wielding a knife, seized the thin man's tattered collar with a grip like a vice, pressing the gleaming blade against his throat with menacing intensity. They've withdrawn. The man felt a chill creeping up his spine, his eyes betraying panic and fear. These mercenaries were undoubtedly plotting something grand. Hurry! The ships of the Iron Islands have entered the winch tower and will dock at the harbor shortly. A spark of excitement flickered in the leader's eyes as he urged, "Curse that butcher Janos, the greedy Westerosi. 500 gold dragons merely bought us 2 hours." The mercenaries, spurred by urgency, hastily pushed their carts and brandished their clubs, retreating from the alley as if pursued, their wheels clattering in haste towards the mud gate. The nearby civilians, upon catching sight of the fierce leader and the glinting blade in his hand under the sun, scrambled to evade them in alarm. Before long, the mercenaries and their convoy reached the mud gate, where they adeptly assembled small siege engines from oil and various implements, as if they had rehearsed this maneuver countless times. Along the wall, besides the arriving mercenaries, a few hidden scouts kept watch, their eyes trained on the Blackwater River through their lenses. Moments later, a fortunate soul beheld a colossal vessel adorned with the four-quarter sun and moon flag, gracefully approaching the harbor. Chapter 55. In the Name of the Divine Sword Colin, Part 2. The Morning Light, a superlative warship with 300 oars, steadily occupied the majority of the Blackwater River. Moving upstream against the current, the scouts of the Free City, perched upon the city walls, silently withdrew their telescopes. A smile illuminated the scout's face as he hurried back to Mudgate to relay the news. Such a massive target was the perfect mark for a catapult. Meanwhile, the bustling harbor echoed with the sounds of sailors' shouts as vessels, large and small, set sail or anchored at the docks. Jaime Lannister, accompanied by 20 golden-cloaked companions, occasionally gazed out from a carriage shed towards the lively port, searching for ships belonging to House Tarth. Positioned at a considerable distance from Mudgate, he remained oblivious to the fact that a band of mercenaries had taken control of it. As the morning light gradually emerged within Jaime's line of sight, he stepped out of the carriage shed, awestruck. This was the largest four-masted sailing ship he had ever encountered, with a towering and mysterious figurehead and a vast, curved stern. No ship could rival it on the Blackwater River. Its sheer enormity instilled a sense of trepidation in him, as he feared that this great ocean vessel might run aground in the river. The deck was lined with rows of powerful crossbows, their gleaming tips reflecting a cold light that dazzled the eye. The proud Kingsguard and all the captains and sailors on the Blackwater could not help but feel a chill. At the prow, under a catapult the likes of which Jaime had never seen, stood Count Selwyn, leaning on a rounded staff, exuding confidence as he surveyed the morning light, causing nearby ships to edge away from the banks of the Blackwater in fear of being crushed. Behind him, 2 knights clad in Valyrian steel, Colin and Simon, vigilantly scanned their surroundings, focused on guarding the Count, while further back stood the bemused Dr. Marwyn and Brienne. "My lord, it is almost time." The doctor, possessing keen perceptive abilities, sensed the morning light drawing perilously close to the dock, posing a risk of grounding. It is certain that the morning light will soon be recognized as the most formidable warship in the Seven Kingdoms. But we cannot allow her to approach the harbor any further. "Father, the doctor speaks truth," Brienne echoed, having always opposed her father's insistence on forcing the morning light into the Blackwater. "The yacht from Galidor is far more suitable." After flaunting his authority, Count Selwyn muttered in dissatisfaction. Colin couldn't help but flinch at the mention of the steel yacht, which could indeed challenge the perceptions of most nobles in the Seven Kingdoms. Reluctant to see the morning light run aground, the Count heeded the counsel of the doctor and his daughter, issuing orders to anchor the ship. Simon nodded in acknowledgement and turned to signal the captain nearby, as the morning light gradually came to a halt in the center of the Blackwater. As the ship finally ceased its movement, Jaime let out a quiet sigh of relief, while the leader of the mercenaries atop the Mudgate wall felt a knot tighten in his throat. On the city walls, 10 exquisitely crafted small catapults had been set up, and all the stones carried by the mercenaries were hoisted onto the battlements. "How is it?" He anxiously seized the archer operating the catapult beside him, pressing for answers. "Have they entered our range?" "We are on the walls. Our range is nearly sufficient." The archer quickly nodded in response. "However, only a portion of the stones has a chance of hitting, even if our catapults were crafted by the Master Kohler himself." The burly man loosened his grip on his long blade, casting a hateful glare at the dawn, and declared, "As long as we can strike. Our aim is to instigate a conflict between the Iron Throne and Tarsus." He swung his long knife, pointing at the dawn, fervently shouting to the mercenaries, ignite, and launch all the firestones. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the strings of all 10 catapults were severed. And one by one, the ignited firestones were hurled into the air. At the harbor, James spotted the Dawn anchored, preparing to welcome the Tarsus delegation. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he took a step forward, he heard a series of tremendous sounds emanating from the river gate walls behind him, as if something had collapsed. He immediately turned around and saw a dozen fireballs hurtling towards the Blackwater River from dozens of meters above. James was momentarily stunned, standing there in disbelief. The fireballs, propelled by immense kinetic and potential energy, descended rapidly, and before they could descend within 10 meters of the Dawn, Colin, with his keen senses, instantly looked up in realization. Foolhardy imbeciles. A glint of cold light flashed in his dark eyes as he stomped heavily on the deck, causing the bow of the ship to lurch forward, its waterline rising by a meter. He leaped 8 meters high, leveraging the ship's mast to ascend further, and drew his longsword, aiming to strike at the fireballs descending upon the ship's bow. The fireball, as large as a cauldron, was effortlessly cleaved in two beneath his blade, splintering off to either side and plummeting into the Blackwater River, extinguishing with a few sparks. In the blink of an eye, Colin landed back on the mast of the Dawn, and amidst the astonished gazes of the ship's crew and the harbor sailors, he dove once more into the low air, destroying 2 more fireballs aimed at the ship. Ultimately, there remained 1 fireball heading towards the stern that he could not intercept in time. It crashed onto the aft deck of the Dawn, creating a gaping hole over a meter wide, with flames gradually surging within the darkened hull. Yet, the crew of the Dawn remained in shock, and those who did comprehend the situation knelt in reverence towards Colin. The castle guards, having previously witnessed Colin's extraordinary prowess, swiftly regained their composure and organized firefighting efforts. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As the fireballs descended, Simon, sensing the impending disaster, immediately tackled Count Selwyn to the ground, while the portly Dr. Marwyn intended to pounce on Brenna, only to be shielded by her drawn sword. On the walls of the muddy gate, the leading burly man and the mercenaries stood frozen, awestruck by Colin's valor, their attempts to continue launching fireballs thwarted by their stunned disbelief. As James's eyes widened in disbelief, he rubbed them in an attempt to ascertain whether the last 10 seconds had been a mere figment of his imagination. My sword has only cleaved a few worthless stones. How many heads must I sever before it returns to its sheath? Colin, sword in hand, stood atop the mast, his dark, gilded cloak billowing in the wind, gazing towards the mud gate where stone projectiles were launched, uttering nonchalantly, "Castle guards." Casting a glance towards the bow of the ship, he saw Count Selwyn and Burren safely unharmed, and with an authoritative shout, commanded, "My lord." The 100 castle guards aboard the Morning Light immediately drew their gleaming long swords, responding in unison, "Protect the esteemed Count." At once, seeing the Count push Simon aside and retreat into the impenetrable protection of the castle guards, Colin leaped vigorously, soaring into the air like a great rock, landing atop the mast of a merchant ship positioned between the Morning Light and the dock. In the awestruck eyes of the kneeling sailors, Colin deftly maneuvered from one vessel to another, and within mere 3 breaths, he traversed the 100-meter-wide Blackwater River to ascend the dock. Moments later, James felt a fierce gust rush past his ear, and Colin's silhouette vanished from the banks of the Blackwater River. Chapter 56. The Divine Sword, Colin's Name, Part 3. O Divine Beings, I beseech your esteemed protection. I am willing to serve the god of war. As Colin disappeared from the banks of the Blackwater River, the port, which had seemed frozen in time, erupted into chaos. Countless sailors knelt, casting aside their ephemeral dreams of the Pale Moon Maiden, fervently reciting the names of various deities in prayer, clearly venerating Colin as a divine entity. O 7 gods above, did you witness this, or was I merely dreaming? Help me up. Who is that person? Look at the banner on that warship. It belongs to the Tars family. Person? Are you referring to that specter who cleaves stone projectiles and flits through the air? Damn it. Don't throw your life away and drag us down with you. Get out. Merchants in the port gathered, some accustomed to boasting about local specialties, uttering insolent remarks, only to be swiftly ostracized by the others. On the forecastle deck of the Morning Light, Count Selwyn was surrounded by 100 castle guards, gazing up as Colin gradually receded, disappearing into the tumultuous port. My lord, the fire on the ship has been extinguished. Shall we counterattack? After a moment, the captain of the Morning Light, ignoring the subtle signals from Burren, approached to inquire. If we retreat behind the winch tower, can the crossbows and trebuchets on board reach the enemy? A glint of resolve flashed in Count Selwyn's eyes, since matters had escalated to this extent. It would be wise to further assert Tarth's might. As my son clearly stated upon our arrival, the fate of the 7 kingdoms lies in Tarth's hands. The stability of the Iron Throne is determined by his demeanor. Moreover, he represents Tar's Island in a position of strength to negotiate a marriage alliance, not to accept Robert's feudal grant and resume servitude. Colin's sword exemplifies Tar's extraordinary individual combat prowess, compelling all in the Seven Kingdoms to intimately experience Tar's potential for warfare. The trebuchet can indeed launch attacks, but it may inadvertently affect the city. The captain hesitated, responding that the trebuchet aboard the Morning Light was crafted by Lord Morning Light himself. King's Landing would surely suffer. Withdraw from the Blackwater River and sound the horn of assault. Earl Selwyn, reminiscent of his youthful days leading charges into battle, issued his commands with imposing authority. Furthermore, do not use wildfire. By my decree. The captain respectfully nodded in acknowledgement before turning to rally the sailors, proclaiming, lower the sails. Prepare the steel cannon trebuchet. Father, could this be too aggressive? We are still unaware of the situation's details. Brenny hastily sheathed her longsword and, navigating through layers of castle guards, implored him. No need for further discussion. Selwyn glanced at his anxious daughter and replied nonchalantly, I care not who instigated the attack on Tarth. The Earl was acutely aware. Since Colin had taken action, those involved had likely become cold corpses. Each matter he addressed in King's Landing demanded his unwavering strength. Thus, he resolved to assert dominance from the outset, establishing a formidable presence to deter any fool from provoking him later. Brenny intended to persuade her father further, but was halted by Dr. Malvin, who shook his head at the knight who had just protected her, signaling Brenny to refrain from inciting her father's ire. On the Morning Light, following the captain's commands, over 300 sailors moved like cogs in a grand machine, and the colossal warship began to stir. At the port, James struggled to comprehend the astounding changes unfolding before him. As he stepped forward, he froze in terror once more. The resounding, urgent call to arms echoed through the harbor, inciting chaos among the crowd. Every merchant and sailor raced toward the ship, witnessing the sailors on the Morning Light busily preparing for action. James, bewildered, gazed at the retreating Morning Light, when suddenly, 6 blinding beams of light, like reflections from a mirror, shot forth from the ship. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his brow, straining to discern the source of the dazzling reflections. A trebuchet. How could this be? Upon this realization, the fragile remnants of his shattered worldview crumbled anew. A steel trebuchet was already astonishing enough, yet it gleamed as brightly as newly forged armor. No, this is the horn of assault. James finally comprehended, exclaiming in alarm. Their target is the river gate. Curse it. Follow me at once. He quickly mounted his horse, cracking the whip repeatedly as he galloped toward the river gate, with 20 golden-robed followers hastily in pursuit. Atop the walls of the river gate, Colin surged forward, his sword blazing, blood splattered. Within mere breaths, nearly 50 battle-hardened mercenaries fell like ripe grain before the unseen trajectory of his longsword. Jesslyn Bywater and a dozen golden-robed companions surged up the wall simultaneously with Colin, utterly awestruck by his elegant dance of devastation. The path of the sword was now blocked. Yet the captain's teachings on the essence of swordsmanship were too profound, leaving them lost in thought. Clad in resplendent silver-white Valyrian steel armor, Colin emerged unscathed from the throng of corpses, inspecting his longsword before shaking off a droplet of blood from its tip. Ah, the guards of the capital. Jethrin Bywater, under Colin's indifferent gaze, felt beads of sweat cascade down his forehead like rain. Unable to remain silent, he gritted his teeth, summoned his courage, and knelt on the ground, imploring, My lord, I, Jethrin Bywater, captain of the River Gates Guard, am at your service. With a rustle, the golden-robed attendants behind him immediately prostrated themselves in submission. Just as Colin sheathed his sword, preparing to interrogate the guards, a clarion call echoed from the Blackwater River. The signal for battle. It was a command from the esteemed count. He turned towards the river and beheld the canvas of the Morning Star's siege engines unfurling. To his surprise, the count, a man of such gentility, had succumbed to the commander's formidable presence. Colin understood well that while the commander appeared humble, his heart brimmed with pride. This very pride had begun to influence those around him. In days gone by, he would wager that Lord Selwyn would never have exhibited such assertiveness. The commander had once proclaimed that the lords of Westeros were but sheep. This ineffectual flock lacked even the qualifications to be vassals of Tarth. Yet, the commander was reluctant to incite a bloody upheaval and sully his own hands. Thus, all of Westeros would descend into a battlefield. Tarth would not only permit the refuse collectors beyond the wall to assist in cleansing the filth of Westeros, but would also transform this continent into a theater where space was exchanged for time in warfare. Ultimately, Tarth would rise from the ruins to forge a new order and pen a new history. Colin had once sought counsel from his commander, questioning why. In light of his disdain for the misdeeds of the lords of Westeros, He did not intervene to administer justice and restore equity. A competent ruler should not be swayed by personal emotions, but should instead adapt to circumstances, perpetually making the most advantageous choices. My emotions are inconsequential. What truly matters is the steady advancement of Tarth. He forever remembered the commander's teachings, which he regarded as unassailable tenets. As a general of Tarth, there would come a time when he would lead his troops into battle alone, and this principle would be etched into his psyche before each campaign. Those were the Iron Guards. With his back turned to the guards, he pondered, just as he noticed a gallant and valiant Iron Guard racing toward him from the port road. Upon spotting Colin from 100 paces away at the city gate, the Iron Guard reined in his steed, drew his sword, and bellowed, directing the throng toward the port. "Rise, Jethrin Bywater." "My lord." Iron Hand Jethrin Bywater stood respectfully, still processing what had transpired, utterly oblivious to the significance of the incessant horns blaring from outside the city. "Immediately clear the area within 1,000 meters around this gate. No civilian is to approach." Colin turned around, issuing an undeniable command. "As soon as the sound of the horn ceases, run immediately into the city." "My lord." "What is happening?" Noticing the hesitation of the captain of the guard, he feigned a look of mild anger. Iron Hand Jethrin Bywater felt a shiver run through him, suddenly recalling that he stood before a person capable of killing without bloodshed. "We shall obey your command." He promptly led his men down the castle stairs to execute Colin's orders. Chapter 57. The Destruction of the Riverside Gate, King's Landing. After 13 years since the War of Usurpation, the long silent alarm bells were struck once more, ringing with increasing urgency. Damn it! Who sounded the alarm? In the Dragon Gate barracks of the city guard, Commander Gino Slinth was immediately consumed with rage upon hearing the alarm from the west. Other officers stood bewildered, either at a loss or silently awaiting orders. Curse it, could it be that band of mercenaries causing trouble? Genos thought of the lavish mercenaries. After all, weren't they just smuggling a few goods? How could it possibly lead to the alarm in King's Landing being sounded? In the Red Keep, the urgent call to arms of the Morning Star, retreating from the Blackwater River, intertwined with the resounding alarm bells, instilling fear among the castle's inhabitants. In the hall of the royal meeting, as the discussion concluded, Eddard and Peter Baelish, along with Grand Maester Pycelle and other royal ministers, were preparing to disperse when the sounds of horns and bells reached their ears. "Summon those who called for us. Find Sansa and Arya and bring them to me." Eddard, momentarily dazed, quickly regained his composure as a father and issued commands to his guards. "Locate the king, organize the defenses of the Red Keep, and send word for the guards to prepare on the walls." After attending to family matters, he turned to Loras and commanded, who nodded in acknowledgement before swiftly exiting the hall. "Lord Varys, I need to know at once what is happening. Who is the enemy?" He directed his unwavering order toward the Master of Whisperers, Varys. "I am truly sorry, my lord," Varys replied with a bow of apology. Even in such dire circumstances, he could not disclose the extent of his intelligence capabilities in King's Landing. "This is beyond my capacity for urgent matters in King's Landing. You should consult the Minister of Justice or Commander Gino Slinth. But you are the Master of Whispers. Eddard, come with me quickly." Eddard had just posed his question when Loras, who had hurried out earlier, rushed back into the hall, breathless, announcing to everyone, "And you all, follow me." Furrowing his brow, Eddard considered that Loras was not an unreliable man. In this critical moment, he surely had discovered something significant. Loras led a group of royal ministers to the White Sword Tower, overlooking Blackwater Bay. They ascended to the top of the tower, to the room of the captain of the King's Guard, where they found the king already present, along with the fearless Barristan Selmy and other members of the King's Guard. The windows of the room were sufficiently large. After Ed's arrival, the other King's Guard swiftly stepped back, creating space for the royal ministers. That was a ship of House Targaryen. Ed hurriedly leaned out of the window to gaze towards Blackwater Bay, where the sound of battle horns emanated from a colossal warship adorned with the banner of the 4 quarters of sun and moon. "Traitors, dishonorable traitors." Robert, leaning against the window, was bloodshot-eyed, glaring at the Morning Star and cursing venomously. How could this be? Ed was even more bewildered. Had it not been said that House Targaryen had already accepted the terms of the marriage alliance? How could this be? Robert immediately pointed outside, roaring at him. "This is a pack of dishonorable bastards, traitors who deserve to descend into hell." Ed calmly wiped the drool from his face, nearly laughing in exasperation at the tiny flecks of sleep in his foster brother's eyes. The morning council had left him utterly drained, causing him to lose his temper with the royal ministers. Remarkably, the king had only just awakened. This man casually organized a tournament that would cost 200,000 gold dragons, bestowing at least 100,000 gold dragons in rewards to the victor. Even the tax revenues of the realm during the long summer could not withstand such extravagance. What infuriated Ed the most was hearing the royal ministers complain, while his foster brother had the audacity to reproach their father, John, for counting copper coins. Calm yourself. He could not help but chide. The situation remains unclear. We do not yet know what has transpired. Robert, taken aback by the reprimand, found it rare for even his father to scold him so. He seemed to see John's likeness in Ed. Your Majesty, Lord Ed speaks the truth. Melisandre cast an approving glance towards Ed and added, the Targaryen ship has already exited Blackwater River. Please heed my words. The horns have been sounding for some time. If House Targaryen truly intended to wage war, how could they be so sluggish in their response? His reminder prompted everyone to realize the truth. Indeed, Targaryen excelled in naval warfare. At the very least, siege engines should have begun mobilizing as soon as the horns sounded. Furthermore, the Targaryen ship had already withdrawn from the winch tower. Could it be that Targaryen intended to assault the Red Keep? Lisa, having followed Ed to pier at Blackwater Bay, foolishly remarked and instantly regretted it. For such a statement was utterly foolish. The Red Keep stood tall upon Aegon's Hill. What kind of siege weapon could reach it? Fortunately, everyone in the room was engulfed in confusion, contemplating the enigmatic maneuvers of House Targaryen, with no one paying heed to his words. After a brief pause, the horn ceased suddenly, and the individuals in the room held their breath in anticipation, with those near the window straining their necks to catch a glimpse of the morning star. Then, an astonishing event occurred that left the most powerful figures of the Seven Kingdoms by the window in shock. The morning star slowly pivoted, positioning itself across Blackwater Bay. And from the ship, 6 fireballs, each twice the size of a carriage wheel, were hurled forth, soaring over the height of the White Sword Tower and hurtling towards the port of King's Landing like shooting stars. It has begun. On the walls of the river gate, Colin calculated the time, raising his head just in time to see 6 fireballs trailing fiery tails descending towards them beside the Red Keep. He leapt directly from the city wall, sending a cloud of dust into the air as he sprinted towards the harbor. At the entrance of the muddy alley, Iron Hand Jesselyn and his numerous subordinates, amidst a chaotic uproar, were herding thousands of civilians into the city. Sir, look behind you, cried one of his men, prompting him to swiftly turn towards the direction of the muddy gate, only to witness 6 massive fireballs hurtling towards the ground. Boom, boom. The muddy gate and the surrounding walls were struck, creating 4 deep craters, with cracks radiating from the stone walls like a spider's web. Fortunately, one fireball landed outside the city. Unfortunately, another plummeted towards the wooden structures of the muddy alley, rolling forward and crushing countless houses before finally coming to a halt. Dozens of 2-story wooden houses collapsed in an instant, igniting a vast area in flames as a torrent of dust and wood splinters surged towards the terrified crowd. By the gods! He was so startled that his sword fell from his grasp, but he quickly recalled Colin's warning and turned to push through the equally terrified throng, rushing towards the city. Moments later, the civilians of Muddy Alley, regaining their senses, erupted into chaos much like the sailors at the harbor, frantically fleeing into the city. As the crowd surged inward, 6 more fireballs soared over the Red Keep, heading towards the Muddy Gate. This time, 5 fireballs struck true. The Muddy Gate, along with a significant portion of the walls, trembled under the onslaught of the final fireball, culminating in a thunderous collapse. Boom. The tremors were felt throughout a substantial part of King's Landing. Even the Red Keep shuddered, the sensation more pronounced at higher elevations. It was the collapse of the river gate. Melisandre closed his eyes in despair, murmuring, there may yet be more walls to fall. He was intimately familiar with the city, having spent the majority of his life within its confines. He could even recount the dimensions of the river gate. I do not understand why the Targaryens would assault the river gate, Eddard pondered, unable to sense the sorrow of the Kingsguard captain, only growing more perplexed. Your Majesty. My lords. Littlefinger Baelish interjected, we will eventually uncover the Targaryens' motives for war, but we must withdraw from the Red Keep immediately. His words sent a chill through the room. If those 12 fireballs were to target the Red Keep, none could guarantee their survival. Chapter 58, Surrender once more in King's Landing, at the Great September of Baelor. After the alarm bells rang, all manner of nobles, accompanied by their families and belongings, began to converge here. Meanwhile, King Robert and Queen Cersei, along with other royal members and the hand of the king, Eddard, had already fled the Red Keep to seek refuge in the cathedral. Unbeknownst to them, the Morning Star had launched only 3 rounds of stone projectiles, demolishing the river gate and 2 siege towers before ceasing its assault, ordered to linger in Blackwater Bay, awaiting an explanation from the king and the council. Inside the cathedral, King Robert's face flushed with ire as he glared discontentedly at Eddard. He believed that his regal crown adorned with the might of the stag remained as formidable as ever. Insisting on donning his armor to ascend the battlements and engage in battle, Yet he was intercepted by Ed and the other royal ministers. In his stead, the captain of the king's guard, Barristan, was appointed to wield the king's authority as the protector of the realm, tasked with commanding the city's garrison in combat. Ed, disregarding the resentful gaze of his foster brother, gently consoled the anxious Arya cradled in his arms. Cersei, holding young Tommen, frequently cast sidelong glances at her daughter Myrcella, lost in contemplation. Only after experiencing the crisis posed by the Targaryens did she begin to recognize the significance of this small family across the narrow sea. Within the hall, small nobles and their retinues hurriedly entered from the illuminated corridors, bowing slightly to the king before seeking out familiar acquaintances to whisper inquiries. As dusk descended, amidst the growing anxiety of the gathered nobility within the hall, Barristan finally entered, accompanied by Jaime, the commander of the garrison, Genos Brune, and the formidable Ser Jorah Mormont. Your Majesty, Your Grace, the matter has been clarified. He approached the center of the hall, offering a knightly salute to the royal members seated beneath the altar of the Seven. Sir Jaime had been present for the events at the River Gate and had conducted his own investigation, ready to elucidate the circumstances for us. As Barristan introduced him, the assembly of over 100 nobles turned their anxious gazes toward Jaime, filled with trepidation and concern, fearful that this handsome knight might deliver the dreadful news of war. Indeed, all present, including Prime Minister Ed, were apprehensive about the prospect of engaging in conflict with the Targaryens. Although the particulars of the incident remained unclear, rumors regarding the valor of Ser Colin had spread throughout King's Landing within a single day, embellished to the point of depicting him as a deity descended from the heavens. At the most basic level, among the fervent believers of the Seven, he was regarded as a knightly divine emissary. Among the common folk of King's Landing, tales circulated that Colin's sword could unleash fireballs as large as iron cauldrons, while he himself could soar through the skies, effortlessly slaying thousands of knights, with even the stones that demolished the River Gate reduced to mere background in his saga. According to the faithful, these stones were divine retribution unleashed upon greedy mercenaries who had dared to provoke Colin. Thus, as the individuals within the hall received these tidings, they were filled with dread. They were even more preoccupied than the commoners with one crucial question: what was the relationship between this knight, who shattered their understanding of reality, and the Targaryens? Would he fight for them? If the enemy insisted on war, who among them would dare to draw their sword against such a figure, seemingly emerged from the pages of a tale? Who could withstand him? Caught in this paralyzing fear, they could only cling to a sliver of hope, wishing that the rumors were mere fabrications, exaggerated by the foolish masses. Among them, Peter Baelish's countenance was particularly ghastly, alternating between a deathly pallor and a shadowy dread. While his eyes betrayed a fear that could not be suppressed, Varys cast a gleeful glance at his companion, subtly shifting his stance to create distance between himself and the small finger. James refrained from adding fuel to the collective anxiety of the assembly. He had already prepared his words on the journey and recounted, in detail, the events that transpired earlier at the port of Linneman. Your Majesty, esteemed lords, I was commanded to welcome the Tars family at the port. However, I was unprepared for the mercenaries from the free cities manipulating the trebuchet. Under James's thorough recounting, the nobles within the sanctum finally unraveled the threads of causality. Their foremost concern regarding the knight's prowess was also addressed. While invincible, he was not as exaggeratedly formidable as the rumors suggested. Initially, the mercenaries from the free cities launched a surprise attack on the Tars warship using the trebuchet at Linneman. The knight, known as Colin, leaped 10 meters high, landing atop the warship's mast, where he deflected the fiery projectiles with his sword. Subsequently, this knight traversed the Blackwater River and vaulted to the port, effortlessly dispatching over 50 mercenaries before coming to James's aid when the Tars warship commenced its assault. Such details are both intricate and plausible. Besides the astonishing 10-meter leap and the sword's ability to slice through massive firestone projectiles, the slaughter of over 50 mercenaries in mere moments, without a single drop of blood staining his armor, is indeed more outrageous than the rumors. Even if the Dawn Blade were to slay a man, it would inevitably stain with blood. This knight, if not a deity, is at least a hero favored by the gods of legend. A consensus among the assembly emerged, their expressions fraught with unease, as several perceptive nobles began contemplating how to forge closer ties with the Tars. Eddard pressed his lips tightly, striving to maintain a facade of steadfastness, concealing his own trepidation from his daughter and the courtiers. Even King Robert's eyes bulged with fear, betraying his uncertainty. My lord, you say this knight named Colin saved you? In an effort to divert his mind from fear, he forced his attention to the last deed performed by Colin. Indeed. James cast a fleeting glance at his daughter Myrcella, pondering before responding. When the horn sounded, I was dispersing the common folk outside Linneman, as the Tars launched their assault. The knight leapt from the city walls and forcibly brought me to the port. He understood that the knight was likely protecting him and was evidently aware of Myrcella's identity as his daughter. It was then that he inquired about the knight's name. His seemingly innocuous words heightened Eddard's wariness, already suspicious of a Tar's alliance with the West, and his vigilance began to suppress his fear of Colin. Your Majesty. The knight and the Tar's warship have now retreated to Blackwater Bay and should pose no immediate threat. Observing Eddard lost in contemplation, Varys felt compelled to contravene protocol once more, stepping forward to offer counsel. We should first return to the Red Keep. The rulers of the Seven Kingdoms ought to defend the Red Keep and the Iron Throne, rather than retreating in disarray to the Great September. Moreover, at this moment, Robert was left utterly intimidated by Colin, visibly displaying a demeanor of trepidation in public. Such an array of disgraceful conduct led Balistan to once again regret not accompanying his brothers on their journey. Your Majesty, Sir Balistan speaks wisely. At this juncture, Ed realized the implication. Since the knight had rescued Sir James, and judging by the previous conduct of the warship, it appeared that Taz was not inclined to initiate hostilities, but rather venting his wrath over the assault. His words indeed brought a sigh of relief from the majority of the nobility present in the hall. Let us return and devise a mutually agreeable explanation. For the sake of Princess Myrcella, perhaps the other party would be willing to consider another union. In a moment of brilliance, the Prime Minister reintroduced the notion of the marriage alliance, instantly calming the restless hearts. As long as Taz did not explicitly refuse the proposition, the authority of the Iron Throne remained secure for the time being. Robert, having ruled as king for over a decade, realized his own lapse in decorum and nodded in agreement with a stern countenance. The other members of the royal family and ministers would undoubtedly not oppose, showing even greater respect towards Princess Myrcella in their demeanor and discourse. Chapter 59. The meeting of both parties. The group finally returned to the Red Keep before nightfall, accompanied by most of the nobility. In the grand hall of the Red Keep, Robert glared fiercely at the hand of the king, Jane, as on the way back. Balistan and James had reported a more detailed account of events. The negligence of the garrison commander, Janos, was not a concern for Robert. Instead, he directed his ire towards the hand, who knelt in fealty to Colin. Your Majesty, please execute Janos immediately. Ed discerned the king's intention to hold Jane accountable and swiftly interjected. At such a pivotal moment, the king's caprice must not exacerbate the potential anger of Tass. Renly stepped forth from the hall, his expression grave, echoing, Your Majesty, the Prime Minister is correct. To the astonishment of all present, even the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, stood up, resolutely denouncing Janos. Your Majesty, Janos is insatiably greedy, extorting military funds from his subordinates, oppressing the weak without an ounce of honor, engaging in smuggling and bribery. He is a wretch of the foulest sort. His declaration elicited incredulous glances from the gathered nobility. What a jest. The Master of Coin, who presided over the largest brothel in King's Landing, was audaciously condemning the garrison commander, whose reputation was no better than his own. Even Janos fixed a disbelieving gaze upon Littlefinger, recalling that he had once been the intermediary for mercenaries through him. Janos, the butcher's son, was known for his greed and cruelty. Having now created such a debacle, he deserved to be hanged. Indeed, under his command, the security of King's Landing has deteriorated. Execute him. Yet, without exception, following Littlefinger's remarks, all in the hall, save for the King's Guard and royal family members, began to mutter their condemnations of Janos, casting various aspersions upon him. The hall erupted into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, as the nobles' furious outcries escalated, demanding King Robert to execute Janos immediately, lest justice be forsaken. Silence, Robert bellowed, his head throbbing as he struck the Iron Throne, yet the tumultuous clamor did not subside as he had anticipated. Shut your mouths. At that moment, his pent-up rage could no longer be contained, and he leapt to his feet, roaring. His furious declaration drowned out the voices of all the nobles, reverberating throughout the hall until, at last, a hush fell. Surveying the nobles who dared to meet his gaze, Robert discerned a disturbing absence of reverence in their eyes. Suddenly, it dawned upon him that the authority of the Iron Throne was waning. The behavior of the assembled nobles starkly illustrated that he was no longer regarded with the respect and support of his subjects. He was perilously close to losing one of the cornerstones of his rule, power. Janos Slint, the commander of the City Watch, had accepted bribes from mercenaries, betraying the honor of knighthood. In a renewed panic, Robert reclaimed the mantle of kingship, casting aside his personal fury towards the treachery of the likes of the Hand of the King. I, Robert Baratheon, sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, hereby strip him of all titles and honors. Immediately, take him out and hang him. In an instant, Janos was rendered speechless. He had been contributing vast sums of gold to the king each month, and the ruthless decree left him no opportunity to plead for his life. "Send the body to the ships of Tarth, Your Majesty." Janos managed to cry out, but was swiftly dragged from the hall by two knights. "Well, you have your resolution. Now get out." Robert's wrath remained suppressed, not extinguished, particularly after the recent power struggle between the Iron Throne and the noble factions led by the Hand. The Iron Throne had once again been bested, forced to acquiesce to the collective will of the nobles. The lesser lords, following the king back to the Red Keep, merely aimed to compel the Iron Throne to provide an explanation, averting an inevitable and futile conflict. With Janos' head as a token of concession to Tarth, they could now comfortably contemplate how to align themselves with the powerful house, and thus they gradually exited the hall. Ser Jorah Mormont, head bowed, followed the nobles out. Exhaling deeply once outside, the good news was that his life was spared. Yet, he was certain to lose his position as commander, leaving him at a dead end in King's Landing. What awaited him under the new Lord of Tarth remained a mystery. Confusion filled his heart, and he wondered if Lord Corran even remembered him. "You all may return and rest." In the hall, Robert commanded the royal family, and Cersei reluctantly led Joffrey, Sansa, and the other children out. Once the hall was left with only the king and his advisors, they closed the doors and began to brainstorm strategies to counter Corran. Their discussions encompassed every conceivable tactic, leveraging public opinion, sowing discord, enticing defection, assassination, seduction, and all other means to probe the limits of their adversary's strength and resolve. Prime Minister Eddard pressed his lips tightly together, observing as his fellow ministers proposed one malicious scheme after another, neither suggesting alternatives nor voicing objections. Colin's presence loomed like a dragon, casting a shadow over the hearts of all present, with everyone acutely sensing the terror that their ancestors had felt centuries ago. Subjugated by the dragon. The following day, the Morning Star once again navigated the waters of the Blackwater River. At the port's large shed, King Robert led members of the royal family and numerous nobles, circumventing the King's Gate, to personally welcome Earl Selwyn and his entourage, demonstrating sincerity. Earl Selwyn, accompanied by Colin and 50 castle guards, disembarked onto the dock and strolled into the shed. "Selwyn, welcome to King's Landing. You shall find the women here even more passionate. Your Majesty, Selwyn Tarth extends his heartfelt greetings to you." After exchanging respectful nods, the two men embraced warmly, resembling long-lost friends, oblivious to the enmity that lay beneath their cordial facade. Robert seemed unfazed by Selwyn's perfunctory remarks, and those present appeared to disregard the absence of formalities in the Earl's address. "Earl Selwyn, it has been a long time." Then, Renly, stepping forward from behind Robert, displayed his social prowess, greeting the Tarth party with natural charm and warmth. "Brienne, how have you been?" "Duke Renly, thank you for your concern." Brienne, unusually not clad in armor, instead wore a conventional lady's gown, gracefully curtsying to Renly with the poise befitting her noble status. "Earl Selwyn, I am Eddard Stark." Eddard approached with Sansa and Arya in tow, hoping to borrow a sum of golden dragons from Selwyn before the king further strained their relationship. In order to sustain the kingdom's dwindling finances. "Lord Eddard, congratulations on your promotion to Prime Minister. You are the most honorable knight among the lords of the Seven Kingdoms, and I hope you can bring a brighter future to the people." As Selwyn and Robert parted from their embrace, Selwyn held a deep respect for Eddard, appreciating his demeanor unmarred by ulterior motives. From behind the queen, a young girl donned in a chrysanthemum yellow gown, with skin as fair as milk and golden curls, gracefully approached. "Princess Myrcella has met the Earl." The girl slightly lifted her skirt in a curtsy, her sweet voice capturing Selwyn's full attention, drawing his gaze to his future daughter-in-law. With her pure and enchanting looks, innocent demeanor, and admirable figure, she seemed a fitting match for his handsome and valiant son. Selwyn mentally applauded her, swiftly returning the gesture. "Princess Myrcella, I trust you will enjoy the island of Tarth. Galladon shall also be fond of you." He internally added that he was elated for his son to be marrying such a perfect bride. As Selwyn's gaze lingered on his future daughter-in-law with increasing satisfaction, he wished fervently for Galladon to be present, eager to hasten their union. Meanwhile, those in King's Landing exchanged pleasantries with him and greeted the corpulent Maester Marwyn and others. In truth, the king and the nobles gazed with a mix of fear and curiosity, casting furtive glances at Colin and Simon. Internally, they cursed vehemently, struggling to suppress the urge to unleash a barrage of expletives. The Tars family, akin to knights, had not one but two representatives among them. To their dismay, both were adorned in splendid and imposing Valyrian steel armor, akin to draping a dragon in an additional layer of the same formidable metal. Meanwhile, Simon wore a stern expression, standing side by side with Colin, both sharing the same cold indifference, perplexed as to why these nobles regarded them with such trepidation. Their presence rendered everything at the port a picture of harmony and beauty. Even the irascible king bore a stiff smile, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. His gaze fixated hungrily on the armor encasing Colin and Simon. No one dared to reproach the king for his unseemly behavior, as even the Kingsguard, including Barristan and Jaime, mirrored his demeanor. Most of the nobility seemed entranced by Simon's unexpected arrival and the allure of Valyrian steel armor, except for Cersei, who, upon comparing Sansa and Brienne, displayed an expression of profound disappointment. Having endured the crisis of the previous day, she realized that the Tars family was far superior to the north, leading her to contemplate the dissolution of her marriage to Robert in favor of a union between Joffrey and Sansa Stark. However, Brienne's unspoken countenance compelled her to reconsider, as she could not bear to see her beloved son slighted, abandoning her intentions to forge closer ties with the Tars family. Colin stood behind Lord Selwyn and Brienne, ever vigilant, his senses attuned to potential threats, dutifully safeguarding Lord Selwyn. Should calamity befall the esteemed Lord in King's Landing, he would unleash carnage, exhausting every last ounce of strength to avenge him. Yet, his primary duty was to avert such a bloody conclusion. Dog, look at that ugly woman. She seems quite fitting for you. Perhaps your father will find you a bride of the canine variety. At one moment, a voice dripping with disdain filtered through the mundane chatter that reached his ears. Colin abruptly lifted his head, his deep and piercing gaze locking onto the source of the laughter. It was the king, accompanied by a handsome young boy with golden locks, who stood behind a robust knight bearing a face marred by horrific scars. Colin could discern every twisted contour of a knight's scars, the crimson fissures at their depths revealing raw, fleshy growths. Drawing upon information provided by Galidor, he swiftly deduced the boy's identity, the offspring of King Robert and the Kingsguard Jaime. The boy whom his commander often mocked for his pretentious benevolence, Joffrey, the current first heir to the Iron Throne and the future king of the Seven Kingdoms, adorned with the illustrious names of Baratheon and Lannister. But what of it? To insult Brienne was to insult the Tars family. Colin's expression remained impassive as he vanished from sight, only to reappear instantaneously before the scornful Joffrey. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed through the port, sending Joffrey's body hurtling through the air, tumbling like a wheel before landing amidst the courtiers behind him. Inside the port shed, the fervent atmosphere abruptly fell into a chilling silence, pierced only by the cold sea breeze of Blackwater Bay, whispering ominously in the ears of the onlookers. Ah, it hurts terribly. Moments later, Joffrey's anguished wails reverberated around, as he lay sprawled over the fallen Maester Pycelle and Varys, crying out in despair. Prince Joffrey, stop this at once. After a few seconds, the heart-wrenching cries multiplied, with Maester Pycelle's robust lamentation even overshadowing the young princess cries. Joffrey, Cersei shrieked, rushing to her eldest son's side. When she pried open Joffrey's hands that shielded his face, she was met with the sight of his left cheek, swollen and red like a freshly roasted pig's head, blood and broken teeth spilling from his asymmetrical mouth. Her emerald eyes instantly filled with a web of crimson veins, casting a venomous glare toward the knight Colin, who now stood defiantly beside Lord Selwyn and the king. He dares to harm your prince. Seize him, Cersei cried, supporting Joffrey, her blood-stained fingers pointing at Colin, issuing a fierce command to the surrounding knights. However, this command proved futile. The knights of the Seven Kingdoms remained motionless, their swords firmly gripped, yet unable to be drawn. Did they not see that the king's fury, now uncontrollable, was being restrained by Prime Minister Eddard and Barristan? Moreover, in a blink, the knight had already placed his sword against the king's throat, crimson droplets seeping forth, staining the king's green collar a vivid red. Even Robert and Barristan felt the chilling aura emanating from the Valyrian steel, their thoughts momentarily frozen. The safety of the Earl was paramount. In Colin's eyes, the king's advance posed an imminent threat to Lord Selwyn. Thus, he unhesitatingly obstructed him, with his life hanging precariously in the balance. Robert could no longer suppress the mounting frustration and rage within him. Come, you traitorous scoundrels. Kill your lord. Come on. His bloodshot eyes suddenly locked onto Colin's icy gaze. With arms as thick as a bull's leg, he forcibly dragged Eddard and Barristan forward a step, as if to dismiss the matter of life and death. Spitting venomously at Colin, come, you wretched Targaryen bastards. Targaryen bastards? Colin's eyes narrowed, a flicker of murderous intent flashing across his gaze. The blade, now half an inch deep into Robert's bloodied neck, was poised to deliver a fatal blow. Yet Robert felt the chilling grip of impending doom. He envisioned the Reaper, cloaked in dark mist, drawing closer with each step, a wave of cold surging from his swollen feet to his tingling scalp. As a part-time king and seasoned hunter, he was all too familiar with the deadly intent a hunter emits when poised to slay its prey. He roared silently in his heart, questioning why his life seemed utterly inconsequential before Tars. Why did Tars fear not the wrath of all the nobles from the Seven Kingdoms? Why? After publicly slaying a vassal lord, did Tars not dread being condemned to infamy throughout history? A profound terror gripped him, and he silently vowed that if he were to survive this ordeal, he would never again act so recklessly. Cease, Colin. The calm words of Count Selwyn resonated like celestial music in his ears, as the Count stepped forward to grasp Colin's hand, pulling his sword away from the king's damp throat. Baji and Ed hurriedly dragged the stunned Robert into the protective embrace of the royal guard and the layers of golden-robed sentinels. Even though they understood this was a futile effort, it at least offered a glimmer of hope for escape. Your Majesty, Prime Minister, please remain composed. Colin is no ordinary man. He would never attack the Crown Prince without just cause. He gestured toward the hound, Sandor Clegane, explaining, as the Count had already surmised the reason behind Colin's actions. You may inquire of this knight whether the Crown Prince uttered words that were inappropriate. Although they were more than 10 meters apart, even the faintest whisper from the Crown Prince could not evade Colin's keen ears. When he accepted the betrothal, Galidor had bestowed upon him a manual, detailing not only Tar's strategies in King's Landing, but also the personalities and futures of its key figures. Count Selwyn's words suddenly shifted everyone's focus to the hound. Sandor hesitated, torn between silence and revealing the truth, preferring to urinate on the statues of the seven gods rather than lie. Chapter 61. The most opulent dance amidst carnage. Moments ago, Colin had struck at Joffrey with such swiftness it was as if he had teleported before him. Even after Colin had delivered a resounding slap to Joffrey, the latter remained unable to react, instinctively reaching for his sword to defend himself. Colin merely cast a cold glance in his direction, instilling a chilling paralysis within him. As though he were being scrutinized by an unfathomably terrifying beast, the hound remained uncharacteristically silent, and the Prime Minister Ed, who should have intervened to ease the tense atmosphere, along with Baji, also chose silence, both acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation. Clearly, from Count Selwyn's demeanor and the knight's unhesitating intent to slay the king, it was evident that the Tars family sought only a marriage alliance, with no intention of once again bowing to the Baratheons. Even if such a union were to occur, the weight it held in the Tars family's eyes was dubious at best. The knight's act of harming the king had trampled upon their honor and dignity, particularly for Baji. Safeguarding the king was a responsibility he held dear, a lifelong commitment. The king's injury, regardless of the assailant's otherworldly nature, left him engulfed in guilt and remorse. Unable to discern Colin's blade, emotionally and rationally, neither he nor the Prime Minister was fit to confront the hound, nor could they afford to appear conciliatory toward Tars. With the king wounded and the Prime Minister and captain of the royal guard remaining silent, only the court ministers stood ready to step forward. In the eyes of the knight, the king's life was as inconsequential as a blade of grass. It seemed that sowing discord or coaxing surrender was out of the question. Fortunately, Peter Baelish had been covertly observing, seeking an opportunity to ingratiate himself with Tarly, hoping to atone for his previous incitements. When Joffrey approached, he instinctively stepped aside, avoiding any repercussions. Never had he encountered such foolishness. Perhaps it was time to add some leverage in their minds. Casting a glance at the wailing Joffrey and the frenzied Cersei, he silently branded the mother and son as easily manipulable simpletons, clearing his throat. Baelish maneuvered through the ranks of golden-robed guards, positioning himself between the two factions, redirecting the hopeful gazes from the hound towards himself. Sir Sandor Clegane. What is the knight's oath? He inquired with an expression that extolled the chivalric spirit. It is integrity. It is honor. It is honesty. He implored the hound to respond truthfully, assuring him that neither the king nor Lord Tywin would hold him accountable for his candor. His words elicited expressions akin to those witnessing a White Walker among the assembled crowd. Baelish was deceiving the hound, for his true allegiance lay with the Lannisters of the West, and if Lord Tywin were present, he would be eager to hear the truth unveiled. The hound lowered his gaze, remaining silent, unsure if he comprehended Baelish's insinuation, sneaking furtive glances at the seemingly dazed Ser Colin. Should this lord display any signs of anger, he would immediately spill Joffrey's original words. However, Colin appeared indifferent to the opinions of those around him, preoccupied with the droplets of blood from his sword gradually staining the ground. He hesitated, contemplating whether to collect some of King Robert's blood for Galidor, having overheard the commander lamenting the lack of royal blood for experiments. Yet, gathering Robert's blood publicly would draw unwanted attention and complications. As for the prospect of a marriage alliance, he understood well that, compared to the hopeful Earl Selwyn, his commander regarded such unions as trivial. Thus, Colin prioritized the tasks of Maester Malwyn and Simon in King's Landing. Just as the atmosphere grew tense once more, Robert awakened from his near-death surprise. His neck wrapped in a white cloth by the attendant Lancel, the bleeding temporarily staunched. A cursory glance at the standoff nearly sent him into a faint. Among all the knights in King's Landing, only Melisandre had unsheathed his sword to protect him, while the others lacked even the courage to draw against Colin. Even Jaime and the Kingsguard lowered their heads, unwilling to meet Colin's gaze, as the three of them found themselves ensnared in the encirclement of the golden-robed guards. With no hope of escape. Conversely, a mere 50 knights dared to confront over 500 golden ropes, forming a disciplined line against the chaotic ranks of the latter. Speak. Robert bellowed, noticing the hound's prolonged silence. He thought it intolerable to remain in the stalemate and shouted, "You wretched, ugly fool." Upon uttering these words, a sense of foreboding gripped Melisandre and Ed, for if Joffrey's words were devoid of malice, Sandor would not have remained silent for so long. The two individuals immediately focused their minds in preparation for the unforeseen. Sandor was reluctant to utter the words of young Prince Joffrey. What would become of his deep-seated vendetta if that night were to eliminate him with a mere flick of the wrist? Yet the tense atmosphere, on the brink of igniting, and the crowd teetering on the edge of collapse would not allow him to remain silent any longer. I mean no disrespect to House Tarth. I merely echo the words of Prince Joffrey. He stepped forward and bowed to Colin, sincerely declaring, "Hound, look at that hideous woman. She is quite suited for you. Perhaps your father will grant you a dog for a bride." At this utterance, the onlookers froze, turning in disbelief toward the still wailing Joffrey. Could this fool truly be so dim-witted? A collective question surged within the crowd. Even Jaime widened his eyes, regretting not having disposed of this abomination at the walls of greenstone on the Isle of Estermont. Presently, the Iron Throne was precariously perched. Should the Tarthian legions mobilize to the Stormlands, in conjunction with the indomitable knights and support for the last remnants of House Targaryen, rallying the restless forces of Dorne, the Seven Kingdoms would face a drastic reshuffling to stabilize the tumultuous situation and the hearts of the populace. King Robert was compelled to suppress his anger at betrayal and unite through marriage with House Tarth. How dare this imbecilic prince insult the eldest daughter of House Tarth? Earl Selwyn was incensed, his face oscillating between shades of blue and white. Brienne had always been one of Tarth's taboos. Initially, his wives had succumbed to jealousy and maliciously humiliated Brienne and her mother. Thus, he had always harbored guilt and affection for Brienne, after personally intervening to silence the gossips. Galidor had assisted her in transforming her appearance, and at last, Brienne was spared from the ridicule of others. Yet now, upon arriving in King's Landing, Brienne had become the subject of mockery, and Selwyn, consumed by rage, understood why the typically composed Colin would act without restraint. Since the Baratheons sought to emulate the Mad King Aerys, disregarding humanity and treating their vassals as mere swine, he glared at the royal members represented by Robert, casting a loathing gaze toward Joffrey, and declared with fierce determination, "Then I, Selwyn Tarth, hereby announce the dissolution of the feudal bond between House Baratheon and House Tarth." At the harbor, King Robert and all the nobles were rendered speechless. Who could have anticipated that Earl Selwyn would assert such dominance? Seizing upon Joffrey's words to unilaterally nullify the oaths of lord and vassal, both Varys and Eddard instinctively urged Robert to retreat, moving him behind the others. "Colin, who dares insult Tarth? Let them be slain." Indeed, the Earl was not finished. He pointed directly at the golden-robed figure across from him, coldly issuing orders. Colin's form vanished once more, followed by the anguished screams of the golden-robed man echoing throughout the harbor. Brilliant flashes of steel, a shower of crimson blossoms, the elusive harbinger of death. In the stunned eyes of all present at the harbor, over 500 golden-robed figures fell like a cascade of dominoes, one after another, to the ground. The anguished screams, intermingled with desperate pleas for mercy, resonated throughout the harbor, causing the nobles of King's Landing to scatter in a panic. Within a mere 10 breaths, over 100 men in golden robes had perished, while Colin continued his relentless harvest. The remaining souls succumbed to madness, turning upon one another in a frenzied attack. Seizing the moment, Colin momentarily withdrew from the fray to catch his breath, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he rejoined the chaotic revelry. Amidst the brutal melee, his eyes gleamed with a thirst for blood as he wielded his sword with unrestrained delight. Within a 10-meter radius, none could stand alive. Having spent 4 or 5 years in quietude on Tarth Island, he had long forgotten the thrill of dancing on the precipice of life and death during his youth with the captain, Beverly, the blacksmith, and Willis. 10 youthful smiles of his brothers flickered through his mind, stirring something within him. His dance of harvest began to transform, becoming increasingly flawless amidst the carnage. Chapter 62. The end. At the opposite end of the battlefield, Melisandre and Ed were mentally prepared, shielding the terrified Robert as they retreated into the greenhouse. The hounds clutched Sansa with one hand and held Arya close with the other. Behind them trailed several royal advisors, followed by Jaime, cradling Tommen, and a few Kingsguard protecting the queen, as Joffrey retreated into the greenhouse at the last moment of the golden-robed men's madness. Due to their proximity to Tarth before Colin struck, Lancel and Myrcella found themselves within Tarth's protective circle. Brienne, please persuade Lord Selwyn. There must be room for negotiation. Lancel, watching King Robert and others escape into the greenhouse, exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to Brienne, seeking her intercession. Joffrey is a natural fool, a fact well known among the people of King's Landing. He cannot represent the Baratheons in maliciously insulting Tarth's honor. He cannot approach Lord Selwyn, nor can he even move. For Simon had immediately placed his sword at Joffrey's throat after Colin struck. Brienne nodded, hastening to Lord Selwyn's side with Maester Marwyn. Father, please remain calm. I did not feel insulted. Lord Selwyn's thoughts were consumed by Colin, and he merely cast a glance at his daughter, whose eyes brimmed with guilt, and scolded. What are you guilty about? The orders were mine. Colin carried them out. It is the other party who has insulted you. Did Galidor not tell you that the more you indulge, the more your weakness will be evident, and they will only grow bolder? Brienne's eyes reddened from the rebuke. And Joffrey's words struck painfully at her insecurities. Yet, she wished to spare the innocent from involvement. My lord, Joffrey is truly unwell. Myrcella finally grasped the rapidly shifting situation, clutching her chest to suppress her revulsion at the bloody battlefield, offering a weak explanation. Her words left no room for misinterpretation. In her eyes, Joffrey was indeed unwell, and his condition had worsened due to his mother's indulgence. Lord Selwyn glanced at her, increasingly satisfied, harboring thoughts of accepting this perfect daughter-in-law. The Earl was well aware that she was a Lannister, yet in his eyes, Myrcella and Galladon seemed remarkably compatible. Moreover, Joffrey's words had become a minor leverage for Taz to exploit, providing a means to assail the Baratheons, regardless of how the tides of fortune might shift in the future. His gaze shifted to the increasingly sparse chaos of the battlefield, where the number of those still standing had dwindled to a mere handful. Ultimately, only Colin remained steadfast amidst the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. My lord, it appears that Lord Colin is not quite himself. Dr. Malwyn, with his keen eyesight, observed Colin with closed eyes and an expression of rapture, as if savoring the taste of blood lingering in the air. The Earl nodded in agreement, casting a glance at the motionless Lancel, and replied, previously, Galladon had introduced us to the concept of a state of enlightenment. Colin now resembles such a state. He briefly regarded the unarmored Brienne before commanding Simon, release Duke Lancel. Go protect Colin. Yes, my lord. Simon promptly obeyed, rushing to Colin's side with 10 castle guards in tow. Lord Selwyn, Joffrey is truly deranged. He is nothing but a fool. As Lancel gained his freedom and hastily approached Lord Selwyn to explain, he was halted by one of the castle guards. For the sake of the princess, I am willing to grant the Baratheons another opportunity to clarify this misunderstanding, proving that Prince Joffrey's mind is indeed unhinged. He gestured for Lancel to remain calm, indicating there was no need for immediate explanations. Lancel, feeling somewhat conflicted, pondered how to prove that Joffrey, despite being a fool, was mentally impaired. Wait, does Selwyn mean? In an instant, he grasped the implication of Selwyn's words, pushing past the castle guard and sprinting toward the great tent. Inside the tent, the king guard stood vigil by the fence, occasionally striking at the chaotic soldiers attempting to breach the enclosure. Aside from the royal family and ministers, a portion of the nobility had also sought refuge within. Yet, without exception, the men were entranced, their eyes betraying an unmistakable fear. The women and children wept incessantly, save for Arya Stark, who gazed at Colin with a flicker of admiration. Oh, it hurts so much. Joffrey's anguished wail drew the attention of everyone within the tent. Slap. Slap. Except for Cersei, Robert, amidst the disdainful glances of all present, approached Joffrey in silence and delivered 2 resounding slaps. Joffrey's cries grew even more piercing, drowning out the sounds of battle from outside. What are you doing? He is your son. Cersei, immediately distressed, positioned herself protectively in front of her son, exclaiming, he was merely jesting. That woman is inherently unattractive and should not have shown herself. Slap. Robert hastily intervened, cutting off Cersei's words, his mind raging with curses. Why was this woman so foolish? As Jaime took a step forward, he hesitated, silently retracting his foot, and turned young Tommen's head away. Robert, filled with ire, forcefully pushed Cersei aside and delivered a brutal kick to Joffrey's abdomen. Joffrey, his eyes bulging, was propelled several meters backward, collapsing into unconsciousness. Joffrey, my child. Cersei, momentarily stunned, quickly regained her composure and rushed to her son's side. Pycelle, you must attend to Joffrey at once. She helplessly surveyed the disdainful faces of the nobles within the hall, ultimately casting a pleading glance towards the Grand Maester. Pycelle, equally troubled, noted Robert's unyielding stance. Meanwhile, the cacophony outside gradually subsided, and all eyes turned towards the chaotic battleground. The tumult at last began to settle, revealing a figure standing resolutely at the center. An embodiment of both divinity and menace. A member of the King's Guard stealthily readied his crossbow, aiming at the back of Colin, only to be restrained by Jaime, who recognized the Valyrian steel armor adorning the man. Shortly thereafter, Lancel entered the hall, and all present turned their attention to him. Hoping for a shift in the unfolding drama, "Your Majesty," he relayed the words of Lord Selwyn, silently awaiting the king's decision. He was resolute in his unwillingness to accompany the king to his demise. With the right sacrifices, he believed he could survive. Huh, Robert smirked, surveying the faces of the nobles, all marked by disdain. After a brief, bitter chuckle, he quivered as he declared, "Joffrey Baratheon is inherently unfit to wield the rights of a normal man. I hereby revoke his claim to succession. Let him reside in the White Sword Tower to recuperate." A collective sigh of relief echoed among the assembled crowd upon hearing this proclamation. The subsequent events unfolded with simplicity. Both the Targaryens and Baratheons insisted that the day's occurrences at the docks were mere misunderstandings. A battle? There had been no battle. Merely a friendly contest. As for the casualties among the guard, they were sacrifices made in the pursuit of capturing mercenaries from the free cities. Even with the waters of the Blackwater stained crimson, the common folk of King's Landing continued to deify Colin, unwavering in their united narrative. The only change was the emergence of a new supreme ruler in King's Landing. Chapter 63. The Realm of the Mind at the summit of morning light on Tarth Island. The first rays of dawn streamed through the skylight, illuminating the slumbering visage of young Shireen, her crescent-shaped brows kissed by the light. Slowly, she opened her eyes, momentarily fixated on the unfamiliar ceiling, her azure gaze soon brimming with anticipation. She flung aside her downy duvet and leapt from her bed, bounding towards a floor-length mirror to scrutinize her rosy, plump cheeks. Nervously, she glanced at her neck, where a small patch of darkened dead skin remained. No larger than a thumbprint, just shy of her shoulder. "It's nothing to worry about. Brother Garland said that with one more application of the salve today, it will heal." Shireen reassured herself, poking at the dead skin. "Shireen, Shireen." At that moment, the melodic and clear voice of Alysanne echoed from outside. "Alysanne, Alice." Sheelin hurriedly pushed open the window and leaned out, waving at her two friends below, who were gazing upwards with their heads tilted back. "Sheelin, we are going to eat." "Okay, I'll be right down." Young Sheelin beamed with a radiant smile, turned around to don a pair of leather gloves, and dashed down the stairs. It is imperative that a child's environment be free from peculiarities. In the distance, at the West Castle Banquet Hall, Galidor observed the morning light illuminating the base of the tower as his younger sister and Sheelin ran hand in hand towards him, their warm smiles gracing their faces as they spoke softly. "Right, Patchface, or shall I say the Drowned God?" He turned to confront Patchface within the banquet hall, where the ever-vigilant Cade stood protectively in front of him, while Patchface continued to smile foolishly. "Under the sea, mermaids drink starfish soup, and all the servants are crabs." "Oh yes, I know. Oh. Patchface disregarded Galidon's presence, instead engrossed in singing an array of bizarre ballads. "Is that so? The mermaids hold a rather high position in the Drowned God's watery palace," Galidon mused, nodding to himself. "But why starfish soup? What about squid soup? New gods, old gods. Beings that do not exist. The dragon roars. The king laments. The new immortals have been born. Patchface continued to remain unresponsive, utterly ignoring Galidon as he engaged in a distorted and aesthetically unpleasing dance. Since their return to Taz Island 10 days ago, Cade and Hawkeye had accompanied Sheelin and Patchface. No matter how Galidon probed, Patchface had consistently chosen to overlook him. Did he not wish to take a stance too early? Galidon gazed at Patchface for a considerable time, firmly convinced that the Drowned God could communicate with him through Patchface, yet chose not to for reasons unknown. "Forget it, Cade. Take him down. Ensure he is closely monitored. And if Sheelin wishes to visit him, do not obstruct her." He relinquished the notion, having exhausted all diplomatic measures aside from extreme methods such as sacrifice or humiliation of the Drowned God. "Yes, Captain." Cade nodded, his face contorted in disdain as he led Patchface out of the banquet hall. Galidon watched their departing figures, lost in contemplation. It must be noted that he and the Drowned God had long been bound by a thread of causality for the sorrowful union of Durin, the sea god, and the wind goddess had birthed the love child, Inni. The intelligence core had surmised that the Drowned God was a fragment of the sea god, suggesting that the wind goddess had likely fallen, probably at the hands of the storm god revered by Euron Greyjoy. This elucidates why the storm god, inheritor of half the wind goddess's divine name, would stand as the Drowned God's arch-nemesis. Galidon's shape-shifting bloodline traced back to the Durin family, created by Durin, and could ultimately be linked to the ancient divine blood of the goddess Ini. However, as the intelligence core gathered more data from the realms of the mental world, it became evident that the shape-shifting ability stemmed solely from the ancient divine blood within him. While the force that catalyzed the mutation in concert with his shape-shifting companions was of an energy level akin to that of divine blood, this power likely originated from one of the New Gods faction members, the ancestor of the Taz family, Morning Light Galidon. In other words, the talent of Galidon can be regarded as a failed experiment born of both new and ancient gods. It is unexpected that the mutated intelligence could integrate the powers of both to construct a more perfect mental realm, with Galidon's assistance. The intelligence has also derived active elixirs from the countless data amassed by scholars over millennia within the academic city. Through continuous mutation, it, along with the trio of little ones, has repeatedly stumbled upon the miraculous chance of evolution, growing ever stronger. Brother, Galidon, lost in thought. Galidon was suddenly joined by Yalian, Ali-san, and Sherlin, who had dashed into the banquet hall, and in an instant, two adorable charms had attached themselves to his long legs. Due to her younger age, Sherlin was unable to keep pace with Yalian and Ali-san, and she pouted, looking up at Galidon with a sense of grievance. Good morning. Yalian and Ali-san. Sherlin, come here. Galidon smiled warmly, ruffling the heads of his two younger sisters before squatting down to open his arms to Sherlin. She obediently stepped into his embrace, and he gently pressed her little head to one side with his fingers. Brother Galidon. Yes, you're recovering well. Just one more dose of the medicine tonight, and you'll be just fine. Galidon patiently observed the small area of thumb-sized gray-black dead skin on her neck. The grayscale affliction is not difficult to treat. Even Sam, who has been studying in the academic city for a few months, can cure Jola, let alone the intelligence, which possesses an enhanced database from the academy. You can take off the gloves now. He removed the gloves from Sherlin, revealing that the bacterial colony causing her grayscale had been eradicated by the intelligence's specially formulated ointment. What remained was merely dead skin, which would soon shed with the administration of the custom-made secondary active elixir for Yalian and Ali-san. Really? Brother Galidon? Sherlin opened her delicate fingers wide, her eyes sparkling with delight. Indeed, Galidon nodded slightly, noticing how Sherlin timidly hooked her little finger around his, her sky-blue eyes brimming with unspoken affection. Sherlin, that's wonderful. You don't need to wear gloves anymore. Sherlin. He was slightly taken aback, and then Yalian and Ali-san cheered for their little friend, each grasping one of Sherlin's hands. The three of them joyfully skipped along, celebrating together. Galidon couldn't help but smile broadly. He detested tragedy. Within the bounds of not harming Tar's interests, he would strive to alter any tragic fate he could. In the originally predetermined destiny, little Sherlin was ruthlessly sacrificed by her father to the King of Light, which was also the reason the gray scale began to spread contagiously. Our Duke Stannis is known for his resilience. Even when faced with various dire predicaments, he remains undeterred. However, the act of burning his daughter reveals the coldness and cruelty within his heart. Moreover, he never leaves a path of retreat, which is precisely what Galidon finds most cautionary. The four of them quickly finished breakfast, and the three little girls were soon cradled by him and Cade as they hurried towards the seaside. Today, the second child was to consume the active elixir, completing the larval evolution stage and entering the growth phase. He was the last to evolve among the trio, causing Galidorn to nearly collapse, while the intelligence system experienced prolonged delays before finally resuming its calculations under his supreme command. The second's progress consistently surpassed that of the third by several points. Astonishingly, he possessed the willpower to forcibly suppress his own evolution until the third advanced into the growth stage ahead of him. Chapter 64. Growth Stage on a Shaded Path. Galidorn and Cade played the roles of steeds, hastily galloping down the refreshing trail. Perched upon their shoulders, Yelene, Ali-san, and Sherlin relished the thrill, their joyful cheers echoing from the castle to this very spot. Taz Island faces the western coastline of Rolas, where a towering cliff rises 100 meters above the sandy beach, crowned by a two-story flat-roofed concrete building, Galidorn's new office. Outside the concrete structure, after instructing Cade to watch over the three lively girls, he proceeded to meet several summoned officials from the municipal hall to address pressing matters of governance, while simultaneously dispatching inquiries to the responsible party regarding the anomalous data files analyzed by the intelligence system the previous night. As for the Morning Light Tower within the castle, he intended to allocate it to Sherlin and Ms. Zara as their quarters. He reduced the frequency of transformations with the trio, however, to ensure the efficacy of his shape-shifting abilities. He needed to resume sleeping alongside them as before. Galidorn often experienced an indescribable sensation, yet fortunately their blood ties had become exceedingly tight. rendering the need for mutual blood consumption unnecessary. Soon, after addressing his daily affairs, he led Cade and the others to the beach. The expansive shoreline echoed with the sound of waves crashing against the rugged rocks, spilling onto the smooth sands. Yelene, Alishan, and Sherlin chased one another playfully, occasionally collecting exquisite, shimmering shells that sparkled under the sun, their tiny feet leaving imprints in the sand. Xiang, Xiang. Cade was tasked with watching over the three little ones, while Galidor made his way alone to the base of the cliff by the sea, following the anguished cries to locate the vast cavern where the second had exhausted himself. You fool! Seeking your own torment. At the cave's entrance, Galidor observed the second, helplessly sprawled on the ground, desperately suppressing his natural growth and evolution. His expression a blend of exasperation and amusement. He dared not evolve, nor did he have the courage to confess to Galidor. The result was a mere step away from naturally advancing into the growth stage. Now that the third had also reached the growth stage, surely he could evolve without reservations. Under the second's resentful gaze, Galidor extracted a vibrant, palm-sized active potion, shimmering with 7 colors, while gently caressing the second's rounded chin, expressing his concern. Roar! Roar! Before the second could respond, 2 resonant, soaring howls erupted from outside the cave. It was Dajwang, and upon hearing Galidor's voice, the third emerged from their respective caverns. Go! 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 Don't cause any trouble, you 2 fools. Galidor discerned the mocking undertones in their laughter and swiftly maneuvered past the entrance of the cavern, directing a reprimand towards the colossal beast whose nostrils flared like twin windows, releasing hot breath. The ability of the second to suppress the will of evolution truly left Galidor in awe. He had previously regarded the robust figure with great admiration, yet upon reflection, he now found him rather ordinary. He looked up to see the stout figure, and after the third wore a naive smile with a crooked grin. He quickly returned to the second, contemplating whether to confide in him. Xiang, very well, you leave me no choice. Galidor met the blood-red eyes of the second, transformed from silver moonlight, while the haunting wails of the second echoed in his ears. Rubbing his forehead, he spoke with conviction. You have always been aware of the existence of the intellect, and even if you are unclear about its capabilities, you must understand that we are true allies. He candidly revealed his thoughts to the second, even undergoing a transformation to allow the second to genuinely experience his fondness for the trio. The second ceased his outcries. Once the transformation concluded, he regarded Galidor with a newfound warmth in his once blood-red gaze. Indeed, extracting a minuscule fraction of evolutionary probability from the mutations carried inherent risks. However, as we commenced the ingestion of active reagents, I instructed the intellect to deduce dozens of life-saving contingency plans before we underwent mutations. As he spoke, he facilitated the intellect's transformation to transmit computational model data to the second, substantiating his claims. The first plan for possession had previously been estimated by the intellect to have a mere 90% success rate. Yet we are assured that this plan will undoubtedly succeed for you. Galidor was deeply impressed by the second's unwavering survival instinct, which was more resolute than Valyrian steel. Inducing the juvenile dragon into a Ghidorah was entirely feasible. The second plan for rebirth had an 80% success rate, but our potential remains unchanged. The third plan, fraught with flesh and frailty, also boasted a 90% success rate, albeit with diminished potential and susceptibility to faith influences. As he elaborated, the blood-red hue in the second's eyes gradually faded, restoring their cold silver gleam. Xiang, ha! Galidor noticed the undertones of grievance in the second's roar, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch involuntarily. It was worth noting that while the trio possessed dozens of emergency life-saving strategies, the feasible plans to preserve the intellect in its current state amounted to a mere 5, with the highest success probability capping at 90%. Thus, he was the one who should truly feel apprehensive, were it not for the second's formidable ability to suppress the will of evolution, which had garnered Galidor's respect. He would never have entrusted his fate to the second. There were numerous reasons he could not articulate, nor did he wish to. One reason was that as the trio's wisdom and strength grew, it was beneficial for them to learn to revere the evolution of life as hierarchy. Simultaneously, this would cultivate a deeper sense of trust and loyalty among them. Aware of the risks, the trio could only place their faith in Galidor to devise plans for them, willingly submitting to his will and daring to embrace the risks associated with the evolution-inducing reagents. Xiang, ong, ong. The echo of the second one's eager shout reverberated throughout the cavern, while outside, the encouraging cheers from Dezhuang and the others filtered into the cave. Intellect, commence. Received. Galidor's relief was palpable as he tossed the potion into the second one's mouth. The three little ones had successfully surpassed the larval threshold, and their growth phase merely entailed a standard physiological development. The risk associated with administering the active potion was non-existent. The larval forms of the three little ones were exceedingly unstable, and it was only due to Galidor's exceptionally gentle innate power, coupled with the refinement of magical essence from the mental realm, that they could safely navigate this stage while artificially augmenting their potential. Thank you, Galidor. As the intellect took control of the second one's substantial form, the heartfelt gratitude resonated within his mind. A broad smile spread across Galidor's face as he refrained from responding, his heart swelling with sweetness akin to consuming honey. He remained within the cavern, watching as the second one's body gradually inflated like a colossal balloon, the spacious cave becoming increasingly confined. Galidor understood that this was merely a superficial transformation, from larval to mature form. The three sets of radiative organs, highly corrosive acid sacs, and high-temperature heat retention sacs would fully materialize. The first biological energy propulsion system was modeled after the artillery exoskeleton, while the second system followed suit, differing only in the type of propulsion, one utilizing hydrogen, the other a more explosive hydrogen sulfide gas. The third set of radiative organs was entirely distinct, extracting magical energy and converting it into flames through runes. The fire element runes capable of resonating with magical energy in the intellect's database were derived from the legacy of fire mages, specifically from techniques of conjuring wildfires. Another expert in the manipulation of fire, a disciple of the Light King, had contributed runes that the intellect detected as anomalous, rendering them unworthy of modification and thus discarded. After numerous refinements by the intellect, these runes would be intricately inscribed into the three propulsion systems, high-temperature heat retention sacs, and conduits, connecting to the blood vessels of their hearts. With the combined soul power of Galidor and the three little ones perfectly engraved upon them, this transformation would ultimately render the three little ones into magical titans, true harbingers of calamity. Chapter 65, Engagement. The second one has completed its evolution, officially entering the mature form. Current progress. 2. The second one's skeletal structure has been enhanced 20-fold. Muscular resilience has increased 4-fold. The strength of internal organs has quadrupled, and digestive capacity has also been amplified 4-fold. Fire incantation rune perfectly inscribed. Fire explosion rune perfectly inscribed. Fire shape control rune perfectly inscribed. Fire intensity rune perfectly inscribed. Fire heat concentration rune perfectly inscribed. Galidor Tars, come. Following a series of delicate reports, a familiar voice echoed once more in Galidor's mind. Warning. Unknown virus data has begun to regenerate and spread again. It has been recontained. Galidor felt numb, his complexion pale, with the temples on either side of his forehead throbbing incessantly, his condition exceedingly dire. Warning. The host has succumbed to weakness and has paused all model calculations, unleashing the reserve soul power. His soul power is merely sufficient to awaken the runes within two Godzillas, yet the second one refuses to ascend to its mature form, compelling him to first enable the third to enter the growth stage before hastily returning to assist the second. Galidor, trembling, retrieves a crimson potion from his bosom and consumes it in one gulp, then sits cross-legged to transform into the Azure Dragon, allowing the intellect core to guide him in practicing the true meditative method, which aids in the swift recovery of his soul power. Fortunately, the might of the three-eyed raven has been continuously depleted, now feeble enough not to affect his weakened state. 2 hours later, Galidor's consciousness, residing within the Azure Dragon, finally resurfaces. Although his soul power has only slightly replenished, it is no longer at a critical level that hampers normal movement, as the intellect core has calculated the threshold with remarkable precision. Upon opening his eyes, he notices the second still lying motionless, its silver moon-like eyes reflecting concern, yet remaining quietly vigilant over him. Roar. I am fine. You should go out and let Da Zhuang and the others see you, and also acclimate to your rapidly growing body. Galidor reassures with a warm smile, gently patting the second's chin. A resounding roar reverberates at the cave entrance, causing Galidor's eardrums to ache. And with the massive form of the second stirring, the ground of the cavern trembles ominously. Intellect core, project the data interface of the second. He watches as the second gradually exits the cave, supporting itself against the trembling rough stone walls while communicating with the intellect core. Fortunately, the cavern is sufficiently spacious, merely slightly constricting for the second at this moment, preventing any risk of collapse or falling debris. Second, growth stage evolution. Level 2, body length, 20 meters height, weight, 92 tons strength, 15 tons grip strength. Holding strength, speed, 150 kilometers H defense, 15 compared to a 1 centimeter steel layer. Intelligence, magic power, 73, with an adult dragon rated at 100 as a standard. Abilities: self-healing regeneration, flame accumulation, emission of heat rays, acid spitting, super digestion, long-range vision, infrared radar, up to a kilometer, magical energy radiation absorption, hunting, camouflage, combat, willpower aura, mental projection. A light screen projected within Galidor's mind allows him to peruse the second's data line by line. Upon glimpsing the skill set, he is momentarily taken aback. But upon regaining his composure, he cannot help but exclaim, the second is impressive. The willpower aura and mental projection bring him a double joy. The third set of heat ray organs consists of vascular runes, also subjected to high-temperature flame accumulation, making it the most formidable among the 3 sets of heat ray systems. Albeit with the drawback that the burning runes require a substantial amount of magical energy. However, the 3 young ones do not yet possess a magic core. Extracting the magical energy from their flesh would harm themselves, and until the appearance of the Red Comet, rapid recovery of magical energy must rely on consuming potions. Thus, the third set of radiant lines was a trump card devised by Galidor in response to the increasingly formidable and active transcendent forces, even rivaling the gods, following the emergence of the Red Comet. Yet, the circumstances have changed. Much like the ruby necklace adorning Melisandre's neck, he has also crafted a more powerful set of equipment for the mighty Zhuang, featuring a magical energy extraction system that draws from the core black stone. Galidor, lost in thought, suddenly displayed a euphoric expression as he dashed towards the cave's entrance. Outside the mouth of the cave, amidst the rocky forest a few dozen meters away, Zhuang's broad nostrils flared, expelling torrents of heated air as he faced off against the composed and coldly fierce second brother. Upon the latter's sudden appearance, Zhuang instinctively lowered his stance, a fleeting desire for submission surfacing within him, which did not sit well with him. The 2 colossal beasts resembled knights on the verge of a life-and-death duel, keenly observing one another for weaknesses while maneuvering about. Their younger brother, third brother, had long since prostrated himself beneath the formidable aura of second brother, but as Zhuang's imposing presence revealed his fangs, a flicker of fear washed over his blood-red eyes, prompting him to retreat cautiously. Suddenly, he felt a weight settle upon his head, just as he was about to shake off this encumbrance. A wave of comforting warmth surged within him, dispelling his trepidation towards his 2 brothers. Are they about to clash? Galidor stood atop third brother's head, gazing at the 2 beasts, one large and one small, several dozen meters away, noting that Zhuang was indeed significantly stronger than second brother. Let us go, third brother, he commanded, frustration evident in his stomp, his voice resonating with authority. Roar. Third brother, upon hearing this, promptly rose from the ground and, feigning bravery, bellowed at his 2 brothers before retreating to a large boulder from which he could oversee the impending battle. Galidor paid no heed to the sycophantic third brother at his feet. He possessed intellect beyond the ordinary, capable of reading the room and understanding Galidor's intentions. Alas, Zhuang, you fell for the trap from the very beginning, he mused, his gaze unwavering from the battlefield. In an instant, the 2 colossal beasts charged towards each other, engaging in a fierce grapple akin to sumo wrestlers, their forelimbs pressing against one another's chests. It was evident that the clumsy and underweight second brother soon found himself at a disadvantage, being unceremoniously toppled by Zhuang, landing several meters away in a pit several feet deep, lamenting his predicament. Zhuang, elated, prepared to pursue his fallen opponent, but suddenly recalled second brother's adeptness at camouflage, causing him to halt in his tracks, his maw gaping wide. A vividly animated crimson flame laden formed before his head, fanning its expansive fiery wings towards the pit, obscuring his vision. Zhuang was defeated. From atop the massive boulder, Galidor discerned that Zhuang had unleashed the second set of radiant lines, leading him to conclude that victory was no longer within reach. Despite Zhuang's commendable efforts, utilizing the elegantly condensed musala from the first set of radiant lines and the explosive laden from the second, both forms having been refined by the intellect of the mind, the advantage lay in the reduced expenditure of energy and greater potency, with the most significant merit being their resplendent and dazzling appearance. The original control runes were developed by fire mages seeking profit, aimed at mastering the forms of flames. A magnificent display of fireworks undoubtedly evokes enthusiastic cheers from many. Yet such a claim remains superficial. Despite employing the most precise techniques, de Zhuang was destined to lose from the outset. Although Air had recently evolved, he possessed the formidable ability to suppress his natural growth, and mastering his new physique required merely a fleeting moment. So why did Air, agile enough to adapt to his body, choose to confront de Zhuang head-on from the very beginning? Chapter 66. The essence of apex predators. It was, in fact, a cunning ploy by Air to lure his opponent, having anticipated de Zhuang's every move. As foreseen by Galidor, once the blazing red flame latent took form, the searing heat radiated towards the pit. Air's crafty head swiftly emerged from the depths, targeting De Zhuang's legs and unleashing several jets of intensely corrosive black acid. The acid, with an unimaginable level of corrosiveness, swiftly dissolved the heavy scales on De Zhuang's thigh as if they were mere spring snow, followed by the searing and melting of raw flesh. Ultimately, the acid flowed over the rough, dark bone surface, devouring the blood and meat without inflicting a single scratch upon it. With a sharp cry, De Zhuang crumpled to the ground, his anguished wail echoing across the beach. Galidor observed as Cade rushed towards them, cradling Shirlin and the others. Boom! Just as De Zhuang's lament pierced the air, the red flame latent erupted into the pit amidst explosive flames, sending sand and debris flying, igniting a fierce blaze within. Air, too, howled in pain, yet resolutely thrust his half-tail, dripping with golden blood, into the earth to extinguish the flames. Even though his heightened perception allowed him to sense the formation of latent and escape the pit immediately after releasing the acid, a portion of his tail was still engulfed by the inferno. The two colossal beasts engaged in a merciless clash, perfectly embodying the essence of brutality, bloodshed, and coldness inherent to apex predators at the pinnacle of the food chain. Galidor watched with a heavy heart, which elucidated his reluctance to engage with the trio of small ones. Through repeated bloody hunts, they would inevitably unleash their most primal instincts. Yet, this was beneficial for them. Transforming into tame, harmless pets would only exacerbate Galidor's troubles. Despite Air's fears and laziness, when it came to battle, he could indeed surpass De Zhuang by a fraction. He assessed the situation in his mind, and in an instant of clarity, resolved to place the core black stone within Air's body, ensuring maximum efficacy. The infusion of willpower, aura, and spiritual energy, combined with the core black stone, would empower Air, elevating him to a lower-tier version of the pseudo-Crimson Lotus, becoming Galidor's strongest trump card. On the beach, the agonized cries of De Zhuang and Air persisted, yet their injuries visibly healed. The two titanic beasts appeared increasingly listless, their once powerful roars now subdued and weakened. Air-san, over there, Galidor commanded, crouching down to stroke the smooth scales atop Air-san's head. You two have now understood the pain. Galidor leaped down from the head of the elder and sternly reprimanded, standing between them, while the two colossal beasts on the ground gazed at him with pitiful eyes. Next time you face each other, do not be so ruthless. He admonished severely, rest assured. A truly formidable foe will soon emerge, and when that time comes, do not be afraid. Ugh. De Zhuang and the elder managed to respond weakly, their eyelids growing heavier, clearly exhausted from the energy and stamina consumed during their self-healing. Galidor shook his head in resignation, hoping they would learn their lesson. This time, he could not bear to remove the core black stone from De Zhuang, so he decided to give him another chance and refrained from stopping their mutual harm. He retrieved 2 vials of pitch-black elixir from the fixed pocket of his silvery robe and tossed them into the gaping, fearsome mouths of De Zhuang and the elder. They promptly swallowed the vials, closing their eyes as they continued to lie on the beach to recuperate. This high-energy elixir was easy to produce, requiring only materials worth 10,000 gold dragons for each vial, and it served as a staple remedy for the trio. After all, the ocean was vast, and they could not always encounter the large fish schools like whales. Galidor shook his head and leaped onto the head of the elder, directing him towards Cade and the others. Soon, outside the rocky forest, Galidor, perched atop the elder's head, intercepted the hurried Cade. What a massive and unsightly bear, thought Shirlin, cradled in his arms, as she timidly scrutinized the elder with disdain. Galidor, you look so handsome. When Shirlin gazed up at Galidor, who stood atop the elder, her eyes sparkled with admiration, and she cheered inwardly. Wow. Little brother, I want to ride little brother too. Elaine and Alyssum, perched on his shoulder, instantly recognized the elder's identity and bounced with excitement, clamoring to ride their former companion, now caught by Cade. Captain, are you all right? The elder obediently lay on the ground, and Cade swiftly jumped onto his head, his voice laced with urgency. I'm fine. Thank you for your trouble, Galidor replied, shaking his head as he carefully lifted the impatient Elaine and Alyssum from his shoulders. The 2 little girls immediately grabbed Shirlin, regaling her with tales of their playful days with little brother. The bond between Galidor and the trio had grown so strong that the direct descendants of the Taz family instinctively felt drawn to them, while the trio also proactively protected their beloved kin. Shirlin, let me tell you, my brother mentioned that De Zhuang and little brother are giant monsters like Godzilla. Yes. They used to be small, growing up on dragon meat and eating fish. What else did they eat? Oh, dirt. That's right. Elaine and Alyssum rambled on, leaving Shirlin bewildered by their words. What monsters? What is Godzilla? Is the big bear really that terrifying? She whimpered, and Galidor, unable to bear the situation any longer, When he was about to formally introduce the third brother to Shirin, a sharp horn echoed from the cliff summit. He'd promptly alerted him. "Commander, it's an urgent message." Galidor nodded slightly and instructed Keed, "Take them back to the castle. I will investigate." "Brother, I want to leave. I haven't even properly greeted de Zhuang and de Kong yet," protested Yalanin and Ali-san, pouting and waving their hands vigorously in opposition. "Galidor, brother." Seeing this, Shirin also mustered her courage to stand in solidarity with her friends. "Yalanin, Ali-san, Shirin, I am sending the third brother to escort you home. Be good now." Galidor gently patted the heads of the three discontented little girls, then leaped down from the third brother's head, signaling him to comply. The third brother's head gradually lifted from the ground, and Keed immediately hoisted the most restless Yalanin and Ali-san onto his shoulders, while Shirin obediently nestled into Keed's embrace. At the cliff's summit, within the concrete room, Galidor was taken aback to discover that it was Karen who had ordered the horn to sound an urgent message for him. "Sir, it is an urgent missive sent from King's Landing." Karen handed him a letter sealed with red clay, delivered by a raven. Galidor felt a tinge of confusion. What could have transpired? He had informed Count Selwyn that urgent messages could be delayed, and ravens were susceptible to capture. He opened the letter and quickly scanned its contents, his expression darkening as he exclaimed, "What audacity! Commander, what has happened?" Karen had rarely witnessed the commander's anger. In his recollection, the commander had always been gentle. The Free City-State dared to ambush the Dawnlight in King's Landing. After returning the letter to Karen, Galidor pondered for a moment, acknowledging the information relayed by Colin. Most of the mercenaries he had slain hailed from Tyros. Karen, after reading the letter, was equally incensed. For years, it had consistently been Tars pursuing others in battle. When had the Free City-State ever dared to provoke Tars? He could not help but inquire, "Commander, how shall we retaliate?" Chapter 67. Tyros, Riss, Mil Galidor sat at his desk, resting his forehead in contemplation, realizing that the attack had likely been orchestrated by Tyros, Riss, and Mil in unison. Each of these free city-states boasted formidable strength, with Tyros being the most powerful, a hub for mercenaries and pleasure gardens. Riss, with its financial prowess, could once contend with the Iron Treasury, renowned for its alchemy and lethal poisons like Tears of Riss and Strangler-esque Grasp. The former Prime Minister, John, had been quietly poisoned by his wife Lisa using Tears of Riss. As for Mil, it stood as one of the most advanced free cities, celebrated for its meticulous craftsmanship and intricate artisanal products, such as the Mil eye tube resembling a telescope and the Mil crossbow, which Tars had covertly drawn inspiration from. Furthermore, the Golden Mercenary Corps, led by Valyrian's son Little Griffin, had now signed a contract with the City-State Council and was stationed in Mil. Loras stands as the most diminutive and isolated among the 9 free city-states, its territory in close proximity to Tars. The annexation of Loras by Tars would likely evoke little resistance. However, should Tars seek to attack any of the 3 free city-states, it would undoubtedly provoke a backlash and a united front from the other free city-states. Victory or defeat in war, the combined might of the 8 free city-states, absent extraordinary intervention, pales in comparison to the formidable presence of a singular Godzilla from the Third. This consideration does not occupy Galidor's thoughts. He is preoccupied with weighing interests against expenditures. The collective resistance from the free city-states would significantly impact Tars' maritime trade, reducing a monthly trade volume of 10 million gold dragons by at least half. Presently, Tars Island's financial surplus has dwindled to a state of equilibrium, as the continuously optimized active reagents see their costs escalating. After the monthly settlements, there is no longer a net influx of funds into the castle, compounding the situation. The accumulated reserves, valued at 10 million gold dragons, from Tars' 5 years of development and 4 years of profit, have been halved. Count Selwyn transported 1 million to King's Landing, while the United Legion took away 2 million. And the wealth of the pirates from the Stone Steps archipelago is no longer being transported to Tars, directly impacting the fiscal budget. The remaining 2 million serves as a deposit on a 20 million food order. Typically, maritime merchants arrive at Tars laden with slaves, ores, grains, livestock, and valuables, exchanging them for the salt, books, paper, sugar, wine, and sought-after products such as medicines, ceramics, glass, and gemstone jewelry sold on Free Street. Although Tars has consistently overvalued its grain, seasoned merchants refrain from transporting food as it occupies substantial cargo space, reducing profitability. Currently, only merchants from River Bay, Dorne, Valanis, Pantos, the Vale, and a portion of the Crownlands are willing to transport grain to Tars, while those from the outer regions, including the Westlands, North, Slave Bay, and Jade Sea Quills, opt for other goods. As the long night approaches, Even though Tars Island boasts massive granaries capable of sustaining 300,000 inhabitants for 20 years, Loras Island is frantically engaged in fishing to produce salted fish, leaving Galidor in a state of persistent anxiety. For Tars' nearly 10 million subjects, this represents but a drop in the ocean. He requires every grain-producing region in the world to commence intensive cultivation and transport all available food to Tars' territories. In light of Tars' recently revealed vulnerabilities, the lords of Westeros began to stir, initiating contact with Tars. Galidor directly issued a 4-year, 20 million gold dragon trap order to all lords in River Bay and the Riverlands, prepaying 1/10 of the deposit to secure grain storage in both locales, further showcasing Tars' financial strength and exacerbating the turmoil. As for other grain-producing regions, once the United Legion secures the shipping routes of the Stone Steppes Archipelago, they will impose a mandatory grain tax on all passing vessels. Uninformed merchants will be compelled to deliver goods for the first time, and upon their return, they will be required to pay double the amount of grain, a buffer that need not be elaborated upon. Thus, the prices of grain across the globe will soar, driven by profit motives compelling agricultural regions to cultivate intensively, while an increased supply of food will flow into the territory of Tars. Once Tars reaps the demographic benefits from the War of the Five Kings, the Shiji Islands will find themselves in a financial equilibrium akin to that of Lorith. Unable to generate revenue for Tars, through a series of stringent adjustments and exerted influence, Tars has begun to compel the world to prepare for the impending long night. It is foreseeable that the expenditures of Tars Island will continuously expand, and its maritime trade can only flourish, with no hint of decline. Intellect. Establish a simplified revenue and expenditure model for the Tars territory for the next 4 years and project the results. Galidor cast a glance at the room where Karen awaited silently, slowly closing his eyes to communicate with the intellect. Received instantly. A silver-white numerical display featuring zeros materialized within his mind. Add factors: Tars' assault on Tylosai, Mill, and Riss, and the resulting decline in revenue. He commanded, and the display immediately turned a bright red, the zeros followed by a series of digits that swiftly multiplied to 8 figures. Such a significant deficit. Galidor could not help but exclaim. Add factors: Tars' sale of iron products and cast iron, as well as bronze weaponry. This world has an acute scarcity of iron goods, which had previously been regulated and had not even made it onto the commodity list. The display's color remained unchanged, but the last digit vanished, reducing it to 7 figures. Continue adding factors: Tars' issuance of currency. Within Tars, all factories and schools provided accommodation and meals, and aside from military expenditures, a limited amount of labor notes was issued for the populace to purchase modest living necessities on Morning Light Street, following a self-sustaining model. Externally, certificates issued by the Dock Scheduling Center and the Tars Chamber of Commerce facilitated transactions with maritime merchants. Larger sums of capital were backed by certificates of deposit jointly issued by Tars Bank and the Iron Vault. Thus, the flow of gold and silver into Tars Island, aside from the deposits at Tars Bank, primarily moved towards the Castle of Dusk Hall, encompassing gold dragons, silver deers, and various currencies from free city-states, along with an array of gold and silver products. Finally, the display changed color to a resplendent gold, the figures now also comprising 7 digits. Galidor exhibited a satisfied expression, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Then, as if struck by a thought, his demeanor shifted to one of intrigue. Alter factors: seize the accumulated wealth of all affluent merchants from the 3 free city-states, and continue operating the pleasure gardens after capturing Tylosai. After occupying Riss, sell drugs and wildfire. After taking Mill, establish an armaments factory to sell weapons. Alter factors: cancel the original plan to support Westeros. Alter factors: cancel the original plan to support Daenerys. He continued issuing commands, transforming the comprehensive future plan, until the display morphed into a golden screen displaying 10-digit figures. Boring, he mused, feeling a flicker of excitement within his mind, yet slowly opening his eyes, disdainfully uttering 2 words. Captain. Karen stood, her legs numb, perplexed as to why the captain had been pondering for over half an hour. Sit down. I intend to first conquer Tylosai. Galidor smiled and extended his hand, gesturing for Karen to approach the table. Arrogance and avarice are the essence of the Tyrosians. Their city-state is characterized by its clamor, and opulence is their aspiration. Even the election of the supreme ruler among the Tyrosians is rife with overt threats and bribery. They believe that any candidate who cannot engage in corrupt practices is unworthy of governing their city. Yet, despite the chaos that envelopes this city-state, before Tars, it remains merely a morsel ready to be devoured at any moment. Should the United Legion be mobilized? Karen nodded, without hesitation, and seated himself at the table to make his request known. Chapter 68. Rosalind Flay not necessary. Galidor shook his head in refusal. He intended to deploy the three little ones to glean insights from Melisandre regarding his future self and the means by which he would obliterate the city of Asha. He had been contemplating the intentions of his future self while simultaneously preparing to confront the extraordinary, intending to showcase the prowess of the trio to instill trepidation in some of the extraordinary beings, prompting them to retreat. Furthermore, the Tyrosian deity is a tripartite god, and thus, a deity with three heads aligned seamlessly with the trio. The United Legion entered Isman Island as per usual, ousting the Isman family. The Legion had already set sail from Lorith, and en route to the Stone Steps archipelago, they would first subdue Isman Island. The Isman family dared not resist, for the United Legion had expanded, boasting 400 warships and over 40,000 personnel. Even though Isman Island had flourished in recent years under Tarth's influence, its population barely reached 40,000. Upon the return of Hawkeye and Cade, he had ridden the trio to escort Hawkeye back to Lorith to assess the officials' performances, while simultaneously presiding over the formation ceremony of the Second Legion and the expansion of the fleet. A saying circulates in this world: every captain aboard his ship holds a status akin to that of a king. However, after witnessing the Dragonkin and the trio, no captain would dare harbor a hint of disloyalty. Yes, Commander, Karen nodded respectfully and inquired. The decree you issued prohibiting red-robe monks, male witches, and shadowbinders from entering Tar's territory has sparked significant reactions in other cities. Many prospective members of the Tar's Chamber of Commerce have inquired whether it is permissible to have such individuals aboard, provided they do not disembark. Originally, this matter fell under the purview of the Tar's Chamber of Commerce, the Tax Department, and the Foreign Affairs Department. However, due to the situation on Isman Island, which had been hastily added to their objectives, Tars once again faced the predicament of lacking a substantial number of grassroots officials. In such critical moments, as they entered the town hall, the members of the United Union's entourage, including Coda, dared not relax, working tirelessly until darkness enveloped the day. Galidor felt a pang of sympathy and deliberately allocated some of the castle's restorative potions for their consumption. Karen, with fewer responsibilities, also took the initiative to shoulder more tasks, alleviating the burden on his companions. However, it was imperative to report to the dispatch center. Otherwise, they would be placed directly on the blacklist. Galidor nodded in agreement and commanded with authority. As you command. Karen promptly rose from his chair, assuring with solemnity. Galidor nodded and rose to prepare for the ceremony to transform this year's first batch of new free folk in Morninglight Street, only to find Karen standing awkwardly in place. He could not help but inquire, Karen, what troubles you? Captain, Karen replied bashfully, scratching his head with a smile. The official I sent to Riverlands has returned. Galidor gestured for him to continue. Karen was in charge of the grain order, needing to dispatch officials to Riverlands to transfer gold dragons and provisions. He also brought back a girl, Rosalind Fry from Twin Rivers. Karen lowered his head, timidly asking, the phrase of Twin Rivers have requested a marriage alliance with us. What are your thoughts? Should we meet her first? What? Rosalind Fry. Galidor's forehead was adorned with a large question mark. Wasn't she the bride of the blood wedding? The wife of Edmure Tully? He found it amusing in his past life when the fool, Rob, fell in love with his little guard and missed out on the more captivating Rosalind. Galidor pondered, considering that he was 18 this year, yet in Westeros, one was considered an adult at 16. His indifference towards marrying and having children caused concern for Earl Selwyn, Karen, and others. It was the reason Earl Selwyn personally traveled to King's Landing to discuss the marriage alliance, prompting Karen to bring Rosalind Fry into Tarth without prior consultation. What these individuals were unaware of was that he had long surpassed the century-long lifespan limitation. As long as he continued to consume the active elixir to grow stronger, he could live even longer, rendering concerns about heirs unnecessary. Let us forego the marriage. Galidor waved his hand, and under Karen's disappointed gaze, he casually commanded, however, Shireen is in need of a handmaiden. Have her move into Morninglight Tower. Yes, Captain. Karen quickly transformed into a figure of excitement, responding with enthusiasm. A few days later, in King's Landing at Littlefinger's brothel, Varys entered the spacious and lavish chamber, where he found Littlefinger lounging on a bed draped in silk, attended by two voluptuous, naked women, each holding a crystal goblet and grapes, catering to Littlefinger's every whim. Varys was momentarily dazzled by the two fair forms. Littlefinger's fingers, encased in a light red robe, were mischievously pointing at the soft arms, as if seeking a place to burrow. On the bed, at the pinnacle of his pleasures, Littlefinger cast a glance between Varys's legs, his eyes brimming with mockery and unspoken derision. I had no idea our master of coin harbored such peculiar tastes. The scornful gaze from Littlefinger incited Varys's ire, prompting him to retort, I believe our Prime Minister's wife would relish this performance. Today marked the arrival of Catelyn Tully in King's Landing, summoned by Littlefinger to assist in further sowing discord between the lions and the wolves. Just as fate would dictate, even without the dire wolf, the life of the red-lipped, white-toothed, white-eyed wolf, no, the life of Bran, the destined ruler of Westeros, would not be easily claimed by an assassin. An imposing raven intervened. It snatched away the assassin's sight, and the blinded assassin was ultimately slain by Catelyn, fiercely protecting her children. Catelyn's gaze fell upon the priceless Valyrian steel dagger, igniting a spark of suspicion within her. The following day, the golden hair atop the tower reminded her of Lysa's letter. Determined to uncover the truth, she convened several key figures from Winterfell for a discussion. Deciding to journey south herself, while cautioning her husband Ned to remain wary of the Lannisters. "Oh, this is not mere malice, my lord," Littlefinger proclaimed, rising from his bed with an air of self-satisfaction, as the two women hastily exited the room, ensuring the door was firmly closed behind them. "Perhaps you cannot comprehend, but this is indeed a typical inclination of men." Varys, ever the silent observer, circled the room with habitual caution, vigilant for any hidden traps. Unwilling to let his guard down around Littlefinger. "Is that so?" Varys retorted after a moment, a smirk gracing his lips. "Then why does King's Landing circulate the rumor that our esteemed Prime Minister emerges from the doctor's quarters with weak legs, needing to lean against the wall to walk? The gossip even details that he wears a satisfied smile. Isn't that rather astonishing? Perhaps our Prime Minister and the doctor would be curious to know who incited this gossip." Varys mused, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "But it remains a fact, does it not?" Littlefinger's expression faltered for a moment before he rose calmly, asserting, "I assure you, your charming little birds have certainly whispered in your ear." Varys, emboldened by his advantage, leaned closer to his partner, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "You must be mad. Even if that individual remains aboard the ship, completely disregarding King's Landing, and even if the doctor is merely a peripheral figure, how dare you provoke them?" Baelish appeared unfazed by the inquiry, responding with a calm demeanor. "In King's Landing, there exist but two types of individuals, players and pawns. The time has come for the rules to be established, and both players and pawns must learn to exist in fear. But do not presume to enlighten me, Lord Varys," he added, meeting Varys's ostensibly concerned gaze with a smile. "You see, you have allowed fear to cloud your every thought. Failing to realize that our adversaries await us to incite chaos, eager to witness a most entertaining human spectacle. The gods ever loom above humanity. Indifferent to the trivial desires of useful pawns," Littlefinger silently affirmed, wishing that they would forever remain above the fray. In the confines of the room, Varys found himself speechless, once again in awe of Littlefinger's acute grasp of human nature and his underlying madness. Littlefinger wore an enigmatic smile, his heart cold with the bitterness of repeated thwarted love for the Starks. Spreading a few rumors was mere amusement, hardly sufficient to allow the Starks to escape unscathed. He craved the veil. He aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of power, whilst witnessing the Stark family's disgrace and ruin. He would not rest until his objectives were achieved. Varys sensed a newfound danger emanating from Littlefinger, instinctively retreating a few paces. Books on fire magic? Manuals for moonsingers? What is this? At that moment, the bold titles on the covers of several books resting on the bedside table caught his eye, instantly captivating his full attention. "How dare you accept their terms?" Varys exclaimed in disbelief, casually picking up one of the volumes. "Knowledge is power, especially when it is the accumulated essence of a millennia-old force." Littlefinger, slightly incensed, snatched the book from his hands and tucked the collection into a drawer on the opposite side of the room. "How does one ascend to the pinnacle? I once believed it could only be achieved through chaos, yet a new door has opened for us, has it not?" Varys, rendered speechless by shock, recalled that the Citadel had reached out to him, and his growing dread of Tarth had led him to reject them without hesitation. The recent prohibition issued by Tarth targeted countless nightmares he had once endured. He could scarcely fathom the sheer strength required to enforce such a decree. "You are utterly mad. Our partnership ends here." He realized he had gravely underestimated Littlefinger's ambition and insanity, and after severing their connection, he turned and hastily strode toward the door. "Flee, my esteemed master." Baelish observed the hasty, robust silhouette of the spider as he departed and asserted confidently, "But I assure you, once you step through that door, you are destined for a grim fate." Varys' countenance darkened ominously, his foot poised at the threshold retracting. "Are you threatening me?" He spun around to face Littlefinger, his voice dripping with foreboding. "Please, I recall the cunning and ruthless Lord Baelish being capable of far more than this." "Threatening?" Baelish scoffed, explaining, "No, I am striving to save you, my lord. What will you become once you exit this door? A mere pawn, discarded and useless? Or a defeated player, eliminated from the game?" As he elaborated, He approached the suddenly alert Varys from behind, firmly shutting the door once more. Lord Varys is a competent collaborator. I do not mind reminding you repeatedly that wishing to withdraw from this ruthless game comes at the cost of one's life. Varys remained silent, recalibrating his perception of Littlefinger's perilous nature. Indeed, the essence of this game was blood. He could not afford the price of forcibly exiting the contest. One thing at a time, he attempted to disentangle some of their connections, warning Littlefinger, a mortal caught in the wheels of fate, may still have a chance to survive. But getting entangled on the battlefield of two colossal beasts will only lead to annihilation. Of course, you rejected the Citadel far too swiftly, Baelish shrugged, in full agreement. In truth, our transaction is not complicated. I merely require a few fishwood saplings to be planted in the sacred grove to obtain a portion of extraordinary knowledge. Varys, realizing the implications, affirmed, I am certain the astute Lord Baelish has already informed that individual. All the information, down to the sway of the deal. And your rejection of the transaction. Baelish remarked with a smirk, having discerned the essence of the game, embodying the duality of both player and pawn. After all, this colossal beast not only revealed its sharper fangs, but also engulfed the entire city of King's Landing. What a jest! The Citadel lies 1,000 miles away. Yet he is akin to perpetually kneeling beneath that man's sword. Varys exhaled in relief, only for a yearning for power to surge within him. Littlefinger was not mistaken. The very existence of Colin had opened a new gateway for them. Within this portal lay an unknown path, potentially fraught with bloodstained thorns, yet perhaps closer to the pinnacle of power. So, my Lord Baelish, what course of action shall we undertake? He soon posed the question to Littlefinger. What might appease this beast and compel it to retreat? I imagine you two find living in fear to be unbearable. Littlefinger rolled his eyes and reproached. If our esteemed steward could ascertain the primary objective of the visitors to King's Landing, or the reason the Citadel wishes for me to plant the fishleaf tree in the sacred grove, we might uncover the answer. Varys shook his head in dismay. Their adversary was too malevolent. The very thought sent shivers down his spine. Upon arriving in King's Landing, the visitors had only sought to draw blood from all. The king, the queen, the prime minister, the ministers, and even children were not spared. Poor Joffrey, imprisoned in the White Sword Tower, was drained to the point of being a mere husk. The most tragic fate befell Prime Minister Eddard Stark, who, in a bid to sustain the kingdom's treasury, resorted to the sacrifice of his own body, enduring bloodletting every 10 days. In return, he received a vial of blood-replenishing elixir and gold worth 100,000 dragons. Of course, the ostensible purpose was to conduct health examinations. The examiners included the Dr. Maester Melvin, adorned with a Valyrian steel necklace, and the Knight Colin, who bore his sword. The fortunate conclusion was that Taz unilaterally declared, without mentioning Joffrey's mental afflictions, that apart from the Prime Minister's grave illness, all others were in good health. We must remain true to our roles as pawns, inciting chaos while ensuring we do not perish in this intricate and brutal game. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, the Prime Minister is already aware of the existence of the bastard. Yet we require him to uncover the truth of the incest himself. Baelish nodded in agreement, and the two began to devise a scheme to deceive Catelyn Tully, ultimately deciding to frame the imp as the assassin tasked with eliminating Bran Stark. During their stay in Winterfell, the imp, Tyrion, did not accompany the king's retinue southward but chose instead to journey northward to the Wall, eager to witness the renowned wonders and seek out the prophetic madmen, the fabled forest witches. Contrary to his original fate, Jon Snow did not follow northward to join the Night's Watch. He was still too young. Despite having participated in the War of the Five Kings with Eddard, Benjen Stark tenderly refused to let Snow go, and they agreed to return for him a year later to take him to the Wall. Outside the brothel, the weary Catelyn and the castle tutor of Winterfell were led here by the golden-robed man. Oh, such a charming little mouth you have. You ought to serve our Prime Minister, ha ha ha. Who could have imagined our esteemed Prime Minister had a penchant for men? Perhaps his lady wife cannot satisfy him. You observe the slender figure and delicate lips, which are undoubtedly unappealing. It is said that the Prime Minister's partner is quite voluptuous. As she stepped through the entrance of the brothel, she fortuitously overheard a group of dissolute men in the spacious courtyard indulging in each other's company while maligning and insulting her and her husband. Catelyn was instantly engulfed by rage. She hastily approached a woman standing at the door, inquiring for directions, and swiftly ascended the staircase of the brothel, making her way to the largest room on the second floor. Chapter 70. The seedling emerges. The fury from being brought to the brothel and the events transpiring in the courtyard clouded Catelyn's judgment, rendering her heedless of decorum. She forcefully commanded the instructor to break open the door, and they burst into the room. Inside, it was as Varys had described. Yet Peter Baelish was genuinely reveling in the moment, basking in a sense of psychological superiority. He wanted Caitlin to comprehend just how carefree and joyous his life in King's Landing had been. Simultaneously, he feigned anxiety and disarray, attempting to convey that he still cared for her, in hopes of earning her initial trust. "Caitlin," Peter exclaimed, springing from the bed, his gaze shifting nervously towards his youthful beloved, a mixture of surprise and evasion in his eyes. The cruel passage of time had inflicted irreparable damage upon her visage, and, as he had envisioned, it was not Caitlin, who had borne 5 children and lost her youth, but rather Sansa, resembling her youthful self, who stirred his heart. "What brings you here?" Littlefinger feigned ignorance about the happenings in the courtyard. Caitlin stepped aside, creating space as 2 radiant young women rushed past her, momentarily disorienting her. "Peter Baelish, what audacity you possess!" Caitlin hurled the golden robe she had been holding at Littlefinger, her voice laced with fury. "How dare you bring me to such a place? How dare you insult the Stark of the North?" Peter hastily defended himself. "Caitlin, wait. I was unaware of what was occurring. Outside, there are rumors maligning Eddard and me. They say," she was overwhelmed by her anger, directly recounting the vile words spoken by the men in the courtyard. The instructor's face flushed crimson with fury as he glared at Peter, gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to defend his lord's honor if a reasonable explanation was not forthcoming. "Huh." Upon hearing Caitlin's words, Littlefinger scoffed, saying, "Caitlin, this is King's Landing, dangerous and chaotic, where no one can prevent the idle commoners from mocking the king, the queen, and the lords. Do you believe, in this flea-ridden den, there are many impoverished souls cursing our king as a thief, a murderer, even a usurper?" As Littlefinger's seemingly plausible narrative unfolded, Caitlin recalled her own dismal experiences upon first arriving in King's Landing. Compared to the past, the heart of the 7 kingdoms had indeed flourished under the governance of the former Prime Minister Jon and the nurturing of the long summer. The only constant was the simplicity of the citizens and the freedom of the environment. It was then that she began to ease her grievances. Then, she felt a twinge of emotion. Peter Baelish was indeed a good man. Aware of her journey southward, he had thoughtfully dispatched someone to wait at the city gate to ensure her protection. However, leading her to a brothel was utterly inexcusable. Caitlin questioned vehemently. "You should have brought me before Ned. He would protect us." "My Lady Stark, I apologize. I believe Lord Baelish was truly unaware of your journey south." At that moment, Varys entered through the open door, coming to the defense of the seemingly innocent Littlefinger. "It is you, Varys." Despite not having seen him for 9 years, Caitlin immediately recognized the spider. "It is I. How long has it been, my lady?" Varys advanced to take Caitlin's hand and gently kissed it, bowing before explaining. "It was I who arranged for your arrival here. I thought this place would fulfill your need for discretion while also securing Lord Baelish's assistance." "How did you know?" Caitlin began, only to realize the capabilities of the spider. Even from the far north, the little birds could flutter their wings and carry news. Varys smiled knowingly and asked, "So, did you bring that dagger?" Before Caitlin could respond, Baelish feigned ignorance, his expression one of confusion as he asked, "I beg your pardon. Ladies, could you provide this lord with a hint?" Trusting Baelish, Caitlin revealed her purpose. "Peter, I have come south to investigate Bran's attempted murder." Finally, she retrieved the Valyrian steel dagger from her robe to substantiate her claims. With hope, Caitlin inquired, "My lord, do you know the origin of this dagger?" Varys took the dagger, examined it closely, and entered a deep contemplation, ultimately shaking his head and returning the dagger to its original owner. "Oh, today is indeed a memorable day. There exists something you do not know that I do." Littlefinger immediately chimed in, as if to compete with Varys, saying, "This dagger originally belonged to me, but at Prince Joffrey's Name Day tournament, I lost it to the imp, Tyrion Lannister." The imp. Caitlin found no reason to doubt Baelish's words. In her memory, he was her admiring foster brother, one who had no motive to deceive her. Furthermore, Littlefinger's previous demeanor reflected his concern for her. Meanwhile, aboard the Morning Star, Eddard leaned on a cane, assisted by his guards as he entered the laboratory of Maester Melwyn. The blood-replenishing potion created by the intellect of the Citadel had severe side effects, draining a portion of the recipient's vitality. After enduring 4 or 5 bloodlettings within a short span, the Prime Minister appeared gravely ill, having lost considerable weight, and required the support of a cane to walk. In the cramped laboratory filled with various cabinets, Maester Melwyn, clad in a gray robe, patiently and intently dripped substances into a glass tube filled with a mercury-like liquid. At a certain moment, the once thick and stable mercury liquid began to bubble violently, as if suddenly heated to the boiling point. Observing the ominous signs, Dr. Malvin swiftly seized a heavy iron lid from the ground to cover the glass tube. A thunderous sound reverberated through the laboratory as the lid was jolted several times. Another failure. Retreating quickly to the doorway, Malvin pondered. The energy level of royal blood may not be high, yet it is remarkably stable and fiercely repellent to other forces. Doctor? At this juncture, he was interrupted by the feeble greeting of Ed, who stood behind him. Ah, Prime Minister, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. Doctor. Malvin hastily tidied the chaotic laboratory as Ed, supported by guards, lay on a bed scarcely larger than a door plank. The blood extraction process was soon completed without complication, and Dr. Malvin thoughtfully staunched Ed's bleeding. Doctor, this is the last time. I refuse to come for another examination, Ed declared resolutely. Rising from the bed with the assistance of his guards, addressing the doctor who turned his back to him, initially agreeing to the examination without hesitation. He had contemplated sacrificing himself to diminish the financial power of Tars. A single blood donation could yield 100,000 golden dragons. 10 such donations would surely cripple Tars, rendering them incapable of waging war. It was difficult for the Duke of Winterfell, hailing from the barren north, to fathom the bustling maritime trade at the port where countless ships traverse daily, bringing immense profits to Tars. Even under the concealment of fear instilled by Tars, he remained oblivious to the substantial role Tars played in global commerce, their lavish expenditure, and other critical information. Chapter 71, The Ancient and Sacred Moon. Illuminating the long night, Ed's realization dawned upon him, correlating with Tars' extravagant expenditure of 200,000 golden dragons on grain acquisition in the River Bay and Riverlands. Not all lords were willing to accept Tars' orders for grain. For instance, the Tully family of Riverrun and the lords of Old Town and its surroundings. Therefore, the lords of Riverlands, most susceptible to ironborn raids, were the ones most eager to accept the orders, desperately needing the funds to repurchase seeds, tools, and other agricultural necessities to restore their lands swiftly. Tars' actions were grand and unapologetic. The lords who rejected the orders quickly reported the news to King's Landing. After thorough investigation, Ed learned that Tars had poured 200,000 golden dragons into the Riverlands and River Bay over the past few months, amassing substantial quantities of grain. Meanwhile, Tars' warships were laden with at least 100,000 golden dragons and countless goods, while merchants from King's Landing consistently boarded the Morning Star to procure merchandise. Thus, he came to the realization that consenting to the examination was entirely in alignment with Tars' intentions, and the extent of Tars' wealth far exceeded his imagination. Their abundance of gold was no mere exaggeration. Indeed, you will return. Dr. Malvin continued his work, wiping a palm-sized piece of glass with unwavering calm. However, a period of rest would be beneficial. At least your blood will be of greater value. He turned around, hesitatingly advising Ed, My Lord Ed, you are a man of integrity, a true knight of honor, and no one in the Seven Kingdoms values these virtues more than you. Heed my counsel. Return to the north. The waters in King's Landing are treacherous and can easily drown a Stark. Ed was taken aback. Although the Westerlands refused to continue as the Iron Throne's scapegoat, House Tyrell of Highgarden was willing to pay a portion of taxes early in his favor. Furthermore, the Church Bank, which had previously declined, suddenly changed its stance and was willing to offer a loan, thus alleviating the financial crisis facing the Iron Throne. What means did Tarth possess to compel him to continue with the examination? Moreover, listening to the doctor, it seemed he was privy to many matters, many of which Ed had only recently uncovered. Most importantly, with each drop of blood he offered, he felt an increasing sense of unease, as if he were on the verge of losing something significant. He chose not to ponder further. The men of Tarth would not divulge answers, and he had no desire to engage further with these traitorous lords. Thank you for the reminder, Doctor. Ed slowly rose, expressed his gratitude, and, with the assistance of his guards, exited the room. Malwyn, seeing that he would not heed his advice, shook his head and ceased his entreaties, turning to open a large iron barrel in the corner, nearly as tall as a man. Inside the barrel was a thick, dark, viscous liquid, heavily enveloping a smaller container. He had once inquired about the origin of this liquid from Galidor, only to be warned against investigating its source, being told that chanting the song of the moon singer while facing the barrel would maintain the small container's low-temperature environment. Upon opening the smaller container, a rush of icy air surged forth. He placed a glass vial filled with 2 liters of blood into the icy embrace of the barrel, which already contained 4 blood-red glass vials. This 10 liters of blood was sufficient for 2 sacrifices, yet still inadequate, as preparations remained incomplete. The ancient and sacred moon illuminated the long night. After sealing the 2 iron barrels, Malwyn, following Galidor's instructions, began to chant the song of the moon singer. In another bright and spacious room aboard the Morning Star, Colin sat in a chair, flipping through a book. I didn't expect Galidor would provide you with such a book. Count Selwyn, seated across from him, produced an identical volume from his breast, and waved it before tucking it away again. The only one standing in the room, Simon, cast curious glances at the book in Colin's hands. I thought I was the only one who had it, he remarked with a hint of disappointment, as he had imagined that as an enlightened and loving father, he held a unique place in his son's heart. I need this book, my lord, Colin replied coolly. And it's quite intriguing, isn't it? Without the commander, this game of the gods, the madness sweeping the 7 kingdoms, offers us much to learn. Indeed. May the morning star forever shine. The Earl of Selwyn nodded in acknowledgement and slid a sheet of white paper across the table to Colin. This is the list of technicians willing to relocate to the Narrow Sea. Is there anything else I should remind you of? The Earl puffed out his chest and, with a playful raise of his brow, declared, I am retired. It is unlawful to exploit the frailties of the elderly. Colin, appearing somewhat exasperated, recalled that just yesterday he had heard the Earl grumbling in his chamber out of boredom. He patiently replied, very well, my lord. However, should you wish to take a stroll, do remember to bring along all the castle guards, or kindly inform me. My lord, Eddard Stark has just exited the doctor's quarters. The Earl was about to respond when the report from the guards outside interrupted. I must first attend to our unfortunate Prime Minister. Leaning on his cane, he turned to the door, only to suddenly feel that the cane was somewhat ill-suited for him, so he passed it to Simon behind him. As Eddard approached the bow of the ship, he noticed Loras holding a bouquet of blue gladioli, attempting to charm the armored Brienne. However, what truly captured his attention was the arrival of Lord Beric Dondarrion of the Brotherhood without banners, a man of integrity and valor. Eddard reflected on the tournament the king had hosted, which had drawn the attention of knights from all 7 kingdoms. King's Landing was inundated with an influx of people, leading to greater disorder. Beric had visited him upon his arrival, and through their brief conversation, Eddard discerned that he was a noble strictly adhering to the chivalric code. He could also perceive the admiration in the eyes of the noblemen and knights who had come to visit him. What charm does Tarth Island possess? Yet, invariably, all those who had once honored him with visits upon boarding Tarth's warships seemed to lose their respect for him and likely their loyalty to the Iron Throne as well. Your Grace, Lord Beric Dondarrion salutes you. Upon spotting Loras and Eddard at the ship's bow, Beric appeared momentarily taken aback. After exchanging pleasantries with Loras, he quickly turned to Eddard. Have you also been summoned by that individual? Indeed, Lord Colin has summoned me. I dared not refuse. Upon hearing Eddard's inquiry, Beric met the Prime Minister's resolute gaze, revealing a troubled expression. I hope you can remain steadfast in your convictions. Eddard offered this unconvincing reassurance before brushing past him. Your Grace, wait. At that moment, the Earl of Selwyn's voice rang out from behind Eddard, compelling him to halt. Lord Beric, you may enter first. Colin is already awaiting you. Beric hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at the pale-faced Prime Minister, before gradually moving forward, guided by the firm hand of Ser Jorah Mormont toward the cabin. Meanwhile, the conversation between the Earl and Eddard drew the attention of Loras and Brienne at the ship's bow, prompting them to converge towards the two. Prime Minister, I wish to inform you that the combined forces of Tars consist of 400 warships and 40,000 warriors, all of whom will be advancing westward. Count Selwyn paused deliberately, relishing the momentary terror that flickered across the faces of Eddard and Renly. Before continuing, they will be inviting the Targaryens to King's Landing as guests, and I implore the king and the Privy Council not to shut them out. Upon hearing this, Renly felt a slight sense of relief. To be honest, Dragonstone was far too small. If not for the Targaryen family's connection to the Baratheons, they would scarcely warrant concern. Eddard, however, furrowed his brow and pressed. What exactly do you intend to do? What do we intend to do? Count Selwyn cast a glance at the slightly anxious Brienne, replying with enigmatic gravity, Winter is coming. One day, you shall understand, my dear Prime Minister. And when that day arrives, you will be grateful that you have never stood against Tars, or that Tars has never regarded your animosity with any seriousness. Chapter 72. Brienne's farewell. Eddard was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Was not winter is coming a phrase from their own house's lore? These Tarsians always spoke in riddles, their demeanor decidedly peculiar. For many nights, he had wrestled with the notion that the people of Tars did not seem malevolent, much less villainous. Even when they had destroyed the river gate, they had sounded the horns of assault for an eternity and sent forth men to evacuate the surrounding civilians. Yet, one fact remained undeniable. They were traitors. Traitors to House Baratheon, despite their never having openly declared rebellion. The Targaryens were likewise kin to the Baratheons. He wished to press further, but was met with Selwyn's cold, indifferent gaze. Furrowing his brow, he turned to Renly for assistance, only to find Renly shaking his head slightly, hand resting on his brow. I understand now. Eddard felt a surge of frustration, uttering a curt remark before turning to leave. Selwyn narrowed his eyes, watching Eddard's retreating figure, choosing not to call him back. He admired the man's noble character but would not compromise Tar's interests for it. A fleeting glance was cast towards Brienne and Renly, after a slight nod of acknowledgement to Renly. He turned and strode towards the ship's cabin. Brienne, her head lowered in sorrow, gripped the hilt of her sword with such force that her fingertips turned pale. In her father's eyes, she detected a glimmer of disappointment. She was Brienne of Tars, with a father who cherished her, a kind mentor who guided her. A nurturing mother, a devoted nurse, a sweet and innocent younger sister, and a brother who cared for her deeply, emotionally. All of this urged her to fight fiercely for Tars, for her beloved family, without hesitation. Yet, a lingering affection within her continually whispered that it was all right. Tars had not yet openly rebelled, and perhaps there existed a chance for peaceful coexistence. Upon arriving in King's Landing, she learned of Renly's preference for men, and though saddened, she remained committed to improving their relationship. Galidor had anticipated this and even envisioned the worst outcomes. Brienne remained faithfully devoted to Renly, just as fate had decreed. Thus, a command was given to Colin to forcibly bring Brienne back. Brienne, you need not fight for Tarth. Brienne abruptly turned her gaze, locking eyes with the sword-wielding Loras, her heart brimming with affection and sorrow. Gradually, the teachings of Galidor echoed in her mind. But remember, you are Brienne of Tarth. Family means everything. You shall never be an enemy of Tarth. You must never swear allegiance to any noble. Your sword shall be drawn solely to protect your home and loved ones. As Galidor's stern words grew clearer in her mind, her eyes remained fixated on Loras, as if she were etching his handsome visage into her memory, not wanting to overlook any detail of his striking features. Caught between the conflicts of family and honor, kin and love, she felt a profound anguish. I understand. Let's go to the wall, where you can find a cause worth fighting for, life. If you truly need to protect someone, our uncle, Andrew Tarth, is a guard at the shadow tower of the wall. The grievances of our fathers have long faded. Go. Protect him. At the very least. Your sword is drawn for the sake of your family. Brienne gazed at Loras, the weight of her reluctance intensifying. Brienne, are you all right? Loras, through a silver visor, met her gaze, sensing an inexplicable pang of sympathy in her resolute expression, reminiscent of her helplessness 6 years ago. I am fine, Duke Loras. Listening to Loras's gentle inquiry and perceiving the flicker of concern in his eyes, Brienne removed her helmet, revealing a smile of relief. Under the warm sunlight, the girl's smile, glistening with unshed tears, appeared both heart-wrenching and sorrowful. Loras's bright blue eyes were clouded with guilt, and he turned away, avoiding Brienne's radiant smile. His gaze drifting to the shimmering water, burdened with an unnameable discomfort. Follow me, my Duke Loras, Brienne exclaimed joyfully, akin to a love-struck maiden, as she grasped Loras's hand and cheerfully led him to the bow of the ship. Do you know what this is? With tears brimming in her eyes, she pointed at the menacing golden head of a Godzilla, its sharp dorsal fin parallel to the ship's bow. I don't know. It looks like a bear's head but also resembles a hornless dragon. Loras, momentarily distracted by curiosity, scrutinized the prow of the ship, oblivious to Brienne's tightening grip on his hand. This is the Titan King Godzilla, but it has another name, the Dragon Slayer. Brienne playfully introduced, eagerly anticipating Loras's astonishment. Indeed. Upon hearing the term Dragon Slayer, Loras was instantly struck into a daze. Loras Tyrell, do you know? Brienne inched closer to Loras's cheek, lightly kissing the face of her dream prince like a dragonfly skimming the water. You are the kindest person in the world. May the gods transfer all your suffering and ailments upon me, leaving only beauty and happiness to accompany you for a lifetime. She uttered her blessing through a constricted throat, then turned and dashed towards the cabin. Her large, azure eyes could no longer contain the tears that cascaded down her cheeks in delicate rivulets. Blue, left behind, was once again struck by shock. It was only when Brienne's figure vanished completely from the deck that he regained his senses. He took a step forward, yet found himself rooted in place, realizing that pursuing her would be futile, for he could never reciprocate the fervent and pure love of the young maiden. Alas! After a long while, Blue let out a deep sigh. This cursed tenderness of mine. How many hearts of maidens from the 7 kingdoms have been wounded by it? As he lamented in self-mockery, he suddenly felt a chilling gaze envelop him, sending a shiver down his spine. He quickly looked up towards the source of the cold light, only to find Colin supporting Count Selwyn, both standing firmly atop the mast, their eyes menacing, as if they were ready to kill. No, it's all a misunderstanding, he gasped, forcing a smile as he awkwardly made his way towards the small boat. The charm of his appearance was of no use. He was certain that Brienne had just bid him farewell, but at least he gleaned some information. Dragon Hunter. Such a terrifying name. Miss Brienne's words were indeed ominous. Colin, supporting Count Selwyn, listened intently to their conversation while translating for the sorrowful count. My lord? Alas, my foolish daughter is likely off to find my foolish son. Count Selwyn rubbed his temples and sighed heavily, tears glistening in his aged eyes. It would have been better if Brienne had favored another man. They could have simply bound her back to Tarth and nurtured their feelings slowly. But alas, she had chosen Blue, who, being a Targaryen, was also steadfast in his affections. No wonder Galidor claimed that this deadlock was insurmountable. They could only wait for time to dilute the tension. After a while, Count Selwyn, feeling the salty breeze of Blackwater Bay, seemed to console himself. Perhaps it is for the best. At least I won't be embroiled in the murky waters of the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 73. The ultimate hidden player of the game. The master of finances of the Seven Kingdoms, and the owner of the largest brothel in King's Landing. Meanwhile, upon entering King's Landing, Eddard received notification and promptly made his way to Peter Baelish's brothel. At the entrance, before even laying eyes on his wife Catelyn, he was engulfed by a sense of indignation, his anger flaring to the point where he nearly resolved to deal with Peter on the spot. Just then, Catelyn appeared in time to intercept the furious Eddard, dispelling the misunderstanding. Inside the room, upon seeing Eddard, Catelyn drew forth a dagger and recounted in meticulous detail the truth she had uncovered through her investigation. Yet upon hearing her, Eddard's expression turned troubled. They lacked crucial evidence. With merely a dagger and Peter's testimony, they had insufficient grounds to topple the Lannisters. Moreover, he harbored suspicions that Tully and Lannister might be covertly conspiring together. Even with ample evidence, he first needed to divert Tully's fleet or prepare for Collin's possible actions. Ned? Catelyn, noticing her husband's prolonged silence, gently prodded him. To her, the situation appeared quite clear. As long as her husband presented the dagger to the king, both he and his lords would uphold justice and apprehend the little imp. As for the Lannisters' perspective, apologies, but that was beyond her contemplation. She was solely focused on seeking vengeance for her son. I truly apologize, Catelyn, he replied, directing his gaze towards Peter, who was quietly observing. You know this is insufficient to serve as substantial evidence. Robert and his lords will not believe us. Indeed, the little imp could easily claim the dagger was lost long ago, and the Lannisters would not allow us to forcibly detain and interrogate him. Peter nodded in agreement, continuing to explain despite Catelyn's reluctant gaze. And due to your wife's bravery, we have lost our most crucial witness. Catelyn nearly broke down upon hearing this, her expression marred by a deep sense of frustration, her eyes betraying a profoundly contagious sorrow. Catelyn, do not despair. No mother could have done better than you. Ned, feeling a pang of distress, embraced his wife in a comforting gesture. You sought out the golden-haired assassin who attempted to murder our son, journeying all the way to King's Landing in search of justice. Trust me, we shall uncover the truth and avenge Bran. Catelyn wept softly in her husband's embrace, lifting her gaze to meet his resolute eyes, and a flicker of hope ignited within her heart. An unspoken bond of unity and strength enveloped the couple. Such a poignant display of affection. Inside the room, Peter Baelish, his expression resembling one who had just consumed something foul, felt as though he had been force-fed a dose of dog food, particularly that which came from the beloved of a youthful dreamer, which felt akin to a most distasteful experience. Unable to restrain himself, he mockingly remarked, My dear friends, if it is not too much trouble, there are many rooms available here. Of course, I refer to the condition that Lord Stark is still capable. What a jest. He was, after all, the ultimate hidden player in this game, the master of coin in the Seven Kingdoms, and the proprietor of King's Landing's largest brothel. With legions of women standing behind him, was he truly to be subjected to such a spectacle? Baelish, you. Ned and Catelyn exclaimed in unison, yet found their accusations faltering, for they still hoped for Peter's assistance. I do not know if he can be trusted, Ned retorted, driven by a man's dignity, facing Peter. He is like my own brother. He would never betray us. Catelyn scrutinized Peter for a moment, sensing a hint of jealousy in his earlier demeanor, coupled with his evident nervousness regarding her. She could not help but counsel her husband. We also require his assistance. Observing this, Peter Baelish promptly vowed, for her sake, I promise to ensure your safety. It may sound foolish to say so, but I find myself utterly unable to refuse any request from your wife. He shrugged helplessly. And indeed, this statement dispelled any lingering doubts in the naive Ed. Catelyn, profoundly touched, declared, I shall never forget your assistance. You are a true friend. However, Littlefinger grew anxious upon hearing this. How foolish this woman was. Should she inadvertently let something slip, it would be quite the spectacle. Do not share this with anyone else. I must maintain my image, he remarked in jest, though inwardly he fervently prayed that Catelyn would heed his words. Soon, matters were settled. Ed and his wife decided that one of them would return to the north to continue their investigation, while Ed would also seek to uncover the truth in King's Landing. To avoid drawing the attention of the Lannisters, Catelyn resolved to depart for the north the very next day. The Red Keep harbors an extensive network of secret passages and tunnels, built by King Maegor Targaryen in 39 AC to ensure a swift escape in the event of a siege. As the militant faith within the city posed a far greater threat to the crown than it does today, the tunnels are fraught with traps, and some are so narrow that one must crawl through. Certain passages are alarmingly close to rooms within the Red Keep, allowing for easy eavesdropping. One tunnel leads directly from the Hand's Tower bedroom to the outside world, while another descends from the Red Keep to the cliffs overlooking the sea. Varys, his expression grim, returned from the brothel to the chambers of the Red Keep, locked the door, and pried up a stone brick from beneath the bed, revealing several fist-sized square holes. He activated a hidden lever within the hole, and the central stone slab beneath the bed slowly slid apart, unveiling the staircase behind it. Instead of immediately entering, he lay on the ground, straining to listen for half an hour. Once convinced that there were no disturbances outside the room, he crawled into the wooden staircase. In a passage so narrow that three could not walk abreast, Illyrio held a torch that illuminated only 5 meters around him, holding his breath to listen to the whispers of the tunnel. At one point, he abruptly extinguished the torch, instinctively reaching for the short sword at his waist. A rhythmic sound, akin to a dance, echoed, not the usual rustling footsteps, and he breathed a sigh of relief, relighting the torch with a flint. All these years, the only quality I have truly admired is your caution. Varys emerged from the dark passage, the flickering orange light casting shadows that met Illyrio's grave gaze. So do I. Yet it seems you may have been overly cautious. Illyrio narrowed his eyes, exchanging a glance with Varys, a hint of disdain in his tone. Is that so? I am pleased to hear this. By the way, Varys's voice took on a serious note, the oppressive atmosphere of the tunnel amplifying its weight. A noble personage has entrusted me to convey their greetings to you. I cannot ascertain if they can hear our conversation now, but I have indeed delivered the message. Illyrio furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend Varys's words, as the latter's demeanor evidently betrayed an underlying fear. Could there be others lurking within the secret passage? Impossible. What are you insinuating? Illyrio inquired impatiently. Furthermore, why the haste in summoning me? Has there been an unforeseen complication? True, Pentos was not far from King's Landing. Yet the round trip would consume over a month. His plans here were progressing remarkably well. He had already established contact with Khal Drogo and intended to send a few precious gifts to entice the most formidable Khal of the plains to Pentos. At such a crucial juncture, he was determined to secure Daenerys' cooperation regarding the alliance when he received Varys' urgent missive, compelling him to come to King's Landing for a detailed discussion.